In Princess City, the year is 2120. Inside a small rented room barely 15 square meters, fragmented murmurs broke the silence at 7 a.m. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. If I could do it over, I'd definitely kill you. Maybe dying wouldn't be so bad. It'd be a release. The young man lying on the single bed was drenched in sweat, his breathing rapid. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, gasping for air like a fish out of water. His bloodshot eyes radiated a chilling intensity, his pupils contracting as a terrifying gleam flickered within them like a bloodthirsty beast that could make anyone tremble in fear. Where am I? The young man, now regaining his composure, scanned the room with a furrowed brow. Gradually, his eyes widened as if recalling something incredible. Slap. He struck his thigh hard, trying to confirm whether he was dreaming. With trembling hands, he picked up the phone charging by the bedside and stared intently at the date on the screen, April 19, 2120. At first, he burst out laughing, but moments later, he began to sob. His name was Wu Tianxing, 22 years old, a university graduate for just over a year. Due to mediocre academic performance, he had drifted through several unsatisfactory jobs after graduation. Out of options, he rented this small room and made a living playing video games. Although the income wasn't high, it was better than his previous jobs. In the tech-driven world of 2120, human labor had depreciated in value while the online gaming industry thrived, creating a large population of people who earned their living through gaming. Advances in technology had eradicated severe diseases like cancer, and food safety was strictly regulated. Human lifespans had significantly increased compared to a century ago, leading to a population boom and making human resources even cheaper. After calming his emotions, Wu Tianxing began to think about his next steps. Although he didn't understand why he had traveled back 3 years, he knew very well that the apocalypse would begin tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. In the early stages of the apocalypse, global casualties weren't severe, but as time went on, the death toll soared. By the time of his rebirth, the global population had plummeted from 30 billion to less than 3 billion, all because of disunity, rampant greed, selfishness, and the inability to work together to combat disasters. Wu Tianxing exhaled deeply, clenching his fists as a determined look flashed in his eyes. I missed out on too much in my past life. By the end, I had nothing and was living like a dog. This time, with foreknowledge of what's to come, whether in the ancient ruins or the real world, there will be a place for me, Wu Tianxing. He checked his account balance 59,980 yuan. This was his compensation and savings, which would be worthless in the apocalypse. Although the first 10 days of the apocalypse were relatively safe, his current living environment was too filthy and chaotic, posing significant risks for his upcoming plans. Wu Tianxing hailed a cab and headed straight for Princess City High School, where his 18-year-old sister, Wu Xiaojing, was in her final year. Their parents had been shipyard workers who disappeared in a sea storm with 15 other workers when Wu Tianxing was 15. The company had paid compensation, but the matter was left unresolved. Since then, Wu Tianxing had shouldered all responsibilities, acting as both father and mother to care for his sister. He worked part-time jobs after school and used the compensation money and his wages to fund their education. Life became slightly easier when his sister entered high school. Her excellent academic performance earned her a tuition waiver, and she even took on tutoring jobs to help with household expenses. The 15-minute cab ride from his rented room to the school brought back memories of his sister's tragic fate in his past life. A year after the apocalypse began, his sister was deceived by a classmate and went missing. It wasn't until the following year that he overheard a clue in casual conversation. After facing countless dangers during a secret investigation, he finally uncovered the truth. It turned out that his sister had been imprisoned by Xiong Gu, a local crime boss in Princess City, and after 3 days, she was found as a cold, lifeless corpse. Although no one spoke of the specifics, the mere thought of it tore Wu Tianxing's heart apart. From that moment on, he used every means to assassinate Xiong Gu and his men, but the gap in strength was too great. By the time of his rebirth, he had still failed to avenge his sister. As soon as he got out of the cab, Wu Xiaojing came running out of the school gate, happily grabbing his arm and playfully whining, "Brother, what brings you here today? Aren't you busy with that silly game of yours?" Wu Tianxing awkwardly laughed, patting her head to cover up. "Game? What game? How could that possibly compare to my adorable little sister?" Wu Xiaojing rolled her eyes and pouted. "I can't believe you. Just to play a game, you wore the wrong shoes and even took mine. I really want to know how you managed to fit into them." Wu Tianxing rubbed his nose helplessly and gently patted his sister's head. "All right, come with me in a bit. There's something we need to do." "Go where?" "I'm still in class." Wu Xiaojing shook her head, dodging her brother's hand. "Just follow me. You won't need to go to class anymore," Wu Tianxing said calmly. "Go pack your things. Take only what you need and leave the rest. I'll wait for you here." Wu Xiaojing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her brother. "Are you out of your mind, bro? I'm about to graduate this semester. How can I just stop going to school now? I'll explain later. For now, just go pack, Wu Tianxing said, his expression steady and his gaze resolute. Seeing the unfamiliar determination in her brother's face, Wu Xiaojing felt a shiver of unease. Biting her lip, she stumbled back to school. It wasn't long before she returned, lugging a large backpack. Wu Tianxing took the bag from her and pinched her chubby cheeks playfully. Don't worry. Your brother's taking you to do something heroic. The rest of the day was a whirlwind for the siblings. They rented a 110 square meter apartment on the 5th floor, bought daily necessities, and cleaned the place from top to bottom. By the time they had spent nearly all their money, they grabbed a meal outside and returned to their new home. As soon as they walked in, Wu Xiaojing collapsed onto the sofa. Bro, you spent all our money today. Are we going to end up begging on the streets? If anyone's begging, it's you. I'm not doing it. Wu Tianxing inspected the apartment carefully, not even turning his head. Begging? Not a chance. Soon, there won't be any place to beg from. Bro. Wu Xiaojing sat up straight, her face serious. Tell me the truth. Did something happen? Wu Tianxing sat down beside her and, unable to resist, pinched her cheeks again. Smack. Wu Xiaojing slapped his hand away. Stop dodging the question and spill it. What's going on? Huh, you're already annoyed with me? Wu Tianxing ruffled her hair, then suddenly said, it's nothing major. But according to my calculations, the end of the world is coming. The end of the world? Your calculations? Wu Xiaojing shouted. Are you serious? You're really my brother, huh? You trick your own sister like this? If I don't mess with you, who else can I mess with? Wu Tianxing regretted his words the moment they left his mouth. Seeing her murderous glare, he immediately bolted. Wu Xiaojing chased after him, yelling, Wu Tianxing, you're unbelievable. After wearing themselves out, they both returned to the sofa. Is it true? It's true. When? Tomorrow morning at 8. You'll protect me. I'll protect you. On April 20th, 2120, Wu Tianxing and Wu Xiaojing quietly finished their breakfast, as a heavy silence hung over the dining table. Did you remember everything I told you? Wu Tianxing glanced at his phone screen. There were less than 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock. Wu Xiaojing clung tightly to her brother's arm, nodding slightly with a nervous expression. The clock's hands ticked forward, second by second. At the exact moment the clock struck 8, a deafening boom accompanied by the sound of shattering filled the air. Standing by the window, Wu Tianxing looked up at the sky. The heavens above resembled a shattered porcelain plate, with cracks revealing glimpses of vast, fragmented continents beyond. Even as someone who had been reborn, Wu Tianxing knew that what he saw now was merely the tip of the iceberg of that other world. In his previous life, even 3 years later, Earth's understanding of that world remained extremely limited. It was a realm filled with both despair and ambition. Perhaps some people later gained more insight into it, but Wu Tianxing was certain that humanity's knowledge of this perilous and enigmatic world was still woefully inadequate because, in that world, Earthlings were as insignificant as ants, unworthy of uncovering the secrets of the giant's domain. Amid the lightning and thunder, the cracks in the sky continued to widen. Wu Xiaojing's pale face reflected her fear as she clung tightly to Wu Tianxing's arm, her eyes brimming with terror. Stay calm. It'll pass soon, Wu Tianxing reassured her softly. The phenomenon persisted for half an hour before the sky underwent a new transformation. The shattered sky began to rotate, slowly at first, then picking up speed until it became dizzyingly fast. The fragments started to converge, gradually forming into a cohesive shape. It's here, Wu Tianxing muttered in a low voice. With an earth-shaking roar, the shattered sky coalesced into a pair of deep blue light gates. Each gate bore a single golden character, together forming the words Archaic Era. These characters seemed to directly imprint themselves into everyone's consciousness, their meaning clear to all, regardless of literacy, both mysterious and deeply unsettling. The pair of deep blue light gates hovered in the sky, creating an illusion of indeterminate distance. Suddenly, a series of notifications echoed in the minds of every living being on Earth. Life-bearing planet detected. Global evolution initiated. Scanning DNA sequences. Injecting system. Analyzing history. Injecting system. Detecting stellar energy. Commencing transformation. An invisible force surged into the Earth. Wu Tianxing observed the scene outside the window as the surrounding landscape began to recede into the distance, though the buildings remained intact. He understood what was happening. The Earth was expanding, its size set to increase more than 100-fold. Transformation complete. Archaic Era initiated. Wu Tianxing raised his head to gaze at the light gates in the sky. They possessed a peculiar enchantment, visible no matter where one stood on Earth. Mark it, Wu Tianxing said, turning to his sister. Although Wu Xiaojing's eyes were filled with panic, she hurriedly nodded. Wu Tianxing said no more, fully understanding her reaction. After all, it had taken him 2 full days in his previous life to recover from the shock of such an incomprehensible event. Wu Tianxing focused intently on the glowing portal in the sky. With a faint ding, the system notification announced the start of the binding process, followed shortly by another ding, signaling its completion. The portal emitted a barely perceptible beam of light, which shot directly toward Wu Tianxing, merging into his body and vanishing instantly. Concentrating slightly, Wu Tianxing summoned a game-like attribute panel that appeared in front of him. Only he could see this interface, which displayed the following information. Race title, none. Reputation, 0. Aptitude, A. Level, Star Disciple, Stage 1-0. Strength, 1. Spirit, 1. Techniques, none. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Money, none. Soul, 100. Looking at the attribute panel, which was identical to the one from his previous life, Wu Tianxing's lips twitched involuntarily. Aside from the pitiful pair of ones, everything else was labeled none, a frustrating sight. However, he quickly composed himself. His previous life had taught him that the early days of the apocalypse were the most critical. At that time, most people wasted the precious initial opportunities in chaos, only venturing out for food on the 5th day when hunger forced their hand, and only then did they begin spreading methods to bind to the archaic realm. This time, armed with foresight, Wu Tianxing knew that as long as he took advantage of the early opportunities, his strength would grow exponentially, like a snowball gaining momentum. Brother, my stats are completely empty too, Wu Xiaojing complained. Looking up at Wu Tianxing, her face full of frustration, Wu Tianxing sighed lightly and tapped his younger sister's forehead with his index finger. Immediately, her attribute panel appeared, identical to his except for her name. Her aptitude was also rated A. Wu Tianxing knew that in the archaic realm, aptitude was categorized into 5 levels. S, A, B, C, and D. Aptitude directly influenced the efficiency of gaining experience from defeating monsters. An A-level aptitude could absorb 10 of the experience, while the lowest level could only absorb 3. This disparity often determined a person's future potential. We're about to enter the archaic realm, Wu Tianxing said seriously. There's a good chance we'll appear in different locations, so you must be extremely cautious. Remember, this isn't a game. Death here is real. Each death costs you 20 of your soul value, and if it drops to 0 after 5 deaths, it's over for good. Get familiar with the environment first, and don't take unnecessary risks. After finishing his warning, Wu Tianxing looked up at the glowing portal and silently said, Enter. Under Wu Xiaojing's watchful gaze, his body was enveloped in a white light and vanished instantly. At the same time, a star-like mark appeared on the portal in the sky. Ding. Welcome, brave warrior, to the ancient wilderness. With the system prompt echoing, Wu Tianxing felt a momentary daze as he was instantly transported to a vast white space. Before him, specks of white light gradually converged, sketching out a body outline identical to his own. Ding. Transformation in progress. Wu Tianxing sensed his consciousness floating weightlessly, merging with the newly formed body like a soul leaving its vessel. As the transformation complete, prompt sounded, he was enveloped in white light and transported to an earthen path about 5 meters wide. Upon arrival, Wu Tianxing immediately surveyed his surroundings with caution. Only after confirming his safety did he slightly relax. In his previous life, too many had perished due to carelessness right after entering a mistake he wouldn't repeat. Just then, 2 distinct system voices rang out. Ding. Infiltration successful. Ding. Initializing. Virus detected. Eliminating virus. Virus eliminated. Ding. Sealing in progress. Sealed. Ding. Compensation in progress. An invisible force collided violently in his mind, causing excruciating pain. When the compensation complete prompt sounded, 3 items materialized and fell to the ground. As the headache vanished instantly, Wu Tianxing quickly gathered the items. One was the token he had obtained moments before his death in his previous life, palm-sized, grayish-white, gleaming with light, with the character token carved on the front and a starry pattern on the back. This time, the token immediately displayed its information. Chaos Purple Gold Token Village Founding Token. Rank, Divine Seal. A Divine Rank Village Founding Token. Wu Tianxing clutched the token, speechless with excitement. In his 3 years of previous life experience, the highest ranking village token was only Diamond Grade, with only 3 ever appearing in the entire world. After composing himself, he examined the other 2 items, a Jade Scroll and a Black Ring. Chaos Divine Demon Scripture. Technique Rank, Chaos Level. Ancient Boundless Ring Storage Ring. Rank, Bronze Sealed. Attribute 110 cubic meters of space. Attribute 210 luck. Unsealing condition. Requires 10,000 gold coins to upgrade to silver rank. For Wu Tianxing, cultivation techniques were like a guiding light on his path to becoming a powerful figure. In the desolate ancient world, without a technique, one couldn't even break through the first level, let alone progress further, especially when this was a chaos level technique. Although he wasn't entirely sure what rank chaos level represented in the hierarchy of techniques, the mere title alone was enough to confirm that it far surpassed any level he had ever known. The acquisition of the spatial ring brought him immense joy as well. In this realistic world without a system inventory, a ring with a 10 luck attribute was nothing short of priceless. In his previous life, it wasn't until 10 days later that news spread among players about the first ring being obtained. Even among billions of players, those who managed to acquire a ring in the early stages were exceedingly rare. Without hesitation, Wu Tianxing put on the ring and began studying the cultivation technique. Once everything was ready, he eagerly checked his attribute panel. Wu Tianxing. Race, human. Title, none. Reputation, 0. Aptitude, 0. Realm, A. Star Disciple level 1, 0. Strength, 1. Spirit, 1. Cultivation technique, Chaos God and Demon Art. Chaos skills, none. Equipment, Ancient Limitless Ring Bronze. Money, none. Luck, 10. Soul, 100. Items, Chaos Purple Gold Token, Divine Village Building Order. After completing these preparations, Wu Tianxing carefully observed his surroundings. A dirt road stretched from east to west, with a towering mountain reaching into the clouds to the east and dense forests flanking both sides. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts echoed through the trees. After some consideration, he decided to head east. Establishing a village at the foot of the mountain would undoubtedly be safer, as the mountain could serve as a natural barrier, reducing the need to defend one side. As for the forest, given his current strength, he couldn't even defeat a single wild beast, let alone face other potential dangers within. However, the road ahead was far from smooth. The dirt path meandered, sometimes veering south and other times winding toward the mountain, twisting and turning along the way. After over 3 hours of trekking, Wu Tianxing finally reached the base of the mountain. To his surprise, the dirt road didn't end there but continued through a fissure in the mountain, extending further inward. Following the path through the crack, Wu Tianxing was left in awe by the sight before him. Hidden within the towering mountain was a vast grassland, resembling a secluded paradise entirely cut off from the outside world. Wu Tianxing glanced around, his view obscured by the towering forest in the distance. He continued along the narrow path, and after walking for about half an hour, he finally came across a few sparsely scattered, thatched huts near a small hill. As he approached, the largest hut let out a creaky sound as its door swung open. A burly middle-aged man stepped out, standing over 6 feet tall. He was dressed in animal hide, with unkempt long hair falling haphazardly over his shoulders. In his hand, he held a wooden spear. "What are you doing here? Why have you come to our place?" the man demanded warily. "I'm a newly arrived warrior, born near this area. I saw some people here and came to take a look," Wu Tianxing quickly explained. Since this ancient world had just been activated, everyone revived from various historical eras by the system had been granted basic knowledge about this world. When the man heard that Wu Tianxing was a warrior, a glimmer of eagerness flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward quickly and asked, "Do you have a village creation token?" Wu Tianxing felt a surge of excitement, knowing this was his chance. In this world, structures not recognized by the system would lack development potential. Just like these simple thatched huts before him, although they were built, they couldn't be upgraded and would eventually be abandoned. "I did happen to get a village creation token after killing a rabbit on the road earlier," Wu Tianxing said, feigning hesitation. "But I haven't decided on a location to establish the village yet." He was well aware that while these revived ancient people could technically create their own villages, most preferred to follow a capable leader rather than go through the trouble themselves. "Really? That's fantastic." The man grabbed Wu Tianxing's arm in excitement. "Come, I'll show you around. This area is perfect for building a village." "Not so fast." Wu Tianxing steadied himself. "Building a village requires manpower. If it's just me, progress will be far too slow." "My apologies, I got ahead of myself." The man quickly reined in his enthusiasm. "It's fine. I understand your excitement. But establishing a village is no small matter. Once the location is chosen, it can't be changed. I need to fully assess the situation first." Of course," the man said respectfully, bowing slightly. "My name is Zhang Feihu. May I ask for your name, sir?" "I'm Wu Tianxing," he replied, getting straight to the point. "How many people are in your village, Mr. Zhang?" There were 6 thatched cottages in total, housing 16 people. As conversations unfolded, the doors of each cottage gradually opened, and 15 individuals stepped out one after another, standing neatly in front of their respective homes. Wu Tianxing carefully observed the villagers before him. 7 strong young men, 3 resolute women, 2 elderly individuals with graying hair, and 3 lively children. Including Zhang Feihu, the total came to exactly 16. Though inwardly pleased, Wu Tianxing maintained a calm tone as he inquired about their origins. The villagers began to speak, revealing that they hailed from various eras, some from the Tang dynasty, others from the Song dynasty, the Three Kingdoms period, and even the Ming dynasty. Wu Tianxing quietly calculated in his mind. It seemed there were no villagers from the Qin dynasty. He knew well that in his previous life, people from the Qin dynasty and the Three Kingdoms were especially favored by players, primarily because these periods were rich with talented individuals. Zhang Feihu then introduced each villager in detail to Wu Tianxing, including his equally broad-shouldered and burly younger brother, Zhang Feibao. After completing the introductions, the brothers led Wu Tianxing on a thorough inspection of the village and its surroundings. For safety reasons, Wu Tianxing decided to move the village's location 10 kilometers deeper into the mountains. This would create a 15-kilometer buffer from the mountain's exit, providing the village with more time to prepare in case of danger. Without hesitation, he took out the Chaos Purple Gold token and prepared to establish the village. A system prompt sounded. Please name your village. Xingwu. Wu Tianxing declared firmly. In an instant, the token emitted a dazzling light that enveloped a 500-meter radius, forcing the three of them to squint against the brightness. Following this, a world announcement echoed across the skies. The first village of the human race, Xingwu Village, has been established by Wu Tianxing. Reward: 1,000 gold coins and 1 special legion token. The announcement caused a stir across the continent. In the southern jungles, a man wielding a wooden spear and clad in animal hides was leading over a dozen followers. Hearing the announcement, he paused in confusion. Wu Tianxing? Could he be a figure from the late Three Kingdoms period? Elsewhere, a ragged yet dignified man was striking down a red-skinned monster with a wooden club. Upon hearing the announcement, his aura intensified, and he defeated the creature with a single blow. Gazing up at the heavens, he murmured, "I hope you're someone worth remembering. That way, I won't be lonely." Meanwhile, atop a high platform, a red-skinned humanoid monster leader was roaring furiously at dozens of its kind below. "This world belongs to us. Anyone who dares encroach will be killed without mercy." The crowd of monsters erupted into a frenzy, shouting in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Thus, a simple village establishment announcement sent ripples across the world. Various powerful figures and intelligent beings, each with their own ambitions, gazed toward the sky, their expressions filled with contemplation. As the light faded, a 50-square-meter thatched cottage appeared out of thin air in front of Wu Tianxing. The door creaked open from the inside, and 3 people stepped out, walking directly toward Wu Tianxing. Wang Sun, Wang Jing, and Wang Tu greet the Lord. The 3 bowed in unison. Leading the group was Wang Sun, a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by 2 young individuals, Wang Tu and Wang Jing. Wu Tianxing understood immediately that these 3 were the auxiliary characters gifted by the system upon the establishment of his territory. He stepped forward to help them up and casually opened the attribute panel to take a look. The next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Sun. Race: Human Aptitude, S level. Divine Village Creation Token Effect, upgraded by 1 level. Title: None Loyalty, 70. Realm: Star Disciple, level 1, 0. Strength: 1 Spirit, 1. Techniques: None Skills, none. Equipment: None Wealth, none. Soul: 20. However, the attributes of Wang Tu and Wang Jing shocked Wu Tianxing even more. Both of them had yellow level aptitude. This completely overturned his previous understanding of aptitude rankings from his past life. He had thought the rankings were limited to S, A, B, C, and D, with S being the highest. Unexpectedly, the yellow level surpassed even S level. Clearly, this was the effect of the Divine Village Creation token, which had elevated their original S level aptitude to yellow level. "You're a family, right?" Wu Tianxing asked with satisfaction. "Yes, my lord," Wang Sun replied, gazing affectionately at his children. Wang Tu is the elder brother, and Wang Jing is the younger sister. Their mother passed away early, and I raised them myself. They might be a bit immature, so I hope the village chief can be understanding." Wu Tianxing took a closer look at the siblings. Wang Tu was about the same height as him, around 1.75 meters. Dressed in plain linen, he had a well-proportioned build. His sharp eyebrows and bright eyes exuded a natural charisma, with a classical elegance that even made Wu Tianxing feel envious. Wang Jing, on the other hand, was a natural beauty. Unlike the artificial appearances of women in the real world, she radiated a refreshing and ethereal aura. Noticing Wu Tianxing's intense gaze, Wang Jing shyly lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Wu Tianxing quickly shifted the topic, pointing to the 2 men beside him. "These are the Zhang brothers, Zhang Feihu, the elder, and Zhang Feibao, the younger. From now on, we're all one family." After organizing the group's roles and relationships, Wu Tianxing eagerly stepped into the village chief's house. In the center of the room floated a 1-emetal stone tablet, the Lord's Monument, a gift that came with the establishment of the village. This monument was indestructible unless the population within the territory was either halved or subdued. Approaching the monument, Wu Tianxing extended his index finger to touch it lightly. The attributes of the divine village creation token immediately appeared before his eyes. Wu Tianxing stared intently at the attributes of the divine level village establishment order. Wu Village, classified as a low-grade village, is currently under a divine level seal. Its base attributes are 70 points, with several powerful traits. 50 territory morale, 300 attraction to wandering settlers, double crop yield, double cultivation speed, and 1 aptitude for villagers. Most astonishingly, it attracts 1 level aptitude settler every 10 days. The current village area is 5,500 square kilometers, with each square kilometer requiring 1,000 gold coins. Materials needed to construct the village chief's hall include void stones. The conditions to unseal the village are having 500 villagers, constructing 5 different buildings, and achieving 70 morale. Perfect. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With this divine level village establishment order, as long as he developed quietly for a while, he would no longer have to fear anyone on this ancient continent. Suddenly, he remembered he hadn't checked the detailed attributes of Zhang Feihu and his brother. Opening the system interface, he saw that both of them had yellow level aptitude, no special skills, and were otherwise quite ordinary. Including them, I now have 4 yellow level aptitude settlers under my command. Wu Tianxing calculated silently, reminding himself not to be complacent. He stepped out of the Lord's Hall, his gaze falling on Wang Sun. Uncle Wang, from today onwards, you are the deputy village chief of Xingwu village. Then he turned to Zhang Feihu. Go and bring over the villagers from the previous settlement. Have Uncle Wang handle their registration. After that, lead a team out to chop wood. We must get the houses built today. He then addressed Wang Jing. The pharmacy can't be built just yet, so for now, assist your father with his tasks. As for me, Wu Tianxing continued, they'll take Zhang Feibao and Wang Tu to scout the surrounding area and gather some food. Understood, my lord. The 5 responded in unison, bowing respectfully. Just as Wu Tianxing was about to depart, Zhang Feihu called out to him urgently. Wait, my lord. He pulled out a golden orb, about the size of a marble, from his animal skin clothing. I wonder if this void-breaking pearl is of any use to you? Wu Tianxing's expression turned serious instantly. Where did you get this? My brother and I found it while hunting in the forest. It dropped after we killed a monster. Was it one of those red-skinned, ugly, humanoid creatures? Exactly, my lord. Have you encountered them before? Wu Tianxing stepped closer to Zhang Feihu, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Those creatures are extremely dangerous. If you encounter them again, report to me immediately and do not act on your own. This void-breaking pearl is indeed very important to me, so I'll accept it. He didn't express excessive gratitude because he understood that true appreciation lies in actions, not words. Zhang Feihu's face was filled with joy, simply content with the thought of serving his lord. In his eyes, the stronger their lord became, the better their lives would be. Wu Tianxing lowered his head, gazing at the void-breaking pearl in his hand, his thoughts drifting back to memories of his past life. This seemingly simple pearl's true value wouldn't be discovered until more than 10 days later. At that time, people who weren't particularly keen on entering the archaic world would become obsessed with it, once they learned of the pearl's capabilities, immersing themselves in that world almost non-stop, save for necessary meal breaks. What was most astonishing about the void-breaking pearl was its ability to synchronize the power players gained in the archaic world with their real-world bodies. Without this artifact, no matter how powerful a player became in the archaic world, they would remain an ordinary person in reality. This was because players only entered the archaic world in soul form, while their physical bodies were stored in the spatial dimension of the external light gate by the system. Only by using the void-breaking pearl could they establish a connection with their physical form, allowing the strength gained in the archaic world to manifest in their real-world bodies. However, even with power synchronization, the physical body in reality still required sustenance. That said, as one's strength increased, their resistance to hunger also improved. As for obtaining the void-breaking pearl so early, Wu Tianxing speculated that the 10 points of luck granted by his spatial ring might have played a role. This pearl was of no use to Zhang Feihu and the others. They were already in their physical forms, with only 20 of their souls intact. If they died, it would be permanent. Perhaps this was the price they paid for their ability to respawn in the archaic world. Wu Tianxing activated the void-breaking pearl. The pearl transformed into a beam of light that shot straight into the sky, breaking through the space before vanishing. Moments later, a faint ray of light emerged from the void, connecting to his body before disappearing again. All right, let's move, Wu Tianxing said with a slight smile, clearly in a good mood. Leading Wang Tu and the others, he headed toward the dense northern forest, where fruits and wild animals could be found to provide food for the incoming wave of refugees. If the villagers went hungry, their morale would drop to 20 within 2 days, and the Lord's monument would automatically shatter. After walking for about 10 minutes, the 3 reached the edge of the forest. Wu Tianxing glanced at their empty hands and silently cursed the archaic system. Not even basic starter equipment. Were they really expected to take on wild beasts barehanded? Wang Tu, climb a tree and get 3 wooden sticks, Wu Tianxing instructed as he stood before the shadowy forest. Yes, my lord. The two immediately began climbing the trees. Although Wang Tu's slightly resentful gaze as he left made Wu Tianxing feel a bit uncomfortable, he had to admit that these two generals were quite obedient overall. Before long, the sound of snapping branches echoed from above, and a few sticks were thrown down. We're done, my lord. Wang Tu and Zhang Feibao climbed down, with Zhang Feibao exclaiming excitedly. Wu Tianxing approached to inspect the branches, only to find that they were as thin as fingers. He maintained a calm expression, though inwardly he couldn't help but shake his head. At that moment, Wu Tianxing finally understood the source of Wang Tu's resentful gaze earlier. Without proper tools, it was indeed difficult to break those thick tree branches. Wu Tianxing glanced at Zhang Feibao, who was brimming with excitement, and couldn't help but wonder. Is Zhang Feibao a fool? How could Wang Tu grasp the situation while Zhang Feibao was still enthusiastically brandishing a branch no thicker than a finger? Wang Tu looked at Wu Tianxing with a calm expression, though the slight twitch of his eye betrayed his inner anxiety. Lowering his head, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily as doubt began to creep into his mind. Was following Wu Tianxing as his lord truly the right choice? Although the branch was a bit thin, it was better than nothing. Wu Tianxing refused to admit any oversight, bent down to pick up a branch, and strode forward. In the eerie forest, an unsettling silence surrounded them. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the sinister atmosphere became. Sparse knee-high weeds made their progress increasingly difficult. Suddenly, a gray rabbit darted out of the bushes, seemingly alarmed by the intruders, and scurried away in a hurry. Wu Tianxing quickly stopped Zhang Feibao, who was about to give chase, and whispered, "Don't bother. The weeds are too thick, and such a small rabbit is impossible to catch." Just then, a roar echoed from deep within the forest. The trees shook violently, as if the entire forest had sprung to life. Wu Tianxing spotted a wild boar charging out from behind a tree barely 5 meters ahead, roaring as it barreled toward them. The chaotic undergrowth snapped and rustled under the boar's weight. Wang Tu and Zhang Feibao immediately stepped in front of Wu Tianxing, shouting in unison, "Avoid it. Don't confront it, head and withdraw from the forest." Wu Tianxing observed their actions and instantly understood their intention: to hold off the boar and cover his retreat. Though touched by their loyalty, he knew it wasn't yet a life-or-death situation. The trio dodged the wild boar while retreating out of the forest. Fortunately, they hadn't ventured too far in and soon made it out of the woods. Roar. Damn it. You think I can't deal with you? Wu Tianxing shouted angrily as the boar relentlessly pursued them even after they exited the forest. Furious, he yelled, "Run it into a tree. Do you understand?" Wang Tu's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he quickly ran toward a large tree. Zhang Feibao froze for a moment before catching on. The wild boar, like a maddened bull, charged at Wang Tu with its short legs moving at full speed. Wang Tu remained focused, waiting until the last possible moment before diving to the side. The wild boar crashed headlong into the tree behind him with a thunderous impact. A miserable cry escaped the boar as Wu Tianxing listened, knowing that the collision must have done serious damage. He recalled from his past life that when lacking weapons, this was precisely the way they used to deal with wild boars. Zhang Feibao seized the opportunity and lunged at the wild boar rolling on the ground. He swung the branch in his hand down hard on the boar, but it snapped into several pieces with just 2 loud cracks. To everyone's bewilderment, instead of dodging or continuing his attack, he froze in place, staring at the broken branch in disbelief. From a distance, Wu Tianxing witnessed this scene and couldn't help but sigh, rubbing his forehead. Charging in with such ferocity and momentum, only to end up dumbfounded over a broken branch at the critical moment. This behavior was truly exasperating. Wang Tu, who had been watching this absurd turn of events nearby, opened his mouth as if to speak. He wanted to point out that what had fallen off the wild boar wasn't its skin but merely mud. However, when faced with Wu Tianxing's confident remark, "It must have work, hadn't you see a whole layer of its skin come off," he ultimately swallowed his words. Frustrated, Wang Tu joined the fray, charging straight at the wild boar. What followed was a chaotic and brutal scene. Amidst the thunderous crashes and pounding sounds, the wild boar's howls echoed through the forest. Seeing this, Wu Tianxing also rushed in, quickly jabbing the broken end of his branch into the boar's nostril. Enraged, the wild boar violently jerked its head, sending Wu Tianxing flying through the air. Fortunately, the boar had previously broken its tusk against a tree. Otherwise, the impact could have left a gaping wound on him. When Zhang Feibao and Wang Tu saw Wu Tianxing being flung aside, they were instantly consumed by fury. One clawed at the boar's eyes, while the other kicked at its vulnerable spots. The wild boar let out a shriek so high-pitched it sounded distorted. After catching his breath, Wu Tianxing rejoined the fight, delivering a flurry of fierce kicks to the boar's head until it finally fell silent. The grueling battle was over at last. The wild boar dropped a black dagger and 5 gold coins. Wu Tianxing examined the dagger's properties. Wild boar dagger, bronze grade, sharpness 3. This weapon, capable of penetrating defenses, brought a satisfied smile to his face. He quickly stored the boar in his spatial ring and led the group deeper into the forest. The subsequent battles were no easier. They encountered a wild dog, and though they managed to defeat it, Zhang Feibao ended up with a scratched arm. This time, their spoils included a set of wolf hide armor bronze grade, defense 2, and another 5 gold coins. And so, the trio ventured back and forth through the forest, fighting tirelessly until evening, when they finally returned, exhausted, to Xingwu village. The village had undergone a significant transformation, now bustling with over 100 people and dotted with numerous wooden houses. Some individuals patrolled with wooden sticks. When questioned about their identities, the weary Wang Tu could only weakly reply that they were with the Lord. Hearing the commotion, Wang Sun hurried over. Upon seeing the trio's bloodied and tattered appearance, he flew into a rage, berating Wang Tu for failing to protect the Lord. Faced with Wang Sun's anger, Wang Tu could only lower his head in silence. Wu Tianxing patted Wang Tu's shoulder reassuringly and said, "It's nothing serious. We're just tired, not injured. A little rest will fix everything." Wu Tianxing looked quite pitiful, but in reality, he was wearing leather armor, and his injuries were not serious, just some exhaustion. In contrast, Wang Tu and Zhang Feibao, who had no armor, suffered minor external injuries. However, none of these wounds were severe, and with a night's rest and some medicine, they would recover fully. Wang Sun shot Wang Tu a sharp glare before stepping forward to help Wu Tianxing towards the village chief's house. Along the way, Wu Tianxing glanced around, observing the villagers' bustling figures. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. In just a single day, the village had undergone such significant changes, far exceeding his expectations. "How many people do we have in the village now?" Wu Tianxing asked. Wang Sun immediately explained, "Currently, we have a total population of 138 in our village, and 40 wooden houses have been built. My lord, don't forget the attributes of the Divine Village Establishment Order." Wu Tianxing's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered the special effects of the Village Establishment Order. The Divine Village Establishment Order not only refreshed 30 new people daily, but also provided a 300 attraction bonus to refugees. With this calculation, including the population from Zhang Fei's original village, a size of 138 people was indeed reasonable. Impressive. A single day's development is worth several days for others, Wu Tianxing said excitedly. By the way, check how many people have an A-level aptitude. Wang Sun had already prepared for this. Thanks to the territory's attribute bonuses, we currently have 29 people with a level aptitude and 3 with S-level aptitude. Additionally, we have 9 individuals with special skills, including 2 junior blacksmiths, 1 alchemist, 1 brewer, and 5 builders. This number far exceeded Wu Tianxing's expectations. Without the Village Establishment Order's Aptitude 1 feature, these A-level individuals would only be B-level, and there wouldn't have been any S-level at all. These skilled individuals must be properly assigned. In the future, when the village is self-governing, they should all receive salaries, Wu Tianxing instructed. Wang Sun smiled, "Rest assured, my lord. Everything has already been arranged." As they spoke, Zhang Feihu approached and saluted. "Greetings, my lord." Wu Tianxing immediately gave instructions. Zhang Feihu, gather the 32 individuals with a level or higher aptitude at the village chief's door, along with Zhang Feibao and Wang Tuesday. After the 3 left, Wu Tianxing and Wang Sun arrived at the village chief's door. Wu Tianxing retrieved over a dozen wild animal carcasses from his spatial ring. "Have someone take care of these beasts," he said. Wang Sun's face lit up with joy. "Yes, my lord. I was just worried about the villagers not having enough food, and it seems you've already found a solution. All right, stop flattering me. Can't you see how exhausted I am?" Wu Tianxing said helplessly. Wu Tianxing rolled his eyes and then took out 2 cloth bags from his storage space, handing them to Wang Sun. "These are grain seeds, 1 bag of rice and 1 bag of corn. Find someone to plant them tomorrow." Next, he retrieved 3 blueprints and carefully handed them to Wang Sun. "These 2 are for constructing a basic refining workshop and a basic marketplace. Find 2 builders to study them immediately, gather the materials, and start construction. This 3rd one is a blueprint for a basic bronze weapon. Get a blacksmith to learn it. It's for a standard issue spear, bronze grade, with an attribute of sharpness 3. Tomorrow, I'll lead a team to scout for iron mines nearby. Once we have weapons, everything else will follow more easily." Wang Sun was overwhelmed with excitement as he watched his lord produce one essential item after another for the village. He had originally planned to discuss with Wu Tianxing how to search for these resources, but it turned out his lord had already prepared everything. "I'll make the arrangements right away," he said before hurriedly leaving. As soon as Wang Sun left, Zhang Feihu and his 2 companions arrived, bringing along 32 able-bodied young men. Once they reached Wu Tianxing, they all dropped to one knee in unison. "Greetings, my lord." Wu Tianxing carefully examined the 35 people in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he said in a clear and firm voice, "Stand up. I don't care which dynasty you came from or what your past identity was. That's all behind us now. This ancient land has granted us new lives so we can start anew." His voice grew louder and more resolute. "If we want to live good lives, free from hunger and oppression, we must work together to build our own home. This world is not solely inhabited by humans. There are beasts, demon tribes, the Shura clan, and ogres. They are savage and bloodthirsty, seeing humans as nothing more than food. We must take up arms and fight them to the death if we are to carve out a place of safety in this man-eating world. None of us wants to see our loved ones and children become food for monsters. We must grow so strong that they flee at the sight of us, that we become their worst nightmare. Do you have this resolve? Yes. Will you dare to fight? Dare to fight." Looking at this group of passionate and determined young men, Wu Tianxing felt a surge of emotion. In this lifetime, he was determined to rise to the pinnacle of the world. Compared to the lords of his previous life, this time he was starting with an army composed entirely of a grade talents rarity among lords. The difference in aptitude would become increasingly evident over time. In the same amount of time, his grade soldiers could reach level 5, while others' grade soldiers might only reach level 4. The same applied to cultivation techniques. One could only advance to the next level after fully accumulating experience at the current stage. Right now, everyone was at Star Disciple level 1, with a strength value of 1, equivalent to 100 kilograms of force. Advancing to level 2 would add 1 point of strength, increasing it to 200 kilograms. Additionally, breaking through in cultivation techniques would grant free attribute points: 1 for bronze grade, 2 for silver grade, 3 for gold grade, and 4 for diamond grade. These points could be allocated freely to either strength or spirit. For this reason, differences in aptitude would manifest in every aspect. Those with lower aptitude, who leveled up and cultivated more slowly, might only have a strength of 10 when others had already reached 15. This gap in power was like the difference between night and day. Wu Tianxing calmed his excitement and retrieved a token from his spatial ring. This was a special legion token, awarded by the system to the first place during the village establishment. At the time, it couldn't be activated due to having fewer than 10 people, but now it could finally be put to use. He raised the legion token and faced the 35 villagers in front of him. The token immediately floated into the air, hovering above everyone's heads, emitting a blinding white light that enveloped them all. A few seconds later, the token returned to his hand. Wu Tianxing looked down to check the token's attributes. Special Legion Token. Grade, Bronze. Effect. Increases force capacity by 200. Capacity, 35,100. Although he didn't know who owned this Legion token in his past life, in this life, it had fallen into his hands. With this treasure, as long as he kept a low profile, the village's safety in the early stages was more or less secured. Looking at the excited villagers before him, Wu Tianxing waved his hand and said, "Everyone, go back and rest. Assemble tomorrow morning." With that, he walked back to the village chief's house, slightly fatigued. Sitting on the wooden bed, he opened his personal attribute panel. Wu Tianxing. Race, human. Title, village chief. Reputation, 0. Aptitude, S rank. Realm, Star Disciple, first stage 52. Force, 1. Spirit, 1. Cultivation technique, Chaos God and Demon Art. Chaos skills, none. Equipment, Ancient Limitless Ring Bronze. Wild Boar Dagger Bronze, beginner. Wolfhide Armor Bronze, beginner. Wealth, 85. Luck, 10. Soul, 100. Items, Special Legion Token Bronze. Thanks to the village establishment token, his aptitude had been upgraded from A rank to S rank, and his experience had reached 52. I need to focus on cultivation. Otherwise, I won't level up by tomorrow. Wu Tianxing sat cross-legged and began cultivating intently. During this time, he ate some roasted wild boar meat that Wang Sun had brought him, then continued his cultivation. At 6 in the morning, Wu Tianxing stretched his body and exhaled deeply. After a night of cultivation, the first stage, Star Disciple technique, was now perfected. With enough experience accumulated today, he would be able to break through to the second stage. Time to return to the real world and replenish my physical body, he thought to himself. I wonder how my sister is doing. By now, it should be nighttime in the real world. The time ratio between the ancient wasteland world and the real world was 2 to 1. 1 day and 1 night here, equated to just a single day in the real world. Exit. Wu Tianxing silently commanded in his mind. The next moment, his figure appeared by the window of his rented apartment in the real world. Just then, he heard his sister Wu Xiaojing's joyful call, "Brother." Wu Tianxing quickly reached out to catch his sister as she leapt toward him, affectionately ruffling her hair. Wu Xiaojing clung excitedly to his arm, eager to share her experiences in the ancient wilderness world. Brother, it was so much fun in there. I joined a village, went out with them to hunt beasts, and even got a bronze-level cultivation manual. Wu Tianxing frowned slightly but quickly regained his composure. A village of ancient people, right? Yes. And the leader is such a handsome guy. Wu Xiaojing's words left Wu Tianxing feeling a bit uneasy. The two sat on the couch as Wu Xiaojing enthusiastically recounted her adventures. Once she had finished, Wu Tianxing said seriously, that village is full of ancient people. If you see a void-breaking pearl, make sure you buy it immediately and use it. Try to collect as many as you can. What's a void-breaking pearl? Wu Xiaojing asked curiously. Wu Tianxing patiently explained the purpose and precautions of using the void-breaking pearl, leaving Wu Xiaojing exclaiming in awe. Brother, does this mean we can become immortals in the future? Wu Tianxing flicked her forehead lightly. Stop dreaming. Staying alive is hard enough. Don't even think about becoming an immortal. Wu Xiaojing held her forehead and giggled. But people need to have dreams, right? Stop dreaming and let me cook dinner. Wu Tianxing stood up and headed to the kitchen. Stay alive over there. Okay? Once there's a teleportation array, they'll come and get you. By the time they finished dinner, it was already 8 o'clock, and the tall, glowing portal outside the window was still clearly visible. Wu Xiaojing couldn't wait to return, but Wu Tianxing repeatedly reminded her to come out every morning at 6. He vividly remembered someone in the previous timeline who had died of starvation because they stayed inside too long, engrossed in playing. After his sister left, Wu Tianxing carefully checked the room's security measures. He was well aware that the coming days would grow increasingly chaotic global power outages, internet blackouts, modern weapons rendered useless, and even intelligent animals forming demon clans to attack humans. Only after ensuring everything was secure did he enter the ancient wilderness world himself. A flash of light, and he appeared inside the village chief's house. As he stepped outside, Wang Sun hurried over to report that Zhang Feihu and 35 others had already gone to yesterday's location. Wu Tianxing learned it was now midday, and many villagers had been sent to chop wood and gather stones. Master, the roasted meat we kept warm for you is still waiting. Why don't you eat first before heading out? Wang Sun's concern warmed Wu Tianxing's heart. Thinking back to the previous life, where he had been forced to scurry around like a rat, he offered a genuine smile. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I'll eat first then. After all, this body was different from the one in the real world, and he was indeed hungry after not eating since last night. After finishing his meal, Wu Tianxing set off alone, swiftly heading toward the forest in the north. Shouts and battle cries filled the air. From a distance, he could see Zhang Feihu leading a group of men, all wielding various weapons, fiercely battling a pack of wild beasts. The scene was chaotic and intense. As Wu Tianxing approached, the beasts had already been slain, with blood splattered everywhere. Lord! Lord! The 35 warriors, upon seeing Wu Tianxing, greeted him with joyful expressions. Concerned, Wu Tianxing asked, Is anyone injured? Zhang Feihu stepped forward and respectfully replied, Thank you for your concern, my lord. Everyone is fine, just a few minor scratches. The main issue is that we can't carry the corpses of these beasts. It's fortunate that you're here now. As he spoke, Zhang Feihu untied a cloth bag from his waist and handed it to Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing took the bag and carefully examined its contents. 2 beginner-level blueprints for a forge, 2 beginner-level blueprints for an alchemy workshop, 1 beginner-level warehouse blueprint, 1 beginner-level arrow tower blueprint, 2 bronze-level cultivation manuals, 3 beginner-level combat techniques, and over 300 gold coins. Not bad. With these, the village can be upgraded in just a few days. Wu Tianxing exclaimed with delight. There are also 5 weapons, all beginner-level bronze. I've distributed them among the group for now, Zhang Feihu added. Wu Tianxing nodded. Weapons are meant to be used. You can decide how to allocate them. With that, he handed the 2 cultivation manuals to Zhang Feihu. You and Wang Tu should study these first. As for the 3 combat techniques, I've already taken a look. One is basic archery, another is basic swordsmanship, and the last is basic spear techniques. After a moment of thought, Wu Tianxing handed the archery manual to Zhang Feibao and the swordsmanship manual to Zhang Feihu. I'll learn the spear technique myself. The 2 of you should also practice the other techniques. Once you've mastered them, you can move on to intermediate-level combat techniques. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. The 3 men knelt on one knee, expressing their gratitude. Wu Tianxing waved his hand, saying, Get up. There will be much better things in the future. The group responded in unison. Yes, my lord. Hey, Wang Ming, hand over your spear for now, so the lord can use it. When we acquire more weapons, you'll be the first to get one, Zhang Feihu said, turning to a towering young man nearly 2 meters tall. Wu Tianxing's eyes lit up. This man, with his build, would be a force to reckon with on the battlefield, especially with heavy weaponry in hand. Wang Ming silently stepped forward and handed the spear to Wu Tianxing. Taking the spear, Wu Tianxing patted his arm and said appreciatively, Work hard. I see great potential in you. Wang Ming was stunned, not expecting such praise, and felt deeply honored. What are you standing there for? Thank the Lord. Zhang Feihu nudged him lightly. Wang Ming quickly responded, Oh, thank you for your praise, my lord. He then knelt on one knee, gritted his teeth, and solemnly declared, I, Wang Ming, swear to serve my lord with unwavering loyalty. Should I break this vow, may I never find peace in the afterlife. Ding. Wang Ming's loyalty 30. Ding. Wang Ming has become a devoted follower. Wu Tianxing was secretly amazed. A simple word of praise had earned him a loyal follower who would never betray him, even if it meant facing death. This was truly a stroke of luck. Loyal followers like this were invaluable. Only the most loyal followers could be brought into the real world. Wu Tianxing felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although he currently lacked an item like the Wanjie stone to bring Wang Ming into the real world, he was confident that he would find a way in the future. He helped Wang Ming to his feet, his eyes gleaming with delight. From now on, you will stay by my side as my personal guard. Yes, my lord. Wang Ming bowed respectfully and positioned himself behind Wu Tianxing. Congratulations, my lord. Zhang Feihu and the others bowed and offered their congratulations, their eyes filled with envy. They all understood that being by the Lord's side meant far better treatment than that of an ordinary soldier. Wu Tianxing noticed their expressions but remained indifferent after all. These people were not truly loyal. Today, we will survey the terrain and mineral resources around the village, Wu Tianxing announced. Take a half-hour rest, and then we will head into the forest together. Half an hour later, the group began their journey into the depths of the forest. To the north stretched an endless expanse of forest, with a towering mountain range merging with the horizon in the distance, and several bare hills scattered nearby. These hills were Wu Tianxing's primary targets, as minerals were often hidden within them. Bang! With a whip-like motion, Wu Tianxing's spear struck, shattering the head of a Sika deer. A few gold coins fell to the ground. Stay alert, he cautioned. The deeper we go, the more wild beasts we'll encounter. Be especially wary of venomous snakes. If anyone gets bitten, there's no one here to save you. The group nodded silently. Suddenly, a coarse voice echoed from ahead. Ugh, always making us eat these wild beasts while he eats human flesh. I want to eat human flesh too. Wu Tianxing immediately signaled for the group to halt. Narrowing his eyes, he looked toward the source of the sound. Encountering other species was no surprise. This world was vast, but it teemed with countless creatures, especially monstrous races, which far outnumbered humans. Shoo, keep it down. If the chief hears you, he'll cook you alive. If he won't let us eat, we'll find our own food. You're smart, Jellu, coming up with an excuse to sneak out. This time, I'm going to eat my fill before heading back. As the voices grew closer, Wu Tianxing motioned for his men to hide. With the agility granted by the extra 3 points of martial strength from the Special Legion Order, the group swiftly concealed themselves behind trees. Two figures gradually came into Ogres. In his previous life, this race had taken great pleasure in eating humans, finding their flesh far more appetizing than even that of the demon race. Gripping his spear tightly, Wu Tianxing darted out from behind the tree, lightning fast, and drove the tip straight into the throat of the first ogre. Humans? The second ogre cried out in terror, but those were his final words. Zhang Feihu leaped from behind another tree, his long blade slicing cleanly through the ogre's neck without hesitation. Wu Tianxing picked up the items dropped by the ogre and quickly glanced at them. It was a bronze-level cultivation manual, and the quality was decent. Lord, this is a blueprint for a military camp. Zhang Feihu excitedly handed over another dropped item with both hands. Taking the blueprint, Wu Tianxing carefully examined its attributes. A basic military camp, capable of housing 1,000 people, with training inside slowly increasing experience points. Although the experience gain was slower compared to hunting monsters outside, it was still a decent method for leveling up. After storing the items, Wu Tianxing looked around at his companions with a serious expression and said, Since there are ogres here, there must be a village nearby. Let's investigate. If their numbers are small, we'll eliminate them. Otherwise, letting them grow unchecked will pose a significant threat to our village. Understood, Lord. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes resolute. Seeing the determination on his subordinates' faces, Wu Tianxing felt a surge of excitement, but also a heavy sense of responsibility. Everyone, stay safe, he reminded them one last time. After all, this was not a game. Each person was a living, breathing individual. In his previous life, he had seen many lords treat this like a game, disregarding the lives of their people. The result? Either they were overthrown by their own followers, or their lord's monument was destroyed when public morale dropped below 20. They advanced roughly 1 kilometer before coming across a clearing surrounded by wooden fences. This was the ogre's village. Lord, look over there. Wang Tu whispered, lowering his voice as he pointed to the clearing near the largest wooden hut. There, a dozen or so humans were lying on the ground, tied up with branches. Wu Tianxing sighed inwardly. In his previous life, he had witnessed too many similar scenes. Some large ogre tribes had even kept tens of thousands of humans captive, forcing them to reproduce as a food source. At that moment, Zhang Feibao emerged silently from the forest and reported softly, "Lord, I scouted the rear. The entire village has only 10 huts, and the ogre population is estimated to be fewer than 50. Good," Wu Tianxing said, feeling more confident. With each of them possessing the strength to lift 300 kilograms, even if they couldn't take on 5 enemies at once, they could easily manage 3. Taking a deep breath, his gaze turned sharp. He gave a low command, "Kill them all, leave no one alive." With that, he raised his spear and charged toward the village. Humans? Humans are attacking! An ogre shouted in panic as it was the first to spot them. Wu Tianxing let out a cold snort as his spear shot forward like a dragon, aiming straight for the ogre's head. The ogre roared in anger, opening its mouth and reaching out with both hands to grab the spear. However, it underestimated Wu Tianxing's strength. Before it could even touch the weapon, its head was pierced and exploded in a single strike. Zhang Feihu and his men charged forward like tigers descending the mountain, weapons in hand, swiftly attacking the ogres outside the house. The sounds of slicing and pained howls filled the air as these fearless warriors effortlessly took down the ogres. Just then, the door of the largest house burst open, and an ogre leader standing a towering 2.5 meters tall stormed out. He bellowed furiously, "You filthy pigs dare to resist being our food." Holding a massive wooden club, he charged toward the group. Wu Tianxing's eyes narrowed as he raised his spear to face the leader. The ogre leader swung his club wildly, but Wu Tianxing dodged with a swift movement. His spear swept horizontally, striking the leader's head with a resounding thud. The ogre leader's skull caved in, and he let out a pained howl. Seizing the moment, Wu Tianxing flicked the wooden club out of the ogre's hands with an upward strike, then swiftly drove his spear through its throat. The entire exchange lasted less than a minute. Meanwhile, Zhang Feihu and the others had also finished their battle. With a significant advantage in strength, they made short work of the relatively weak ogres. "Quickly clean up the battlefield and move out," Wu Tianxing shouted as he scanned their surroundings. "The smell of blood is too strong. We need to avoid unnecessary trouble." The group immediately began looting the houses, even carrying out the humans who had been tied up inside. A kilometer away, Wu Tianxing finally exhaled in relief. What worried him most were the Shura clan members. The void-breaking pearl that Zhang Feihu had given him earlier had been obtained from a Shura warrior. This race was incredibly sensitive to the scent of blood, capable of detecting the deaths of dozens of individuals from as far as 5 kilometers away. Moreover, Shura warriors were fearless in battle, and it typically took 2 fighters of equal strength to handle just one of them. "Master, we killed 42 ogres this time, with only 2 of our men sustaining minor injuries," Zhang Feihu reported with a grin. "We've collected 856 gold coins, various martial techniques, and some weapons and equipment. But the most remarkable find is this." He handed a token to Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing took it and immediately lit up with excitement. It was a true village establishment token. This rare item, marked with the true prefix, could be used in the real world. It was exactly the treasure he had been dreaming of. In the future, the real world has long lost electricity and the internet, and skyscrapers are no longer suitable for human habitation. Back in a previous era, many visionary lords began creating new types of cities. These cities were built using a village building decree system, which allowed for unrestricted upgrades as long as sufficient materials were available. Any blueprint labeled with the word true, from the true hydraulic system to the true power system, could be brought to life in the real world as long as the necessary materials were gathered in the ancient wilderness. Most importantly, every time a village was upgraded, defensive walls would automatically be generated, serving as the best defense against mutated demon clans. Wu Tianxing lowered his head, studying the village building decree in his hand, calculating silently. "Although I have the decree, I still need a matching attack system." He looked up and smiled at Zhang Feihu. "This is indeed very useful to me," Zhang Feihu respectfully replied, "as long as it helps you, my lord. Even though we cannot reach your world." Then, pointing to the group of frail individuals they had rescued, he hesitated and said, "My lord, what should we do with these people? Bringing them along will cause many inconveniences." At that moment, a man dressed in tattered clothes, his beard unkempt, suddenly spoke up. "You're their leader, aren't you? Thank you for saving us. Do you have any food? I haven't eaten in 2 days." Wu Tianxing frowned, scrutinizing the man before asking bluntly, "Which dynasty and ethnicity are you from?" The man faltered, avoiding the question. "Details like that don't matter. If you have food, give me some. If not, I'll manage on my own." His arrogant tone carried a hint of disdain. Wu Tianxing's eyes turned icy as his voice dropped coldly. "I'll ask you one more time. Your dynasty and ethnicity?" Seeing this, Zhang Feihu stepped forward in one swift motion, grabbing the man by the back of the neck and forcing him to the ground. When the Lord asks, you answer. Stop wasting time. Cough. I'm from the Wei Kingdom, Han ethnicity. The man stammered in panic. Wu Tianxing stared at him coldly. Are you Xiongnu or Jie? The man grew visibly flustered. No, I'm truly Han. Kill him, Wu Tianxing ordered curtly. The man's expression twisted into a snarl as he shouted, how dare you? I am Shirlu, leader of the Jie tribe. You sheep on two leg. Before he could finish, Zhang Feihu's blade flashed, and the man's head rolled to the ground, blood spurting out. Humph, what trash. Zhang Feihu spat disdainfully. Wu Tianxing turned to the remaining 15 individuals, his gaze sharp and piercing. Now, one by one, state your dynasty and ethnicity. Terrified by the gruesome scene, the survivors trembled as they hurriedly began reporting their identities. A group of captives began to state their identities one by one. I am from the Tang dynasty, Han ethnicity. I am from the Song dynasty, Han ethnicity. I am Xianbei, I am Han. Among the 15 captives, there was unexpectedly a Xianbei individual. This made Wu Tianxing frown. He immediately ordered, execute the Xianbei, and take the others back to the village for detailed interrogation. On what grounds are you killing me? Is there no law? The Xianbei man suddenly leapt up, shouting in rage. Without hesitation, Zhang Feihu raised his blade and struck. To him, the command of his lord was as absolute as divine decree. Wu Tianxing watched the scene unfold with a cold, expressionless face. He was all too familiar with the lessons of his past life, how the Xiongnu enslaved the Han people, and how the Jie tribe even resorted to cannibalism. These foreign tribes were enemies of humanity, and he would never allow his village to harbor such a hidden threat. Far too many territories had fallen to internal betrayal after sheltering these outsiders. After dealing with the captives, Wu Tianxing began distributing the spoils of war. He handed the loot from the slain ogre 19 bronze-level cultivation manuals, 15 basic skill books, 12 bronze-tier beginner weapons, and 10 bronze-tier beginner leather armors to Zhang Feihu for distribution. Have Zhang Feibao take 5 men to escort these 14 captives back to the village. That's all for today. Next, he tossed a silver-level cultivation manual and a bronze-tier intermediate hunting longsword to Wang Meng. The sword had an attribute of sharpness 6 and came with a matching intermediate whirlwind/combat technique. Wang Meng fumbled to catch them, immediately dropping to one knee in gratitude. Wu Tianxing kept a piece of bronze-tier intermediate wild bull armor for himself, granting defense 6. The moment he donned the armor, his entire demeanor transformed. The dark armor enveloped his body, the helmet obscured his face, and he exuded an aura of unshakable authority. Around him, his subordinates were either inspecting their newly acquired weapons or sitting cross-legged to practice their cultivation techniques. 10 others remained on alert, vigilantly guarding the vicinity. This sight made Wu Tianxing nod in approval. The stronger his men became, the more confident he felt in his own foothold in this world. At that moment, a series of system announcements rang out. The Asura clan's Asaga has established the Godslayer village, earning 500 gold coins and an advanced legion token. The Ogre clan's Yelu has established the Devourer village, earning 100 gold coins and an intermediate legion token. The Ogre clan's Montu has established the Gluttony village, earning 50 gold coins and a basic legion token. This string of announcements made Wu Tianxing's brows furrow. The Asura clan haunted him like a dark shadow. In his previous life, they were a true army of slaughter. Meanwhile, on a wooden platform elsewhere, a three-turtle ogre leader was flying into a rage. He kicked one of his subordinates away with a furious roar. Useless fools. We were so close to obtaining the advanced legion token. Boil these failures alive. Damn humans, damn Asura clan. With that, he stomped down in fury, smashing through the wooden platform beneath him. After a brief rest, Wu Tianxing led his 29 subordinates in a different direction to continue their exploration. The forest was teeming with wild beasts, with one appearing every few dozen meters, creating significant obstacles for the team's progress. Just as Wu Tianxing struck down an aggressive wild monkey with a single slash, a brilliant light suddenly enveloped his body. A surge of immense power flowed into him, strengthening his physique. This was a sign of leveling up. Wu Tianxing immediately opened his attribute panel, and the data before him lifted his spirits. Wu Tianxing. Race, human. Title, village chief. Reputation, 0. Aptitude, level. Realm, star disciple, tier 2. Strength, 200. Spirit, 1. Technique, chaos god and demon art. Chaos skill, basic spear technique. Equipment, ancient infinite ring bronze, black iron spear bronze, basic, wild bull armor bronze, intermediate. Money, 1,262. Luck, 10. Soul, 100. Free attribute points, 5. Inventory included, Advanced Legion Command Token Bronze, Electric System Blueprint, Basic Barracks, True Village Establishment Order, 3 Basic Forging Workshop Blueprints, 3 Basic Alchemy Workshop Blueprints, 2 Basic Warehouse Blueprints, and 3 Basic Arrow Tower Blueprints. No wonder this Chaos level technique is so incredible. Leveling up once grants 5 free attribute points, Wu Tianxing remarked. He distributed the points in a 3-to-2 ratio between strength and spirit. The final stats were updated as follows. Strength, 5200. Spirit, 3. Clenching his fist, Wu Tianxing could feel the surging power within him. The additional 200 attribute boost provided by the Legion Command Token granted him an effective strength of 15 points equivalent to 1,500 kilograms of force, enough to easily lift a small car. This explained why the game had such a slow leveling system. As for the 2 points allocated to spirit, it was a necessary compromise. In the ancient world, human players couldn't let the gap between their 2 attributes exceed a 1-to-2 ratio. Otherwise, their physical body would collapse, or their soul would extinguish a lesson learned through countless painful experiences in the previous timeline. Congratulations on leveling up, my lord. Zhang Feihu bowed respectfully, his face beaming with genuine happiness. Wu Tianxing patted him on the shoulder. Your experience must be full as well, right? Once we return, and you finish cultivating your technique, you'll level up soon. Yes, not just me, Feibao and Wang Tu have also maxed out their experience. Zhang Feihu replied with a nod. Good. Let's aim to max out everyone's experience today. Wu Tianxing gazed ahead at a bare hill in the distance and said softly, let's move. We're almost there. Upon closer inspection, the hill turned out to be quite imposing, standing at least several dozen meters tall. The group scoured the area, hacking through obstacles and clearing paths with their weapons. Half an hour later, Zhang Feihu came running back with excitement. My lord, we found mineral deposits, iron ore and sandstone. Excellent. Wu Tianxing clapped his hands in excitement and exclaimed, with these resources, our village will develop rapidly. Zhang Feihu stood before the vein of ore, his initial excitement fading into a hint of concern. My lord, this place is over 20 kilometers from the village and deep in the forest. The villagers can't possibly come all this way. Wu Tianxing's lips curved into a relaxed smile. No need to worry. For now, we just need to take enough or for our immediate needs. My lord, are you suggesting we only extract enough for weapons and daily necessities today? Zhang Feihu asked thoughtfully. Exactly, just enough will do. Wu Tianxing nodded. Extract as much as you can. I'll store some in my spatial ring, and the rest you can carry back. Understood. Zhang Feihu gave a respectful salute and quickly headed toward the Urvain. At that moment, a world announcement suddenly echoed. The Asura race's ALOF has become the 9th to establish a village, naming it Asura King Village. Reward: 50 gold coins and 1 low-level Legion order. Wu Tianxing's brows furrowed. In such a short time, there were already 9 village founders, 4 from the cannibal race, 4 from the Asura race, and only himself representing the human race. This explained why the human race had been so disadvantaged in the previous life. Falling behind even slightly led to a cascade of setbacks. As he pondered, another announcement followed. The human race's Xiong Yu has become the 10th to establish a village, naming it Reincarnation Village. Reward: 50 gold coins and 1 low-level Legion order. Wu Tianxing's eyes lit up. Xiong Yu, the leader of one of the top human factions in his past life. Soon after, the system announced the activation of the world rankings, power rankings, and communication system. On the world rankings, Wu Tianxing's Star Marshal Village topped the list with 3,380 points, while Xiong Yu, despite being the last to establish a village, had already climbed to 8th place. On the power rankings, Wu Tianxing was also far ahead with a score of 26. Gazing at the rankings, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. His hard work over the past days had paid off. With his chaos-level cultivation method and elite legion, he had established a clear advantage in the early stages. If he could maintain this momentum, the gap would only widen further. Wu Tianxing browsed through the communication system, his brows furrowed. A provocative message caught his attention. Yi Lu, Wu Tianxing of the human race, prepare to be devoured. Ming Tu, he's mine, huh? Seems like they think I'm an easy target. Wu Tianxing sneered and shut down the communication system without hesitation. To him, verbal sparring was pointless, only a real fight would determine the outcome. Master, the mining is nearly done. Please come and collect the resources. Wang Tu's voice called out from a distance. Wu Tianxing hurried over, but was stunned by the sight before him, a massive mountain of ores piled high. He frowned in frustration. His spatial ring had a capacity of only 10 cubic meters and was already filled with various beast carcasses. Left with no better option, he discarded half of the carcasses to make room for the ores. Even so, a significant amount of ore remained on the ground. Everyone, take as much as you can carry without hindering your movement. Leave the rest here for now, Wu Tianxing instructed, watching as his subordinates efficiently packed the ores into their bags. Let's go. We'll take a detour back to the village and farm some experience points along the way. On the way back, they unexpectedly encountered a brown bear, which dropped a general stone. Wu Tianxing immediately checked its attributes. Using it would increase his strength by 50 and grant him an innate general skill. Without hesitation, he used the general stone. A surge of information flooded his mind, coalescing into a golden rune. The system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations to Wu Tianxing for learning the general skill Berserk. Instantly doubles base strength for 1 minute. Afterward, enters a weakened state for 1 hour. Cooldown, 12 hours. Just as Wu Tianxing was preparing to continue forward, a scout hurriedly approached. Master, we've spotted about 200 Shura clan members ahead. A glint of cold determination flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes. After a moment of thought, he ordered, mark their location and take a detour. Despite having acquired the general skill, his current strength was insufficient to face such a large number of Shura clan members. The Berserk skill only lasted a minute, and his 29 subordinates could, at best, handle around 50 enemies. By sunset, the group finally returned to the village. As they stepped into the village entrance, Wang Sun approached to greet them. Welcome back, master. No need for formalities. Sit and talk. Wu Tianxing gestured. Everything in the village is fine, I assume? After Wang Sun took a seat, he respectfully reported to Wu Tianxing. Today, while the villagers were cutting wood in the southern forest, one of them was injured by a wild beast. My lord, I suggest we send more people tomorrow to clear the area around the forest. Otherwise, the villagers will be too afraid to go near it. We intended to clear it today, but it was postponed to search for iron ore, Wu Tianxing replied decisively. Now that the iron ore has been found, tomorrow we'll divide our forces into teams and clear everything within a 5-kilometer radius of the village. This will prepare us for the next step in upgrading the village. He paused as another thought struck him. By the way, among the 100 or so new villagers today, how many have a grade qualification suitable for military service? 30 people. When Zhang Feibao returned, I handed them over to him. He's already leading a team to the southern forest to deal with the wild beasts. Wu Tianxing tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his brows furrowed. We're still short on manpower. At this pace, the village will be ready for an upgrade in 3 days. By then, the army will only have around 150 people. When the village upgrades, every creature within a 10-kilometer radius will become aware of Xingwu village's location, and will undoubtedly face attacks from various species. He contemplated for a moment before continuing. We'll have to strike first. Let's preemptively clear out the creatures within a 10-kilometer radius. That way, the upgrade process will be much smoother. Afterward, Wu Tianxing handed over the blueprints obtained today to Wang Sun. Uncle Wang, assign people to construct these facilities. Start as soon as the materials are ready. Prioritize building the barracks and the power system. Also, have someone deal with the wild beast carcasses and the minerals at the entrance. Wang Sun acknowledged the orders and left. By dinner time, Zhang Feibao arrived, bringing with him a stranger seeking an audience. Let them in, Wu Tianxing said, curious but agreeing nonetheless. The moment Zhang Feibao entered, he saluted and said, Greetings, my lord. No need for formalities, Wu Tianxing replied, his gaze shifting to the stranger. The man stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings, village chief. I am one of the survivors you rescued from the ogre tribe. Though the man's appearance was ordinary, his upright posture and natural military demeanor immediately caught Wu Tianxing's attention. My name is Gao Shun, the man continued. I was once a commander. Although the world has been reset, and everyone now has the chance to choose anew, the fire in my heart remains. I specifically asked Zhang Feibao to introduce me, hoping for the opportunity to serve in the military. Hearing the name, Gao Shun, Wu Tianxing was overjoyed internally but maintained a calm expression. It's fortuitous. Our Xingwu village is newly established and lacks experienced leaders. Hey race, what'll do will assign the 30 new recruits from today to you. Can you lead them to carve out a future for Xingwu village? I will not fail your trust, my lord. Gao Shun stood tall, his voice ringing with conviction. A system notification sounded immediately. Ding. Congratulations, player Wu Tianxing has received the loyalty of Advanced General Gao Shun. Gao Shun. Race, human. Title, Advanced General. Reputation, 0. Aptitude, yellow grade. Realm, Star Disciple, first stage. Combat power, 150. Spirit, 1. Technique, Infinite Demon Technique. Gold tier skills, Basic Blade Techniques, Demon Slayer. Advanced General Skill. Equipment, none. Wealth, 0. Soul, 20. Free attribute points, 0. Items, Advanced Legion Command Bronze tier. Seeing Gao Shun's attribute panel, Wu Tianxing could no longer contain his joy and burst into hearty laughter. Historical generals truly live up to their reputation starting at the peak of their prowess. He comes equipped with an Advanced General's title and a high-level Legion token, and even his cultivation technique is of a golden grade. If he advances to the second tier and utilizes the Legion token, his combat strength will reach 16 points, surpassing Wu Tianxing's power before he used the General Stone. It's worth noting that the Advanced General's title provides a 150 attribute boost, and the Advanced Legion token adds another 150, resulting in a total increase of 300, which is 50 higher than Wu Tianxing's current strength. No wonder Wu Tianxing burst into laughter with excitement. In the previous era, historical generals were occasionally recruited, but such cases were rare. Most ended up serving in territories founded by historical figures. Wu Tianxing's ability to recruit Gao Shun was due to a combination of luck, being the first to establish a village, and saving Gao Shun's life. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, these figures would conceal their identities and eventually leave to join other territories, leaving you unaware of their existence. All right, you may leave and get some rest, Wu Tianxing said. Yes, my lord. We take our leave, the two men responded with a bow. In the middle of the night, a beast's roar interrupted Wu Tianxing's cultivation. He immediately opened his eyes and quickly stepped out of his room. Bang Roar standing at the doorway, he looked toward the source of the sound and saw several people surrounding a three-meter-tall wild beast. Howl Bang the beast came fast but died even faster, succumbing to Wang Tu and the others' coordinated assault in less than a minute. As Wu Tianxing approached, he realized it was a giant gorilla. Upon seeing his lord, Wang Tu quickly knelt on one knee and said, "Forgive me, my lord, for allowing the beast to disturb you." Wu Tianxing smiled faintly and replied, "No harm done. Are you all alright? No issues here. I've already advanced to Star Disciple Tier 2, so killing this beast posed no real danger." No one was injured, Wang Tu said with a relaxed expression. "That's good. Take turns standing guard and make sure no beasts get into the village and harm the villagers." Wu Tianxing glanced at the dark surroundings and continued, "Once the village upgrades to a town and we have walls, things will be much better. For now, I can only rely on your efforts." Wang Tu and the others immediately responded loudly, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. This is our duty." After giving them a few more instructions, Wu Tianxing returned to continue his cultivation. Whoosh at 6 o'clock in the morning, Wu Tianxing got up from bed, stretched lazily, and felt refreshed. He checked his cultivation progress and confirmed that his grade aptitude was indeed much stronger than his previous grade aptitude. With the grade, progressing 30 in one night would have been impressive, but now it had passed the halfway mark. With just one more night of cultivation, he could fully master the Star Disciple Tier 2 technique. It's time to head back. Thinking of his adorable younger sister at home, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but smile. "Log out," he called out with focus. In his new rented apartment, Wu Tianxing's figure suddenly materialized. Knock, 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 knock. The moment he appeared, he heard urgent knocking at the door. Glancing around the room and not seeing his sister, he assumed she hadn't returned yet. Walking to the door and opening it, he was surprised to find a stunningly beautiful woman, looking as striking as a celebrity, but with a face full of panic. Zhang Xiaoxiao froze the moment the door opened. She had climbed from the first floor to the fifth, only to find every door tightly shut except for this one. "Hello, can I help you?" The man standing inside the doorway asked, his face expressionless. Snapping out of her daze, Zhang Xiaoxiao stammered, panic written all over her face. "Hello, could I stay at your place for just one night? My friend will come to pick me up tomorrow." "No, I don't take in strangers," Wu Tianxing refused with a frown. Although the woman in front of him was strikingly beautiful, he had no intention of inviting trouble during such chaotic times, especially since his home was stocked with supplies, and more importantly, he and his sister were about to enter the archaic world shortly. "I can sleep on the couch, just for one night," Zhang Xiaoxiao pleaded desperately. At that moment, Wu Xiaojing emerged from the archaic world, curiously poking her head out. "Brother, who's at the door?" "A stranger asking to stay the night," Wu Tianxing replied, shaking his head. Seeing Wu Xiaojing, Zhang Xiaoxiao clung to a sliver of hope like it was her lifeline. "Please, I'm begging you. Just one night. There are plenty of other households in this building. Try asking someone else," Wu Tianxing said and was about to close the door when his expression suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the stairwell. In an instant, he yanked Zhang Xiaoxiao inside and shut the door firmly. Zhang Xiaoxiao collapsed onto the couch, sobbing quietly. Wu Tianxing peered through the peephole, while Wu Xiaojing clung nervously to his arm. Suddenly, a wolf dog the size of a calf darted into view at the stairwell. Its massive jaws dripped with fresh blood. Wu Tianxing's brow furrowed, hadn't expected the animal mutations to begin so early in this lifetime. In his previous life, this stage hadn't started until 5 days in, with intelligence developing around 10 days later. This dangerous creature had to be dealt with immediately. If it grew any stronger, even the iron doors wouldn't be enough to keep it out. Without hesitation, Wu Tianxing sprang into action. The door swung open, and he shot out like a shadow. The wolf dog, following its nose toward the scent, didn't even have time to react before Wu Tianxing seized its head with lightning speed. With a sickening crack, He twisted its head 2 full rotations. The massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud, and only then did Wu Tianxing's figure become visible. Staring down at the enormous wolf-dog carcass, Wu Tianxing fell into thought. What should he do with such a massive body? As for eating it, he wasn't short on food supplies at the moment, and with the power outage imminent, there'd be no way to store it in the fridge for long. At that moment, Wu Xiaojing woke up with a start at the doorway. She instinctively let out a sharp scream but quickly realized the situation and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Although she had long grown accustomed to facing such beasts in the archaic world, seeing this scene in reality still left her momentarily stunned. She rushed over to Wu Tianxing's side, her hands gently patting and checking him all over, her eyes filled with worry. "All right, stop fussing." Wu Tianxing lightly tapped her on the head, a doting smile on his face. "Brother, when did you become so amazing? I only saw a blur, and then you took down this huge beast." Wu Xiaojing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Wu Tianxing. "You'll be just as strong one day. All right, go back inside for now. I need to take care of this body." Okay, be careful." Wu Xiaojing nodded enthusiastically, her face still brimming with barely contained excitement. Watching his sister's retreating figure as she headed back inside, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but shake his head with a small laugh. Heh, she's so carefree. Typically, girls would be scared out of their wits by such a gruesome scene. But she, on the other hand, looked thrilled. Looking down at the wolf's carcass, Wu Tianxing frowned. He couldn't just leave the body lying in the street. The scent of blood could attract more beasts. As he pondered his dilemma, his gaze fell on the ring on his finger, and an idea struck him. He tentatively tapped the wolf's body, and sure enough, it vanished instantly. This chaos-grade spatial ring was truly extraordinary. Even though it was sealed, it could still function in the real world. Ordinary equipment needed a true designation to be usable in reality. The perfect tool for looting, Wu Tianxing said smugly, clapping his hands. Of course, items from reality couldn't be taken into the archaic world, and the wolf's carcass he stored could only be viewed, not retrieved. When he returned inside, he saw Wu Xiaojing chatting animatedly with the beautiful woman. As soon as she noticed him, the woman stood up, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. "Sorry to trouble you, and thank you for saving me. I will definitely find a way to repay you in the future." She had already learned from Wu Xiaojing that this young man had single-handedly subdued a wolf the size of a calf, and she couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. "No need for repayment. There's nothing you could offer that I'd want anyway," Wu Tianxing said, waving his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Standing nearby, Wu Xiaojing rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that her brother was great at everything except his sheer bluntness. Wasn't this the kind of moment where he should say something polite and chivalrous? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaoxiao stood there awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Wu Tianxing, however, was entirely unbothered. "I'll go make dinner. You two keep chatting," he said, heading straight for the kitchen without sparing Zhang Xiaoxiao another glance. Zhang Xiaoxiao noticed the unwelcoming expression on Wu Tianxing's face. However, she didn't dare take a single step out of the room outside. There were not only ferocious guard dogs but also half-meter-tall wild cats and equally large rats roaming around, preying on people. Although Wu Tianxing's demeanor made her uneasy, his presence gave her a sense of safety she had never felt before. She thought back to the constant hiding and running she had endured since morning, the life-threatening fear still fresh in her mind. If not for her relatively strong mental resilience, she might have already broken down. "Can you ask your brother to let me stay here for just one night? I really have nowhere else to go," Zhang Xiaoxiao pleaded with Wu Xiaojing, her face full of bitterness. "I'm afraid to ask him. He might get mad at me," Wu Xiaojing replied hesitantly. She wanted to help but was clearly more afraid of angering her brother, especially since this was their first encounter. Wu Tianxing's cooking skills seemed quite good, as he quickly served up 3 dishes and a soup. While eating, Wu Xiaojing kept stealing glances at her brother. Finally, she mustered the courage to speak softly. "Brother, we'll know the secret of entering the ancient world in just 2 more days anyway. I think we should let Sister Xiaoxiao stay. If we send her out, she might not even make it far before being attacked by wild animals." Her words made sense. After all, she was just a student who hadn't yet been hardened by the apocalypse and still held on to her innate kindness. Besides, it was likely that many people had already begun entering the ancient world. The news just hadn't spread widely yet. Wu Tianxing glanced at his sister calmly. As a reborn individual, he knew many secrets ahead of time. 3 years of surviving in the apocalypse had made him extremely cautious, though not yet outright cunning. His greatest concern was accidentally revealing his unique knowledge and abilities, which could bring disaster upon him and his sister. His past life had shown him the ugly side of humanity under the shadow of death, selfishness, greed, deceit, and the abandonment of morals for survival. He wasn't cold-hearted, but he refused to take unnecessary risks. Even with his current abilities, it would be difficult to fend off a large group or navigate complex schemes. Looking at his sister's conflicted expression, he felt a moment of reflection. Perhaps it was people like her, those who still held on to their kindness, that allowed humanity to endure in the apocalypse. If everyone only looked out for themselves and abandoned the last traces of compassion, humanity might have perished long ago. You're Zhang Xiaoxiao, right? I have a few questions for you. Wu Tianxing finally decided to gather more information. He realized that he might be overly cautious during the early stages of the apocalypse. Besides, his sister was right, sending someone out could very well be a death sentence. What's your situation? Where's your home? He asked. Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately seized the opportunity and quickly replied, I'm from Jingcheng. I came to Gongju City for work. Before I could finish my business, all this chaos broke out. But I've already contacted a friend, and they promised to pick me up tomorrow. I just need a place to stay for one night. Hearing the mention of Jingcheng, Wu Tianxing's brows furrowed slightly but soon relaxed. All right, you can stay for now, he said. As for her claim that someone would come for her tomorrow, he inwardly scoffed. This was no longer a time of peace. Who would risk themselves to pick her up? After that, he paid her no further attention. Once he finished cleaning up the dishes, he sat on the sofa with a glass of water, engrossed in his phone. Wu Tianxing stared at his phone screen, where news outlets and social media platforms were flooded with updates about the impending internet outage. Keyboard warriors were scrambling to post apocalyptic theories, making him shake his head in quiet disbelief. This time, the doomsday prophecies seemed to be coming true. Scrolling through the feed, he noticed a peculiar post. Someone had uncovered the secret to entering the archaic era and shared it publicly, though it was quickly buried under a torrent of other information. This discovery made Wu Tianxing's expression gradually grow serious. He suddenly realized how little he actually knew about the actions of the higher-ups in his previous life. Logically, a nation's resources should have been enough to uncover the method for entering the archaic era, yet the authorities had never released any relevant reports. What was even more puzzling was that, during those 3 years in the previous timeline, the country's military seemed to vanish without a trace at the onset of the apocalypse. While there was indeed a faction claiming to represent the government, their strength was only middling among the human forces, which was clearly abnormal. It seems things aren't as simple as they appear, Wu Tianxing thought to himself. I need to strengthen myself as quickly as possible. Only by becoming powerful enough can I handle any unforeseen challenges. As he continued to comb through his memories from before his rebirth, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. The memories of those 3 years were too fragmented. Aside from a few well-known major events, he knew almost nothing of the hidden truths. Perhaps this was the plight of those at the bottom of society in the apocalypse. Even winning a fight with a stray dog over scraps of food wasn't guaranteed. Just then, a raised voice interrupted his thoughts. Wu Xiaojing, his sister, called out, Xiaoxiaji, what brings you to Princess City? Wu Tianxing turned his head and caught his sister winking at him, a clear signal that she was trying to extract information. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. Zhang Xiaoxiao replied loudly, I'm from the capital. I came here 2 days ago with some friends to scout the market and plan to start a business. But as soon as we arrived, things went wrong. My friend went missing after heading out yesterday. This morning, I got so hungry that I went out to find food, only to run into these monsters attacking anyone they saw. I panicked and ran into this building, knocking on doors, but no one opened except for you. Her deliberately amplified voice seemed aimed at someone in particular. Wu Tianxing listened with a faint smile. This information wasn't particularly useful to him, was merely trying to confirm whether Zhang Xiaoxiao had any connections in Princess City that might complicate matters in the future due to their proximity. He had no interest in scheming or plotting. He simply lacked the time and energy for such things. Considering Zhang Xiaoxiao's weak foothold in this area, he decided not to worry too much. Alone, she couldn't stir up much trouble. After returning to his room, Wu Tianxing's figure flickered and disappeared, instantly reappearing in the ancient world. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw Wang Sun already waiting outside. Master! Wang Sun quickly stepped forward and bowed. I got delayed a bit. Where are Zhang Feihu and the others now? Wu Tianxing gestured with a wave of his hand. Reporting to you, Master, Zhang Feihu, Zhang Feibao, and Wang Tu have each taken 10 men to explore the terrain in the east, west, and north respectively in preparation for upgrading the village. Gao Shun has led 30 men south to clear out wild beasts, making it easier for the villagers to gather wood. Wu Tianxing paused to think for a moment before asking, have the refugees been refreshed for today? Not yet. They refresh at noon every day, so it should be soon, Wang Sun replied, glancing at the sky. All right, I'll wait. Once the refugees appear, pick out those fit to be soldiers. This afternoon, I'll personally lead them out of the village. Wu Tianxing understood clearly that in this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Strength was everything. Only the strong could survive, while the weak faced certain death. At 1 p.m., Wu Tianxing stood at the village entrance. looking at the 33 new recruits standing awkwardly before him. Though their appearance was somewhat comical, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. These were the seeds of an Ogres troop. While they were still raw now, each one of them had the potential to become a force to be reckoned with. Move out, Wu Tianxing commanded with authority, his presence imposing. For the next 2 days, he led his men in clearing out the areas surrounding the village, preparing for its upgrade. Meanwhile, more and more players began establishing their own villages. At 7 p.m., Wu Tianxing sat in the main seat, with Wang Ming, Wang Sun, Wang Tu, Zhang Feihu, Zhang Feibao, and Gao Shun seated on either side of him. He stared intently at the leaderboard, sighing deeply after a long silence. Among the top 100 on the world leaderboard, only 15 spots were held by the human race, and all of those were established by historical figures. Aside from himself, there wasn't a single modern human on the list. The combat power rankings were even worse, with only 10 humans making the cut. This starkly highlighted the disadvantage of the human race compared to the Ogres and the Asuras. But this was just the beginning. In a few days, the demon race would awaken their intelligence, marking the true challenge. The sheer numbers of the demon race, ranging from creatures as massive as dinosaurs to as small as ants, far exceeded the combined populations of the human, Asura, and Ogre races. Though the demon race was scattered, only a few could rise to dominance. However, once a demon king emerged, their followers would swarm like a tidal wave. In his previous life, many human territories had been destroyed by the demon race. Wu Tianxing rubbed his temples, his gaze sweeping over the group in front of him. The village's current population is 612. We have 5 different types of basic buildings, and all necessary materials are ready. Tomorrow, we will begin upgrading the village, he said with a serious tone. However, we must remain vigilant. The upgrade process will inevitably attract attacks from creatures. After all, anyone who conquers our village will receive generous rewards from the ancient system. Understood, my lord. Zhang Feihu and the others straightened their backs and responded in unison. Zhang Feihu then stood up. My lord, regarding tomorrow's upgrade schedule, also, we currently have 100 elite Legion soldiers and 50 advanced Legion soldiers, of which 30 have not yet advanced. I'd like to take them out early tomorrow to level up. Wu Tianxing smiled and waved his hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. For a mere village upgrade, our 120 advanced soldiers are more than sufficient. What I want is for you to ensure 0 casualties among the soldiers. He was well aware that in his previous life, many had completed similar upgrades with only 50 second-tier soldiers. If 120 second-tier soldiers failed, it could only be attributed to cruel fate. Seeing that Zhang Feihu seemed hesitant to speak further, Wu Tianxing decisively added, even if we did fail, having those extra 30 soldiers wouldn't change the outcome. That's enough, everyone. Go rest. Gather here tomorrow morning. Once the others had left, Wu Tianxing sat alone in the main seat, lost in thought as he meticulously reviewed his plan for any potential oversights. He silently assessed his current state. Village Chief, Junior Marshal General title. Reputation, 0. Aptitude, S. Realm, Star Disciple, Tier 3. Strength, 9250. Spirit, 5. Cultivation method, Chaos God and Demon Technique. Chaos skills, Basic Spear Technique, Basic Archery, Basic Blade Technique, Berserk. Junior Marshal General skills. Equipment, Ancient Infinite Ring Bronze Grade, Swift Spear Bronze Mid Grade, Wild Bull Armor Bronze Mid Grade. Money, 7,805. Luck, 10. Soul, 100. Free attribute points, 0. Items, Elite Legion Order Bronze Grade, True Village Building Order. In just 2 days, Wu Tianxing had advanced to Tier 3 as a Star Disciple. At full power, his strength could reach 31, with an attack force of a staggering 3,100 kilograms. This rapid growth was a testament to the unique allure of the ancient world. The next morning, Wu Tianxing returned to reality for breakfast. The person Zhang Xiaoxiao had mentioned to pick him up never showed, but he didn't question it. While eating, he noticed Zhang Xiaoxiao's strange glances at him, guessing that she might have seen his name on the leaderboard. When Wu Xiaojing subtly probed him twice, he chose to remain silent. He understood the importance of keeping a low profile until he had the strength to protect himself. Stepping out of the village chief's house, Wu Tianxing headed straight for the military camp. From the outside, the camp seemed to cover only about 500 square meters. However, upon entering, it revealed a massive space of nearly 5,000 square meters. Although this wasn't Wu Tianxing's first time inside, he always felt as if he were stepping into another world. Master, Zhang Feihu and the others quickly approached and bowed as Wu Tianxing entered. No need for formalities, Wu Tianxing said, waving his hand. He then walked over and stood before the 150 soldiers. Greetings, Master. The soldiers shouted in unison, dropping to one knee. Stand up, Wu Tianxing commanded. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the soldiers with a serious expression and said, Today marks the day our Xingwu village is upgraded. It's also the day we begin our journey onto the world stage. This world is vast and dangerous, but if we want to live well, we must pick up our weapons and fight for ourselves and for our families. The desolate world has just opened. Whether it's for the next generation or for the survival of the human race, we must carve out a place for ourselves in this unknown land. Pausing for a moment, Wu Tianxing's tone grew impassioned as he continued. I hope none of you will fall behind. Together, let's witness the miracles of this world and climb to its pinnacle. Do you have the confidence? Yes. The soldiers roared, their voices shaking the air. Wu Tianxing's aura surged as his hair and beard fluttered wildly. He shouted again. Do you have the confidence? Yes, yes, yes. The 150 soldiers stood tall, their collective energy soaring skyward. Their eyes burned with determination as they shouted in unison. Zhang Feihu and the others beside Wu Tianxing couldn't help but feel their blood boil, joining in the rallying cries. Looking at the 150 fierce and determined Ogres soldiers under his command, Wu Tianxing felt a surge of confidence. Zhang Feihu, he called out. Here. Zhang Feihu responded immediately. Bring out the equipment and distribute it to everyone. Wu Tianxing ordered. Yes. Zhang Feihu quickly selected 20 soldiers and led them out. Before long, they returned, carrying boxes into the camp. When the boxes were opened, they revealed neatly arranged sets of armor and weapons. Wu Tianxing's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the equipment. With these, he was determined to avoid any casualties among his soldiers. His plan was clear: to upgrade the village without sacrificing a single soldier. The equipment included standard bronze spear basic attribute, sharpness 3. Standard bronze armor basic attribute, defense 3. Standard bronze longbow basic attribute, sharpness 3. Each of you will receive a set. Put it on, even if you haven't learned the corresponding basic martial skills yet. You can learn those later. For now, just equip yourselves, Wu Tianxing said calmly, waving his hand. As the soldiers lined up to receive their gear, Wu Tianxing left the camp without lingering. The entire village was abuzz with activity, as everyone knew today was the day the village would be upgraded. Many villagers wore solemn expressions as they busied themselves under Wang Sun's direction. Walking around the village, Wu Tianxing observed the preparations. In every direction, 10-meter-tall arrow towers had been erected, and the village was surrounded by a wooden palisade. Unfortunately, the initial village didn't come with a proper wall. Only after upgrading would one be built. For now, the wooden barricade provided some defense, albeit a fragile one. Still, it was better than nothing. After completing his inspection, Wu Tianxing returned to the village hall. He approached the Lord's monument and touched it with his hand. Xingwu Village. Grade: Basic Village Divine Seal active. Popularity: 75. Attributes: 50 territory popularity, 300 attraction of roaming settlers, 100 crop yield. Traits: 100 cultivation speed within territory, 1 qualification for villagers, attracts 1 strayed settler every 10 days. Population: 612,500. Area: 1 square kilometer. Treasury: 1,000 gold separate from personal funds. Buildings: Village Chief's Hall, Basic Barracks, Basic Warehouse, Basic Market, Basic Tavern, Power System, Basic Alchemy Workshop 5, Basic Blacksmith Workshop 5, Basic Arrow Towers 8, Wooden Houses 100. Materials: wood 12,000, iron ore 2,200, stone 8,000, food 2,200. Upgrade requirements: 500 villagers, 5 different buildings, popularity 70. Seal unlock requirement: void stone. Taking a deep breath, Wu Tianxing reviewed the village's attributes and declared, upgrade. Ding. Would you like to spend 800 gold to upgrade the buildings? Wu Tianxing frowned. In his previous life, he had never built a village and hadn't realized upgrading would require gold. Wu Tianxing carefully read through the system's introduction, and a faint smile gradually appeared on his lips. It turned out that after upgrading the village, not only would the buildings take on a completely refreshed appearance, but the performance of various facilities would also see significant improvements. For example, the arrow tower would be upgraded from its current capability of targeting creatures with a combat power of 3 or less to being able to pierce through creatures with a combat power of 6. The weapon workshop and alchemy workshop would also be expanded to become even more grand, accommodating more personnel. Upgrade. Wu Tianxing made up his mind immediately. While it was possible to develop the village slowly without spending gold coins, that approach would ultimately limit the village's long-term growth. As soon as he made his decision, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed, prompting Wu Tianxing to close his eyes instinctively. A few seconds later, the light dissipated, and it seemed as if nothing had changed. The system announcement promptly echoed across the world channel. Human Wu Tianxing has become the first to upgrade his village, Xingwu Village, to an intermediate level village. Special rewards: 1,000 gold coins and a blueprint for an advanced library, This announcement stirred varied reactions among the powerful figures of different races. The Ogre tribe's leader, Yalu, was leading his people through a mountain valley when he heard the news. His expression darkened, and he growled through gritted teeth, "Wu Tianxing of the human race, if I find you, I will tear you apart and devour you alive." In the Asura race's Shershan village, Asa Jia's face turned icy cold, and he let out a furious roar. "Kill!" Deep in the jungle, a young man in military uniform looked up at the sky and calmly commanded, "Find out as soon as possible whether this person is from ancient times or the modern era." On a small island, a short young man cursed angrily, "Damn it! Stupid Chinese people." In a distant valley, a middle-aged man with golden hair, dressed in a pristine white suit, spoke gloomily, "Speed up. We are the true rulers of this world." Meanwhile, in another village, a fully armed Zhang Xiaoxiao stood beside a heroic-looking woman. Upon hearing the announcement, she was visibly shaken. Her companion asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xiaoxiao?" Zhang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath to steady herself and replied, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect someone from the human race to be this remarkable, upgrading their village so quickly." The woman gazed into the distance and murmured, "Indeed. I'd love to meet this hero someday." At that moment, Wu Tianxing was holding the blueprint for the advanced library, barely able to contain his excitement. In his previous life, such blueprints were incredibly rare and highly sought-after treasures. The greatest advantage of the library was that once a martial art or skill manual was placed inside, anyone could learn from it infinitely by paying gold coins, no longer restricted by the 1% manual rule. This made it an indispensable facility for any territory aiming for growth and development. After all, there were currently too few soldiers to make it a pressing issue, but as their numbers grew, it would become impossible to provide enough martial techniques and cultivation methods for everyone to learn. The existence of the library pavilion perfectly addressed this problem. Understanding this, Wu Tianxing had not been overly concerned about cultivation methods before. He knew that for any territory to achieve sustainable development, a library pavilion was an indispensable core structure. Without it, a territory would eventually be left behind by the times. What was even more thrilling was that this was a special-grade library pavilion. Wu Tianxing's hands trembled slightly with excitement. A special-grade library pavilion could accommodate and enhance diamond-level cultivation methods and special-grade martial techniques, a stark contrast to a basic library pavilion, which could only support bronze-level methods. Even placing silver-level methods in a basic library pavilion would be utterly futile. Carefully, Wu Tianxing stored the blueprint of the library pavilion in his spatial ring before taking a moment to observe the changes around him. The village chief's hall, originally just a few dozen square meters, had expanded to around 200 square meters, giving it a spacious and grand appearance. Stepping outside the hall, an even more striking transformation unfolded before his eyes. The buildings throughout the village had become not only taller but also more refined in appearance. The surrounding walls had been upgraded to sturdy wooden barriers, 3 meters high. In the distance, a brand new redwood structure stood out prominently, with a large plaque above its entrance bearing the words "Market." Having been preoccupied with other matters over the past few days, Wu Tianxing suddenly remembered that he had yet to visit the newly completed market. He walked quickly toward it, while curious villagers around him also admired the revitalized village. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a spacious 500-square-meter hall. Around the hall, several independent compartments were arranged, while a large screen resembling a modern television hung prominently at the front. Below the screen was a platform etched with various symbols, clearly a device for transmitting goods. Wu Tianxing headed straight for the large screen. The smaller screens and platforms within the compartments mirrored the hall setup, designed to ensure privacy during transactions. Using his village chief's privileges, he activated the screen, which immediately displayed options such as weapons, potions, and miscellaneous items. The most eye-catching feature, however, was the system auction house option in the center. Given that few territories currently had markets, the regular trading area was bound to be quiet. Wu Tianxing directly selected the system auction house. As expected, 5 items were listed: a beginner general stone starting price 5,000 gold coins, buyout price 50,000, a silver grade weapon starting price 1,000, buyout price 10,000, a silver grade cultivation method starting price 20,000, buyout price 200,000, a void breaking pearl starting price 5,000, buyout price 50,000, and a blueprint for a standard light crossbow starting price 1,000, buyout price 10,000. Seeing these steep prices, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. The auction mechanism was equally frustrating. If no one bid higher within 24 hours, the item could be secured, but if someone outbid, the cycle restarted, requiring another 24-hour wait. Only during the weekly updates could this rule be bypassed, but even then, it was a matter of the highest bidder winning, favoring those quick to act. Lacking sufficient funds, Wu Tianxing had no choice but to place minimum bids on the silver grade weapon, beginner general stone, and standard light crossbow blueprint. Glancing at the 2 days remaining until the next update, he shook his head and left the market. As for the auction results, he could only leave it up to fate. When the lower-level village began upgrading to a mid-level village, an invisible wave of information spread out, allowing all creatures within a 10-kilometer radius to clearly perceive the village's exact location in their minds. This awareness would last for 12 hours. Wu Tianxing was in no rush, as he had already cleared most of the wild beasts within a 5-kilometer radius over the past 2 days. After leaving the market, he saw Zhang Feihu leading soldiers to quickly disperse toward the village's 4 gates. He chose to follow the group heading toward the eastern gate, as his earlier reconnaissance indicated that the eastern side had the highest concentration of beasts. The 150 soldiers were distributed strategically. Zhang Feihu led 60 men to guard the eastern gate. Zhang Feibao took 30 to the western gate. Wang Tu commanded 30 at the southern gate, and Gao Shun managed 30 at the northern gate. Standing before the eastern gate, Wu Tianxing gazed into the distance and could already see scattered beasts gradually converging toward the village. Lord, beasts have also started appearing from the north and south, though their numbers are far fewer than in the east. As for the west, no beasts have been spotted yet, reported Wang Ming, one of the guards, as he ran up, panting heavily. This aligned with Wu Tianxing's expectations. The western side led to an open plain at the valley's exit, which he had used to enter earlier. Beasts were scarce in that area, but for safety, troops were still stationed there. By noon, the warm April sunlight bathed the soldiers, bringing a hint of drowsiness. However, the scene before them kept everyone alert. A growing horde of beasts packed the horizon, filling the view. Birds circled in the sky while land beasts charged forward in waves. A rough estimate put their number at over 1,000. This figure made Wu Tianxing's expression turn grim. In his previous experience of upgrading to a mid-level village, the total number of beasts from all directions had been only about 300. This unexpected surge likely had something to do with the unique ecological environment of this valley. Archers, prepare to aim at the birds. Zhang Feihu shouted sharply. 50 soldiers drew their standard longbows in perfect unison, their arrowheads aimed at the swirling flock above. Meanwhile, the beasts on the ground were beginning to organize, their thundering hooves shaking the earth as they charged toward the village. Holding his breath and narrowing his eyes, Zhang Feihu waited for the perfect moment before decisively commanding, "Fire!" 50 arrows streaked through the air, raining down like a storm onto the sky. With the added strength of the Special Legion Command, each of these Tier 2 soldiers wielded 600 kilograms of force. In an instant, over 70 birds were shot down. Those soldiers who had mastered basic archery techniques could pierce through 3 birds with a single arrow. If every soldier were proficient in archery, this number could easily double. "Keep firing," Zhang Feihu commanded, his voice booming. Arrows rained down like a storm, their hum filling the air as the sky darkened under the thick volley. Birds plummeted to the ground in waves. Wu Tianxing gripped his spear tightly, his expression grave as he watched the surging wave of beasts charging toward them. The earth trembled violently under the pounding hooves and paws, the deafening roar of the stampede drawing closer. On either side of the wooden wall, the arrow towers sprang into action, releasing a steady stream of arrows every second, striking down the flying creatures that swarmed the skies. When the beasts closed in to within 200 meters, Wu Tianxing darted to the front lines with lightning speed. Zhang Feihu immediately issued another order. "Front line, 40 men switch to spears. Pair up and hold the line against the beast charge." With that, he too grabbed his spear and rushed to the forefront. At 50 meters, as the beasts bore down on them, Wu Tianxing let out a thunderous roar and charged headlong into the fray. Zhang Feihu and Wang Ming led 40 soldiers behind him, their formation tight. The beasts roared ferociously, their sizes and species wildly varied, creating a cacophony of chaos. Wu Tianxing was like a blade cutting through the heart of the beast horde. His spear swept through the air, sending the beasts before him flying. Zhang Feihu and his men seized the opportunity to penetrate the gap, forming an impenetrable spear wall of 40 soldiers. Together, they managed to halt the beast's momentum. With the front line holding steady, Wu Tianxing felt a slight sense of relief. He knew full well that if the line were breached, the wooden wall would be no match for the onslaught, and the village would descend into chaos. Harnessing his formidable strength, rated at 31 points, he tore through the horde with ease, leaving destruction in his wake. Zhang Feihu and Wang Ming also displayed astonishing combat prowess, striking and kicking down beasts, quickly piling up carcasses around them. The 40 soldiers held their formation, working in pairs to fend off the onrushing beasts with their spears. Meanwhile, 20 archers positioned at the rear continued to suppress the airborne threats. Battles raged in both the southern and northern directions, while the western flank remained eerily quiet for the time being. Though the beast numbers on those fronts were relatively smaller, the lack of manpower made their defense equally challenging. As time passed, Wang Sun stood atop the eastern wooden wall, his expression growing increasingly grim. The beasts seemed endless, pouring out of the distant forest in an unrelenting tide. Wu Tianxing, having just slain a wild monkey, glanced up with a grim look of his own. In just half an hour, he had already killed over 300 beasts, yet the horde showed no signs of thinning. The soldiers' feet were now surrounded by mountains of corpses, numbering at least 500 or 600. Suddenly, a white tiger lunged at him. Wu Tianxing narrowly dodged to the side, cold sweat dripping down his back. He countered instantly, thrusting his spear like lightning, but the tiger agilely twisted its body, deflecting the attack with its sharp claws. Roar! The white tiger was sent flying 3 meters away by the tremendous impact of the spear, its fierce eyes glowing with anger as it let out an earth-shattering roar. It quickly adjusted its stance, arching its back and baring sharp fangs and claws, then pounced toward Wu Tianxing like an arrow released from a bow. Wu Tianxing's expression turned serious. This beast had not yet developed intelligence and was not ranked on any lists, making it difficult for him to gauge its strength. However, he had no time to ponder further as the white tiger closed in instantly, its claws gleaming coldly as they aimed straight for his face. Wu Tianxing swiftly sidestepped and retreated, sweeping his spear across to counterattack. The clash of metal sent sparks flying. He was forced back several steps. The white tiger's speed was astonishing, and its strength was beyond his expectations. Its steel-like claws were truly intimidating. The white tiger landed silently, its 4 paws pushing off the ground as it leaped into the air once more. Wu Tianxing, still unsteady, had to hastily raise his spear to block. For a moment, shadows of the spear and tiger intertwined. Wu Tianxing was forced into a defensive position as the tiger's speed overwhelmed him, and its strength matched his own. In the blink of an eye, the intermediate armor he wore was shredded into tatters by the tiger's claws. Finally, Wu Tianxing seized a fleeting opportunity. With a heavy swing of his spear, he struck the white tiger's lower back, sending it flying once more. He leaned on his spear, panting heavily, his heart still racing with fear. If not for the armor protecting him, he might have already fallen prey to the tiger's fangs. The white tiger struggled to its feet, its lower back visibly dented, but it only grew more ferocious. It let out a long howl toward the sky, its tumtor-long body slightly arched, with its menacing fangs glinting coldly under the moonlight. Its gaze was filled with violent rage. Nearby beasts, intimidated by its overwhelming presence, retreated one after another. But Wu Tianxing was no ordinary opponent. Countless life-and-death battles in his previous life had forged his unmatched courage. Taking a deep breath, he pointed his spear at the white tiger and launched a fierce assault. This time, he chose to take the initiative. Attack was the best defense. Wu Tianxing charged like a rampaging dragon. As long as his vital points were unharmed, he refused to back down. Within just a few exchanges, his spear pierced through the white tiger's throat. Blood spurted out as the tiger's eyes lost focus, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous sound. Breathing heavily, Wu Tianxing stood amidst the aftermath, his body covered in wounds. Through the torn armor, bloodied injuries were faintly visible. The mere defense rating of 6 on his gear was ultimately no match for the tiger's razor-sharp claws. Perhaps due to the fall of this kingly beast, the surrounding predators dared not approach this formidable human, at least for now. Wu Tianxing surveyed his surroundings. The number of beasts had finally decreased significantly, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. But this was no time to rest. He gripped his spear tightly and continued fighting. As his spear pierced through the throat of a white tiger, Zhang Feihu and Wang Ming, watching from a distance, finally relaxed. Moments earlier, both had been eager to rush over and assist him, but the dense pack of beasts had blocked their way. Seeing the white tiger fall, they slowly retreated to the front of the soldiers' formation. In the sky, the remaining flying beasts, decimated by the concentrated firepower of 20 soldiers and 2 arrow towers, fled in panic. The soldiers, now free from aerial threats, switched to spears and joined the ground battle. At that moment, dazzling white light erupted simultaneously from Zhang Feihu and Wang Ming. Both had broken through to the 3rd rank of Star Disciple. With earth-shaking roars, they unleashed astonishing power. Zhang Feihu charged forward like an unstoppable force, sending beasts flying as if struck by immense strength. Wang Ming's long blade swept through the battlefield with unparalleled momentum, his silver-deer combat technique leaving carnage in its wake. Witnessing the bravery of their 2 commanders, the 40 soldiers in the rear were inspired and fought with renewed vigor. As time passed, many soldiers also broke through their limits, and the tide of battle shifted in their favor. Finally, when Wu Tianxing's spear pierced the last black gorilla, the brutal battle came to an end. Exhausted, everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The fight had been grueling, and without the timely breakthroughs, the consequences could have been disastrous. They had endured solely on willpower, knowing that even a moment's lapse could have cost them their lives. After resting briefly, Wu Tianxing forced himself to his feet and headed toward the village, eager to learn about the situation in other directions. Wang Sun hurried down from the city wall to support him and reported first. The battles in the other 3 directions ended 5 minutes ago. Everything is under control. I've already sent someone to fetch Xiao Jing. Please rest for now, my lord. Leaning against a wooden wall, Wu Tianxing exhaled deeply, though his mind remained alert. He gave further instructions. Have everyone stay vigilant, no relaxing for the next 12 hours. Also, assign trustworthy villagers to collect spoils and clean up the battlefield. At that moment, Wang Jing arrived with 10 villagers carrying wooden boxes. Seeing Wu Tianxing covered in blood, she was nearly brought to tears. He quickly reassured her, I'm fine. But when his armor was removed, revealing the white linen underneath soaked in blood, Wang Jing finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Beside her, Wang Sun clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with tears as emotions surged within him. It's okay. Don't cry, Wu Tianxing said hurriedly, trying to comfort Wang Jing as he saw her tear-filled eyes. These are just minor injuries. A day or 2 of rest and I'll be fine. No sooner had he finished speaking than a gentle breeze brushed against his wound, sending a sharp sting through him as if salt had been sprinkled over it. He couldn't help but gasp in pain. Seeing this, Wang Jing quickly wiped away her tears and turned her full attention to tending his injuries. She carefully cleaned the wound, applied the medicine, and wrapped it meticulously with a bandage. Though the injuries looked alarming, they were merely claw marks from a white tiger not too deep, but with considerable blood loss. While Wang Jing was busy bandaging him, Wu Tianxing turned to Wang Sun and asked, Do we have any casualties? No deaths, but 5 people are injured. They'll need a few days to recover before returning to the fight, Wang Sun replied honestly. Hearing this, Wu Tianxing's face lit up with a big smile. That's great. No casualties mean this is a huge victory. This operation will definitely help our village reach new heights. Wang Sun smiled as well. Absolutely. Just the meat from these beasts alone will fetch us tens of thousands of gold coins in the market, not to mention the other items we've collected. Wu Tianxing grew more excited as he thought about the valuable items awaiting auction at the market. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, which made Wang Jing, who was still bandaging him, flustered. Hey, stop moving around, she scolded in exasperation. Hee, sorry, Wu Tianxing said with an apologetic grin. I won't move again, I swear. Wang Jing couldn't help but chuckle. The only thing that doesn't move is a turtle. Wu Tianxing was momentarily stunned by her smile, and then pretended to be annoyed. You little rascal, where did you learn to talk like that? Learn something proper next time, and stop being cheeky. From you, of course. Wang Jing muttered under her breath. Once she finished bandaging him, Wang Jing warned, Don't use your hands too much for the next couple of days, or the wound will reopen. Wu Tianxing nodded as he slipped into a fresh set of clothes that Wang Sun had brought him. Then he turned to Wang Sun and said, Uncle Wang, bring me another set of armor. This one's no good anymore. Both Wang Jing and Wang Sun tried to dissuade him, but Wu Tianxing insisted, I'll wear the armor just in case. I won't act recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that they couldn't change his mind, Wang Jing stomped her foot in frustration and left to assist the others. Wang Sun, resigned, arranged for someone to bring Wu Tianxing a new set of armor. The village upgrade had reached the first stage, but success would require waiting until 10 p.m. Wu Tianxing leaned against the wooden wall, his eyes scanning the busy villagers around him. Some were gathering spoils of war. Others were processing beast meat, while a few were running back and forth delivering water and food. After dinner, Wu Tianxing and the others found comfortable spots along the wooden wall to lie down and rest. The peace was shattered by a low, guttural beastly roar, waking everyone from their slumber. Wu Tianxing immediately got up and looked into the distance, where dozens of beasts were prowling around the perimeter, seemingly testing the defenses but hesitant to attack. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 5 p.m. We slept for a full 4 hours, Wu Tianxing thought to himself. We must have been utterly exhausted. Master, something's wrong. Wang Sun approached with a grave expression. I think I just saw traces of the Shura clan near the wall, but the distance makes it hard to confirm. Wu Tianxing's face darkened at the news. With a leap, he scaled the 3-meter-high wooden wall. Thanks to his superior physique and vision, he clearly saw figures gathering at the edge of the forest. It was indeed the Shura clan. Around 200 of them were already active, with more continuously emerging from the woods. The situation was dire. While some of the soldiers had advanced to the 3rd level of Star Disciple, a significant number remained unupgraded, only practicing bronze-level techniques. In contrast, even the weakest members of the Shura clan practiced silver-level techniques, with most using gold-level, and a few even mastering diamond-level techniques. This disparity was precisely why Wu Tianxing had always sought to avoid conflict with the Shura clan. Even so, with the support of the Special Legion Command, his soldiers, despite practicing only bronze-level techniques, could achieve a combat power of 6 points at the 2nd tier. enough to match the second-tier Shura warriors practicing gold-level techniques, 4 points of combat power. Against third-tier Shura warriors, whose combat power and mental attributes were capped at 6 points, his forces could hold their own. However, the real threat lay in the third-tier Shura warriors practicing diamond-level techniques. If their numbers grew, casualties on his side would be inevitable. Gritting his teeth, Wu Tianxing leapt down from the wall and swiftly issued an order to Wang Sun. Uncle Wang, go immediately to the other 3 gates and notify Gao Shun and the others. Be ready to support the east gate as needed. Wang Sun promptly obeyed, while Zhang Feihu and Wang Ming began organizing the soldiers for battle. Before long, Gao Shun, Wang Tu, and Zhang Feibao arrived with their forces, kneeling on one knee to salute. Rise, Wu Tianxing said, noticing that the 3 had brought nearly all their troops. He couldn't help but ask, what about the defenses on your sides? Despite his disheveled state, Wang Tu maintained his composed demeanor, twirling his spear elegantly. The south gate is clear of beasts. I've left 10 men to guard it, and they'll report any abnormalities immediately. Zhang Feibao and Gao Shun followed with their reports, stating they had also left 10 soldiers at the west and north gates, respectively, while bringing the rest to provide reinforcements. All right, just handle it as you see fit. Wu Tianxing nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to check the progress of the 3 men and his soldiers' upgrades. The results filled him with delight. Gao Shun and the other 2 had advanced to the 3rd level of Star Disciple, and among the 60 soldiers under his command, 20 had also reached the 3rd level. This progress pleased him greatly, as rank upgrades were not only reflected in combat strength, but also in overall enhancements to aura, mental state, and more. For instance, his 3rd level soldiers could hold their own against slightly stronger 2nd level opponents, thanks to their rank advantage. While Wu Tianxing was lost in thought, Wang Sun came rushing out of the village, carrying a bulging cloth bag in his hands. My lord, take a look at these. They're spoils of the recent battle and should be quite useful to us, Wang Sun said, panting as he handed over the bag. Wu Tianxing opened it, and his eyes lit. UPA treasure indeed. 3 beginner general stones and a beginner combat technique manual. Without hesitation, he distributed the general stones to Zhang Feihu and his brother, as well as Wang Tu, who had been with him the longest. As for Wang Ming, he would have to wait for another chance, or hope one turned up in the market auctions. Gao Shun, being an advanced general, had no need for these stones. Thank you, my lord. The 3 men accepted the stones with excitement and immediately expressed their gratitude. Go ahead and use them, Wu Tianxing said with a wave of his hand. The 3 eagerly activated the general stones. Such items were incredibly rare. Even during the village assault, after slaughtering thousands of wild beasts, they had only managed to acquire these few. On ordinary days, it could take killing tens of thousands of beasts to obtain just one, depending on luck. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but wonder if his 10 points of luck attribute were making a difference this time. Next, Wu Tianxing retrieved the beginner combat technique manual, Zhuangbu, beginner movement technique. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to store it in his spatial ring, intending to make it available for study in the library once it was built. Movement techniques were extraordinarily rare. Had seen very few practitioners in his previous life, even after 3 years. More importantly, without mastering a beginner-level movement technique, it was impossible to learn advanced ones later. Did we manage to loot any advanced armor earlier? Wu Tianxing inquired. Yes, we did. It's all here, Wang Sun replied, clearly prepared. With a wave of his hand, a pile of weapons and armor appeared on the ground. This explained why he had arrived later, had been sorting through the equipment. The spatial ring he used had been looted from the giant gorilla Wu Tianxing defeated yesterday, specifically assigned to him for such tasks. 1 advanced piece of equipment, 7 intermediate pieces, and 4 intermediate weapons. This is everything of mid to high quality we obtained today. Wang Sun glanced at the scattered weapons and gear on the ground, his brow furrowed. The spoils of battle seemed far too meager to him, especially considering how many beasts they had slain. This is already not bad, Wu Tianxing said with a helpless smile, explaining, the drop rate in the archaic setting is naturally low. In the future, we'll mostly have to rely on crafting our own gear. I understand, but it still feels too little. Wang Sun shook his head with a sigh. Wu Tianxing selected a piece of high-grade equipment and a mid-ear spear from the ground, then gestured toward Zhang Feihu and the others. The rest is yours to choose. With that, he immediately donned the high-grade steel armor bronze tier, which added 10 to his defense. Examining its attributes, he knew full well that, at this stage, hardly anyone could penetrate his defense. Standing atop the wooden wall, Wu Tianxing's expression suddenly shifted. In the distance, a group of about 400 Shura warriors, led by a figure at the front, was charging toward the village in a fan-shaped formation. Everyone, get ready. The Shura are coming. Tier 3 soldiers, hold the front line. Tier 2 soldiers, stay at the rear, he commanded in a deep voice. Yes, my lord, came the resounding, unified response. Despite the protection of his steel armor, Wu Tianxing wasn't concerned about his own safety. He was far more worried about the casualties among his soldiers. After all, every soldier had been trained and nurtured step by step from scratch, and losing even one was a painful blow. Under the direction of Zhang Feihu and the other generals, the 120 soldiers quickly formed ranks. In just under a minute, they had completed a well-organized battle formation. This brought a satisfied nod from Wu Tianxing. It was clear that the credit belonged to Gao Shun, the seasoned veteran. Leaping down from the wooden wall, Wu Tianxing turned to Wang Sun. You all head back and shut the gate. We can't risk the Shura breaking through the defenses and storming into the village. After all, unlike ordinary beasts, the Shura were intelligent. If they breached the defenses and found the gate wide open, the consequences would be unthinkable. Wang Sun obeyed and left, the heavy wooden gate closing firmly behind him. Wu Tianxing walked to the front of the soldiers, his gaze sweeping solemnly across each face. This time, we're facing 400 Shura warriors. They are not mindless beasts but cunning adversaries, even more devious than humans. They commonly practice gold-tier techniques and are bloodthirsty by nature, far harder to deal with than beasts. During the fight, prioritize your own survival. While sacrifice is inevitable in war, I want to minimize our losses. Each of you has lived through a second chance at life, and every life here is incredibly precious. Cherish the brothers standing beside you. His words struck a chord with the 120 soldiers, their eyes glistening with emotion. Indeed, as individuals who had been reborn, they understood the value of life better than anyone else. To have a leader who shared and respected that sentiment was all they could ask for. Wu Tianxing stood silently, watching the warriors before him, giving them time to absorb the information. Moments later, his voice rang out again, each word sharp and powerful. To protect ourselves, to safeguard our brothers and friends, we must take up arms and fight our enemies to the very end. His voice suddenly boomed, his gaze fierce. When the enemy seeks to destroy the home we've worked so hard to build, how should we respond? The 120 warriors standing in formation below roared in unison, their spears pointing skyward. Kill? If someone wants to take our lives, what should we do? Kill. Wu Tianxing's presence surged as he thrust his spear skyward, his eyes blazing red. Wherever the spear points, all enemies shall fall. Kill. 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 The deafening chant shook the heavens, the collective momentum of the 120 warriors reaching its peak, as if even the air itself had solidified. The approaching Shura clan warriors faltered at the thunderous cries, their steps turning uneven. Their leader raised his head toward the village, his brow furrowed as he thought to himself, truly worthy of being the first human to establish a village. He does have some skill. The Shura clan advanced with incredible speed, taking only a little over 10 minutes to halt 500 meters from the village. Wu Tianxing led his men into formation, each armed with a longbow, aiming at the approaching foe. The Shura clan's appearance was nothing short of terrifying, skin blood red, with half their heads resembling gaping maws. In his previous life, many modern humans, especially women, would flee in terror at the sight of them. Across from them, over 400 Shura warriors clad in leather armor and wielding long blades stood in orderly ranks, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to stifle the very air. The Shura leader, Abu, stepped forward a few paces and shouted, Wu Tianxing of the human race, the first to establish a village encountering me, Abu, is your misfortune? From this moment, this village belongs to me. If you're wise, I'll grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you'll taste the agony of being torn limb from limb. Heh? Wu Tianxing sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. What? Will you die if you don't brag? Trash ranked 56 dares to strut around in my Xingwu village? Seems like you're tired of living. After Abu declared his name, Wu Tianxing had immediately checked the rankings for his information. 56, Low-tier Bloodslaughter Village, Shura Clan, Abu. Score, 808. Though Bloodslaughter Village had a score of 808, Xingwu Village had already reached 1346, holding a clear advantage in strength. Abu, seemingly in no rush to attack, caught the derision in Wu Tianxing's tone. Casually holding his long blade, he replied, Don't think being ranked higher makes you invincible. The rankings are based on a comprehensive evaluation, including resources and villagers. Could it be your village has no ordinary residents? With only these 120 or so people. If that's the case, maybe I should consider turning around and running. Ha ha ha. Abu burst into laughter, and the surrounding Shura warriors joined in with mocking laughter as well. In their eyes, Wu Tianxing, the so-called number one human warrior, bringing only about 120 men to confront over 400 Shura fighters, was the epitome of a ridiculous joke. Wu Tianxing, however, merely curled his lips into a faint smile, quietly observing them with a gaze that seemed to pity their ignorance. He knew exactly what Abu meant by the village's score. His village's score of over 800 was entirely based on actual combat power, as every villager was trained as a soldier. This was vastly different from Xingwu village, whose high score largely came from its population and resources. The laughter among Abu's group gradually faded, eventually turning into an awkward silence. They began to notice the strange looks coming from the human warriors opposite them, expressions, as if they were watching a troupe of clowns. Abu's face twisted in anger and disgust, his already fierce features contorting even further. Fine, fine, Abu shouted in fury. Let's see how calm you all are in a moment. Kill them all. Make Wu Tianxing the laughingstock of the human race. Raising his long blade high, he led the charge toward Wu Tianxing and his men. Shoot! Wu Tianxing commanded as soon as the Shura warriors entered range. At the same time, he drew his longbow, releasing an arrow that sped like lightning straight toward Abu's face. Charging forward at full speed, Abu initially thought his strength would allow him to reach the enemy's formation within seconds. But suddenly, a sense of danger struck him. He barely managed to tilt his head to avoid the arrow, yet it still pierced through his left cheek. If he had been any slower, that arrow would have ended his life. Shaken, Abu flew into a blind rage. Ignoring the wound on his face, he leapt forward with incredible speed, closing the distance to Wu Tianxing. Raising his long blade high, he brought it down in a powerful slash. Wu Tianxing, however, had already stowed his bow and drawn his spear, blocking the attack with a resounding clash that sent Abu stumbling backwards several steps. The ground trembled under Abu's retreating footsteps. He finally realized the vast gap in strength between himself and Wu Tianxing's 20 points of combat power were utterly insignificant in comparison. If not for Wu Tianxing's enhanced abilities from the special military command token, perhaps the outcome might have been uncertain. But now, despair began to creep into Abu's heart. Arg! Abu roared in frustration, but before he could regain his footing, Wu Tianxing's spear shot forward like a dragon emerging from the sea. Abu barely managed to raise his blade to block it, only to be overpowered by the force, sent flying into the ranks of his own soldiers. Trembling, Abu struggled to his feet, watching as Wu Tianxing approached once more with relentless determination. Desperate, Abu finally resorted to his ultimate move, Wild Blade Slash. This was a high-level warrior skill that temporarily tripled his combat power, allowing him to unleash 5 consecutive strikes. However, the technique came at a cost. After using it, he would be weakened for an hour and unable to use it again for 12 hours. Wu Tianxing felt a jolt of alarm as he sensed the concentrated aura emanating from Abu. He immediately halted his forward charge. At the same time, he shouted, Frenzy, and activated a basic warrior skill. This skill allowed him to double his base combat strength for 1 minute, though it would leave him in a weakened state for an hour afterward, with a cooldown period of 12 hours. The simultaneous release of energy from both men caused the ground to tremble violently. Abu's eyes widened as he swung his long blade, now gleaming like silver lightning, repeatedly at Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing's expression turned grim as he gripped his spear tightly with both hands, putting all his strength into blocking the relentless attacks. Amid the thunderous clashes of blade and spear, the force of their confrontation sent dust and debris billowing all around. In the distance, Zhang Feihu and the others paused their own battles, stunned by the overwhelming spectacle before them. As the dust began to settle, Abu's figure emerged first. He was slumped on the ground, his strength spent, with his long blade lying discarded beside him. He stared blankly ahead, his expression void of hope. A moment later, the sound of coughing broke the silence as Wu Tianxing's figure came into view. His legs were buried in the ground up to his waist, and his spear was broken in two. A deep cut marked his left shoulder armor, though it had fortunately failed to pierce through. Coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, he finally lifted his head to look at Abu. Wu Tianxing inwardly cursed his miscalculation, surprised that his opponent had mastered an advanced warrior skill. After all, even with the use of a warrior stone, the chance of comprehending any warrior skill was only 30, let alone an advanced one. Seeing Wu Tianxing emerge with only minor injuries, Abu immediately realized that his last chance had slipped away. His eyes dimmed with despair. Wu Tianxing, suppressing the numbness spreading through his body, began to climb out of the pit step by step, broken spear in hand, as he approached Abu. At this moment, both sides' soldiers sprang into action. The Shura clan warriors roared, "Protect the chief," as they charged at Wu Tianxing. Meanwhile, Zhang Feihu and his men, seeing their lord unharmed, were reinvigorated. With renewed shouts of battle, they intercepted the enemy forces. Just as Abu opened his mouth to speak, Wu Tianxing mercilessly thrust the broken spear through his skull. He had no interest in listening to the dying words of a defeated enemy. Picking up the 2 items that fell from Abu after his death, Wu Tianxing immediately ran toward Zhang Feihu and the others. He knew all too well that the effects of his frenzy skill were about to wear off, and remaining alone in the center of the battlefield would be tantamount to courting death. Wu Tianxing had just staggered back to the rear of Zhang Feihu and his men when his strength seemed to drain completely. He stumbled and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The death of the Asura clan leader dealt a massive blow to his people. Their blood-red eyes burned with flames of hatred. Spotting the weakened Wu Tianxing, hundreds of Asura warriors let out earth-shaking roars and charged at him with unbridled fury. Kill him. Avenge the leader, they bellowed. Zhang Feihu and his men had anticipated that their lord would be left vulnerable after using his warrior's skill. Without hesitation, they formed a human barricade to shield Wu Tianxing. The clash of steel against flesh erupted, and a brutal battle ensued. The 120 or so human soldiers, each facing the onslaught of 3 to 4 Asura warriors, held their ground firmly. As their blades swung with precision, Asura warriors fell one after another, and the battlefield was soon painted red with blood. Over time, the casualties on the Asura side mounted steadily, while the human soldiers remained almost unharmed. Fear began to creep into the hearts of the Asura warriors. Even when 4 of them attacked a single human soldier, they were often repelled with a single strike. Their assaults grew hesitant and faltering. At last, one Asura warrior broke down and fled, triggering a chain reaction of retreat. Covered in blood from the fierce battle, Zhang Feihu wiped his face and shouted with authority, "Chase them down! Leave no one alive!" Gao Shun, like a death reaper, wielded his blade with chilling precision. His cold, silent demeanor instilled a deep-seated terror in the hearts of the Asura warriors. In just over 10 minutes, more than 3/4 of the 400 Asura warriors had been wiped out. The human commanders who had used their warrior stones each slew over 30 enemies, while Gao Shun alone cut down more than 50, showcasing the fearsome power of an advanced warrior. The village gates creaked open, and Wang Sun rushed out with the villagers and a healer, hurrying toward the pale-faced Wu Tianxing. "Quick! Shaojing, check on the lord." Wang Sun, who had witnessed the harrowing duel between Wu Tianxing and the Asura clan leader from the wooden wall, was still shaken. "It's nothing serious, just exhaustion." Wu Tianxing weakly waved his hand, trying to reassure the panicked Wang Jing. Wang Jing carefully helped him remove his armor, revealing that his freshly changed clothes were already soaked in blood. As she unwrapped the bandages, the previously healed wounds had reopened, and the surrounding skin was dark and bruised. With the adrenaline of battle fading, Wu Tianxing felt the world spinning around him had lost far too much blood today. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, Zhang Feihu and Gao Shun returned, dragging their exhausted bodies. They were drenched in blood, their armor stained deep red, and they staggered forward, supporting each other. "How's the situation?" Wu Tianxing asked urgently as he rushed to meet them. Zhang Feihu gritted his teeth and replied, 20 or so Shura clan members managed to escape, but the rest were eliminated. What are the casualties? Wu Tianxing pressed further. Zhang Feihu's eyes reddened, and his voice was hoarse. 32 lightly injured, 5 seriously wounded, and 2 sacrificed. Wu Tianxing's eye twitched. Although he had mentally prepared himself, hearing the exact numbers still made his heart ache. Seeing his reaction, Gao Shun quickly explained, "Thanks to the armor our soldiers wore, the injuries aren't too severe. Most of them will recover after a couple of days' rest." Taking a deep breath, Wu Tianxing turned to Wang Sun. "Ensure that the fallen soldiers receive proper burials. If they have families, make sure they're taken care of. Record their names, I'll handle the arrangements later." "Rest assured, my lord. I'll personally take care of these matters," Wang Sun replied firmly. He then looked at Wu Tianxing, whose face was pale, and said with concern, "You should rest now. We can handle things here." Zhang Feihu and Gao Shun also urged him to rest. Wu Tianxing glanced around and finally nodded. "Let the injured rest first. The remaining hours are in your hands." With Wang Jing's assistance, Wu Tianxing returned to the village chief's house. The excessive blood loss left him dizzy, and he fell into a deep sleep shortly after lying down. As night fell, despite their weariness, Zhang Feihu and the others remained steadfast at the village gates. Over the next several hours, only a few stray wild beasts appeared, which were quickly dealt with. By 10 o'clock at night, the mission was finally completed. The soldiers on guard erupted in cheers. "We did it! We succeeded!" Gao Shun watched the soldiers celebrate, then silently gazed into the distance. "We succeeded. May you never see war again in your next lives." As a seasoned general who had endured countless battles, he had grown accustomed to life and death. At that moment, all he could do was pray silently that his fallen comrades would find peace and freedom from war in their next lives. Zhang Feihu walked up to Gao Shun and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. "Don't overthink it. There will be many situations like this in the future. We should look ahead and follow our Lord to build the perfect home we envision." Gao Shun looked up at Zhang Feihu, nodded slightly, and took a deep breath to suppress his emotions. "Leave a few men to keep watch and let the others rest." The next morning, Wu Tianxing slowly sat up in bed. He couldn't help but inhale sharply as waves of pain radiated from his injuries. Just then, with a loud bang, Wang Jing burst through the door. "Don't move." Wang Jing hurried over to stop him as she saw him attempting to get up. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Moving too much could reopen them. Just stay in bed today. Wu Tianxing had originally planned to return to the real world, but seeing his current condition, he realized that wouldn't be possible today. He was worried his younger sister might be anxious if he didn't show up. You must be hungry. They'll get you something to eat, Wang Jing said, turning to leave. Wait, Wu Tianxing called out to her. Bring your father and Zhang Feihu here. Before long, Wang Sun and the others entered in single file, greeting him in unison. Greetings, my lord. No need for formalities. Wu Tianxing gestured for them to rise. Turning to Wang Sun, he said, Uncle Wang, please organize yesterday's spoils later. Take anything we don't need and accompany me to the market. Seeing the worry on Wang Sun's face, Wu Tianxing waved dismissively. Don't worry, these injuries are nothing. He then turned to Zhang Feihu. Gather the uninjured soldiers and new recruits and continue training. Although the village has been upgraded, we can't afford to grow complacent. Remember, staying ahead means staying in control. Only by becoming stronger than others can we deter potential threats. Understood. I will not let you down, my lord. Zhang Feihu responded earnestly. Finally, Wu Tianxing addressed Gao Shun. You have experience leading troops. When you have time, guide Zhang Feihu and the others. There's much work to be done, and he'll need to rely on you. Gao Shun, who had spent a sleepless night mourning the loss of 2 soldiers, now spoke resolutely. Rest assured, my lord, this is my duty. In 2 days, I promise to present you with a revitalized troop. After assigning the tasks, Wu Tianxing dismissed everyone to attend to their duties. He understood the importance of delegation and allowing his subordinates to grow. If he couldn't even manage a small village properly, it might be time to reconsider who should lead. After everyone had left, Wang Jing stayed by his side, attending to him as he slowly finished his meal. Once Wang Jing had tidied up and departed, Wu Tianxing felt a wave of boredom. Suddenly, something came to his mind. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved 2 items from his spatial ring. Back then, amidst the urgency of the situation, he had hurriedly stored the items dropped by the slain Shura leader, Abu, into his ring without examining them. Now, taking a closer look at these 2 items, he was stunned. The void-breaking pearl, capable of connecting virtual reality and enabling virtual synchronization, and the diamond tier cultivation technique of the Shura Slayer art. The void-breaking pearl, in particular, was a treasure beyond words, obtainable only by defeating the Shura race. It was a coveted item that any modern person would dream of owning and would fetch a hefty sum of gold coins if sold. More importantly, this was a diamond tier cultivation technique. Wu Tianxing could hardly believe his luck in acquiring such a high-level technique. Once the library was completed, placing this diamond tier technique inside would allow his soldiers to cultivate it. The thought alone was exhilarating. At the star disciple stage, the better the cultivation technique, the stronger the foundation, leading to greater combat power growth in the later stages. Could this be related to his 10 points of luck? Wu Tianxing pondered silently. If not for that, it was hard to explain why he had obtained such a rare diamond tier technique so easily. After all, in his previous life, even 3 years later, diamond tier techniques were not something one could easily acquire. For 100 lords, having even one who possessed such a technique was considered remarkable. The higher the grade of an item, the lower its drop rate. Just then, a knock came from the door. My lord, everything is ready on my end. Shall we head out now? Wang Sun's voice called from outside. Come in, Wu Tianxing replied loudly, carefully storing the 2 items away. Wang Sun entered, supporting Wu Tianxing as 20 or so villagers followed behind, carrying various goods. They slowly made their way to the marketplace. Clearly, there were too many items to fit into the storage space, so they had to rely on help to carry them. Along the way, villagers they passed greeted Wu Tianxing warmly, and he responded with a smile and a nod. As they reached the marketplace's main hall, Wu Tianxing skillfully activated the large screen and instructed the villagers to place the items one by one onto the teleportation platform. He quickly set the prices for each item, and the platform occasionally emitted flashes of white light as it teleported the items away after pricing. After half an hour of busy work, all the items were finally taken care of, and Wu Tianxing let out a long sigh of relief. This time, I'll show you how it's done. From now on, you can handle this yourself. Set the prices based on reference, and for any special items, consult me, he said, turning to Wang Sun. Wang Sun nodded in response. Though he said nothing, his face showed an expression of astonishment, clearly stirred by what he had witnessed. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In ancient times, such advanced technology would indeed leave anyone amazed upon seeing it for the first time. Wu Tianxing stepped into the system's auction house, his brows slightly furrowed. What greeted him was a bustling scene, each item already marked with bidding numbers. This sight made him sigh inwardly. It seemed everyone was quickly adapting and progressing. How much gold do we have in total now? Wu Tianxing asked directly, wasting no time. He wasn't interested in slow bidding. It was time-consuming and uncertain. His experience from his previous life told him that when you came across something valuable, you should act immediately, even if it meant spending more. Wang Sun promptly replied, including what the village originally had and this time's gains, we have a total of 86,800 gold coins. Most of it came from the Shura tribe members after their deaths, likely due to their nature as intelligent beings. Wu Tianxing glanced at his own savings, 7,805 gold coins. This brought the total to 94,605 gold coins. Without hesitation, he spent 10,000 gold coins to acquire a standard light crossbow and another 50,000 gold coins on a primary general stone. As for the remaining items, he quickly made his decisions. The silver-grade cultivation technique was redundant since he already possessed a diamond-grade one. The silver-grade weapon was a single-use blade, impractical given their current financial constraints. The void-breaking pearl was not an immediate priority. He knew well that the Suntobe-constructed library pavilion would be a true money sink, requiring funds for his subordinates to learn cultivation techniques and combat skills. Glancing at the screen displaying the last 3 items, Wu Tianxing lost interest. Turning around, he led Wang Sun and the others out, knowing they would have to wait another 24 hours for new items to refresh. Back at the village chief's residence, he immediately began delegating tasks. He handed over the blueprints for the library pavilion and the standard short crossbow to Wang Sun, specifically instructing him to accelerate the construction of the library pavilion. Then he summoned Wang Ming and entrusted him with the general stone. Overwhelmed with excitement, Wang Ming knelt on one knee. Thank you, my lord. I, Wang Ming, swear to protect you with my life. Should I fail, may my soul be forever scattered. Get up, Wu Tianxing said with a light-hearted smile. Train hard. Once you're stronger, there will be plenty of even better things. Besides, he added with a teasing tone, instead of making vows, why not focus on your training? Right now, you're saying you'll protect me, but it looks more like I need to protect you. Wang Ming immediately lowered his head in embarrassment, letting out an awkward, hearty laugh. This tall, burly man wasn't skilled at flattery, but he often used vows to show his loyalty, something his lord had seen right through. Off you go, Wu Tianxing said, rolling his eyes. Learn from Gao Shan. Even though you're a guard and not necessarily leading troops, gaining some experience might come in handy one day. Yes, my lord, Wang Ming replied, retreating hastily, wishing he could disappear into a hole. For the rest of the time, Wu Tianxing focused on his cultivation. He ate when hungry, rested when tired, and resumed training as soon as he woke. Before he knew it, an entire day had passed. The next morning, as he got out of bed and moved around, he noticed his injuries had improved significantly. Only a slight itch remained, a sign of healing wounds. In this ancient world, injuries healed much faster than in reality, thanks to potent medicinal effects and the unique energy in the air. At this rate, he estimated full recovery in just a day or two. Thinking about his sister, who was likely worried in the real world, and considering that power and internet outages might already have occurred there, Wu Tianxing decided not to delay any longer. He immediately chose to exit and return to the real world. A flash of white light, and Wu Tianxing's figure instantly appeared in his bedroom. Before he could steady himself, a petite figure darted toward him. Brother! Wu Xiaojing's excited voice rang out. Stop! Wu Tianxing's face changed abruptly, and he hurriedly called out to stop her, but it was too late. His little sister crashed heavily into him, causing him to suck in a sharp breath from the pain, his facial muscles involuntarily twitching. Beside him, Zhang Xiaoxiao quickly noticed something was wrong. She stepped forward and gently pulled Wu Xiaojing away. Xiaojing, let go. Your brother seems to be hurt. Wu Xiaojing suddenly realized and released him at once, nervously scanning Wu Tianxing. Brother, where are you hurt? Is it serious? Enduring the pain, Wu Tianxing forced a light-hearted tone. Nothing major. I just almost got knocked out by a koala earlier. A koala? That powerful? Wu Xiaojing's eyes widened in disbelief. Yep, the most formidable koala you could find in 500 years, Wu Tianxing teased her. It has one special move exclusively targeting me to crash into. At first, Wu Xiaojing looked indignant, but she quickly caught on. Watching her expression shift from realization to embarrassment, Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're such a liar, brother. Wu Xiaojing's face turned red with embarrassment, and she angrily bit his arm. Hiss. Wu Tianxing winced with a bitter smile. Looks like I was wrong. This koala also knows how to bite. I'm not talking to you anymore. Wu Xiaojing pouted and turned to sit on the bed. Wu Tianxing chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. He had intentionally shifted the conversation to keep her from worrying too much. Walking over to the window, Wu Tianxing observed the situation outside. It was already past 7 in the morning, yet the streets were deserted. Instead, several animals roamed freely along the roads. He checked his phone, which had powered off, and confirmed a power outage by testing the room's light switches. Brother, Wu Xiaojing set aside her earlier annoyance and asked worriedly, Where exactly are you hurt? Should we go to the hospital? Wu Tianxing carefully sat on the edge of the bed. Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. A few days of rest and I'll be fine. By the way, did anything unusual happen from yesterday to today? 3 suspicious people came knocking on the door yesterday, Zhang Xiaoxiao replied. Since you weren't home, we didn't open it. Later, when you still hadn't returned by midnight and the power went out, we went into the archaic refuge. Wu Tianxing hadn't expected a casual question to reveal such a situation. Knock, 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 knock. Just as Wu Tianxing was about to speak, a sudden knocking sound came from the door. He walked over to the door and peered through the peephole. Outside stood 3 young men who had a rough, streetwise appearance. They wore earrings, their hair was dyed in various bright colors, and they held sticks and watermelon knives. One of them, a short guy, was persistently knocking on the door. What do you want? Wu Tianxing asked cautiously. Upon hearing his voice, the 3 outside immediately lit up with excitement. One of them, a young man with white-edied hair, quickly responded, Hello, we're from the Xinwu gang, and we'd like to invite you to join us. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Not only were these guys trying to recruit members, but they even came up with such a cringy name for their gang. Clearly, it was the brainchild of some overzealous fantasy novel fan. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining your gang, he replied flatly. After all, as someone with ambitions to dominate the world in the future, how could he stoop to joining a small-time gang like this? Hearing his response, the young man with white hair became visibly anxious. We're not some small-time gang. We're an organized group. Have you heard of the desolate world? This caught Wu Tianxing's attention. According to his memories, the large-scale entry into the desolate world was supposed to happen tomorrow. Why was it happening earlier this time around? He suddenly recalled that, in his previous life, there had indeed been a territory called Xinwu, which had even made it onto the rankings for a while before mysteriously vanishing. Seeing Wu Tianxing remain silent, the white-haired youth continued, We've built a village in the desolate world. The beasts there have gone crazy. They'll attack anyone on sight. The only way to stay safe is to band together. Not interested. Wu Tianxing rejected him outright. He knew all too well that in a few days, the beasts would become sentient and turn into demon beasts. At that point, being in a crowded area would only be more dangerous. Without sufficient strength, such places couldn't be defended. The white-haired youth gritted his teeth and said, If you join us, I'll tell you a secret about the desolate world. Their gang had over 100 members, but most were scattered across different parts of the desolate world. As the beasts grew increasingly aggressive, they were desperate to recruit more people. Let me guess, Wu Tianxing said lazily. You're talking about how getting stronger in the desolate world will also make you stronger in the real world, right? How do you know that? The white-haired youth jumped in shock, and the 2 others beside him also wore expressions of disbelief. This was a secret known only to the core members of their gang. Wu Tianxing sighed and said, What's there to be surprised about? If you know it, why wouldn't I? Besides, this kind of thing is bound to become public knowledge sooner or later. How is it even a secret? To Wu Tianxing, it really wasn't a secret at all. In his previous life, not long after he entered the desolate world, this information had already spread widely through the communication system. Outside, the white-haired young man suppressed his shock and spoke with a slightly urgent tone. Since you know about this, you should understand how difficult it is for one person to obtain such an item. If you join us, we can help each other, and it will be much easier to get it. Just leave. I won't join you, Wu Tianxing said as his stomach growled with hunger. He had no interest in arguing further and turned to head toward the kitchen. For him, the Pasu orbs were not a big deal. He already had 8 of them stored in the warehouse by Wang Sun. These were spoils of war from the recent campaign against the Shura tribe. Not only that, his warehouse was packed with various rare items, including dozens of blueprints that he kept instead of selling, believing they might come in handy someday. Of course, such gains were indeed difficult for others to achieve. Without at least a month to train soldiers, kill thousands of beasts, and fend off the Shura tribe, it was practically impossible. Other villages had fewer people and much lower capabilities. In most territories, the beasts would have overrun them long ago, let alone dealing with an invasion by the Shura tribe. The 3 people outside called out for a while longer, but, seeing that Wu Tianxing paid no attention, they left reluctantly to seek their next target. Hearing their footsteps fade away from the kitchen, Wu Tianxing smirked faintly. Smart choice. If they had dared to force their way in, he would have made them regret it. Things were different now without laws to restrain anyone. Even killing wouldn't draw much attention. After eating, Wu Tianxing lounged lazily on the sofa, casually asking Wu Xiaojing about her experiences in the archaic realm. Suddenly, Wu Xiaojing seemed to recall something and asked curiously, Brother, since the archaic realm is full of ancient people, why do they speak just like us? Shouldn't their language be more like classical Chinese? Wu Tianxing frowned and thought for a moment. I'm not entirely sure of the reason. It's probably a setting of the archaic system. just like how we can understand the language of the Ogre clan. Besides, if the ancient people only spoke in classical Chinese and we couldn't understand them, how would we even play the game? In the previous timeline, people discussed this before, and most agreed it was just part of the system design. That makes sense. Wu Xiaojing nodded in agreement. The two continued chatting about the archaic realm, with Wu Tianxing asking questions and Wu Xiaojing answering. Over time, Wu Tianxing learned that her village was called Fuxing Village, and its lord was none other than the renowned Qin Xiong. This revelation left him utterly astonished. No wonder she had been so secretive about it earlier. Qin Xiong was a legendary general of the Tang dynasty, at least a high-ranking martial commander. Seeing Wu Tianxing's shocked expression, Wu Xiaojing looked smug, as if to say, "How about that? Impressive, right? That's Qin Xiong we're talking about." Wu Tianxing remained calm in the face of this unexpected discovery and pretended to be amazed as he said, "Sister, you're incredible. You actually joined a village with historical generals." "Of course," Wu Xiaojing replied excitedly. "You should have seen our lord yesterday, taking on 15 ogres all by himself. The scene was overwhelming. With sand and stones flying everywhere, it was more thrilling than a movie." She gestured animatedly, her face full of pride as she exaggerated Qin Xiong's achievements. Feeling a bit irritated, Wu Tianxing interrupted her with a dark expression. "All right, we get it. Qin Xiong is amazing. Now let's get to the point. Did you manage to get the void-breaking pearl?" Wu Xiaojing, clearly unhappy about being interrupted, replied curtly, "Do you think it's that easy? But I did talk to leader Qin Xiong about it, and he promised to give it to me if he gets one." Wu Tianxing rubbed his nose and decided not to provoke his sister any further. He turned to Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had been quietly sitting nearby, and asked, "How are things going for you in there?" Her poised demeanor caught his attention. Such grace clearly indicated a distinguished background. Zhang Xiaoxiao responded with an elegant smile, "I joined the Loyal Soul Village." However, she didn't elaborate on who the leader was. Wu Tianxing, sensing her reluctance, wisely refrained from pressing the matter. In his mind, no leader could compare to himself, who was ranked first on both leaderboards. After helping Zhang Xiaoxiao with a few questions, he avoided her gaze, as her constant staring made him uncomfortable. Shortly after, the three of them entered the ancient world individually. Appearing behind the village chief's house, Wu Tianxing strolled leisurely through the village and stopped by the marketplace. He noticed that half of the items he had listed for sale the previous day were already sold, earning him over 70,000 gold coins. A rough estimate suggested that selling everything would net him 150,000 gold coins. Most of the sold items were beast meat, basic weapons, and other low-tier items he didn't need. Key items like building blueprints and the void-breaking pearl were kept for himself and not listed for sale. The system's auction house had two newly listed items. One was a mid-tier Legion command token with a starting price of 500,000 gold coins and a buyout price of 5 million. The other was a true silver-grade leather armor set, starting at 100,000 gold coins with a buyout price of 1 million. Equipment with the true prefix could be brought back to reality, making it far more valuable than standard gear, and the drop rate was extremely low. Despite killing so many beasts and Shura clan members, they hadn't obtained a single one of these rare items. For the next 2 days, Wu Tianxing focused on cultivating within his house. Progressing beyond the third stage of Star Disciple had become noticeably slower, and after several days of effort, he had only reached 90 of this stage. It seemed he would need another day to reach the peak. He called Wang Jing to help remove the bandages from his body, as his injuries had fully healed, leaving only faint scars behind. After dressing up and finishing breakfast, Wu Tianxing headed straight to the military camp. He had already informed Gao Shun and the others yesterday to gather there today. With the village's recent upgrades, the military camp had more than doubled in size. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the sight of nearly 300 soldiers undergoing formation training under Gao Shun's command. They practiced in groups of 3, 2, or 10, constantly shifting between various tactical positions. "Attention! Eyes forward!" Gao Shun barked as soon as he noticed Wu Tianxing's arrival. The soldiers, upon seeing him, dropped to one knee in unison and shouted loudly, "Greetings, my lord! Welcome, my lord! Rise, all of you," Wu Tianxing said, nodding in satisfaction as he observed the refreshed and disciplined state of the troops. "Tell me about the current situation with the soldiers." Gao Shun promptly reported, "We currently have 290 soldiers. Among them, 100 elite core soldiers and 100 advanced core soldiers have reached Star Disciple level 3. The remaining 90 new recruits, due to a lack of martial techniques, are still at level 1 for now." "Not bad," Wu Tianxing said, patting Gao Shun on the shoulder. "You've worked hard these past few days." "It's not hard at all. This is my duty," Gao Shun replied, and the tension in his expression eased slightly upon receiving the recognition. "As for the martial techniques, everything has been arranged. They can begin learning immediately," Wu Tianxing said, recalling that Wang Sun had informed him last night that the library pavilion had been completed. As a special building, the library pavilion's construction was not restricted by level requirements. As long as there were enough materials, it could be built quickly. Moreover, it would automatically upgrade as the territory advanced. At this moment, Gao Shun retrieved a set of leather armor and handed it to Wu Tianxing. My lord, this was dropped during yesterday's hunt in the eastern forest. It seemed unusual, so I kept it aside. Since it was late, I didn't want to disturb you. Wu Tianxing took it and immediately brightened. It was a true snake scale leather armor, a high-grade bronze item with a 7 defense attribute. Such equipment was incredibly rare in his world. Just a couple of days ago, he had seen a similar piece in the system auction house. Great job, Wu Tianxing said with delight. This kind of equipment is highly valuable in my world. Keep anything similar you find in the future. Even if we don't use it, it could fetch a good price on the market. Gao Shun silently felt relieved that he hadn't distributed it to the soldiers casually. Let's go. We'll start with learning the martial techniques, and then we'll head deeper into the eastern area to investigate, Wu Tianxing said. Since Wang Sun had built the library pavilion right next to the military camp, they quickly arrived in front of the 4-story building, which spanned 200 square meters. Wu Tianxing stepped into the library, and the sight before him left him astonished. Contrary to the traditional image of a library filled with shelves of books, he was greeted by a futuristic, technology-filled space. Right at the entrance was a square platform, 1 meter wide, engraved with mysterious patterns. Behind the platform stood rows of massive screens, each separated by individual pathways. The entrances to these pathways were clearly marked with different sections: techniques, martial arts, history, miscellaneous, and moreover 10 distinct categories in total. After spending some time trying to figure out how things worked, Wu Tianxing decided to experiment by placing a bronze-level technique on the platform. The moment he did so, the platform activated, and the patterns glowed faintly with white light, enveloping the technique. In an instant, the technique dissolved into tiny particles of light and disappeared into the platform. He then walked over to the techniques section and, as expected, spotted the words, Maniu Ju Bull Strength Technique on one corner of the screen. With just a thought, the detailed description of the technique and a learning option appeared, showing that it required 10 gold coins to study. This cutting-edge, futuristic system left Wu Tianxing marveling in amazement. Using the same method, he systematically uploaded the techniques and martial skills he had brought with him into the system. In the martial arts section, he found the Zhuangbu beginner movement technique and immediately chose to learn it. A beam of light shot out from the screen, directly into his mind. Seconds later, Wu Tianxing opened his eyes, amazed that this learning method felt no different from traditional practices. He then ascended to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, only to find that the layout was identical on each level. On the 4th floor, in the technique section, he finally discovered the Sha Bing Shi Tianju Heaven-Slaying Blade technique. However, when he saw the learning cost, he nearly clutched his chest in shock. 10,000 gold coins. That number instantly sobered him up. It was utterly unrealistic to expect a large number of soldiers to learn a diamond-level technique like this. Quickly doing the math, he realized that teaching 100,000 soldiers would cost a staggering 1 billion gold coins, and that was just for techniques. Martial skills would need to be upgraded gradually from lower levels, adding even more expense. Factoring in the possibility of future wars involving millions, or even tens of millions of soldiers, the sheer cost would be enough to bankrupt any treasury. It was at this moment that Wu Tianxing had an epiphany. No wonder humanity in his previous life had remained impoverished and weak. The exorbitant learning costs alone were enough to deter anyone from advancing. Wu Tianxing stood in front of the library, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The Asura and Ogre clans were born with inherited techniques, unrestricted in their teaching despite the varying levels. In contrast, the human race was far less fortunate. They either had to defeat monsters to acquire techniques or spend a fortune purchasing them from the library. How much money does it take to train an army? Wu Tianxing shook his head with a bitter smile, finally understanding why the human army in his previous life was so scarce and weak. It wasn't a matter of strength, but the crushing burden of the cost of techniques. He glanced at the 290 soldiers in front of him and called over the 90 who had yet to learn any techniques. Follow me, he said briefly, leading them into the techniques section of the library. Taking out 9,000 gold coins from his pouch, he handed them to Gao Shun. Distribute 10 coins to each person and let them choose their own techniques to learn. After dealing with this group, he turned to the remaining 200 soldiers. You already have techniques, but your combat skills need to be supplemented. Today, each of you must master basic spear techniques, basic footwork, and basic archery. With that, he took out 90,000 gold coins and entrusted Zhang Feihu to distribute them accordingly. Watching the soldiers eagerly diving into their training, Wu Tianxing felt a pang in his heart. Half of the 200,000 gold coins he had just vanished in an instant. He had never even seen so much money before, and now it felt like it wasn't nearly enough. After a moment of thought, he took out another 50,000 gold coins and instructed Gao Shun, Wang Tu, Wang Meng, and Zhang Feihu to learn diamond grade techniques. When the four returned, Their expressions were a mix of excitement and astonishment. They finally understood why their lord's face looked so grim earlier. While spending 10,000 gold coins on a single diamond grade technique might be worth it, training an entire army this way was an unimaginable expense. Gather outside, Wu Tianxing commanded as he quickly exited the library, unwilling to linger any longer. This place weighed too heavily on him, more precisely, the financial strain it represented. Wu Tianxing casually glanced at his account balance and noticed something unexpected. Instead of the anticipated 50,000 gold coins, it showed over 80,000. He furrowed his brows in confusion. He distinctly remembered that after giving 50,000 gold coins to Gao Shun and his group, there should have been just over 50,000 left. Puzzled, he immediately pulled up the system records to investigate. As he scanned the dense lines of text in the records, Wu Tianxing's eyes widened. System. Learned basic martial techniques, earned 10 gold coins, deducted 80 for maintaining the library pavilion. Remaining 2 gold coins. System. Learned diamond level cultivation technique, earned 10,000 gold coins, deducted 80 for maintaining the library pavilion. Remaining 2,000 gold coins. Similar entries continued appearing one after another. Am I essentially earning commissions here? Wu Tianxing muttered with a wry smile. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If I let outsiders come and learn, and they pay out of their own pockets, wouldn't I earn 20 of the gold coins? This realization filled him with excitement. Although allowing outsiders to study the techniques carried the risk of arming potential enemies, if handled properly, it could generate substantial profit. He particularly thought of his sister's lord, Qin Xiong. If he could persuade Qin Xiong to let his subordinates come and learn martial techniques, you tricked my sister into staying in your shabby territory, now let's see how I squeeze you dry. Wu Tianxing schemed inwardly, still holding a grudge about his sister praising another man. Having busied himself all morning, it was soon time for lunch. After everyone had finished their meal, Wu Tianxing led 200 legion soldiers eastward. At the same time, he assigned Zhang Feihu to lead 90 new recruits to continue training and leveling up around the village, while also defending it. Considering that the exploration might take 1 or 2 days, leaving behind a defensive force to ensure the village's safety was essential. As they traveled, Wu Tianxing jogged while questioning Gao Shun, who was following behind him. How far did you explore in the past 2 days? Even after moving for over half an hour, Gao Shun's breathing remained steady. We explored up to around 20 kilometers out. We didn't go any deeper, mainly because we were concerned about making it back before nightfall. Staying overnight in the forest is dangerous, as wild beasts are most active at night. Wu Tianxing nodded in understanding. This time, our goal is to survey the distribution of forces within a 100-kilometer radius, and to check for any signs of wild beasts. What are wild beasts? Gao Shun asked curiously. Wu Tianxing began explaining in detail. He told the group that in the ecosystem of the ancient wilderness, wild beasts were the most basic creatures. They lacked intelligence and acted purely on survival instincts. Over time, wild beasts could evolve into either demon beasts or wild beasts. Demon beasts gained intelligence, could form groups, and at higher levels, could even take human form. However, their essence remained that of demon beasts, cunning, bloodthirsty, and often preying on humans. Wild beasts, on the other hand, were different. They also possessed intelligence but were gentle in nature, rarely attacking others unprovoked. Most importantly, they could be tamed. What do you mean by tamed? Gao Shun asked eagerly. Wu Tianxing turned back with a smile. It's exactly what it sounds like. The ancient wilderness is vast and boundless. Did you think we'd always rely on running on foot for battles? We'd be exhausted before even reaching the battlefield. As for the horses you're familiar with, they can't be used as mounts in this world. Wang Tu, who was listening nearby, exclaimed in surprise. What? Have the horses here become so intelligent that they refuse to be ridden? Wu Tianxing raised an eyebrow, a hint of helplessness in his tone as he said, high-level horses will evolve into demon beasts, and low-level ones are useless to capture. If you try to ride them, their sheer presence might scare you off before you even get close. Only a few horses that evolve into ancient beasts are what we're looking for. However, the current wild animals haven't started evolving yet. So, what we're searching for isn't the evolved ancient beasts, but the ones that naturally existed in the primordial world. Wang Tu asked in confusion. Then how can we tell the difference between an ancient beast and an ordinary wild animal? Wu Tianxing smiled faintly and replied, it's easy to distinguish. Every ancient beast has a mark the size of a fingernail with the character Huang on its forehead. That's why they're called Huang beasts or ancient beasts. Seeing that Wang Tu was about to ask more questions, Wu quickly added, as for why they have this mark, don't ask me, don't know either. In fact, people speculated about it in my past life. The conclusion they came to was that the mark is imprinted by the primordial system at the moment of their evolution. As for the reason why, there were many theories, but no one ever reached a definitive answer. Deep down, Wu Tianxing felt that the emergence of ancient beasts was far from simple. Since these creatures only cultivated their physical bodies, People of the same level could hardly kill them. Even if someone managed to kill one, it wouldn't drop anything valuable, and its meat wasn't tasty. As a result, in the primordial world, ancient beasts were seen as harmless creatures neither bothering others nor being bothered by others. Provoking them brought no benefits and often led to disastrous consequences. The group of 200 people, all third-year soldiers, moved swiftly. Even the weakest among them had a combat power of at least 10 points. They advanced rapidly, undeterred by plains or forests. This is about as far as we got last time, Wang Tu suddenly remarked after 3 hours of travel. Wu Tianxing scanned the surroundings, nodded, and then said, "From here on, let's slow down. Everyone needs to be cautious, watch out for venomous snakes. Also, make sure to protect the two brothers mapping the terrain. Don't let them lose focus and end up losing their lives." "Understood, my lord." "They'll make arrangements immediately," Gao Shun responded promptly with a nod. After traveling another 5 kilometers, the group crossed a small river and arrived at a landscape of hills with sparse trees and rocky ground. Just as Wu Tianxing was about to step forward, a loud voice suddenly rang out, "Stop right there. Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Wu turned his head to see over 10 people emerging from the entrance of a large cave at the base of a nearby hill. They were armed and staring at his group intently. "We're just passing through. Who are you? And why are you all hiding inside a cave? You're not mice, are you?" Wu Tianxing asked, looking at the group of people with a puzzled expression. The leader on the opposing side was a young man in his 20s. Standing at the front of the group, he looked out of place, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the aura of those around him. "What do you mean they all ran into the cave?" Zhai Xinglin's face flushed with anger as he heard Wu Tianxing's remark, his nose flaring in frustration. That statement was clearly a jab, implying they were like rats. But as he eyed the 200 fully armed soldiers standing in neat formation, a wave of unease swept over him. He forced himself to appear calm and shouted, "This is our village's territory. If you have no business here, please leave. A conflict between us won't benefit anyone." Wu Tianxing glanced at the young man, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. His earlier remark had been a deliberate tease. He had instantly recognized that the man was from the real world. As someone who also came from reality, Wu Tianxing felt a certain kinship, which led him to make the jest. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Wu Tianxing asked, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as his expression turned serious. "This place is vast and empty. Where's the village?" Under Wu Tianxing's intense stare, Zhai Xinglin felt like he was being cornered by a predator. His heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied, Our territory is underground, not above ground. That's why you can't see it." "Underground?" Wu Tianxing exaggeratedly widened his eyes. "Are you people out of your minds?" Zhai Xinglin's face turned red with fury, his neck stiffening as he retorted, "Where we build our territory is none of your business. If you have nothing else to say, leave immediately. Don't think that just because you have 200 people, well, back down. We have over 500. Don't push your luck." Wu Tianxing was genuinely taken aback, and this time, he wasn't joking. Building a territory underground? That was practically suicidal. With people's increasing physical strength, even a slight stomp could cause a collapse in underground spaces. He highly doubted their territory was built deep enough to withstand such forces. Looking at the young man, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity. He led his men forward without further provocation. Though he found their decision foolish, they were still fellow humans. The human race was already at a disadvantage, and he had no intention of weakening them further. Of course, if they initiated a conflict, that would be a different story. By the way, Wu Tianxing suddenly turned back. "What's the name of your territory?" The question nearly frightened the already relieved Zhai Xinglin to death. The sight of 200 soldiers was intimidating enough, and judging by their sheer presence, none of them seemed weaker than a second-tier star disciple. Although he was also at the second tier, he felt as though any one of them could easily take him down. "We're called Xinwu Village," Zhai Xinglin blurted out, eager to send these intimidating strangers on their way as quickly as possible. Wu Tianxing blinked, finding the coincidence amusing. Just that morning, he had encountered 3 people from Xinwu Village knocking on his door, and now he was face-to-face with the village itself. He didn't press further and turned to leave, but his brows furrowed slightly. In his previous life, this faction had made it onto the rankings, but now it seemed implausible that an underground force could rise to such prominence unless they had stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunity. "I'll check on them again next time I pass by," Wu Tianxing thought to himself. "If they've really gained some unique opportunity, I can't afford to miss it. Master, watch out." Bang! Wang Ming's urgent shout rang out as his blade swiftly blocked a sudden attack aimed at Wu Tianxing. The unexpected turn of events startled Wu Tianxing, sending a jolt through him. He quickly raised his spear, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the path ahead with heightened vigilance. Just beyond the small hill ahead, an ogre poked its grotesque head out, greedily eyeing them. Wu Tianxing glanced down and saw a short spear lying at his feet, the same one Wang Ming had deflected with his long blade moments earlier. At that moment, frustration and fury churned within Wu Tianxing. He had actually let his guard down on the battlefield. The past few days of relative ease had clearly dulled his vigilance. If not for Wang Ming's quick intervention, that spear might have taken his life. From behind the hill, a horde of ogres began to emerge, and in the blink of an eye, their numbers swelled to over 100. Emboldened by the sight, the lead ogre waved a spiked club as thick as a man's thigh and bellowed in a voice like thunder. Humans on the other side, drop your weapons and surrender, and I'll spare your lives. Little did it know it had provoked a deadly adversary. Wu Tianxing's expression turned as dark as iron, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Gritting his teeth, he barked out an order: kill them. Leave a few alive, well, find out where their territory is. Today, I'll wipe them out. Before his voice had even faded, Wu Tianxing shot forward like an arrow. Each step left a 5 to 6 centimeter deep imprint on the ground, and he covered the 200-meter distance in mere seconds. Behind him, 200 soldiers followed in perfect unison, their armor clinking rhythmically but never breaking formation. In an instant, Wu Tianxing was face-to-face with the ogre leader. The creature barely had time to react, managing only to raise its spiked club in a panicked attempt to block. But Wu Tianxing, fueled by rage, channeled his full strength into his spear. With a single strike, he sent the club flying, shattering the ogre's arm in the process. Before the creature's horrified expression could fully register, Wu Tianxing reversed his spear and struck its head with brutal force. With a resounding crack, its skull exploded like a watermelon. Meanwhile, Gao Shun led the soldiers in a display of astonishing coordination. Each soldier struck only once, yet every blow was lethal. In mere moments, 9/10 of the ogres were wiped out, leaving only 2 alive, trembling in terror. Wu Tianxing was deeply impressed by what he witnessed. Gao Shun had trained these soldiers to such a level that their prowess went beyond mere combat ability. They were a truly elite force. Even against an enemy 3 times their size with equal strength, they would likely emerge victorious. This unit was nothing short of a perfectly functioning killing machine. He truly couldn't fathom how Gao Shun managed it. Reflecting on the large-scale military operations he had witnessed in his previous life, while those troops were formidable, they seemed like a disorganized rabble compared to the army before him. Every movement of this force radiated an unnerving harmony and sheer power. Standing at the cave entrance, Zhai Xinglin watched the entire scene unfold, cold sweat pouring down his back in terror. Although Wu Tianxing and the others had already walked some distance away, the shocking battle scenes remained vivid in his mind. His legs felt weak, and he couldn't stop thanking his luck that the other side had no interest in someone as insignificant as him. Otherwise, he would have met his end long ago. Master, I've gathered the information. Gao Shun approached Wu Tianxing and calmly reported. Their territory lies 15 kilometers ahead in the forest, with over 400 ogres. The ones you just killed were merely a small scouting team sent to investigate human activity. Wu Tianxing let out a cold laugh, a chilling gleam flashing in his eyes. These ogres were scouring the area for humans, likely intending to capture them as food. With a wave of his hand, he stored the spoils of war into his newly upgraded ancient infinity ring. The ring, having just consumed 10,000 gold coins to reach silvertier status, now offered a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters, slightly lifting his spirits. Deal with those 2 captives as well, Wu Tianxing ordered, his gaze icy with murderous intent. Today, that ogre settlement will vanish from the map. From now on, whenever we encounter a foreign territory, leave no one alive. The memory of the brutal war from his previous life reignited a blazing fury in his chest. The ring's attributes indicated it could be further upgraded to gold tier, though it would require 1,000,000 gold coins. But at this moment, Wu Tianxing cared little about such a sum. His eyes were set on far greater gains. The immediate priority was to eliminate this looming threat entirely. As visions of his territory's future development flashed through his mind, Wu Tianxing's resolve only grew stronger. If these ogres were left unchecked, they would inevitably become a grave danger. The lessons of his past life had taught him well. Mercy toward the enemy was cruelty to oneself. The 15-kilometer journey was anything but easy for Wu Tianxing and his group. There were no modern roads here, only uneven dirt paths and knee-high weeds. Wild animals frequently appeared along the way, either alone or in packs, forcing the group to stay on high alert. When they came across a swamp, they had to take a detour, which cost them valuable time. By the time they finally arrived at the ogre territory, the sun was sinking low, and darkness was creeping in. Wu Tianxing climbed a tall tree to get a better view of the ogre village, 500 meters away. The glow of fire lit up the night sky, and clusters of ogres sat around bonfires. On the fires, disturbingly, were human corpses being roasted. This scene was not unfamiliar to Wu Tianxing, who had witnessed even more brutal sights in his past life. Still, a burning rage began to build inside him. like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Nearby, Gao Shun and the others, perched on surrounding trees, were visibly shaken. They had never seen such a gruesome sight before. Their teeth clenched in anger, and they looked as though they were ready to charge in at any moment. Wu Tianxing carefully examined the village's defenses. As intelligent creatures, the ogres were bound to have set traps. Sure enough, at the village gate, he spotted rows of spike traps buried underground. These sharpened stakes could be triggered with a simple pull of a rope, easily piercing the feet of any intruders. Child's play, Wu Tianxing muttered with a cold smirk. The crude wooden walls of this primitive village stood no chance against their third-tier soldiers, who could easily leap over them. Jumping down from the tree, Wu Tianxing gathered Gao Shun and the others. There are traps at the gate. Well, go over the wall instead, he said, his voice as icy as frost. Remember, leave no one alive. Gao Shun and the others nodded grimly, their expressions resolute. Without needing further instructions, they prepared for the assault. At Wu Tianxing's command, kill, 200 soldiers surged forward like unleashed tigers, silently charging toward the village. Wu Tianxing followed at a steady pace behind them. His only target was the ogre chieftain. The rest he would leave to his men to handle as part of their training. The 500-meter distance was nothing more than a fleeting moment for third-tier soldiers bolstered by the Legion command. The 200-strong unit led by Gao Shun reached the wooden wall in just over 10 seconds, moving at the speed of a forced march. Gao Shun led by example, leaping gracefully over the wooden wall. The 200 soldiers following him moved in perfect unison, vaulting over the barrier like a school of fish leaping upstream. The sudden assault caught the ogres in the village completely off guard. Even the ogre leader, who was about to rise and sound the alarm, froze in shock at the sight of the dense wave of attackers. Humans are here for revenge. One of the ogres finally shouted, his voice echoing throughout the village. But it was too late. Gao Shun's long blade had already claimed the life of the first ogre, slicing through with the precision of a reaper's scythe. Attack! Gao Shun commanded, and the 200 Legion soldiers instantly switched to combat mode. Their coordination was flawless. One soldier would engage the enemy heathen, while another delivered a lethal strike from the flank. This seamless teamwork left the ogres defenseless, and their casualties quickly piled up. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the village chief's hut. Who are you to slaughter my people? I'll devour every last one of you. A towering ogre leader, standing 2.5 meters tall, stormed out in a rage. Wu Tianxing was about to act when he saw Gao Shun already springing forward. Employing the basic combat technique, Zhuang Step, Gao Shun deftly dodged the ogre leader's hammer strike and in a flash, appeared behind him. A cold gleam sliced through the air, and the ogre leader's head fell to the ground. Gao Shun didn't even pause, immediately turning to pursue the remaining fleeing ogres, as if what he had just done was nothing more than routine. From a distance, Wu Tianxing watched in astonishment, a twinge of jealousy creeping into his heart. The entire battle lasted no more than 10 minutes. Had it not been for some ogres escaping early on, it might have been over in just 3. Finally, Wu Tianxing entered the village chief's hall and stood before the Lord's stone tablet. The tablet displayed 3 options. 1. Destroy. Reduce the village to rubble. 2. Occupy. Turn it into a satellite village of Xingwu Village. 3. Plunder. Take everything, including the village building decree. Even without making a choice, they could freely take any materials from the village. However, selecting plunder was the only way to obtain the village building decree. Wu Tianxing chose plunder without hesitation. For him, destroying this village was the most sensible choice. As for occupying it, was out of the question. The distance from here to Xingwu village was simply too far to manage effectively. With his decision made, the Lord's monument emitted a flash of white light, and a black village creation order materialized before him. He grabbed the bronze-grade village creation order and stored it in his spatial ring. As soon as he stepped out of the village chief's house, Wang Meng came rushing over, his face filled with rage. My lord, there's a dungeon in the back, and it's holding many humans. Wu Tianxing sighed, already anticipating the reason for Wang Meng's anger. The two quickly made their way to the dungeon. Before they even entered, they could hear agonizing cries of pain echoing from within. The dungeon was an underground space constructed from rubble, wood, and dirt. It was divided into several large rooms and smaller chambers, with walls so solid escape was impossible. Upon entering, the sight before them was horrifying. Elderly people, children, men, and women all impaled through their shoulders with wooden spikes and bound to thick wooden pillars. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Wu Tianxing couldn't stop his fists from clenching as he took in the scene. Rage burned fiercely within him. Are you here to save us? The prisoners, seeing humans appear, became visibly emotional. Please, save us. Kind sir, I beg you, save my child. He won't last much longer. He'll do anything. Their hoarse cries for help overlapped, revealing how long they had been screaming to the point of losing their voices. "My lord, saving them should be our priority," Wang Ming reminded him. Snapping out of his thoughts, Wu Tianxing immediately gave the order. "Bring out all the bandages and find some clean cloth. We can't pull out the spikes. Recklessly removing them now might cause them to bleed to death." Gao Shun and the others immediately turned serious upon hearing this, silently relieved that they hadn't rushed to save anyone earlier. Each of them carried some essential supplies like bandages, healing medicine, dry rations, and water, all packed in small cloth bags. After all, they needed to stay out overnight, and with daily battles ahead, these items were mandatory as per Wu Tianxing's instructions. Soon, everyone took out their bandages and medicines. Thanks to Wu Tianxing's storage ring, he had brought the most supplies. Once everything was ready, he finally said, "Let's save them." Gao Shun and the others quickly sprang into action. One person swiftly pulled out the wooden splinters embedded in the injured bodies, while another immediately began treating the wounds with medicine and bandages. After half an hour of intense effort, they managed to save over 300 injured people. By then, the sky had already gone dark. Wu Tianxing and his group hadn't expected that while defeating the ogres had taken only 10 minutes, rescuing the victims had consumed a full half hour. Wu Tianxing instructed the soldiers to settle the rescued people in various houses in the village and ordered others to hunt down over a dozen wild beasts. They then disposed of the ogre corpses outside the village, rinsed the area with water, and lit a large fire in the village center to roast the meat. Once the meat was cooked, the soldiers distributed it to the houses where the injured were staying before finally preparing some for themselves. As for those two injured to eat roasted meat, Wu Tianxing could only chuckle helplessly, thinking, "At least there's food." In worse circumstances, even tree bark would suffice, let alone meat. "Master, we found two useful items while clearing the battlefield." Gao Shun approached Wu Tianxing, sat down beside him, and handed over the items. Wu Tianxing took them and couldn't help but react with surprise. Righteous energy technique, a silver-grade scholar cultivation manual, and blueprints for a paving stone machine. He hadn't expected such a significant haul. These were precisely what Xingwu village urgently needed. The righteous energy technique was a cultivation method for scholars. Scholars didn't need to fight on the battlefield. They merely needed to cultivate their techniques to the highest level to advance automatically. With each advancement, their mental strength would increase, unlike martial artists, whose physical strength improved with each level. However, cultivating scholar techniques required high aptitude, and those with lower aptitude would progress much slower. Additionally, scholars' skills were self-realized and closely tied to their nature. For example, some might develop skills to accelerate crop growth, while others could enhance soldiers' morale or abilities truly diverse and unique. A scholar's strength mainly depended on their mental power and the skills they comprehended. Wu Tianxing had once heard of a powerful scholar, Zhuge Liang of the Three Kingdoms. During a battle, Zhuge Liang had summoned a fierce wind with a single skill, creating 5 tornadoes that swept tens of thousands of enemy soldiers into the sky, a feat akin to divine intervention. As for the paving stone machine, it was an indispensable tool for any territory. While the ground would be leveled after a territorial upgrade, it would still remain dirt roads. With the machine, the entire village and even its surrounding areas could be paved with stone paths. Meanwhile, in a conference room of a skyscraper in the real world, over a dozen people were seated. The middle-aged man at the head of the table looked utterly exhausted, his eyes bloodshot as if he hadn't rested in days. In a hoarse voice he asked, "Still no news?" "None. It's as if they vanished into thin air," replied a subordinate in a military uniform, shaking his head with a pained expression. "It's not just us searching. More than 10 countries, including the US and Japan, are also looking, but there's been no trace at all." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes welled up with tears as he spoke in anguish. 8 million soldiers. How am I supposed to face the people? How do I explain this to their families? The others in the room lowered their heads, their expressions filled with sorrow. After a while, the middle-aged man composed himself, his face etched with grief as he softly said, "Pull our people back. Leave a small team stationed there to keep watch. How can we just give up like this?" An elderly man, upon hearing this, slumped back in his chair, his once upright posture now hunched over. He murmured, "You know I don't mean that, but I just can't accept it." As he spoke, tears began to stream down his face. The commander seated at the head of the table was breathing heavily, his gaze fixed on the elderly man with white hair before him. Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone. "Mr. Chun, I understand your concerns, but the situation is urgent. The latest investigations show that the mutation of animals worldwide is accelerating. Take domestic cats, for instance. They can now easily kill a human. And this is just the beginning. Dogs, rats, every kind of animal is undergoing changes." The commander tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "In the capital alone, over 3,000 people have died from animal attacks in the past few days. The casualties in remote areas are likely even more severe." Sitting slightly below the commander, Qin Shikanga, a middle-aged man with a firm expression dressed in military uniform, nodded in agreement. We've deployed large numbers of troops to eliminate these out-of-control animals, but the results have been minimal. What's worse is that these animals are evolving at an alarming rate. With firearms proving ineffective, even our highly trained soldiers find it difficult to deal with a single house cat, often at the risk of their own lives. If we don't act quickly, the commander said gravely, this could escalate into an apocalyptic disaster for humanity. He turned to a female officer standing nearby. Xiaowen, distribute the documents. Xiaowen promptly retrieved a stack of files from her briefcase and handed them out to everyone present. Meanwhile, similar emergency meetings were taking place among the leadership of other nations, including Japan, the United States, and others. 10 minutes later, the commander tapped the table again, drawing everyone's attention back. Now that you've all read the material, share your thoughts. Is this really possible? Elder Chen Jigua asked incredulously, holding up the document in his hand. Can we truly achieve feats like flying, teleportation, or even immortality, as described in those novels? Qin Shukong took over, his tone steady. While the future remains uncertain, the 50,000 soldiers we've sent in have confirmed that there is indeed a force capable of pushing human limits. The commander spoke with a serious expression. Every word in those documents has been rigorously verified. Although our understanding of the primordial world is still limited, the intelligence we've gathered is enough to change the current situation. The biggest challenge lies in the fact that, so far, the 50,000 soldiers have only retrieved 35 void-breaking orbs. If we can ensure all our soldiers consume these orbs, we can harness the power of the primordial world in our reality, rendering these out-of-control animals no longer a threat. In the conference room, Lin Zhengtai set down the documents in his hand, his brows furrowed. 50,000 people, yet only 35 void-breaking pearls were obtained, and they were mostly concentrated in the hands of a dozen or so individuals who established villages. The number acquired by individuals is negligible. The probability is just too low. Out of 50,000 people, only about a dozen have made any real impact. He paused for a moment before continuing. And this Wu Tianxing, who is repeatedly mentioned in the reports, who exactly is he? The commander's gaze fell on the 30-something young man, and he nodded to himself, approving of his straightforward analysis. Wu Tianxing is indeed our primary focus of observation. We can confirm that he is a real person, but due to the sheer number of participants early on and the subsequent network disconnection, we've been unable to determine his true identity, the commander said solemnly. He was the first to establish a village and is still ranked number 1 on the leaderboard. Our analysis suggests he may hold certain critical secrets. If we could obtain intelligence from him, it would significantly reduce the detours we take in the ancient wilderness world. Of course, we're prepared to offer appropriate compensation. Any conditions he proposes can be negotiated. However, up until now, despite multiple attempts to contact him through the communication system, we haven't been able to reach him. Li Mingze, seated across from Lin Zhengtai, suddenly slammed the table and stood up. The bespectacled man in his 50s, dressed in a suit, roared angrily, he's clearly ignoring us on purpose. As a Chinese citizen, he has no sense of collective honor. People like him should be detained and forced to hand over all their secrets. Lin Zhengtai retorted immediately, oh, the Li family is really something. Just because you couldn't reach him, you accuse him of lacking collective honor? And now you want to detain him? What crime has he committed? Crime? Li Mingze's face turned red with anger. The nation is in crisis, and he's hoarding secrets instead of sharing them. That's endangering humanity. It's anti-human. Lin Zhengtai let out a cold laugh. Anti-human, you say? The Li family is so wealthy, yet I don't see you helping the poor. By your logic, doesn't that make you anti-human too? Not giving Li Mingze a chance to respond, he continued, don't impose your bandit mentality on today's younger generation. What era are we living in? Everyone has their own opportunities. What gives you the right to covet someone else's achievements and slap a crime on them to justify taking what doesn't belong to you? We are upright, dignified Chinese citizens, not bandits. His tone grew increasingly stern. And with Wu Tianxing's current power and influence, if he wanted to kill you, you probably wouldn't even have time to react. I may be young and inexperienced, but I'll still say this, don't provoke him. If we approach him, it should be with sincerity. The situation is chaotic enough, as it might just turn out to be our last hope. The commander listened, then slowly began to applaud. Well said. A young man with sharp insight and straight-to-the-point judgment. He then turned to Li Mingze with a serious expression, his brows slightly furrowed, and said in a stern tone, according to the calculations of our research team, Wu Tianxing currently ranks at 62 points on the combat power index. This means his actual strength level could be around 30. To put it into perspective, that means he can deliver a punch with over 3,000 kilograms of force, which is far beyond the limits of human capability. He paused for a moment before continuing. After thorough analysis, we've decided to adopt a gentle approach with Wu Tianxing. Start by attempting to establish contact. If he's unwilling to cooperate, we won't force him. He can develop on his own. As Lin Zhengtai mentioned, even if Wu Tianxing chooses to keep everything to himself, that's his personal opportunity and has nothing to do with us. The military chief took a deep breath, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. In reality, we don't have much of a choice. The entire planet has expanded more than 100-fold, and we've lost contact with all the cities in Huaxia except for the capital. We have no idea what's happening elsewhere, and even if we wanted to intervene, it's beyond our reach. Qin Shukong pursed his lips, his expression bitter. Before the apocalypse erupted, we had mobilized 80 of the nation's military forces. Now, only a small number of soldiers are stationed in various regions. I can't even imagine what the situation is like right now. That's enough, Commander Qin. The military chief interrupted, waving his hand, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Let's not dwell on such discouraging thoughts. What we need to discuss now is how many troops to deploy to the archaic world. At this moment, Wu Xiaogu, who was seated next to Qin Shukong, spoke up. This short and rotund elder, standing at only about 1.65 meters tall, said, "We currently have 200,000 soldiers, gathered during the pre-apocalypse effort to increase our forces. There are already 50,000 stationed in the archaic world. I propose we deploy another 50,000 there, leaving the remaining 150,000 to guard the capital. I don't think this is right." Qin Shukong suddenly stood up, his face filled with urgency. Since the ancient world can push people beyond their physical limits, everyone will rush to enter it. If we send too few people, we might not even keep up with the pace of civilian development. How will we manage the entire Huaxia nation in the future? After Wu Xiaogu made his suggestion, he fell silent, his gaze lowered, lost in thought. The meeting room descended into chaos as officials debated fiercely, each holding firm to their opinions, unable to reach a consensus on the number of people to send. The commander-in-chief, seated at the head of the table, remained silent, his eyes narrowed as he observed the heated arguments below. Lin Zhengtai, one of the younger members, also stayed quiet, his head bowed in contemplation. After half an hour of intense debate, the final decision was made to send an additional 100,000 people into the ancient world. The result left Qin Shukong fuming, his face flushed with anger. The commander-in-chief, seeing the conclusion had been reached, promptly confirmed the decision and adjourned the meeting. As the others dispersed, the vast meeting room was left with only the commander-in-chief and Xiaowen. He slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the cityscape outside. His voice carried a note of weariness. "Xiaowen, Lin Zhengtai should still be around. Go find him and bring him here. Make sure no one else notices." 5 minutes later, Xiaowen returned with Lin Zhengtai, who entered quietly. Standing at attention, Lin Zhengtai saluted with a smile. "Commander, how did you know I hadn't left yet?" The commander-in-chief turned to scrutinize the tall young man, standing at 1.8 meters, with a complex expression in his eyes. "I've known your every move since you were a child. What could you possibly hide from me?" "Uncle Huang, Xiaowen is still here." Lin Zhengtai glanced helplessly at Xiaowen, a wry smile on his face. "All right, don't change the subject." The commander-in-chief waved his hand dismissively. "Xiaowen isn't an outsider. You two should have been married by now, but unfortunately..." He sighed deeply before continuing, "Don't let your father's situation weigh you down too much. The current situation is unstable, and everyone has their own agenda. Like those people today, many of them have long known the secrets of the ancient world, but are just pretending to be clueless. I can't rely on them completely. Now, tell me about Wu Tianxing. Is there really no trace of him?" A hint of sorrow flashed across Lin Zhengtai's face, but he quickly composed himself, meeting the commander-in-chief's gaze. "Do you want me to find something, or not find anything?" The commander-in-chief took a deep breath and patted Lin Zhengtai's shoulder. "Tell me about this man. I need to understand who he is before I can make any decisions." Lin Zhengtai nodded and began to report the investigation results in detail. Wu Tianxing, a resident of Gongzhou City, 22 years old. He has a younger sister, Wu Xiaojing, who is 18. Their parents used to work at a shipyard, but went missing at sea 7 years ago. At this point, Lin Zhengtai's tone noticeably paused. The location of their disappearance was near that very stretch of sea. Hearing this, the commander frowned. "Is it a coincidence? Or..." "It's likely not a coincidence," Lin Zhengtai continued. "According to the records of the previous incident, the ship that went missing has still not been found." "Go on." Lin Zhengtai proceeded with the more detailed findings. After their parents disappeared, the shipyard paid out compensation, but it was heavily deducted at various levels. By the time it reached Wu Tianxing, there was barely anything left. Over the years, the siblings have lived in hardship. Wu Tianxing worked part-time jobs to support his sister's education. After graduating himself, he couldn't find a decent job and had to rely on gaming to make a living. In this era of 2120, the nation's powerful information network made it easy to uncover such details. The commander massaged his temples. "In your opinion, What kind of person is Wu Tianxing? Lin Zhengtai pondered for a moment. Judging by how he treats his sister, he seems to be a man of loyalty and deep emotions. But having experienced his parents' disappearance and seen the darker sides of society, it's hard to determine his true character with certainty. At this moment, Xiaowen, who had been listening on the side, interjected, "You're overthinking it. Someone who treats his sister so well can't be a bad person. The real issue is how to approach him. Using force is definitely not an option, especially since we don't have the means right now. We only have one choice." Lin Zhengtai and the commander exchanged wry smiles. While the situation was undoubtedly more complex than Xiaowen suggested, her point was valid no matter how much they analyzed. It wouldn't change their current approach to Wu Tianxing. "Do you understand? Do you know what needs to be done?" the commander asked. Lin Zhengtai nodded solemnly and held up 5 fingers. "Give me these people and they'll set out today." The commander's expression grew serious. "We're unclear about how dangerous this mission might be, but it's said that losing could cost you soul energy, leaving you with splitting headaches for 2 days straight. Be cautious. These soldiers are the contingency plans left behind by your father and Xiaowen's father. Entrusting them to you means we have no other fallback. You must succeed. Failure is not an option." Lin Zhengtai stood at attention and saluted sharply, his voice resolute. "We will succeed. Failure is not an option." He gave Xiaowen one last glance, said nothing, and turned to leave. After a night's rest, Wu Tianxing was completely unaware that his information had already been uncovered by higher authorities. Of course, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care, as Xiaowen had said. The heavens are high, and the emperor is far away, meaning they couldn't do much to him anyway. After giving Gao Shun his instructions, he returned to his room, and his consciousness quickly reconnected with the real world. As soon as he appeared, a dark shadow lunged toward him. Wu Tianxing swiftly dodged out of the way. Scanning his surroundings, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as his body moved like lightning. Shrill squeaks echoed from all directions as dozens of blood-red-eyed rats leaped at him ferociously. Wu Tianxing's hands moved like shadows, and the sound of impacts filled the room. When he finally stopped, the floor was littered with rat corpses, and the room was in complete disarray. His face darkened as he noticed even the door had been gnawed to shreds. Suddenly, a scream came from his sister's room. Heart pounding with urgency, Wu Tianxing stomped so hard he broke through the floor and rushed into Wu Xiaojing's room in the blink of an eye. There, Zhang Xiaoxiao was brandishing a long sword, shielding Wu Xiaojing behind her. Wu Tianxing immediately sprang into action, his movements ghostly and his palm strikes swift. In mere moments, over 20 rat corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. He quickly cleared the living room and the other rooms, ensuring the entire house was safe. Only then did Wu Xiaojing throw herself into her brother's arms, her voice trembling with grievance. "That scared me so much. I never thought so many huge rats would get into the house." Wu Tianxing patted his sister's back reassuringly, still shaken. The rats of this era were unusually fierce. Just one could take a normal person's life, let alone 20. What surprised him most was Zhang Xiaoxiao's performance. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "No problem. Luckily, I was the first to come out," Zhang Xiaoxiao replied, patting her chest to steady her nerves. "I was shocked too when I suddenly saw the rats." Wu Tianxing noticed her gear and asked curiously, "It seems your village has developed well, Yuri, even using a void-breaking orb and a sword that works in the real world." Zhang Xiaoxiao explained that her village had raided a Ashura tribe settlement earlier that day. Since she was the only person from the real world in the village, the spoils had been given to her. Wu Tianxing gave her a meaningful look. These 2 items could fetch over 10,000 gold coins on the market, and most village leaders wouldn't part with them so easily. He guessed that Zhang Xiaoxiao must have connections with the higher-ups in her village, very close ones, in fact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be entrusted with such valuable items at this stage. Wu Tianxing did not delve into Zhang Xiaoxiao's explanation. After all, it was just 2 small items, and considering she had just saved his sister's life, he felt indebted to her. Zhang Xiaoxiao was slightly surprised that he didn't press further, but she didn't realize that Wu Tianxing didn't care about such trivial matters, especially since there were more pressing issues at hand. Standing amidst the chaos in the hall, Wu Tianxing frowned as he surveyed the scattered food and damaged furniture. Upon inspection, he discovered that the mice had entered through holes in the outer wall. Although he had chosen a property with iron doors when renting, he hadn't anticipated that the cement walls would become a vulnerability. "Clean up the place. Throw out anything the rats have chewed on," Wu Tianxing instructed. "I'm heading out to check the situation." He had decided to thoroughly inspect the entire building to prevent any more wild animals from endangering his sister. At the same time, he resolved to accelerate his plans to establish a village. The 10-story building housed Wu Tianxing's apartment on the 5th floor. Starting from the upper floors, he began his sweep and quickly discovered a few stray cats and dogs wandering the corridors. These wild animals snarled and attacked upon seeing him. Without hesitation, Wu Tianxing dispatched them with a single punch each and casually stored their bodies in his spatial ring. This spatial ring had a peculiar characteristic. Items from the ancient world could only be seen but not touched in the real world, and vice versa. Additionally, everything stored in it consumed space. However, there were exceptions. Certain items marked with the word true, such as a set of leather armor, a village building decree, and over a dozen blueprints, could be freely accessed. These were all items Wu Tianxing had acquired recently, including 2 blueprints he had purchased from the market, which he planned to use for building a village in the real world. The top 5 floors were quickly cleared, and Wu Tianxing moved downward. The lower he went, the more animals he encountered. By the time he reached the first floor, it was practically a zoo. Cats, dogs, rats, rabbits, monkeys, and even pigs had claimed different areas. At the sound of his footsteps, the animals turned their heads toward the staircase in unison. Upon seeing a human, their vigilance heightened. 2 monkeys attacked first. Wu Tianxing easily dodged their claws, grabbed their necks, and ended their lives with a swift effort. The other animals charged at him in a frenzy. He found the situation suspicious but had no time to dwell on it. Utilizing his Zhuangbu martial technique, his fists struck like lightning. Amid the cacophony of pained cries, the animals fell one after another. Wu Tianxing moved like a god of death, his expression cold and unyielding as he sidestepped the splattering blood and mercilessly took down each beast. The hallway on the first floor was teeming with a shocking number of beasts. Rats, stray dogs, and other wild creatures numbered in the hundreds, crowding the entire space. Yet, in front of Wu Tianxing, these beasts seemed as fragile as paper. Every second, another one fell. With his 31 points of combat power, dealing with these beasts, whose highest combat strength barely reached 3 points, was a complete overkill. Even using less than half of his strength, he still fought with effortless dominance. As more of their kind fell, the remaining dozens of beasts finally showed signs of fear. Those at the back bristled, letting out whimpers as they retreated cautiously. Wu Tianxing remained indifferent, his rhythm of slaughter unbroken. These creatures were labeled as beasts and demon beasts rather than spirit beasts because of their inherent savagery, sinister nature, ferocity, and cunning. In his previous life, it was precisely these mutated demon beasts that caused humanity's population to plummet from over 30 billion to a mere fraction. Bloodthirsty and ruthless, they saw humans as nothing more than food. While in the ancient wilderness world, humans had 5 lives and could re-enter after resting for a few days upon death, reality offered no such second chances. Countless humans were devoured entirely by these demon beasts. The sounds of fighting and the cries of beasts from the first floor echoed up to the second and third floors. Over the past few days, having witnessed the savagery of these man-eating beasts, the residents dared not step outside their doors. Now, hearing the commotion, many turned pale with fear. However, a few braver individuals cracked open their doors and cautiously made their way toward the first floor. As Wu Tianxing cornered the last dozen or so beasts, their resolve finally broke. They turned and fled in panic. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and just as he prepared to pursue, a sudden unease gripped his heart. Instinctively, he leaned back, narrowly dodging a green blur that shot toward him. Turning his head, he saw a thick, emerald-green cobra. The sight sent a chill through him. No wonder he had found it odd that so many different types of beasts had gathered together. It turned out this cobra, already mutated into a demon beast, had been controlling them. Having missed its strike, the cobra shot out toward the door like lightning. Wu Tianxing stomped his right foot on the ground, propelling himself forward in pursuit. At that moment, 2 residents descending from the second floor happened to witness his chase. Seeing his astonishing speed, their faces were filled with sheer shock. The 2 exchanged a glance, both swallowing nervously. The tall, lanky man had a flicker of fear in his eyes as he asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Did you see it clearly just now? Are you sure it was a person?" The man beside him, though also thin, was slightly shorter. Hearing this, he hesitated and replied uncertainly, "It should have been a person, right?" At that moment, Wu Tianxing unleashed the terrifying power of his 31-point combat strength. The cobra had just begun to flee and hadn't even made it 10 meters before Wu Tianxing caught up to it like a flash of lightning. With his hand formed into a blade, he delivered a swift and precise strike to the cobra's vital spot. Bang! With a loud crash, the cobra let out a piercing screech. Its upper body slammed into the concrete street, its vital point a bloody mess, leaving it gravely injured. Wu Tianxing was not done yet. He raised his right foot and stomped down on the snake's head repeatedly. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 heavy strikes, the snake's head was completely obliterated under his relentless assault. After finishing the kill, Wu Tianxing scanned the surroundings and noticed that the dozen or so beasts from earlier had already scattered in panic. He collected the cobra's corpse and turned to head back into the building. When he returned to the hallway, he was startled to see 2 figures standing at the top of the stairs. His eyes widened in surprise. The 2 men, upon seeing Wu Tianxing, looked visibly tense, clearly recalling the strength he had demonstrated earlier. At that moment, a wave of complex emotions surged within Wu Tianxing. He knew these two all too well: Wu Haijun, the taller one, and Gao Zhaojia, the shorter one. They had been his closest comrades in his previous life. Back in the ancient wilderness, they had crossed paths while fleeing from pursuing beasts, along with two others. They had spent 2 years together, both in the real world and the ancient wilderness, enduring countless life and death trials. Their bond had long surpassed that of mere brothers. Yet, their tragic end still haunted him. His relentless pursuit of the truth behind his sister's death had ultimately dragged his 4 brothers into disaster. That fateful day, while he was out investigating, Brother Xiong's men captured them, torturing them beyond recognition before executing them. By the time he returned, he was met with the sight of their mutilated corpses. That horrific scene became his eternal nightmare, turning him into a lone wolf, silently hunting down Brother Xiong's men for revenge. Hi. Hello, my name is Gao Zhaojia. Breaking the silence, Gao Zhaojia finally spoke, unable to withstand Wu Tianxing's intense gaze. We heard some noise downstairs earlier, so we came out to check. Wu Tianxing snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at the two. Hello, my name is Wu Tianxing. It's nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Wu Haijun. The taller one introduced himself briefly. Looking at their pale faces and chapped lips, Wu Tianxing immediately deduced that they hadn't eaten in a long time. He waved a hand and said, judging by your condition, it seems you've gone without food for quite a while. I have plenty of food with me, and I also have something to discuss with you. Whose place is more convenient? Mine. Both of them spoke almost in unison, their eyes betraying their hunger and eagerness for food. Don't rush. These wild animal carcasses are enough for everyone. Go upstairs and inform the others to come down and collect their share. Everyone must be starving by now. Hearing that the food was from these wild animals, Gao Zhaojia's expression turned uncomfortable. Wu Tianxing rolled his eyes, immediately understanding his concern. These beasts had indeed eaten humans. But given the current circumstances, who could afford to care about such details? With an exasperated tone, he said, seriously? At a time like this, you're still worried about that? It's not like I'm asking you to eat humans. Just discard the internal organs if it bothers you so much. Or do you all prefer to starve? Though Wu Haijun also looked uneasy, he silently stepped forward and dragged a 300-pound domestic pig. Seeing this, Gao Zhaojia had no choice but to reluctantly grab another pig, reasoning that it was at least easier to accept than other wild animals. Wu Tianxing stood to the side, watching the two struggling to drag the pigs upstairs. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right, let me help you with that. He took a step forward, flipped his wrist, and the 2 pigs vanished into his spatial ring. Before the two could recover from their shock, he asked, let's go. Whose house are we heading to first? I have something to ask. Let's go to my place. It's just on the 2nd floor, Wu Haijun said, suppressing his astonishment, and led the way to the stairs. Once they reached the 2nd floor, Wu Haijun stopped in front of a door and knocked. This scene puzzled Wu Tianxing. Had never heard in his previous life that Wu Haijun had family. Thinking back though, it made sense. So many had died back then, and people rarely talked about the past, as if deliberately trying to forget their pain. From behind the door came the sound of light footsteps, followed by a click. The iron door opened, revealing a beautiful woman with an air of elegance. Once seated in the living room, Wu Haijun introduced her. This is my wife, Gu Yuqing. Wu Tianxing studied the woman, dressed in sportswear with a strong, capable demeanor. He nodded politely and said, hello, sister-in-law. Sorry for the intrusion. Gu Yuqing glanced at her husband, then smiled gently at the two of them. It's no trouble. You go ahead and talk. I'll check on the child. This made Wu Tianxing pause. Wu Haijun had a child? That was something else he had never heard about in his previous life. After Gu Yuqing left, Wu Haijun asked, so, brother, what is it you wanted to talk about? Gao Zhaojia also looked at Wu Tianxing with anticipation. Wu Tianxing gathered his thoughts, his expression turning serious. Do you know about the archaic world? The archaic world? What's that? Gao Zhaojia looked confused, then suddenly lit up. Wait, is it another world? Is our world like this now because this archaic world merged with ours? So that's why Earth got bigger. It all makes sense now. Watching Gao Zhaojia's animated gestures and excitement, Wu Tianxing was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, is this guy reading too many novels? How did he conjure up an entire world from one sentence? What left him even more speechless was the sight of Wu Haijun, who also looked shocked, clearly buying into the nonsense. What on earth are you talking about? Wu Tianxing sighed, rubbing his forehead. If you don't know, just say so. Where did you get this world-merging idea? Have you been reading too many novels? Gao Zhaojia awkwardly scratched his head and fell silent, while Wu Haijun glared angrily at his troublemaking friend. Wu Tianxing patiently introduced the situation of the desolate ancient world to the two. Gao Zhaojia listened with shining eyes, eager to rush into the desolate ancient world and showcase his skills. After a full half-hour explanation, Wu Tianxing paused, his tone turning serious. All right, that's all I know. Now, let's talk about our business, Wu Tianxing said solemnly. The desolate ancient world is vast, so vast that I can't even estimate its size. But one thing is certain. It's about to enter an era of fierce competition among countless factions. He looked directly at the two and continued. I hope you can join my camp. Once you enter the desolate ancient world, your priority is to quickly obtain a village establishment order and create your own territory. Once we activate the teleportation arrays, we can support each other. Only in this way can we protect ourselves and our families in this chaotic world. In truth, with Wu Tianxing's current strength, he didn't need anyone's help. He was doing this solely to ensure these two could live better lives in this lifetime. After all, in the previous life, both of them had died because of him. Sure, count me in. Gao Zhaojie agreed immediately, his excitement evident. Once I make it big in there, anyone who dares to bully you guys will have to answer to me. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes as he looked at the lively Gao Zhaojie before him. He distinctly remembered that Gao Zhaojie in the previous life was a quiet and reserved person, which made him wonder if he had approached the wrong person this time. In contrast, the 27-year-old Wu Haijun appeared much more cautious. He had been deep in thought the entire time and only raised his head after Gao Zhaojie finished speaking. I haven't entered the desolate ancient world yet, so I don't fully understand the situation. Even if I join now, it's hard to see any immediate benefits. What concerns me most right now is the safety of the real world. With so many wild beasts out there, I don't want to come back and find out my family has been harmed. Wu Tianxing smiled and explained. Don't worry about that. As I mentioned earlier, items with the true prefix can be brought into the real world. Tomorrow morning, we'll start constructing a village in the real world. Can a village really fend off these wild beasts? 22-year-old Gao Zhaojie asked skeptically. High-rise buildings seem a lot safer. Relax. I have 2 family members at home. I wouldn't gamble with their lives, Wu Tianxing replied firmly. Reassured by this, Wu Haijun immediately agreed. All right, I'll join. Whatever happens in the desolate ancient world, I'll stand by you. Me too. Gao Zhaojie stood up, his expression suddenly turning unusually resolute. To be honest, the first time I saw you, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. And now I feel the same way about Wu Haijun. Maybe we knew each other in a past life, and meeting again in this life is heaven's will. This statement startled Wu Tianxing, making him feel that Gao Zhaojie was somewhat uncanny. Wu Haijun, however, simply took it as a joke and nodded casually. All right, I'm heading out, Wu Tianxing said as he placed a pig carcass down. Let the other residents know to come and divide up the beast remains. If you need anything, come to room 501 on the 5th floor. I usually return from the desolate ancient world at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. He then took Gao Zhaojie back to the latter's single-occupant home, left another pig carcass there, and hurriedly departed. At that moment, Wu Tianxing only wanted to distance himself from the overly peculiar Gao Zhaojie as quickly as possible. Wu Tianxing had no idea that after he and Gao Zhaojie left, Wu Haijun's wife, Gu Yuqing, stepped out from the house slowly. As soon as she appeared, she urgently declared, I want to enter the ancient desolate world too. No way. Wu Haijun refused her decisively without a second thought. If you go, what about the child? Gu Yuqing opened her mouth to argue, but ultimately stomped her foot in frustration and ran back to the bedroom. Staring at the closed door, Wu Haijun muttered under his breath, Don't worry, I'll help you. With me here, how could I let you take such a risk? When Wu Tianxing returned home, Wu Shaojing and the others had already tidied up the house. After dinner, he couldn't wait to return to the ancient, desolate world. As soon as he appeared back in the house there, the sound of fierce fighting filled his ears. His expression changed instantly, and he rushed outside, scanning the surroundings. He saw Gao Shun and his companions locked in battle with a group of Shura clan warriors, over 500 of them. Although the Shura outnumbered them, their strength was vastly inferior, and they were being mercilessly slaughtered by Gao Shun and his men. At that moment, Gao Shun was engaged in a fierce duel with the Shura clan leader, the two of them evenly matched. Seeing this, Wu Tianxing felt slightly reassured. He then retrieved a spear from his ring and charged straight toward the enemy leader. The Shura leader, already focused on his fight with Gao Shun, looked increasingly grim. When he suddenly noticed Wu Tianxing charging toward him, his expression turned to shock and fear. He hadn't anticipated that the opposing side would have another warrior with such overwhelming power. Panicked, the leader tried to retreat, his face betraying his terror. But Wu Tianxing wasn't about to let him escape. Moving like lightning, he closed the distance in an instant. His spear, like a pillar piercing the heavens, aimed directly for the leader's vital points. No matter how the leader tried to evade, the spear seemed to predict his every move. This wasn't due to some special ability, it was simply that Wu Tianxing's speed created an illusion of inevitability. With a sickening squelch, The spear pierced through the leader's neck. Even in death, the fear remained etched on the leader's face, his eyes gradually losing their light. Master, Gao Shun began to speak. Finish them off, leave no one alive. Wu Tianxing interrupted with a wave of his hand. Yes, master. Gao Shun took a deep breath and shouted loudly, the master's orders, leave no one alive. Kill! The 200 soldiers roared in unison, their battle cries shaking the air. They unleashed their full might, the sound of weapons cutting through flesh echoing relentlessly. The Shura clan warriors fell one by one, like crops being harvested. The slaughter was brutal and merciless, but there was no room for compassion between warring races. It was either kill or be killed. Just like this time they had been peacefully residing here, only to be attacked unprovoked by the Shura clan. In war, mercy is a luxury. Survival is the only truth. Bang! Wu Tianxing brandished his spear, blocking a fleeing Asura. At this critical moment, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth from his body. This unexpected change filled Wu Tianxing with joy. He had finally leveled up. Amid the flurry of battles earlier, he had completely forgotten about this. He immediately focused his mind to check his updated stats. Basic information. Title: Intermediate Village Chief, Junior General. Reputation: 100. Aptitude: S rank. Combat power: Star Disciple, Tier 4. Spirit: 13,250. Techniques and skills. Chaos God Demon Technique, Chaos Skill. Basic Spear, Archery, Blade, and Footwork Techniques. Berserk Junior General Skill. Equipment: Ancient Infinite Ring Silver Grade. Steel Spear High Bronze Grade. Steel Armor High Bronze Grade. Special Legion Command Bronze Grade. Other attributes: Wealth, 170,000. Luck, 10. Soul, 100. Free attribute points, 0. Items: True Village Establishment Order, True Snake Scale Armor High Bronze Grade, 15 True Blueprints, etc. Clenching his fists, Wu Tianxing felt the surging power within him. However, when he looked at the two leaderboards, his expression darkened. World Leaderboard. The top 10 rankings were displayed clearly. 1. Wu Tianxing Human Race Intermediate Star Martial Village, 2858. 2. Monta Ogre Race Intermediate Ogre Village, 2825. 3. Asaga Asura Race Intermediate Godslayer Village, 2815. And down to the 10th, Eagle King Demon Race Sky Eagle Clan, 2680. What unsettled Wu Tianxing the most was the premature emergence of the demon race. In his previous life, they hadn't appeared until 10 real-world days later, but this time, they had arrived several days earlier. Even more shocking was their dominance on the leaderboard, occupying 1/3 of the top 100 spots. Personal Combat Power Leaderboard. Although Wu Tianxing maintained a commanding lead with 85 points, other powerful contenders like Monta 62 and Asaga 62 were not far behind. Taking a deep breath, Wu Tianxing realized his advantage was being rapidly eroded. Especially concerning was the 5th-ranked Tiger King of the Overlord clan. If they launched a full-scale assault, it was uncertain whether Star Martial Village could hold its ground. This forced him to re-evaluate his development strategies. Nonetheless, as a transmigrator, Wu Tianxing had not lost all hope. After all, he possessed foresight and knowledge that no one else did. That was his greatest advantage. My lord, everything has been taken care of. We suffered 15 injuries, but no fatalities. Gao Shun strode over, a hint of joy in his voice as he reported. Wu Tianxing nodded in acknowledgement, but then frowned slightly. What's the deal with these Shura clansmen? Where did they come from? Gao Shun gave a wry smile. It's quite a coincidence, actually. They were chasing after a group of people. Those people happened to pass by and, seeing there were many humans here, decided to flee in this direction. The Shura pursuers naturally followed. We got caught in the crossfire, but fortunately, that group had some strength. Otherwise, the losses would have been much worse. Hearing this, Wu Tianxing's expression darkened, and his tone turned cold. Where are those people? Why didn't I see them during the fight? Please don't be angry, my lord, Gao Shun quickly explained. I instructed them not to join the battle. Come with me, and you'll understand. With that, he led Wu Tianxing toward the back. When they reached the open area behind, the scene before them made everything clear to Wu Tianxing. Scattered across the ground lay around 200 people, all in tattered clothing, their faces pale. They looked as though they had endured a long and grueling escape and were now sound asleep, completely exhausted. Wu Tianxing sighed as he took in the sight. If they hadn't encountered these people, they might have truly collapsed from sheer exhaustion. He patted Gao Shun on the shoulder and was about to turn and leave. My lord, this time we've really struck gold. Wang Tu suddenly rushed over, brimming with excitement. Wu Tianxing's eyes lit up. Take me to see. Under Wang Tu's guidance, Wu Tianxing quickly noticed an eye-catching silver spear among the spoils. He walked over briskly and picked it up for closer inspection. True Silver Serpent Spear, Beginner Silver Grade, Attribute: sharpness 30. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but laugh out loud. This spear had come at just the right time. With the village about to be established in the real world, this weapon would save a lot of effort in future battles. There's more, my lord. Take another look. Wang Tu, watching the elated Wu Tianxing, urged him again with a helpless expression. Wu Tianxing glanced at Wang Tu with a puzzled expression, then began carefully examining the spoils before him. The deeper he delved into the inspection, the brighter his eyes became, and an uncontrollable excitement spread across his physique. Truly was an unexpected windfall. He quickly tallied up the items he had obtained: 2 primary warrior stones, 12 void-breaking pearls, 3 attribute stones of various types, 5 pieces of bronze-grade equipment marked with the true insignia, 2 bronze-grade weapons of the same tier, 6 blueprints of true items, and 5 advanced bronze-grade equipment and weapon blueprints. What thrilled him the most was the discovery of a bronze-grade Legion upgrade token among the loot. This Legion upgrade token had arrived at just the right time. In fact, Wu Tianxing had originally planned to acquire it through another method, was privy to a secret well known in his past life: the search for Western dragon-like wild beasts. These lizard-like dragons, unlike the Eastern divine dragons, were willing to trade the rare treasures they hoarded, as long as you could offer them something of interest. This was precisely why he had previously gone into such detail about wild beasts. Beyond seeking mounts, his primary goal was to locate these trade-friendly dragon beasts. If he could encounter an intelligent wild beast, it might even provide clues about the whereabouts of the dragon-like creatures. After storing the remaining lower-grade and secondary items into his spatial ring, Wu Tianxing nodded in satisfaction. In his view, these Shura clan members had essentially delivered treasures right to his doorstep. Congratulations, my lord. With these items, our territory is bound to reach new heights. Gao Shun exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Wu Tianxing replied, toying with the Legion upgrade token in his hand and smiling. This bronze-grade Legion upgrade token is the greatest gain. With it, the obstacle that has been holding back the development of our army has been eliminated. Gao Shun nodded in agreement. Having previously discussed the significance of the Legion token with Wu Tianxing, he understood just how timely the acquisition of this token was. My lord, what are your plans for what comes next? Gao Shun asked, addressing the immediate issue. Not only do we have those 200 people from earlier, but also the 300 we rescued from the dungeon. All of them will need to be properly settled. Wu Tianxing pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to the rear. Let's eat first. Once those 200 people wake up, we'll question them about their situation and decide on the next steps. My lord, someone wishes to see you. Wu Tianxing was dining inside the house when Wang Ming's voice came from outside. Let them in. With a creak of the door, Wang Ming entered, leading a stranger behind him. The man was burly but dressed in tattered, filthy clothes. His disheveled hair partially concealed a face covered in dirt. Greetings, my lord. Wang Ming stepped forward and bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Wu Tianxing's gaze shifted to the disheveled man, his tone calm yet carrying a hint of scrutiny. Tell me your story. Bringing enemies to our base camp, this is not the behavior of an honorable man. The remark seemed to strike a nerve with the man. His fists clenched and then relaxed instinctively, his voice tinged with bitterness. I am the village chief of Guoming village. Until yesterday, our village was peaceful. But last night, a group of Shura clan raiders attacked us without warning. We were completely unprepared. Out of over 1,000 villagers, only about 200 managed to escape. He paused briefly before continuing. We fled all through the night and into this morning, utterly exhausted. When we saw your camp, it felt like a lifeline. In a moment of desperation, we rushed in without thinking. Wu Tianxing, though his suspicions were confirmed, maintained a stoic expression. I sympathize deeply with your plight. However, this does not excuse barging into a military camp. Fortunately, my soldiers are well trained. Otherwise, the casualties could have been far worse. Even so, 15 of my men were injured. Tell me, what do you propose we do about this? Wang Ming stood silently to the side, his head lowered. He cast a sideways glance at the village chief, understanding that his lord was seeking compensation. The burly man also caught the implication in Wu Tianxing's words. While he knew he was at fault, he also realized that Wu Tianxing was a fair leader. If they had encountered someone more ruthless, the mere act of intruding on a military camp could have cost them their lives. The burly man rolled his eyes and, feigning helplessness, looked at Wu Tianxing. We have nothing left now, just these 200 or so people. Since we have nothing else to compensate you with, why not take all of them as payment? Wu Tianxing's lips twitched slightly. Looking at the robust man in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This guy is quite the schemer. Although this outcome suited him just fine after all, his constant complaints about the collision with his base had been for this very purpose. He now felt that all his previous maneuvering had been unnecessary. Tell me about yourself. What's your name, and which era are you from? Wu Tianxing asked irritably, no longer bothering with the matter of compensation. The burly man, Seeing that Wu Tianxing hadn't taken the bait, sighed inwardly, thinking it was a pity. In truth, he had already recognized the man before him as the world-ranked #1, Wu Tianxing. Shaking his head, he set aside his thoughts and respectfully cupped his hands. This humble one is Han Qinhu, courtesy named Zitong, from the Sui dynasty. A glint of light flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes, though his expression remained calm. He said softly, "Ah, someone from the Sui dynasty." As he spoke, he furrowed his brows, putting on a contemplative look. Opposite him, Han Qinhu instantly tensed up. "I'm not really familiar with that," Wu Tianxing said flatly. A stifled laugh escaped from Wang Ming, who couldn't hold it in any longer. Noticing the murderous glare Wu Tianxing shot his way, Wang Ming quickly suppressed his laughter, though his shoulders continued to shake uncontrollably. Han Qinhu stared at Wu Tianxing in disbelief. "He doesn't know who I am? I'm a renowned general of the Sui dynasty. Has history truly forgotten me?" Ignoring Han Qinhu's shock, Wu Tianxing said calmly, "All right, I've got the gist of your background. Since we're all of the human race, we'll waive the compensation. Rest up and leave when you're ready. We have other matters to attend to." "Wait," Han Qinhu called out urgently. In this unfamiliar world, his ragtag group could stumble into someone else's territory at any moment and meet their end. "I, Han Qinhu, a general of the Sui dynasty, am willing to lead my men to serve under you. Would you accept us?" "Oh, you're a renowned general?" Wu Tianxing asked, feigning surprise. "Then your current situation is pretty pathetic." "Fine. Seeing as a once famous general has fallen to such a state, I can't just leave you like this. You can stay." Han Qingtu's tense expression immediately eased when he heard Wu Tianxing finally agree to let them stay. He instinctively glanced at Wu Tianxing's deliberately pitiful expression, shook his head silently, and chose to ignore this detail. As a once renowned general who had commanded the battlefield, Han Qingtu didn't care much for such superficial matters. However, he had a group of soldiers following him, brothers who had shared life and death with him. It was for their sake that he had to lower his pride and express his allegiance to Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing's attitude, however, carried deeper meaning. He was well aware that history had seen countless famous generals, and more brave and skilled warriors would inevitably join his ranks in the future. If he were overly enthusiastic toward each renowned general, it would not only inflate their egos but also give them a sense of superiority. This could ultimately lead such accomplished leaders to look down on the quieter, unrecognized soldiers. If such a situation were to arise, it would undoubtedly dishearten the troops who had been loyally following him. Thus, Wu Tianxing deliberately adopted this demeanor, silently conveying a message: "You are welcome here, but this is your choice and not my request. In this place, there are no special privileges, and being a famous general grants no entitlement to arrogance." Subordinate Han Qingtu greets the Lord. When all matters were settled, Han Qingtu bowed deeply to formally pay his respects. In that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Tianxing for receiving the loyalty of the advanced general, Han Qingtu. Wu Tianxing carefully examined Han Qinhu's attribute panel. Human race title, Advanced General Prestige, 0 aptitude, Yellow rank realm, Star Disciple 3rd tier, Strength 6 150 Spirit, 4 techniques. Equipped with Songlong Dawn / Gold level skill, Basic Spear technique, and Stacked Waves intermediate general skill. Wearing tiger pattern leather armor bronze advanced, and wielding a bone spear silver basic. Possesses 21,580 gold, 20 free attribute points, and 0 soul. This stood in stark contrast to Gao Shun, who was also an advanced general. Gao Shun had a human race title, Advanced General Prestige, 0 aptitude, Yellow rank realm, Star Disciple 3rd tier, Strength 8 300 Spirit, 4 techniques. Mastered Killer Soldier Heaven / Diamond level skill, Gale / Intermediate Blade technique, Basic Archery, Basic Footwork, and Demon Slayer, Advanced General skill. Equipped with the Demon Breaking Blade bronze advanced, Star Scale Leather armor bronze advanced, and an Advanced Legion token. Possesses 0 gold, 20 free attribute points, and 0 soul. Wu Tianxing shook his head in private. It was no wonder Han Qinhu was in such a pitiful state. Gao Shun's 300 attribute boost could unleash a strength of 32 points, whereas Han Qinhu could only manage a maximum of 15 points. Lacking the support of a Legion token only made matters worse, leaving him constantly at a disadvantage. Standing up, Wu Tianxing smiled at Han Qinhu and said, "The 200 or so people under your command will be properly arranged once they return to the village. Those fit to serve as soldiers will be enlisted, and the rest will be settled appropriately." Han Qinhu was shocked to notice a sudden change in his aptitude. Just as he was about to ask, Wu Tianxing raised a hand to interrupt him. "This is a feature of Star Martial Village. Just take note of it," Wu Tianxing explained. Wu Tianxing then instructed Wang Ming to summon Gao Shun and the others. A few minutes later, the group entered the room and saluted in unison. "Greetings, my lord." Seated in his chair, Wu Tianxing gestured for them to rise and proceeded to introduce the new member, Han Qinhu, encouraging everyone to familiarize themselves with one another. After the formalities were completed, Wu Tianxing announced the new action plan. With over 500 new additions to our group, it's no longer suitable to continue exploring as one unit. We will split into 2 groups. Gao Shun spoke up urgently, "My lord, wouldn't dividing our forces be too risky?" "I have considered the risks," Wu Tianxing replied with a hint of regret, "but the injured need immediate treatment, or their lives may be in danger. You will take 100 advanced Legion soldiers to escort them back to the village, while I will lead the elite Legion soldiers to continue pressing forward." Though concerned, Gao Shun understood that this was the best arrangement under the circumstances and reluctantly accepted his orders. Charge! The deafening sounds of battle echoed through the valley as Wu Tianxing led over 100 soldiers, charging forward with unstoppable momentum into the heart of the valley. The scene before them was overwhelming. Thousands of wild beasts of various kinds filled the area, scattered across every corner. What stood out the most was a platform at the center of the valley, where a group of beasts emanating a thick, ominous aura surrounded a snow-white wolf king. These creatures were no ordinary animals. Their bodies radiated a sinister energy that set them apart at a glance. While the beasts had begun to form their own hierarchy, most of their followers were still ordinary wild animals. At that moment, a dazzling white light enveloped Wang Tu, who was standing beside Wu Tianxing. It was the unmistakable sign of leveling up. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tu's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity as he swept his long spear in a wide arc, sending the beasts blocking their path flying like leaves in the wind. Witnessing this, Wu Tianxing felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that during this time, not just Wang Tu, but everyone had been growing rapidly. Around 4 p.m., Wu Tianxing led a group of 100 elite Legion soldiers, accompanied by Zhang Feibao, Wang Meng, and Wang Tu, heading eastward to conduct reconnaissance. Along the way, they fought fiercely against various wild beasts until they arrived at a valley. Initially, Wu Tianxing planned to bypass the area, as the main goal of the mission was to scout and locate wild beasts. However, when he noticed the unique platform within the valley, he immediately changed his mind and decided to lead the team into the valley. During the battle, Wang Tu, Wang Meng, and Zhang Feibao each leveled up, and the team's progress accelerated. The 104-member force moved like a blood-soaked harvesting machine, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Their blood-drenched appearance resembled a demonic army emerging from the depths of hell. As the number of wild beasts in the valley dwindled, the monstrous beasts on the platform could no longer hold back. They bared their fanged jaws and let out deafening roars from above. Wu Tianxing's silver-white spear danced like lightning, stabbing, thrusting, and sweeping, sending the surrounding beasts flying like ragdolls. Glancing at the platform, he smirked slightly. What a fortuitous discovery. Attack! Wu Tianxing roared, his spear creating countless afterimages. The sounds of piercing flesh echoed as a swath of beasts fell before him, causing those in the rear to freeze in fear, whimpering in terror. Inspired by their leader's ferocity, Wang Tu and the others unleashed their full strength. The overwhelming momentum of the 100-strong team caused the beasts ahead to cower, lying flat on the ground in submission. Seizing the opportunity, the group swiftly swung their weapons, cutting down the beasts like ripe wheat. At that moment, the monstrous beasts on the platform, led by a wolf king, could no longer restrain themselves. They leaped down with furious roars, charging madly at Wu Tianxing's group. Wu Tianxing's eyes narrowed as he leaped forward, using the carcasses of beasts as stepping stones to launch himself toward the monstrous beasts. The sight of Wu Tianxing charging alone enraged the 50-plus monstrous beasts. With a cold smile, he descended into their midst like a meteor. Amid the rising dust, the sounds of violent collisions and beastly howls filled the air, as 2 bloodied boar-like beasts were sent flying. Within the dust cloud, Wu Tianxing's spear moved with electrifying speed, preventing the monstrous beasts from even getting close. As the remaining beasts entered a frenzied state, Wu Tianxing finally revealed his true strength. With an earth-shattering aura, he swung his spear with immense force, shattering 5 beasts into fragments and carving a massive trench into the ground. In the end, as Wu Tianxing pursued the fleeing Wolf King, he effortlessly vaulted over the remaining beasts in his path and drove his spear through the Wolf King's skull. The entire battle showcased his unmatched prowess, solidifying his reputation as the top-ranked warrior. After the Wolf King fell, the remaining pack scattered in panic, as if they had lost their leader, fleeing in all directions under Wang Tu and his group's pursuit. Wu Tianxing's eyes lit up as he quickly picked up the spoils left behind by the Wolf Kinga Warrior's Stone. It was a mid-level Warrior's Stone, with attributes that read, upon use, increases strength by 100 and grants a 30 chance to comprehend a warrior skill, but it is limited to beginner-level warriors. Without hesitation, Wu Tianxing chose to use it immediately, closing his eyes as he entered a state of enlightenment. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, disappointment evident on his face. Damn, just my luck this time. Though his strength had increased, he wasn't as fortunate in comprehending a new warrior skill as he had been previously. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, he already possessed one warrior skill, which was considered lucky among warriors. He recalled hearing in his past life about an unfortunate individual who, even after advancing to a special grade warrior, failed to gain anything after using 4 warrior's stones consecutively. Shaking off these thoughts, Wu Tianxing turned his attention to the platform before him. He looked up at it. The roughly 4-meter-high structure was no longer an obstacle for him. With a light leap, he landed steadily on top of the platform. The sight before him was striking sky blue platform, approximately 300 square meters in size, its surface covered in mysterious black patterns. However, what truly captivated Wu Tianxing wasn't the platform itself, but its essence. It was a rare vein of blue star ore, a material crucial for forging silver-grade weapons. In his previous life, the discovery of such ore veins had always led to bloody conflicts. Whenever news of their existence leaked, various races would flock to the site, engaging in fierce battles. The frenzied competition was not without reason. Within these ores often lay hidden some kind of extraordinary item. Wu Tianxing suppressed his excitement and quietly waited for Wang Tu and the others to arrive. His gaze remained fixed on the platform beneath his feet, recalling how, in his previous life, a similar object only 1/5 its size had sparked a war involving millions. Master! Wang Tu's shout interrupted his thoughts. Wu Tianxing leaped down from the high ground and, with a solemn expression, commanded, "Surround this platform. I'm going to shatter it, and not a single piece of debris can be allowed to escape." Although they did not understand the platform's purpose, Wang Tu and the others could sense its importance. After all, it was the reason their team had returned instead of leaving, even at the cost of a bloody battle with an entire horde of beasts. Once over 100 people had encircled the platform, Wu Tianxing gathered all his strength, gripped his spear tightly, and struck the platform with full force. With a deafening crash, the platform began to crack along its intricate patterns, fragments flying in all directions. He didn't stop, delivering blow after blow until the formidable, 300 square meter platform was reduced to rubble. Huff, huff. After attacking relentlessly for over 10 minutes and delivering thousands of strikes, even Wu Tianxing was left gasping for air. Without his silver-grade weapon and exceptional strength, shattering this blue star stonium material used to forge silver-grade weapons would have been impossible. Wang Tu approached and handed him a water pouch. "Master, what's going on? This platform looked so beautiful, what a waste to destroy it." "Get lost." Wu Tianxing kicked him lightly. "Get to work." He bent down and picked up a thumb-sized fragment. The stone was jet black, polygonal, with sharp edges that appeared as if they had been precisely cut by machines. Its surface was unnaturally smooth. This was a Wanjiestonia miraculous item that could bring utterly loyal followers into the real world. Humans were not the only ones who coveted it. Even beasts would use it to bring their kind from the ancient world into reality. As for the Ogres and Asuras, their obsession with it likely stemmed from its unique properties. Wu Tianxing tossed the Wanjie stone to Wang Tuesday, "Show it to everyone. Then dig this area 3 feet deep. Not a single piece can be missed." Wang Tu caught the stone with trembling hands, almost dropping it. He finally understood why his master was so fixated on the platform. To the ancients, this was a lifeline. With it, they could traverse between the two worlds, just like Wu Tianxing. However, Wang Tu's understanding of the Wanjie stone was still limited. Wu Tianxing knew that once the ancients entered the real world, they would be no different from him. They would also need to use void-piercing orbs to virtually connect with their physical bodies in reality, allowing them to synchronize their strength advancements in the ancient world. Moreover, with each breakthrough in their cultivation, their souls would grow by 20. This was the true reason for the madness that engulfed the previous era. After everyone had examined the stone, their excitement was palpable, but they focused entirely on their search. Some even lay flat on the ground, meticulously feeling for any overlooked fragments. Little did they know the true secret of the Wanjie stone. Once revealed, it would drive the entire ancient world into chaos. Searching on hands and knees would seem trivial. People might even use magnifying glasses to scour every inch. In the early days of the previous era, a single Wanjie stone could sell for 5 million gold coins, and even then, it was nearly impossible to acquire. For the ancient leaders, as long as someone from the real world was willing to bring them across, money was meaningless. This was a privilege granted to the leaders of the ancient world. Some leaders had even been brought into reality, where they established cities and kingdoms, ruling over followers who had also used Wanjie stones. 3 years later, the price of Wanjie stones skyrocketed to unimaginable heights. Even a lifetime of effort couldn't afford one. While the exact reasons remained unclear, Wu Tianxing knew that as time went on, the value of Wanjie stones would only increase. The group of over 100 people searched as meticulously as worker ants. Occasionally, Muffled thuds echoed as they smashed large blue star stone blocks to inspect their interiors. They worked tirelessly, forgoing dinner, lighting torches to continue their search late into the night. It wasn't until midnight that they finished scouring the entire area. All right, everyone, finish your meal and get some rest. We'll search again tomorrow. Wu Tianxing clapped his hands and announced to the group. He glanced down at the pile of crystal-clear Wanjie stones stored in his ring. The collection had grown to over 120,000 pieces, and the sheer number filled him with excitement. These stones were valuable enough to train millions of soldiers in diamond-level cultivation techniques, but he had no intention of selling them. They were vital resources for his own use. After a simple meal of dry rations they carried with them, the group quickly found an open space nearby to rest. Wu Tianxing retrieved a piece of beast hide from his spatial ring, laid down on it, and prepared to sleep. Tomorrow, he would need to scout locations for the village's construction. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Wu Tianxing gathered Wang Tu and the others around him. After giving a few brief instructions, he took out a Wanjie stone and handed it to Wang Ming. As Wang Ming accepted the stone, a flicker of envy flashed in the eyes of the others, though they could only sigh inwardly after all. Their loyalty levels had yet to reach 100. Wang Ming began to use the Wanjie stone. The crystalline stone slowly melted into a single drop of water. It was a delicate process that could not be interrupted, or the water droplet would dissipate into the air. Soon, the droplet enveloped Wang Ming's body and completely merged with him. His body trembled violently for a moment before calming down. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord." Wang Ming knelt on one knee, his voice filled with gratitude as he saluted Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing waved his hand dismissively and tossed him a Pasu pearl. By now, Wu Tianxing had donned equipment marked with the word true and was wielding the true silver serpent spear. "Don't resist," Wu Tianxing said, gripping Wang Ming's arm as he activated his thoughts. In the astonished gazes of Wang Tu and the others, the two vanished in an instant, leaving the group staring at each other in silence. "It seems we need to reach 100 loyalty as soon as possible," Wang Tu said with determination, glancing at Zhang Feibao, his eyes resolute. Wu Tianxing and Wang Ming reappeared in the real-world bedroom, where Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaojing were waiting. When the two suddenly materialized with a stranger, the girls were rendered speechless in shock. "Snap out of it." Wu Tianxing smiled as he walked over to Wu Xiaojing, giving her a light pat on the head. "Brother, brother." Wu Xiaojing stammered as she regained her composure, her wide eyes fixed on Wang Ming. "This is Wang Ming, my guard. He'll be responsible for our safety from now on," Wu Tianxing explained simply. He understood how shocking it was to bring someone from the archaic world into reality, but he also knew it was best to keep such matters known to as few people as possible for now. "Wang Ming, this is my sister, Wu Xiaojing, and her friend, Zhang Xiaoxiao," Wu Tianxing introduced. "Greetings, princess." "Greetings, miss." Wang Ming immediately bowed respectfully. Wu Tianxing and his companions stood in the living room, looking at Wang Ming before them, feeling a bit out of place. Wang Ming's shoulder-length hair and traditional attire made it hard for them to adjust to the surreal experience of bringing someone from the primordial world into reality. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but chuckle at their expressions. "All right, let's eat first. Once we're done, we'll head out and find a suitable spot to build the village." After the meal, Wu Tianxing swiftly stored all the useful items from his home into his spatial ring. Then, the group set off to find Gao Zhaojie and Wu Haijun. As per their agreement the day before, Gao Zhaojie was already waiting at his home. Hearing the knock on the door, he stepped out with a simple backpack, looking ready for the journey. After that, they headed to Wu Haijun's house. However, the scene that greeted them when they opened the door left Wu Tianxing at a loss for words. The living room was piled high with over a dozen bags of various sizes. Wu Haijun stood to the side, looking embarrassed. "Most of it's for the kid, I just couldn't bear to leave anything behind." At that moment, Gu Yuqing walked over, holding the hand of a little boy dressed in a tracksuit. "Come on, Xiaofan. Say hello to your uncles and aunts." Xiaofan shyly greeted them, then quickly hid behind his mother. Wu Xiaojing immediately pulled out a piece of chocolate from her pocket. "You can't call me auntie. You have to say sister, okay? Call me sister, and I'll give this to you." Ignoring Wu Xiaojing teasing Xiaofan, Wu Tianxing reassured Wu Haijun, "It's fine. I'll take care of these things." With that, he waved his hand and retrieved a batch of gear and weapons from his spatial ring. "Everyone, pick something that suits you. Once you're ready, we'll set off." 1 day in the real world equals 2 days in the primordial world. Wang Tu and the others are still waiting for us. Although it wasn't their first time witnessing the wonders of the spatial ring, everyone present still couldn't hide their amazement. Without hesitation, Wang Ming, fresh from the primordial world, picked out a long blade and a set of leather armor. Zhang Xiaoxiao, already equipped with a sword, chose only a set of leather armor, though her gaze was filled with astonishment. These items were rare treasures worth tens of thousands of gold coins at this stage. Watching the others casually pick their gear, Zhang Xiaoxiao shook her head to herself. She knew they had no idea how valuable these items were, which only reinforced her belief that Wu Tianxing was indeed the legendary figure atop the rankings. Yet, she couldn't understand why he was willing to take along people he barely knew. Thinking back to how she had only been allowed to stay thanks to Wu Xiaojing's help, the contrast left her even more perplexed. A group of 7 people, accompanied by a child around 5 years old, walked through the bustling streets dressed in traditional ancient attire. Their appearance was completely out of place in the modern urban setting, drawing curious gazes from residents peeking out of windows on every floor, their faces filled with astonishment. Leading the group was Wu Tianxing, followed by the others. Most striking was Wang Ming, who brought up the rear. With his flowing long hair, leather armor, and a long blade in hand, he looked every bit like a general who had stepped straight out of history. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, ensuring the group's safety from behind. Ever since Earth had mysteriously expanded, the entire landscape had undergone a dramatic transformation. The remnants of demolished buildings scattered along the streets stood as silent witnesses to the upheaval. Wild beasts occasionally darted out from the shadows, launching attacks on Wu Tianxing and his group, but each assault was swiftly dealt with thanks to their preparedness. Wu Tianxing was in search of a suitable open area to establish a village. Though there were plenty of small, scattered spaces, he had a specific vision in mind: needed a large, open, and unobstructed site. After all, their settlement would inevitably grow, and having the village gate face directly toward towering skyscrapers would certainly pose a problem. Because Gao Zhaojie and a few others had yet to develop combat skills, the group's pace was slow. They moved cautiously toward the outskirts of the city, taking over an hour to finally leave the boundaries of Gongzhou City. What lay before them left everyone speechless. The modern skyline had vanished entirely, replaced by an endless expanse of lush greenery, as if they had stepped into another world. With May approaching, life was flourishing, and plants had grown wildly. The once broad concrete roads were cracked and broken, with only fragments visible in the distance where the pavement abruptly ended. Is this still our world?" Wu Haijun asked, pointing ahead, his voice filled with disbelief. "Where's the overpass that used to be here? And the concrete roads?" Even though Zhang Xiaoxiao had listened to Wu Tianxing's explanation before, standing on this vast expanse of land now, she couldn't help but show a confused expression. Wu Tianxing explained to everyone, "Earth has expanded 100-fold. The original buildings haven't disappeared, but have been scattered across the land due to the expansion. Let's move forward and find a suitable spot to establish a village," Wu Tianxing said as he led the group onward. The wilderness was overgrown with weeds and dotted with a few large trees. Unexpectedly, the number of wild beasts in this desolate area was greater than in the city, and several demon beasts even launched sudden attacks on them. The attacking beasts were eventually slain by Wu Tianxing and Wang Ming, their carcasses left in the wilderness. Watching this, Gao Zhaojie and the others felt both terrified and exhilarated. The grotesque, unrecognizable mutated demon beasts made them feel as if they had been transported to a primeval, untamed era. At the same time, Wu Tianxing and Wang Ming's superhuman strength, speed, and combat skills left them in awe. Gu Yuqing held little Fan tightly, covering the child's eyes with a towel. She was being supported by Wu Haijun as they moved forward. The strong and capable demeanor she once had was completely gone, leaving her looking fragile and vulnerable. After half an hour, Wu Tianxing finally stopped in an open area about 3 kilometers from the city. The environment was suitable for establishing a village. He gestured for everyone to step back and took out the true village establishment order from his spatial ring. The group held their breath and watched intently. A beam of white light burst forth from the order, enveloping a 100-meter radius. Within the light, they witnessed the miraculous transformation of a wooden house materializing from nothing. The ground leveled itself, and wooden walls a meter high rose around the perimeter. The scene was nothing short of magical, leaving everyone astonished. Wu Tianxing checked the village's attribute panel. True Star Martial Village, Low-Level Village. Village area, 10,000 square meters. Structures, Village Chief's Hall. Upgrade requirements. Star Martial Village in the Wild Ancient World must reach mid-level. Compared to the Star Martial Village in the Wild Ancient World, the attributes here were much simpler. Meanwhile, some materials in the Wild Ancient World's Star Martial Village warehouse mysteriously vanished. Incredible. This is absolutely incredible. Gao Zhaojie exclaimed excitedly. It's like creating something out of thin air. Wu Haijun and his wife, while less vocal, still had shock written all over their faces. Only Wu Xiaojing and Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had experienced the village establishment process before, remained relatively calm. Wu Tianxing then retrieved over a dozen blueprints from his spatial ring and began to use them one by one. Each blueprint emitted an unusual glow, illuminating a patch of land, and within seconds, a structure appeared. Soon, the entire village was bathed in a dazzling light. When the light faded, a well-organized village unfolded before their eyes. On the east side of the village chief's hall were neatly arranged residential houses, while on the west side stood 3 uniquely styled buildings: the blacksmith pavilion, the alchemy pavilion, and the marketplace. Behind them were a spacious warehouse and a military camp. Wooden walls surrounded the village with 2 arrow towers on each side, and an underground water and electricity system was already in place. Brother, how is this possible? How can buildings just appear like this? Wu Xiaojing asked in surprise. Shouldn't we all work together to build them? Wu Tianxing patted his sister's head and explained, in reality, it's not that complicated. As long as we have blueprints and enough materials in the wild ancient world's village, we can construct them directly. Zhang Xiaoxiao, filled with excitement, chimed in, then as long as we have blueprints, we can build whatever we want in the future. It's so much more convenient than in the wild ancient world. It's not that simple, Wu Tianxing said, shaking his head. When the village population grows, even the residential houses won't be enough. Do you think you can produce tens of thousands of true-level blueprints? Huh. Why would we need so many? Zhang Xiaoxiao finally realized how overly simplistic her thinking had been. Huh. Brother, why do you still have one more blueprint left? Wu Xiaojing keenly noticed that Wu Tianxing was holding a golden blueprint in his hand, which was distinctly different from the ones they had seen before. Wu Tianxing gently shook the golden blueprint, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. This is no ordinary blueprint. It's crucial for our future safety. As soon as he said this, Gao Zhaojia and the others immediately gathered around, their eyes fixed on the shimmering golden blueprint. Wait here for me, Wu Tianxing said as he strode into the village chief's house with the blueprint. He approached the Lord's stone tablet and pressed the golden blueprint against it. Instantly, the blueprint emitted a dazzling light before merging into the stone tablet. A new option labeled Defense System appeared on the tablet. Looking at the newly added option, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but recall the origin of the blueprint. It had been given to him by Wang Sun during the 2 days he was recovering from his injuries. When he first saw this rare blueprint marked with the word true, he was overjoyed. What stunned him even more was that he had purchased it from the market for only 20,000 gold coins and absolute steel. Unbeknownst to Wu Tianxing, the blueprint's previous owner was currently hiding in a remote mountain cave. He was a thin, scruffy man covered in soot, sneezing as he rubbed his nose. That tigress must still be after me. How was I supposed to know it was worth so much? I just wanted some money for drinks. Looks like I can't go back anytime soon, or she'll chop me to pieces. Oblivious to the fact that someone was on the run from a tigress due to selling the blueprint, Wu Tianxing focused on activating the defense system. Outside, the villagers witnessed an astonishing transformation. 5 futuristic-looking turrets suddenly appeared on each wooden wall. The turrets gleamed with a metallic silver sheen, and although their barrels were only 30 centimeters long, resembling toy cannons, a total of 20 were now stationed along the village walls. On the roof of the village chief's house, an even larger turret was installed. When Wu Tianxing prepared to upgrade the village, the system prompted him that 56,000 gold coins were required. Upon closer inspection, he realized that upgrading the defense system alone cost 50,000 gold coins, while the upgrade costs for other buildings were 10 times higher than usual in the ancient world. Damn, this is too expensive, Wu Tianxing muttered through gritted teeth. He thought to himself that this was only a mid-level village upgrading to a town would likely cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins. But no matter how painful it was, the upgrade was necessary. Otherwise, future development would come to a halt. Upgrade, he said, wincing as he confirmed the operation. A dazzling light suddenly burst forth, enveloping the entire village like an immense web of radiance, gradually spreading outward. This phenomenon lasted for about 5 minutes, and when the light dissipated, the village before their eyes had undergone a complete transformation. The village chief's house, where Wu Tianxing resided, also expanded, with its interior completely restructured. A spacious living room at the center, accompanied by separate bedrooms, a fully equipped kitchen, and a bathroom. The total area now spanned about 200 square meters. Standing inside the newly renovated house, he surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment welling up within him. Opening the village's attribute panel, new information immediately appeared. True Star Martial Village. Level: Intermediate Village. Village area: 100,000 square meters. Buildings: Village Chief's Hall, Defense System, Hydraulic System, Power System. Upgrade requirements: upgrade a village in the ancient world to an advanced village. Overall, the village's area had expanded tenfold, and the levels of various buildings had been upgraded accordingly. Curious, he clicked on the defense system to view its details. Defense system features: 1. 20 small intermediate laser cannons. Firing rate: 1 shot per second. Cost: 300 gold coins per shot. Attack range: 3 meters radius. Maximum power: 30. 2. 1 heavy intermediate laser cannon. Firing rate: 1 shot every 3 seconds. Cost: 3,000 gold coins per shot. Attack range: 10 meters radius. Maximum power: 50. Seeing these stats, Wu Tianxing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was nothing short of a gold-devouring beast. At full capacity, the small laser cannons alone would consume 6,000 gold coins per second. Adding the heavy cannon, the average cost would rise to 8,000 gold coins per second and astronomical 480,000 gold coins per minute. Glancing at his account balance of just 90,000 gold coins, he suppressed his heartache and transferred 80,000 to the territory account. Then, without daring to look at this money-burning system any longer, he quickly stepped outside. In his previous life, he had only known this system was powerful, but he hadn't realized it was so costly. He silently vowed to himself, if something can be solved with my own hands, I will never rely on this money-guzzling contraption. As soon as he stepped out, Wu Xiaojing urgently grabbed his hand. Brother, why did you upgrade the village? Did you forget there will be a monster siege? Zhang Xiaoxiao also looked anxious. Should we hide in the ancient world for now? What monster siege? Wu Tianxing snapped out of his daze from the defense system's shock, looking puzzled. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Gao Xiaojie, and the others wore expressions of despair. But Wu Tianxing simply chuckled and shook his head. When did I ever say there would be a monster siege? This is the real world. Building a village won't attract monsters. Huh. Wu Xiaojing and Zhang Xiaoxiao were taken aback, then quickly turned red with embarrassment and anger. Wu Xiaojing bit her lip in frustration, making a scissors gesture with her hands. Then why did you come out looking so defeated just now? Wait. Wu Tianxing quickly backed away, explaining as he ran. I was just deep in thought. How was I supposed to know you'd misunderstand? Liar. Wu Xiaojing chased after him relentlessly, her small hands resembling claws of doom in Wu Tianxing's eyes. This was undoubtedly a woman's ultimate weapon, one that no man could withstand. Wu Tianxing was no exception. After some playful banter, Wu Tianxing's expression turned serious as he addressed the group. There are currently 5 houses available for you to choose from. Each of you can pick one. Once you're settled, return to the ancient world as soon as possible. 1 day in reality equals 2 days there, and any further delay will hinder our progress. Wait a moment. Gu Yuqing called out to Wu Tianxing while holding little Fan, her face showing concern. Brother Wu, I need to ask, how are we going to handle meals going forward? Oh. Wu Tianxing slapped his forehead as if realizing his oversight. That was my mistake. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll put enough supplies in the storage for everyone shortly. You can take whatever you need when the time comes. Hearing this, Gu Yuqing finally felt relieved. After all, children can't endure hunger as well as adults. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao frowned and raised another concern. The food we have now is enough for the time being, but what happens when it runs out? That's nothing for you to worry about, Wu Tianxing said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Once it's gone, I have my own ways to restock. Your top priority is to grow stronger in the ancient world. Leave the rest to me. Will my wife and child be safe staying here? Wu Haijun asked anxiously. Wu Tianxing patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Brother Jun. As long as sister-in-law stays within the village, she'll be completely safe. At this stage, even the strongest enemy could be taken down with a single shot. After addressing everyone's concerns, Wu Tianxing emphasized that everyone must gather at 6 a.m. every day in the ancient world. He then retrieved their supplies from his spatial ring, placing the necessary items into the storage. Once everything was settled, he and Wang Ming returned to the ancient world together. As soon as they appeared, Wang Tu hurried over with a leather pouch in hand. My lord, this is what we managed to find after searching twice more this morning, 128 pieces of world stones in total. Any unusual occurrences? Wu Tianxing asked casually as he took the pouch and stored it in his spatial ring. Wang Tu hesitated, his expression uneasy. After a brief pause, he finally replied, Nothing major, but the soldiers we sent out to scout this morning brought back some news. Seeing Wang Tu's reluctance, Wu Tianxing frowned slightly. What news? Another 10 kilometers to the east, and we'll reach the sea. Wu Tianxing's expression turned serious upon hearing this. He then asked, Did he also mention a stretch of white bones along the shoreline? Wang Tu suddenly looked up, surprise flashing in his eyes. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's exactly what I couldn't figure out. There's nothing that can't be explained, Wu Tianxing said, rubbing his temples as he elaborated. Just as there are wild beasts and demonic creatures on land, there are sea beasts in the ocean. Those bones are simply the remains of their battles, washed ashore by the tides. As he spoke, a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes. Gather everyone. We're heading to the coast to take a look. Understood, my lord. The assembly was swift. After Wu Tianxing stored all the blue star ores into his ring, Wang Tu and Zhang Feibao quickly organized the group. Soon, 100 men stood in a neat formation before him. Let's move out. Wu Tianxing took one last glance at the remaining half of the blue star ores. Though reluctant, he could only abandon them with a sigh. The group of 104 advanced swiftly along the rugged mountain paths, each person demonstrating remarkable agility. Half an hour later, they crossed a series of rolling hills, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. In the distance, the sea met the sky, the deep blue of the ocean merging with the vast heavens. The breathtaking sight eased the tension in everyone's minds. Ah! Over 100 people exhaled collectively, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their shoulders. My lord, Zhang Feibao said, gazing into the distance with a relaxed expression, this place is so pleasant. Should we consider building a settlement here and moving in? Wu Tianxing glanced at him, a faint, enigmatic smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Are you sure? Wang Tu stood nearby, pretending to remain indifferent, his eyes downcast as if deep in thought. Yet the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his unease. He knew all too well the dangers of this area. The vast stretch of white along the distant shoreline was far from a good omen. Zhang Feibao felt a chill run through him under Wu Tianxing's gaze. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately decided against it. Though Wu Tianxing appeared harmless on the surface, his cunning nature was infamous. Zhang Feibao had no intention of inviting trouble. Well, looks like everyone's gotten smarter. Wu Tianxing sighed with a hint of regret. Let's go. Head to the shoreline and take a look. As Wu Tianxing merely sighed, Zhang Feibao exhaled in relief, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. However, as they approached the coastline, that relief quickly turned into dread, and cold sweat began to flow freely. What lay before them was a chilling sight, an endless expanse of bones densely covering the shoreline, stretching for hundreds of meters with no visible end on either side. This was no ordinary shore. It was a veritable sea of bones, a nightmarish vision of hell. Crunch, crunch. Wu Tianxing's footsteps echoed eerily as he walked across the skeletal remains. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the bone-covered ground, his spear occasionally prodding at the remains beneath his feet as he examined them intently. The scene sent shivers down the spines of the 100 or so men following behind him. Though none of them were strangers to bloodshed, the sheer scale of this bone-strewn landscape was deeply unsettling. Yet, none dared to stop. They all trailed closely behind Wu Tianxing. As he walked, Wu Tianxing meticulously studied the structure, thickness, and quantity of the bones. He was acutely aware of the perils of the sea. After all, in his previous life, only a handful of human territories had been successfully established near the coast. The sea was both a source of disaster and a potential opportunity. While some settlements had been destroyed by sea beasts, others had thrived and risen to prominence, earning spots among the top 100 territories. The Xingwu village was located some 70 to 80 kilometers from here, not exactly close, but not too far either. Generally, sea beasts rarely ventured more than 50 kilometers inland. However, as Xingwu village grew and expanded, its territory would inevitably encroach upon this area. This was why Wu Tianxing had been so serious upon hearing about the nearby sea. After careful observation, Wu Tianxing's brows furrowed tighter. The sea beasts in this region were not the most formidable, but they were far from trivial. Based on his experience from his previous life, densely packed bones along the shoreline, especially larger remains, indicated that while the number of sea beasts might not be overwhelming, the individual strength of the beasts was formidable. Conversely, sparse bones with few large remains suggested weaker and fewer sea beasts. In this case, the large quantity of bones but scarcity of larger ones indicated a significant number of sea beasts, though only a few were truly powerful. Even so, Wu Tianxing dared not let his guard down. A high number of beasts combined with moderate strength could still spell disaster. Wu Tianxing paced back and forth along the shore, his gaze occasionally sweeping across the surface of the sea. After several rounds, he finally stopped, facing the vast ocean as he fell into deep thought. A moment later, he exhaled a long breath. Wang Tu, who had been silently following him, could no longer hold back and asked, "My lord, have you discovered something? Didn't Feibao say this place was good?" Wu Tianxing turned to glance at Zhang Feibao behind him, a faint trace of amusement on his lips. "I was thinking of building a village here and making him the village chief in the future." The moment these words left his mouth, Wang Tu froze on the spot, utterly stunned. He had never imagined that his lord could be so cunning. Zhang Feibao, on the other hand, wore a look of utter despair, silently wondering what he had done to offend his lord and vowing to change whatever it was. Seeing the tension on everyone's faces, Wu Tianxing chuckled inwardly. He was merely trying to lighten the mood and had no real intention of teasing his subordinates. "My lord, there's nothing here but the sea." Zhang Feibao finally mustered the courage to protest. "And there are bones scattered everywhere with unknown origins. Building a village here seems unnecessary." "The sea?" Wu Tianxing smiled mysteriously. "This place is more than just a sea. One day, it might become a highly contested treasure." Zhang Feibao hurriedly replied, "Then let others fight over it. I still think our Xingwu village is the best. Honestly, just looking at this place makes me want to go home right now." Wang Tu's handsome face scrunched up in annoyance as he retorted, If you don't want to come, I will. No one's forcing you, you coward. Wu Tianxing raised a hand to interrupt their bickering. We'll deal with the future when it comes. We've been away from the village for a few days now, and we've finished exploring this area. It's time to head back. The group of over 100 people returned to the spot where they had discovered the blue star, and rested there for the night. The next morning, Wu Tianxing briefly returned to reality, hurriedly eating a few bites of the meal prepared by Gu Yuqing, before rushing back to the ancient wilderness to continue their journey toward Xingwu village. That afternoon, as they passed by a small river, Wu Tianxing suddenly remembered that this place concealed a secret of Xinwu village. Gazing at the two nervous guards stationed at the entrance of a cave, he pondered for a moment before deciding to investigate. In his mind, Xinwu village's rise to the top 100 among millions of territories in his previous life must have been due to something extraordinary. Stop right there. The two soldiers guarding the cave entrance stammered as they saw Wu Tianxing leading over 100 people toward them. You're not welcome here. Wu Tianxing continued walking until he stood before the two guards. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable authority. Go and call your lord. I have something to ask him. One of the guards swallowed nervously and, trembling, raised his weapon to point at Wu Tianxing. Our lord doesn't meet with anyone. I suggest you leave immediately. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. How dare you? Wang Ming, enraged that a mere guard would dare to point a weapon at his master, burst forward like lightning, leaving only a blurred shadow in his wake. Before the guard could react, Wang Ming was already in front of him. With a single palm strike to his shoulder, the guard was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the depths of the cave. Stop! The other guard finally came to his senses, shouting in panic, but it was already too late. Wu Tianxing, unfazed by Wang Ming's actions, remained expressionless and said coldly, call your lord. Don't test my patience. The remaining guard initially wanted to retaliate, but when his eyes met Wu Tianxing's, all his anger dissipated instantly. Though Wu Tianxing had yet to make a move, the invisible pressure emanating from him was far more terrifying than Wang Ming's earlier strike. Cold sweat soaked the guard's forehead as he trembled, nodded, and turned to run into the cave. The 3 years of suffering in his past life had long turned Wu Tianxing's heart as cold as ice. He only showed warmth to his own people, never sparing any kindness to outsiders. If the guard had persisted in his defiance, his fate would likely have been even worse than his companions. The fact that Wu Tianxing hadn't stormed in directly was already a sign of restraint. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within the cave, growing louder as they approached. The first to appear was a handsome young man clad in white armor, accompanied by a woman in leather armor. Behind them were 3 young men, one of whom Wu Tianxing recognized as Zhai Xinglin. Following them emerged a group of soldiers armed with various weapons, numbering over 400. However, this large group was poorly equipped and disorganized, a stark contrast to the disciplined and uniform 100-man unit standing behind Wu Tianxing. It was immediately clear that this was nothing more than a ragtag band, far from a well-trained, professional army. The young man leading the group cast a quick glance at the soldiers behind Wu Tianxing, and a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He immediately sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from them, and his heart sank sharply. These soldiers were at least at the 3rd tier of the star disciple level, and they were far more formidable than himself, a mere junior martial officer. This realization struck him like a blow, making him feel utterly powerless. Not a single one among this 100-strong team was someone he could contend with. The others who had followed him out also became acutely aware of Wu Tianxing and his group's formidable strength. Their previously arrogant demeanor dissipated in an instant, replaced by grim expressions. Moments ago, they had been filled with righteous indignation upon hearing of troublemakers, but now they instinctively took half a step back. None dared to speak rashly, their nervous gazes fixed on Wu Tianxing and his companions. Who are you? What business do you have here? The young man finally broke the silence, forcing himself to sound composed. Wu Tianxing stared at him impassively. You're the leader here, right? I have a few questions. Once they're answered, I'll leave. This curt response caused the handsome young man's face to flush with anger. He tightened his grip on his weapon. Seething internally, this stranger not only refused to reveal his identity, but also had the audacity to interrogate him so arrogantly. If it weren't for the intimidating strength of this group, he would have already raised his weapon to teach the man a lesson. At that tense moment, a pale, delicate hand suddenly rested on his wrist. The young man froze and turned to see a striking woman, clad in leather armor, standing beside him. She gently shook her head, signaling him to stand down. The woman then stepped forward and addressed Wu Tianxing, her clear voice carrying a hint of sternness. You don't appear to be an insignificant figure, sir. Bullying a small territory like ours doesn't seem like something someone of your stature would need to resort to, does it? Wu Tianxing glanced at the woman in front of him with a hint of surprise, his expression calm as he said, Be careful with your words. Since you all appeared, I've only said one thing. You show up without introducing yourself and expect me to answer your questions just like that? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're Wu Tianxing or something? The young man leading the group snapped, his tone laced with anger as he noticed Wu Tianxing's composed demeanor. You're just using those soldiers behind you to bully us. Wu Tianxing's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't expected his name to be so well known, nor the implication that Wu Tianxing could do as he pleased. Standing beside him, Wang Tu and the others exchanged amused glances, their eyes darting toward Wu Tianxing as if silently asking if he wanted to fulfill the young man's expectations. After a moment of thought, Wu Tianxing decided to give them a little surprise. Straightening his posture, he suddenly unleashed an imposing aura. His expression turned serious as he said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Tianxing, Lord of Xingwu Village. I've come here today to ask a few questions. Would that be all right?" What the? No way. Is this for real? As soon as Wu Tianxing finished speaking, the crowd of over 400 people erupted in chaos. The leaders of the group were left dumbfounded, and even the composed beauty from before lost her composure, her mouth slightly agape as she stared at Wu Tianxing in shock. Now, can you answer my questions? Wu Tianxing asked the young leader, a playful tone in his voice. I didn't realize my name could be used to intimidate people. If I'd known, I would have introduced myself right away. The group exchanged awkward glances, and the leaders were momentarily at a loss for words. Even Zhai Xinglin and the two others behind them couldn't help but glance at their own lord. The young leader's face twitched with embarrassment, had only been speaking offhandedly. Who would have guessed that this man was the real Wu Tianxing? Suppressing his shock, the young leader sighed helplessly and said, "Look, sir, I don't think I've offended you, have I?" "You haven't offended me yet, but who knows what might happen in a moment," Wu Tianxing replied, withdrawing his aura. "Now, why don't you introduce yourself? I'm genuinely curious what made you decide to build your territory underground." This question only deepened the young leader's discomfort. The people behind him lowered their heads, faces flushed with embarrassment. Seeing this, Zhai Xinglin quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Ahem. Well, it wasn't exactly our plan to build the territory underground. We were being chased by a group of ogres at the time and ended up escaping to this place. That's when we found a cave leading underground, and inside, we discovered a village creation order. So, we figured we might as well establish our territory down there. Wu Tianxing's lips twitched slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Scared of being chased by ogres, huh? Hiding down there and too afraid to come out. You! Zhai Xinglin's anger flared. Although there was some truth to the statement, being mocked so bluntly was hard to swallow. He was about to retort, but the Lord raised a hand to stop him. With a hint of irony, Wu Tianxing continued, "Since the top-ranked big shot came to visit, I should at least give you some face. Ask whatever you want. It's not like we can oppose you anyway. But please, don't amuse yourself at our expense. We're all human, and it's never easy starting out. Building a territory underground shouldn't be something to ridicule, right? What did you just say, kid?" Wang Meng caught the mocking tone and immediately flew into a rage. Wu Tianxing gestured for Wang Meng to stand down, then glanced at Guqinga with slight surprise. This young man, who initially seemed impulsive and angry, had managed to say something so composed and shrewd. No wonder he could develop his territory into the top 100 in his past life. Clearly, he wasn't simple. Fine, let's put what just happened behind us. Wu Tianxing dropped his playful demeanor and adopted a serious expression. I want to know what you unearthed down there. Guqinga looked puzzled. Unearthed? Dirt. Get lost. Wu Tianxing cursed. Would I be asking about dirt? Rocks? Guqinga seemed even more confused. Wu Tianxing's face darkened. And besides rocks? As Guqinga's mind seemed to freeze, Zhang Shiwu suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Boss, we did dig up a nest of dung beetles earlier. Could he be after those?" Guqinga quickly shook his head, terrified that such words might provoke Wu Tianxing, whose combat power exceeded 50. With his sharp hearing, Wu Tianxing caught the whispered comment. He began to doubt his judgment. Could it be that these people really were just developing on their own without any special opportunities? After pondering for a moment, he addressed Guqinga. "Let me take a look at your underground area. Maybe there's something you don't recognize that I can identify." "No way." Guqinga refused firmly. "Even if you're the top-ranked player, we can't allow you into our territory." Finally, Song Tingyu, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. "I'm curious, how do you even know we dug up something?" Wu Tianxing took a deep breath and replied helplessly, "Don't worry about how I know. I'll just say this: if you don't let me in today to figure this out, you'll regret it one day." Wu Tianxing was momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Song Tingyu's questioning. After all, he couldn't exactly reveal that his speculations were based on memories from his past life. Song Tingyu furrowed her delicate brows slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Wu Tianxing's vague explanation. She fixed her sharp gaze on him for a long moment before finally asking, "If you do find something, what do you plan to do with it?" "That depends on what it is." Wu Tianxing replied with a hint of impatience. But rest assured, I'm not a thief. I won't take what's yours without cause. Song Tingyu let out a cold snort. You haven't even found anything yet, and I'm already worried you'll resort to force and plunder. She then pointed to Wang Tu and the others standing behind Wu Tianxing, her tone firm. Only you are allowed to enter. They all stay outside. Sister, Gu Qingsong called out anxiously, but before she could say more, Song Tingyu silenced her with a stern glare. My lord, this is unacceptable. Wang Tu and the others immediately objected, unwilling to let Wu Tianxing venture into someone else's territory alone. It's fine. I know what I'm doing, Wu Tianxing said calmly, gesturing for his subordinates to stand down. Just wait for me here. With that, he followed Song Tingyu toward the cave. The interior of the cave was not at all what Wu Tianxing had expected. Instead of descending straight down, it featured a twisting staircase that wound its way downward in a series of sharp turns. The space inside was wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. The passage was only about 10 meters deep, and they soon reached the exit. What lay before them was a modest-sized village. Due to the confined space, there weren't many buildings, most of which were simple residential homes. Standing at the cave's entrance, Song Tingyu looked at Wu Tianxing calmly and said, Tell us what you're looking for and where to start. What can guide you. Let's first take a look at the place where you're digging tunnels, Wu Tianxing suggested. Although he didn't have a clear direction in mind, he decided to randomly pick a spot to investigate. Song Tingyu silently nodded. After dismissing the 400 or so subordinates, he kept only the 5 of them together. Leading Wu Tianxing, he began walking towards the side, carefully observing the surroundings along the way. As they walked, Wu Tianxing suddenly noticed something peculiar and asked, How did you manage to bring the wood in here? He pointed to the surrounding structures. From what I saw, the entrance we came through is far too small to transport wood this size. The question caused the group to fall into an awkward silence, exchanging uncertain glances. Seeing Wu Tianxing's puzzled expression, Gu Qingsong chuckled softly and waved her hand dismissively. It's not really a big secret. Since you're here, you'll naturally find out soon enough. Stopping the others from chiming in, she continued explaining, the tunnel we entered earlier is just one of the entrances. There's another exit that leads to a valley surrounded by mountains. That valley serves as both our refuge and the source of our timber. Then why not just build a village directly in the valley? Wu Tianxing asked, confused. Gu Qingsong sighed with a bitter smile, rubbing her temples. We wanted to, but we didn't dare. The valley is home to a group of wild beasts, including a western dragon that can speak human language. It nearly scared us to death. Back then there's no way we'd dare to establish a settlement there. A dragon? Wu Tianxing interrupted her abruptly, his eyes flashing with excitement. Are you sure it's the kind of dragon that looks like a western lizard? Seeing his enthusiasm, Gu Qingsong quickly tried to dissuade him. You'd better not get any ideas about it. That dragon can carve a 5-meter wide, deep crater into the mountainside with a single claw. It's already at the divine dragon level. As she spoke, the others around her couldn't help but show lingering fear on their faces. But Wu Tianxing inwardly scoffed. To him, so-called divine dragons were merely powerful creatures, nothing to be overly concerned about. Noticing Wu Tianxing's silence, Gu Qingsong went on to describe how they had built their underground village and how they'd later been forced to venture into the valley to stealthily cut down trees. Fortunately, as long as they didn't provoke the wild beasts, they usually weren't attacked. After hearing everything, Wu Tianxing became even more certain of his judgment. Take me to that valley. I'm sure the problem lies there. Are you certain it has what you're looking for? Song Tingyu asked with a serious expression. Wu Tianxing smiled confidently. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. And I can tell you this, the creatures in that valley aren't ordinary wild beasts. They belong to a species known as archaic beasts. He then proceeded to explain in detail the distinctions between wild beasts, spirit beasts, and archaic beasts, leaving everyone present astonished. Only now did they realize how much there was to learn about these mutated creatures. So, according to you, are we planning to tame these wild beasts as mounts? Gu Qingsong stared at Wu Tianxing, her brows slightly furrowed. Wu Tianxing sighed helplessly. We'll see when the time comes. With that flying dragon around, the chances of taming them are slim. The predicament in front of him left him at a loss. They had found the wild beasts, but unfortunately, they were mingling with a flying dragon. The group soon arrived at the entrance of a valley, where a massive cave opening about 5 meters wide came into view, sloping downward. Holding a torch for light, Gu Qingsong remarked, I've always suspected that this cave was dug out by those wild beasts across the way. Wu Tianxing examined the cave walls under the torchlight. The rough surface bore distinct claw marks, clearly not the result of human excavation. This passage was far longer than they had imagined. They walked over 100 meters before finally seeing the exit. The moment they stepped out of the cave, the scene before them made them freeze in place. Several enormous creatures were staring at them intently. Although wild beasts usually didn't attack humans unprovoked, No one dared to make a move, fearing they might anger these towering creatures. Though Wu Tianxing remained still, his eyes glimmered with barely concealed excitement. These beasts were similar in size to horses but had the appearance of tigers, their bodies covered in white striped fur, exuding an air of elegance. This species, known as wild cats, was something he had the fortune of encountering in his previous life. Not only were they incredibly fast and nearly silent when running, but they could also cooperate seamlessly with their masters in battle. Their tails, sharp teeth, and claws were all deadly weapons. After watching the group of intruders for a moment, the wild cats seemed to lose interest in these motionless humans. Lazily swaying their bodies, they disappeared into the depths of the forest. Now that is the ancestor of all cats, Zhai Xinglin exclaimed, patting his chest with lingering fear. Every time I see one of those things, it gives me chills. Are you sure this thing is a cat? Li Xiaofeng suddenly spoke with a serious expression. To me, it looks more like a crossbreed between a tiger and a cat. The appearance of a cat with the size of a tigerat should be called a tiger cat. Gu Qingge was left speechless, a few imaginary black lines appearing on her forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? A tiger cat? You two are acting like a pair of fools. Wu Tianxing smirked slightly and explained. This is a wild cat, not some tiger cat. I suggest you keep your voices down. Wild beasts can understand human speech. If they hear you, you might end up getting beaten into a tiger man. At those words, their faces instantly turned pale. Wu Tianxing glanced at them suspiciously. Don't tell me you've already said something in front of them? Gu Qingge nodded with a bitter expression. When I brought some people here earlier, we ran into one of these wildcats. We thought it couldn't understand human language. Her voice trailed off, and her expression looked like she was about to cry. Zhai Xinglin and the others wore regretful faces, and even Song Tingyu lowered her head in embarrassment. Wu Tianxing clicked his tongue silently. Although they didn't mention what they had said, it was probably nothing good. The fact that they were still alive was sheer luck. He couldn't help but suspect that in his previous life, these people might have died because of such reckless behavior. Wild beasts may not speak, but they are intelligent creatures. The higher their level, the greater their intelligence. Acting cocky in front of them is practically asking for death. You all stay here, or head back if you want. I'm going inside for a look and we'll be back soon. With that, Wu Tianxing quickly walked away, not wanting to linger too long with this group of trouble seekers and risk sharing their bad luck. Following Gu King's directions, it took him about 10 minutes to find the Creatoria dragon. It was lying on a platform next to the mountain wall, its massive body resembling a small hill. Its entire form was pitch black, and it stood over 3 meters tall. Upon seeing Wu Tianxing, it lazily opened its eyes, which were as large as lanterns. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Wu Tianxing. Forcing himself to stay calm, he spoke. Greetings. I've heard you possess some extraordinary items, and I've traveled a long way to trade for something that could benefit both of us. Roar. The dragon roared in anger, its voice like thunder. Wu Tianxing stumbled back several steps and quickly retrieved a world stone from his spatial ring. To his surprise, the transaction went smoothly after that. Although the dragon was initially aggressive, its demeanor softened immediately upon seeing the world stone. In the end, it agreed to exchange 2 treasures for it. After securing the deal, Wu Tianxing left in a hurry. What he didn't know was that as the dragon watched him leave, it casually tossed the world stone aside and muttered under its breath, "What a cunning little brat." Wu Tianxing finally felt a sense of relief after leaving Feilong. He eagerly took out 2 tokens and carefully stored them in his spatial ring, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The value of these 2 tokens made his heart race. The Bronze Legion upgrade token could elevate a Bronze Legion token to silver rank, just like his current Special Legion token, while the Legion Advancement token could upgrade Gao Shun's Advanced Legion token to a Special Legion token. He closely examined the attributes of the Special Legion token at the silver rank. It boosted the force size by 200 and increased the capacity limit from 100 to a staggering 10,000. If he used the Bronze Legion upgrade token to elevate Gao Shun's Legion, the combined forces of the 2 legions would reach an impressive 20,000 elite soldiers. The thought of it made Wu Tianxing eager to return to his territory immediately and begin building his powerful legion. Especially recalling the ogres who had been taunting him in the communication system, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Was not one to let things go easily, and he remembered every slight with crystal clarity. Meanwhile, in a territory north of Xingwu village, a conspiracy against Wu Tianxing was brewing. Are you certain that's Wu Tianxing's territory? The towering Shura tribe leader, Jiacho, stared at his subordinate, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Absolutely. We've been tracking their villagers for days. Right now, Wu Tianxing has taken his people out, leaving only 100 high-level Legion soldiers to guard the territory, the Shura soldier reported excitedly. Jiacho stood up, pacing the room as a sinister grin spread across his blood-red mouth. Heaven is on my side. Once we seize Wu Tianxing's territory and claim the spoils, Our Shura tribe will soar to new heights. As for Asaga and Akigu, they'll have no choice but to bow before me. Congratulations, Lord Jiacho. With you leading the charge, all will fall before your might, and the army will conquer, claiming kingship. The subordinates cheered in unison. Elsewhere, Wu Tianxing was carefully scouting the area around Xinwu village. He couldn't shake the feeling that the village's rise couldn't solely be attributed to wild beasts, as they clearly lacked the ability to tame feral cats. However, after searching for over half an hour, he found nothing unusual apart from hundreds of wild cats staring at him with eerie eyes. A sense of unease crept over him. Deciding not to linger, Wu Tianxing swiftly headed toward the exit. There, he saw Guqinga and the others cautiously peeking out from the cave entrance. Seeing him return safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They knew all too well that if anything happened to Wu Tianxing here, the 100 soldiers outside would undoubtedly raze the entire village to the ground. Let's go. Wu Tianxing stepped forward, glanced back, and motioned for the group to follow him. Well, did you find it? Gu Qingsong quickly caught up, looking at him expectantly. Like everyone else, she hoped Wu Tianxing had discovered the mysterious object so they could all benefit from it. Wu Tianxing was about to shake his head in response when a sudden flash of blue light caught his eye, making him stop abruptly. His gaze locked onto a shadowy area nearby, and his voice became urgent. Quick, give me a torch. Although Gu Qingsong didn't understand, she immediately handed him the torch she was holding. Wu Tianxing licked his dry lips and cautiously approached the mountain wall. Pressing his face close, he carefully examined the surface, his fingers brushing over the rock as his breathing quickened. Could it really be that? He thought to himself. If it is, this could be a huge deal. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a dagger and began striking the rock near the blue light with force. The clanging sound echoed through the cave until a palm-sized piece of stone was finally chipped away. He then pulled out a hammer, placed the stone on the ground, and smashed it with a firm blow. Amidst the fragments, a small, irregularly shaped blue stone the size of a glass bead emerged, faintly glowing with a soft blue light. Wu Tianxing suddenly understood the secret behind Xinwu village's rapid development. This was a low-grade starstone. Not only could it accelerate cultivation, but each one was worth a staggering 10,000 gold coins. Song Tingyu stared at the shimmering blue stone in astonishment and exclaimed, "What is this? It's so pretty. Could it be a diamond? Aren't diamonds transparent?" Gu Qingsong quietly retorted. Ignoring their discussion, Wu Tianxing held up the torch and continued searching along the mountain wall. He noticed that the deeper into the cave he went, the fewer starstones there were, but the valley area seemed to have quite a few scattered around. Stay here and don't move. I'll go outside to check something and be right back. He handed the torch to Gu Qingsong and quickly headed into the valley. Carefully inspecting the mountain walls on both sides, Wu Tianxing was shocked to discover that this was actually a starstone mine. No wonder the wild beasts had chosen to linger in this secluded, enclosed valley. When he returned to the passage, he tossed the starstone to Gu Qingsong. As the group took turns examining the glowing blue gem, the air grew tense, and a heavy silence of astonishment fell over everyone. Wu Tianxing slowly shook his head and let out a deep sigh. I understand what you're thinking, but are you really sure this is an opportunity and not a disaster waiting to happen? Gu Qingsong raised his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. What do you mean? Wu Tianxing couldn't help but laugh. Do you really think you can hold on to this fortune? Even I wouldn't dare guarantee that I could. As long as we don't tell anyone, who would ever know about this? Zhai Xinglin retorted, his expression dark. Heh. Wu Tianxing let out a cold chuckle. If you don't want anyone to know, then don't do it. Are you planning to stay here forever? How will you develop without stepping out? The moment you take that step, it's only a matter of time before this is exposed. By then, you'll face danger not just in the archaic world, but in reality as well. What? Song Tingyu's head shot up, his face filled with shock. How could events in the archaic world affect the real world? Wu Tianxing's expression grew serious, his gaze piercing. This isn't a joke, nor am I fearmongering. Don't naively think this is still a world governed by laws and rules. Although Gu Qingsong was skeptical of Wu Tianxing's words, the thought of the archaic world's power being brought into reality forced him to admit there was some truth to what Wu Tianxing was saying. After a moment of contemplation, he frowned and asked, "Then what should we do about our territory? We can't just give it up, can we?" "That won't be necessary," Wu Tianxing replied with a confident smile. "I'm just warning you about the risks ahead. For now, it's still safe. With me here, unless several territories join forces to attack, I can guarantee your safety. Find some trustworthy subordinates to seal this place off and slowly mine the starstones." "And how will the mined starstones be divided?" Gu Qingsong immediately asked, clearly not believing Wu Tianxing would leave empty-handed. Wu Tianxing's expression suddenly turned stern, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "I want 80%, and you can split the remaining 20. I'll send people to assist with the mining. Don't even think about hiding any." There's no such thing as a secret that can't be uncovered. If I find out, you'll face the consequences. What? Only 20% for us? That's outright robbery. Li Xiaofeng shouted angrily. Fine, 20% it is, Gu Qingsong replied calmly, his expression unchanged. But you must guarantee our safety. We won't take on the risks only for you to reap all the benefits. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes as he chuckled softly. Don't worry. Whether in the archaic world or in reality, I'll ensure your safety. Wu Tianxing's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. No need to look for me, because we're already in the same city. This statement landed like a heavy blow, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. They stared at Wu Tianxing with wide eyes, unable to utter a single word. Who would have thought that this ruthless figure in the game was actually living so close to them in real life? Gu Qingsong felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, he was relieved that he hadn't crossed paths with Wu Tianxing in conflict. In these lawless times, angering such a dangerous individual could mean far more than just dying in the desolate game world. It could very well cost him his real-life existence. Zhai Xinglin wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his voice trembling. How do you know we're in Princess City? We've never met before, have we? You haven't met me, Wu Tianxing replied calmly, but someone who has seen you naturally informed me. That much, you shouldn't doubt. Seeing that the group had grasped the gravity of the situation, Wu Tianxing decided not to press them further. He simply wanted to ensure they wouldn't act foolishly, like hiding starstones or doing anything else reckless. All right, they'll be leaving now, Wu Tianxing said nonchalantly. Sort things out on your end. In a couple of days, we'll send someone over. If there's anything urgent, find me in Xingwu village, 50 kilometers west. We'll see you out, Gu Qingsong said quickly, suppressing his inner turmoil as he stepped forward. As Wu Tianxing exited the cave, Wang Tu and the others immediately approached, their expressions full of concern. My lord, is everything all right? Wu Tianxing took a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face as he waved his hand. Let's go home. For 2 consecutive days, Wu Tianxing and his group hurried back without stopping, now just 5 kilometers away from the village. However, they were completely unaware that Xingwu village was currently engulfed in a fierce battle. Kill. After today, I will be king, Jia Chu roared, wielding a massive broadsword as he casually struck down a soldier from Xingwu village. His laughter was filled with arrogance and cruelty. Scanning the battlefield, his eyes gleamed with a frenzied light as he watched the chaotic clash between the two sides. Not far away, Gao Shun stood with a face as cold as steel. Watching Jia Chu's wild demeanor, he suddenly darted forward and commanded sharply, kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. Today, we'll use these Shura to lay the foundation for our army. He seethed inwardly, furious that the Shura had dared to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, they had been prepared, or the consequences could have been disastrous. Seeing Gao Shun charging toward him, Jia Chu sneered disdainfully. If Wu Tianxing were here, maybe I'd take this seriously. But you lot? Trash like you dare to talk big? Gao Shun said nothing, his long sword gleaming with a cold light as he launched a flurry of attacks toward Jia Chu. The clashing of blades rang out incessantly, sparks flying in all directions. At first, Jia Chu's face was full of contempt, but after exchanging several blows, his expression began to change. Forced to retreat step by step, he struggled to defend himself against Gao Shun's unpredictable and precise strikes, which came from treacherous angles, leaving him barely able to parry. On another part of the battlefield, more fully armed soldiers poured out from Xingwu village, quickly swelling their ranks to over 1,000. This well-trained and coordinated force relentlessly pressed Jia Chu's 800 men, driving them into retreat and staining the battlefield with blood. One of the Shura who had previously scouted for Jia Chu stood pale-faced, despair written all over him. He knew his grave Mystichemus reporting the enemy's numbers as hundreds instead of 1,000 was an unforgivable failure. Even if he managed to survive, he would undoubtedly face Jia Chu's wrath. Watching his forces suffer repeated defeats, Jia Chu finally lost his composure. With a furious roar, he unleashed the mid-level warrior's skill, Bloodlust. His muscles swelled, his face flushed red, and the speed of his broadsword attacks suddenly surged. Gao Shun's pupils constricted as he instinctively twisted his body, narrowly dodging a deadly strike at an almost impossible angle. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield as Jia Chu's strike carved a deep crater beneath Gao Shun's feet. Barely regaining his footing, Gao Shun found Jia Chu's massive blade sweeping toward him like a raging tempest. Gao Shun hastily raised his weapon to block, but the overwhelming force sent him flying. Jia Chu had unleashed his warrior's technique, his strength and speed far exceeding the limits Gao Shun could withstand. Before he could even hit the ground, Gao Shun spat out a mouthful of blood. Jia Chu, like an enraged black bear, relentlessly pursued him, his heavy blade crashing down toward the airborne Gao Shun. With a thud, Gao Shun slammed into the ground, coughing up another mouthful of blood. In a critical moment, Gao Shun planted one hand on the ground and pushed off with sudden force, launching himself skyward. Clutching his long blade tightly with both hands, his eyes glinted with icy determination as he roared, "Demon Slayer!" A blinding light burst forth from his blade, and Gao Shun's figure seemed to freeze midair. Jia Chu looked up in shock, his heart racing. In the blink of an eye, Gao Shun appeared above Jia Chu, his blade descending with ferocious power. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth as Jia Chu's body was shattered on the spot, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. The ground beneath them split into a 3-meter-deep chasm, and even soldiers fighting in the distance felt the tremor. At that very moment, Wu Tianxing was approaching Xingwu village. Hearing the massive explosion, his heart tightened, and his figure vanished in an instant, leaving only the words, "Something's happened," to the north gate. In just over 10 seconds, Wu Tianxing had covered 2 kilometers in a flash. The air buzzed from the friction of his speed. As he entered the village, the sounds of battle at the north gate reached his ears, spurring him to move even faster, whipping up fierce winds in his wake. Outside the north gate, a blood-soaked battlefield unfolded before him. Soldiers from the village were locked in fierce combat with members of the Shura clan. Wu Tianxing's sharp eyes immediately spotted Gao Shun, kneeling on one knee by the edge of a crater, as several Shura warriors charged toward him. A surge of fury overtook Wu Tianxing. In a flash, he darted to Gao Shun's side. With a sweep of his spear, he sent the oncoming Shura soldiers flying. Their bodies exploded midair with a thunderous noise, blood and flesh raining down in all directions. Han Qin too, covered in blood, rushed over and was stunned to see Wu Tianxing. With a cold expression, Wu Tianxing commanded, "Take Gao Shun back. They'll make sure they don't leave here alive." Before his words had fully landed, Wu Tianxing charged into the battlefield. The Shura soldiers were like lambs to the slaughter before him. Each strike of his spear claimed a life, leaving no one able to stand against him. Han Qinta watched Wu Tianxing's godlike slaughter, trembling in awe. Before long, Wang Tu and the others arrived, joining the fray. The Shura clan's force of over 800 was reduced to barely 200 in moments. The remaining soldiers, overwhelmed, turned and fled. Wu Tianxing sneered coldly, "Leave no one alive. Kill them all." He hurled his spear like a bolt of lightning, skewering one soldier before it embedded itself in the ground. Retrieving his weapon, he resumed the pursuit, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. For 3 kilometers, Wu Tianxing pursued them until the last Shura soldier fell. Only then did he stop, gasping for breath. Having fought at full strength to minimize his side's casualties, he now felt the toll on his body. Wang Tu and the others arrived with over 1,000 soldiers. They knelt in unison, paying homage to the lord they were meeting for the first time. Wu Tianxing took a deep breath, looking at the soldiers before him. "Stand up, all of you. This victory is thanks to everyone's efforts. You'll all be handsomely rewarded." Suddenly, the tone shifted, and someone asked in confusion, "Who knows where these Asuras came from?" "My lord, I know," Wang Tu exclaimed indignantly, looking at Wu Tianxing. "While chasing them earlier, I interrogated one of the Asura soldiers. They are the same group of Asuras we discovered some time ago when we returned from searching for mineral veins. At that time, we found over 200 Asuras, but since their numbers were small, we didn't want to provoke them. Later, we got busy building the village and forgot about it." Wu Tianxing's face darkened as he clenched his fists. "So it's them," he said grimly, recalling the incident. At this moment, one of Gao Shun's subordinates, with a look of sorrow and anger, stepped forward. "Yesterday, Chief Gao Shun mentioned that something seemed off in the north and planned to investigate today. But we were delayed by some matters in the morning, so we didn't go. In the afternoon, just as we were preparing to leave, a group of Asuras ambushed us. We were caught off guard and lost over 10 brothers in the attack." The soldier's voice broke as he started crying, and many others silently shed tears as well. Gao Shun's subordinates were senior legion soldiers, some of the earliest members of Xingwu village. They had forged deep bonds over time, and the heavy casualties left everyone heartbroken. Wu Tianxing watched them cry in silence, feeling immense guilt. He knew it was his oversight. Gao Shun and his men were newer additions to Xingwu village, and had no idea about the Asura territory in the area. Only Wu Tianxing and the elite legion soldiers he led were aware of it. If he had warned them, Gao Shun might have been more prepared. This realization filled him with regret, but the damage was done, and all he could do now was seek vengeance. A surge of anger rose within Wu Tianxing as he saw the pain in his soldiers' eyes. His gaze turned cold, and he abruptly commanded Wang Tu and the others, 100 of you, come with me. Today, we will raise that territory and send off our fallen brothers with honor." Wang Tu and the others erupted with a fierce aura, their eyes blazing with fury. "For our fallen brothers," they roared. "Lord, we want to go too. Please let us join you to honor our brothers." Gao Shun's remaining senior legion soldiers pleaded loudly. Wu Tianxing glanced at them. Their faces were weary, and their armor was battered and scarred. Yet their eyes burned with determination. He knew denying them was impossible, so he nodded solemnly. Follow from the rear. The rest of you, stay and clean up the battlefield. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, with Wang Tu and over 100 others, including Gao Shun's 70 remaining soldiers, quickly following behind. Unbeknownst to Wu Tianxing, among the crowd of over 1,000 people, two figures lingered at the back, quietly observing him. These two stood out, clad in long robes and wielding swords. Though their clothes were stained with blood, their demeanor was starkly different from the others. One of them, a skinny young man with a pale face and ordinary features but bright, sharp eyes, glanced at the other and smiled faintly. Loving his soldiers like his own children, but prone to emotional decisions. Doesn't seem like a wise ruler. The other, even thinner with strikingly handsome features and star-like eyes, smiled slightly. Cold and ruthless, decisive in killing traits of someone who could achieve great ambitions. Are you going? They exchanged a glance, then both shook their heads and chuckled quietly. Wu Tianxing deliberately slowed his pace, knowing his troops were not at full strength after the earlier battle. The 20-kilometer journey was neither too far nor too near. By the time they arrived, night had fallen. Under the moonlight, Wu Tianxing quickly surveyed the Asura territory and saw only a few dozen guards outside. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and commanded coldly, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Avenge our fallen brothers." With a roar, Wu Tianxing dashed toward the gate like an arrow released from a bow. His spear struck with a thunderous force, shattering the three-meter-tall wooden gate into splinters. Screams erupted as the shards struck several Asura guards, their bodies twisted and broken. The sudden attack plunged the entire territory into chaos. Enemy attack. Run. The humans are here. Don't run. Hold the line until the leader returns. Wang Tu and the others followed closely behind Wu Tianxing, slipping through the broken gate like shadows in the dark. Their weapons became the scythe of death, mercilessly cutting down every Asura soldier they encountered. They fought with a frenzy, unleashing their pent-up rage and thirst for vengeance under the cover of night. As time passed, the sounds of battle gradually faded until only the labored breathing of Wu Tianxing's soldiers could be heard. Wu Tianxing himself had not attacked after breaking through the gate. He stood silently, watching his soldiers vent their fury. He knew they needed this release, and it might make them stronger in the future. Finally, Wu Tianxing entered the leader's residence and found the territory's core stone tablet. He chose to plunder it, and with a flash of light, a bronze-level village establishment token appeared. He pocketed the token and stepped outside, calling Wang Tu over. "Clean up the battlefield. Take everything we can carry." By the time Wu Tianxing and his troops returned to Xingwu village, it was the middle of the night. The soldiers, laden with various supplies, looked like refugees escaping a calamity. At the northern gate, Wang Sun and the others had been waiting anxiously. When they saw the returning group, they cheered loudly, as if their pillar of support had returned. After all, if Wu Tianxing hadn't arrived in time, the village might have suffered even greater losses despite holding its ground. The night passed without further incident. Early the next morning, Wu Tianxing briefly returned to the real world before rushing back to the ancient wilderness. He had been absent from the village for days, and many matters required his attention. After all, he possessed knowledge that no one else did. After breakfast, Wang Sun and the others gradually gathered at the Lord's residence. They each bowed respectfully to Wu Tianxing before quietly taking their seats on either side. Once everyone had arrived, Wu Tianxing spoke warmly. "You've all worked hard during this period. Since Xingwu village is newly established and manpower is scarce, I must ask for your continued patience and understanding. It's not hard work." Wang Sun and the others immediately responded. "This is all for our future, and it's what we should do." "All right, let's set that aside for now," Wu Tianxing said, raising a hand to stop further discussion. He turned to Wang Sun. "Uncle Wang, please report on yesterday's battle losses." Wang Sun stood up, his expression solemn. "Although things were urgent yesterday, we were fortunate to have prepared in advance, and reinforcements arrived in time. However, the losses were still significant. 45 ordinary soldiers were killed, and 24 were severely injured. Among the elite troops, 23 were killed, with no severe injuries." He sighed and added, "Severe injuries mean they are permanently disabled and will never return to the battlefield." Hearing the numbers, Wu Tianxing's breath caught. Though he had braced himself, the extent of the casualties still shocked him. The fact that none of the elite soldiers were severely injured meant that those wounded had chosen to perish alongside their enemies. "A total of 92 casualties this time," Wang Tu said through gritted teeth. "Last time, we only lost 7 defending the village. I never thought this time would be so devastating." Wang Sun glanced at his son, feeling a quiet sense of pride. The once careless youth had grown into a soldier exuding a hardened, iron-blooded demeanor. "Let's discuss the state of the village," Wu Tianxing said, steering the conversation to a new direction. Since the tragedy had already occurred, there was no point dwelling on it. It was better to focus on moving forward. Wang Sun continued his report. Currently, the village population stands at 4,685, and the territory's funds amount to 240,000. Most of the buildings and facilities are completed and ready for territory upgrades at any time. However, with the growing population, disputes among villagers and issues in daily life are increasing and require our immediate attention. Wu Tianxing nodded in understanding. These are challenges that naturally arise with the development of a territory. Since we have time today, let's work on establishing a framework for future management. The details can be refined later. My lord, wait. Wang Sun interjected hastily. Isn't it too early for this? I suggest waiting until the territory upgrades to a town before making such plans. Otherwise, we risk overextending ourselves, especially with limited funds. Don't worry, Wu Tianxing reassured him, a faint smile appearing on his face. The others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intentions, but Wang Sun seemed to have guessed his thoughts. This made Wu Tianxing reflect in Wardla there were many talented individuals among the people. They simply lacked opportunities to showcase their abilities. Enough. My decision is final, Wu Tianxing declared firmly. Wu Tianxing looked down at the crowd below with a solemn expression and began to announce the new plans for the territory. First, regarding the military structure, he said in a clear and commanding voice. Currently, the territory has 1,400 soldiers. They will be evenly divided into 2 elite corps, 700 soldiers under Wang Tu, leading the Xingwu Corps, and 700 under Gao Shun leading the Ryu Corps. He then turned his gaze to the Zhang Feihu brothers. You two will be responsible for selecting 1,000 villagers with level aptitude to form the Silver Moon Corps, which will serve as the city guard. The corps will include positions such as squad leaders, unit leaders, centurions, and commanders of 1,000. As the corps expands, additional roles can be established. Specific appointments will be decided internally within the corps. He continued, from today onward, the communal meal system will be abolished and replaced with monthly military salaries. Higher ranks will receive better compensation. Additionally, 80 of the corps' income will be submitted to the territory, while the remaining 20 will be allocated for internal use within the corps. At this moment, Han Qinhu, who had been listening quietly, interjected anxiously, My lord, what about me? Why haven't my arrangements been mentioned? Be patient. Your appointment will be addressed soon, Wu Tianxing reassured him before moving on to the second agenda. Now, let's discuss internal development within the territory. My vision is to establish 9 main departments. He paused briefly, scanning the crowd. The construction pavilion will oversee all building-related matters and will have its head elected internally. The forging pavilion will manage all blacksmithing talents. The alchemy pavilion will be led by Wang Jing. The sanitation department will maintain the environment of the territory. The education department will ensure the next generation is literate. The security department will be staffed by upright individuals to maintain order. The logistics department will be split into 2 groups, one serving the territory and the other supporting the military. Finally, the administration department, led by Uncle Wang, will coordinate all affairs. After finishing, he took a sip of water and added, including the military department, there will be 3 pavilions and 6 departments in total. If anyone has suggestions, now is the time to speak up. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, clearly unfamiliar with such administrative matters. Finally, Wang Sun set down his notebook and smiled wryly. My lord, this plan is comprehensive, but I'm afraid we may not be able to find enough qualified personnel for these roles right away. Wu Tianxing smiled faintly. That's fine. For now, we're just setting up the framework. Besides, even if we could find all the people we need, we currently don't have the resources to pay that many salaries. My lord, abolishing the communal meals may be difficult to implement, Wang Meng said with a furrowed brow. The villagers don't even have basic cooking utensils. More importantly, where will their income come from? Wu Tianxing had already thought it through and responded without hesitation, the issue of cooking utensils is easy to solve. Have the artifact forge expedite the production of a batch. These are simple items. They don't even require blueprints. As for income, his gaze was firm. Our territory is in a period of rapid development, and there's a huge demand for labor. As long as they're willing to work, wages won't be a problem. Additionally, I'll allocate the surrounding lands of the territory for them to farm. Half of the harvest will be submitted, and the rest they can keep for themselves. Of course, his tone grew stern. If they're lazy and refuse to work, starving to death is their own fault. But what about the initial period? Zhang Feibao interjected. They have no money right now. You can't expect them to work on empty stomachs, can you? Wu Tianxing rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? We'll continue providing communal meals for a few days during the transition. Wang Sun, however, appeared deeply concerned. My lord, I've done the math. The 240,000 gold coins in the treasury might not be enough. Just the military alone won 400 people, at a minimum of 100 gold coins per month per person plus other expenses, will require at least 200,000 gold coins. And that's a conservative estimate. 240,000 is indeed insufficient, Wu Tianxing said calmly before unveiling the military pay standards. 300 gold coins for regular soldiers in the elite corps, 600 for squad leaders, 900 for leaders of 10, and 10,000 for regiment commanders, with an additional 300 gold coins for each rank increase. Wang Sun nearly fainted upon hearing this. My lord, where will all this money come from? Even if we resort to plundering, we need somewhere to plunder. Uncle Wang, don't worry, Wu Tianxing said with a reassuring smile. I'll take care of the gold issue. Besides, we still have the 120,000 gold coins from yesterday's raid on the Shura clan's territory, which will be added to our treasury. From now on, the territory's gold will primarily be used for development. As for other expenditures, I have separate arrangements. He then announced an even more significant decision. In 2 days, we'll upgrade the village. This should have been done when we reached 2,000 villagers, but it was delayed because I was away. Once Gao Shun has recovered, we'll proceed. After the meeting, Wu Tianxing asked Wang Sun to stay behind and accompanied him to the warehouse. From his spatial ring, Wu Tianxing took out blue star ores and other items for storage. He also handed Wang Sun a Silverdeer Scholar's Manual. Place this in the library. You can study it as well. Assign guards to the library and open it to the villagers. Anyone with money can access it, but it's limited to residents of Xingwu village. When Wang Sun expressed concerns that villagers learning martial arts might become difficult to manage, Wu Tianxing responded boldly, even the Shura clan and the Ogre clan have managed to arm their entire populations. Why can't we? Besides, do you think they could ever stand a chance against our core soldiers? After these arrangements, Wu Tianxing headed to the market alone. In the system's auction house, he spotted a valuable item blueprint for an arena. This tool could randomly match opponents and grant experience points. The starting bid was 100,000 gold coins, but it had already been raised to 300,000. With only a little over 30,000 gold coins on hand, Wu Tianxing could only grit his teeth and leave the market, noting that the auction still had 3 days left. He immediately sought out Wang Meng, gave him a few critical instructions, and soon Wang Meng was prepared and quietly left Xingwu village. 2 days quickly passed, and several territories had already upgraded to advanced villages on the leaderboard. However, despite being only a mid-level village, Xingwu village maintained its top position due to its exceptionally high evaluation score, drawing significant attention. The communication system buzzed with discussions, most of which centered around Xingwu village. Yi Lu from the Ogre clan's Shurtian village mocked, haha, has Wu Tianxing, that useless fool, been taken out? Asaga from the Asura clan's Shirshan village immediately retorted, even if you were taken down, he'd still be fine. Can't you see his Xingwu village is still ranked first? The human villages also expressed their opinions. Lin Jingtai from Yinhuang village showed concern, asking, is something wrong with Xingwu village? Wu Tianxing, let me know if you need anything. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu from Samsara village furiously rebuked the Ogre clan. Beasts, how dare you treat humans as food? Prepare to die. Jia Yi from the Ogre clan's Skull village gritted his teeth, seething, Wu Tianxing, just you wait. Dare to destroy my second brother's territory and ruin the Jia clan's grand plan? You'll regret it sooner or later. On the other hand, Ing Zhang from the Great Qin village loudly praised, good kill. These beasts deserve to be slaughtered on sight. Akigu from the Asura clan's Shirshan village issued a threat, Xingwu village won't last long. How dare Wu Tianxing massacre my Asura clan? It's only a matter of time before our armies arrive at your gates. Mulan from Tianyu village, however, stood up in defense, declaring, Xingwu village is a beacon for the human race. If you want to fight, you'll have to get through Tianyu village first. Wu Tianxing casually browsed the comments, but only Yinhuang village's statement caught his attention. He vividly remembered how, in his previous life, Yinhuang village, as the sole official organization, had tirelessly protected the human race despite facing countless obstacles and paying a heavy price. It was the only territory he respected, and he resolved to help them if given the chance. After a brief moment of thought, Wu Tianxing raised an eyebrow and responded, whether it's the Ogre clan or the Asura clan, bring it on. I, Wu Tianxing, fear no battle. Those who offend the human race will be punished, no matter how far they are. This bold declaration instantly stirred the communication system into chaos. The Asura and Ogre clans were enraged, while the human race rallied in support of forming alliances with Xingwu village. Of course, some criticized him for being arrogant and claimed he was courting disaster. Wu Tianxing, however, paid no mind to these arguments. With his current force of 1,400 elite legion soldiers, including some 4th-tier units, any attackers would merely be delivering resources unless 5 or 6 top 100 ranked territories joined forces against him. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Wang Ming entered, dusty from travel, and handed over a backpack filled with blue star stones. My lord, we've increased manpower on Guchinga's side, but to avoid exposure, We hope for reinforcements as soon as possible. Wu Tianxing took the backpack, counted 800 starstones, and nodded in satisfaction. Actions have consequences. Since Gu Qingge has shown such determination, I won't let him suffer losses. He then summoned Wang Sun and instructed, here are 8 million gold coins. Use 1 million to purchase the blueprint for the arena from the market, and deposit the rest in the territory's account. Tomorrow, when the village upgrades, it'll be time to execute our plan. After finishing the internal arrangements, Wu Tianxing headed south with Wang Ming and 700 Xingwu Legion soldiers to conduct inspections. Over the past 2 days, Han Qin, who had led 700 soldiers from the Sunlight Legion on various expeditions, destroying 8 alien territories and reaping substantial rewards. The territory's income had skyrocketed, with 480,000 gold coins earned after distributing 20 to the soldiers. Additionally, they had accumulated a stockpile of blueprints, equipment, void-breaking orbs, and other resources. Meanwhile, Zhang Feihu and his brothers were busy forming the city guard. They had already recruited 500 members and were continuing to expand the force. Wu Tianxing led the Xingwu Legion soldiers as they sprinted along the rugged terrain. Over the past 2 days, they had successfully cleared out threats within a 40-kilometer radius of the territory. Today's objective was to expand their reach beyond this range. This was because once Xingwu village upgraded to an advanced village, creatures within a 50-kilometer radius would sense its presence. To ensure the safety of the upgrading process, clearing the area in advance was of utmost importance. As they ran, Wang Tu suddenly quickened his pace to catch up with Wu Tianxing. With a hint of hesitation, he said, "My lord, I've noticed some strange occurrences around Commander Gao Shun these past 2 days." "Oh." Wu Tianxing turned his head to look at him. "I visited Gao Shun twice recently. What seems to be the issue?" "I've noticed 2 suspicious individuals frequently visiting Commander Gao Shun. They seem to be deliberately avoiding you, so you might not have noticed them," Wang Tu explained, feeling a bit uneasy about reporting this but prioritizing the safety of Xingwu village. Wu Tianxing's expression shifted slightly. While he trusted that Gao Shun wouldn't betray him, it was always wise to remain cautious. After all, Gao Shun's loyalty level was currently at 90, and until it reached 100, there was always a potential risk. The deliberate avoidance by those 2 individuals certainly added to the suspicion. "Does anyone else know about this?" Wu Tianxing asked. "My father knows, but he told me not to worry about it, and said he's got it under control," Wang Tu replied, looking conflicted. Hearing this, Wu Tianxing let out a sigh of relief and gave Wang Tu an exasperated glance. "If your father knows, why are you even bringing this up to me? He's only in his 40s, not senile yet. Besides, we all built Xingwu village together. Who would have any reason to betray us?" As they continued on their journey, the conversation shifted to Wang Tu's messy teddy bear hairstyle. It turned out his sister had recently acquired an alchemist's manual and was experimenting with refining pills, but her attempts often resulted in explosions. Wang Tu, unfortunately, had to serve as her human shield during these experiments. When they reached the point where they had stopped the previous day, the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Tu signaled to the troops behind them, and over 700 soldiers quickly dispersed into teams of 5, spreading out across a 3-kilometer-wide area and advancing cautiously. Along the way, they encountered frequent attacks from wild beasts, which were swiftly dealt with by their arrows. Occasionally, some demonic beasts appeared but fled in panic when they realized they were outmatched. An hour later, a report came from the left flank about the sighting of a desolate beast. However, upon learning that it was a pig-like desolate beast, Wu Tianxing dismissed the report. Just as he was speaking, another soldier rushed over to report the discovery of an entirely different group of unknown desolate beasts. "What does it look like, to the point where you can't even identify its species?" Wu Tianxing asked, his expression filled with astonishment and his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The soldier standing before him swallowed hard and recalled, "It's an incredibly terrifying wild beast. Its size rivals that of a warhorse, but its body is covered in shiny, jet-black fish-like scales. Its limbs are unusual, ending in what looks like cloven hooves. The most striking feature is its tail, which is nearly 2 meters long, with a massive, menacing sphere hanging at the end." As he spoke, a trace of fear unconsciously surfaced on the soldier's face. "The most unforgettable part is its head," the soldier continued. "It looks just like the legendary dragons from our Huaxia myths." Hearing this description, a gleam of realization flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes. He immediately recognized the identity of this wild beast. It was a demon dragon horse. In his previous life, this creature had served as the mount for Xiang Ye's elite cavalry. The demon dragon horse was renowned for its ferocious attack power, especially with the spherical weapon on its tail, which was a natural instrument of destruction. Anyone struck by its tail, even the most elite warriors, would find themselves in serious trouble. "Take me to see it." Wu Tianxing could no longer contain his excitement. He was already calculating in his mind if he could tame this group of beasts, the upcoming critical event would be much more within his grasp. The group continued sprinting forward. When they passed through the area of wild boars mentioned by the soldier, Wu Tianxing merely gave it a cursory glance before looking away, clearly uninterested in such prey. The soldier led them to a spot not far from the river and gestured for Wu Tianxing to look ahead. Sure enough, a herd of demon dragon horses was frolicking and drinking by the riverbank. Wu Tianxing carefully sensed the aura they emitted and discovered that most of them were at the 4th level of Star Disciple, with a few at the 3rd level. This piqued his interest. A rough count revealed there were about 500 of these demon dragon horses. Wang Ming, go after one that's alone and test its strength. If you can't handle it, retreat immediately, Wu Tianxing instructed, deciding to probe their capabilities before making further plans. After all, he was determined to claim this herd of demon dragon horses. Wang Ming nodded solemnly. After carefully observing the surroundings, he quickly locked onto a target on the outskirts of the group. Using his footwork technique, he shot forward like an arrow. The demon dragon horse he targeted was leisurely sunbathing on the grassy riverbank, completely unprepared for an ambush. By the time it reacted, Wang Ming's heavy fist had already landed squarely on its hindquarters. The creature rolled over 3 meters away and, before it could regain its footing, let out an enraged roar. Wang Ming followed up immediately with another powerful punch. The demon dragon horse's eyes widened as its tail, tipped with a heavy spear, lashed out toward Wang Ming. He narrowly dodged it and countered with a swift kick, sending the creature flying once more. Now fully enraged, the demon dragon horse roared repeatedly and charged at Wang Ming, its tail whipping violently through the air. From a distance, Wu Tianxing and the others watched the battle with serious expressions, ready to intervene at any moment. Using his agility, Wang Ming deftly maneuvered around the demon dragon horse, landing heavy blows whenever he found an opening. The ground where the creature's tail struck quickly became riddled with craters. The commotion drew the attention of other demon dragon horses, who began gathering to watch the clash between man and beast with curiosity. At that moment, a distinct demon dragon horse stepped out from the herd, letting out a commanding roar toward its embattled companion. The fighting demon dragon horse responded with a few cries of its own, prompting the newcomer to halt. Wu Tianxing's gaze was immediately drawn to this extraordinary creaturite was not only larger than its peers, but also had 4 golden hooves that radiated an air of dominance. The battle intensified, with man and beast exchanging blows amid flying debris and shaking ground. Master, will Wang Ming be all right? Wang Tu asked nervously, his eyes wide with shock as he watched the fierce confrontation. Wu Tianxing's eyes were locked on the battlefield, unblinking. He responded earnestly, as long as the surrounding demon dragon horses don't interfere, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, it will take some time to fully subdue this one. At this moment, Wang Ming found himself in a dire predicament. The menacing stares of the surrounding demon dragon horse herd filled him with dread, making every move hesitant. His greatest fear was that if he angered the demon dragon horse in front of him, the rest of the herd would charge at him, surrounding him completely. Reflecting on his earlier overconfidence at the start of the battle, Wang Ming was now filled with regret. He had initially believed that with his Star Disciple 4th rank strength, combined with the dual enhancements of the Special Corps Command and the Martial General Stone, defeating a demon dragon horse of the same rank would be a simple task. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. This demon dragon horse's defense far exceeded his expectations. His attacks could, at best, cause it some pain but failed to inflict any substantial damage. Half an hour had passed, and the situation had only worsened. Wang Ming was drenched in sweat, his punches slower, his movements sluggish. In contrast, the demon dragon horse remained full of energy, leaping and attacking relentlessly. Its massive, spherical tail continued to smash toward Wang Ming with unyielding force. The fierce battle had turned the ground within a 50-meter radius into a cratered mess, forcing even the watching demon dragon horse herd to retreat repeatedly. Wu Tianxing observed the scene and shook his head helplessly. He knew that if not for the oppressive presence of the surrounding herd affecting Wang Ming's performance, Wang Ming's strength should have allowed him to subdue this demon dragon horse within 20 minutes. You all, move back. They'll go get Wang Ming out of there, Wu Tianxing commanded Wang Tu and the 5 soldiers. If he delayed any longer, Wang Ming could be struck fatally by the demon dragon horse's massive tail. Once everyone retreated, Wu Tianxing suddenly sprang into action, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. As he passed through the herd of demon dragon horses, he stomped hard on the ground with his right foot, propelling himself 5 meters into the air. He soared like a diving predator, aiming straight for the battlefield. However, the demon dragon horse leader, which had been observing from below, suddenly let out a sharp roar. Rising onto its hind legs, it leaped into the air, reaching over 5 meters high to pursue Wu Tianxing. Seeing this, Wu Tianxing's expression hardened. In midair, he swiftly twisted his body and lashed out with his right leg. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as the immense impact sent Wu Tianxing hurtling over 10 meters away. He barely managed to adjust his posture before landing unsteadily. Looking down, he noticed cracks forming on the leg of his advanced armor, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Wu Tianxing silently felt relieved that he was wearing armor. If he had been in ordinary leather armor, this blow might have shattered the bones in his leg. At that moment, he truly experienced the terrifying power of the massive round ball at the end of the demon dragon horse's tail. As soon as the demon dragon horse landed, it let out an earth-shaking roar and charged at Wu Tianxing again with its hooves pounding the ground furiously. Wu Tianxing's expression grew serious. He took a deep breath and, moving like lightning, dashed forward to meet the attack head-on. The sound of collisions echoed continuously. Unlike Wang Meng's cautious approach, Wu Tianxing chose to confront the beast directly with brute force. With both his hands and feet in motion, he stepped deftly and maneuvered around the demon dragon horse with agility. Though he was no match for the creature in raw strength, his smaller size gave him an edge and flexibility. For a moment, he managed to suppress the beast, landing blow after blow. As the battle dragged on, the demon dragon horse's eyes began to glow red, and its power grew increasingly frenzied. However, Wu Tianxing maintained a steady rhythm in his attacks, his strikes landing solidly on the beast with relentless force. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. Wang Meng had been struck by the round ball on the demon dragon horse's tail. His body was sent flying through the air, and upon hitting the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Wu Tianxing's heart tightened. With a determined look, he immediately unleashed his mid-level martial technique, Wave Breaker. His hands moved like illusions, striking out repeatedly. Layer upon layer of palm force struck the demon dragon horse's torso. With a thunderous explosion, the beast's entire body was sent flying over 10 meters away, blood seeping from its nose and mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Tianxing dashed toward Wang Meng. Along the way, he encountered another demon dragon horse, but he casually kicked it aside. Lifting Wang Meng onto his back, he weaved and dodged through the surrounding demon dragon horses, kicking away any that blocked his path. Finally, he broke through the encirclement. The pack of demon dragon horses behind them let out a few angry roars, but did not pursue. Lord, how is Wang Meng? Upon seeing Wu Tianxing carrying Wang Meng back, Wang Tu anxiously rushed forward to inquire. Wu Tianxing gently placed Wang Meng on the ground and exhaled tiredly. It's just a minor injury. A couple of days' rest should do the trick. Wang Meng coughed a few times and struggled to sit up, clutching his aching chest. With a look of guilt, he said, I failed in my duties. Please punish me, my lord. It's not your fault. It was my oversight. Focus on recovering first, Wu Tianxing replied, waving his hand in reassurance. He then fell into deep thought, realizing that his current forces were indeed insufficient to tame these demon dragon horses. There were two methods to tame wild beasts. One was to defeat them in unknown combat to earn their respect, and the other was to use a beast tamer to communicate and subdue them, a method that could also aid others. Unfortunately, there were no beast tamers in Xingwu village. Beast tamers were born with the unique gift to understand the language of wild beasts and were naturally trusted by them. Due to their rarity, in his past life, most wild beasts were subdued through single combat. The current predicament was that they were no match for the demon dragon horses. While Wu Tianxing could handle the leader, the hundreds of other demon dragon horses would certainly not stand idly by. If they attacked as a group, even he would struggle to cope. Wang Tu, gather all the soldiers. We won't be scouting today. Instead, we'll figure out a way to tame these demon dragon horses, Wu Tianxing ordered. Wang Tu hesitated for a moment before frowning and suggesting, my lord, I might have an idea. We brought tranquilizers with us. We could set traps to lure the demon dragon horses, then use the tranquilizers on them. Once subdued, the soldiers could handle them unknown. Wu Tianxing's expression twitched as he gave Wang Tu a strange look. Aren't you worried that once they wake up, they'll bash your heads in with a single blow? That can't happen, can it? My lord, once they're tamed, they won't retaliate, right? Wang Tu shivered at the thought. If you use such underhanded methods, do you think they won't hold a grudge? Wu Tianxing replied irritably. These are intelligent creatures. While they might not go for the kill, your soldiers are bound to get beaten up until their strength catches up. The thought of his territory's soldiers getting dragged out and pummeled by demon dragon horses in the future seemed absurd to Wu Tianxing. Wang Tu's expression turned equally peculiar, as if he, too, found the imagined scenario both comical and surreal. Half an hour later, 700 soldiers had assembled and began setting traps according to Wang Tu's plan. Some even took out knockout drugs, causing Wu Tianxing to shake his head in disbelief. It was as if they were sprinting toward disaster. If the demon dragon horses went easy on them in the future, it would almost feel undeserved. An hour later, the area had been completely transformed, filled with carefully laid traps. Wu Tianxing instructed Wang Tu to lead a team from one direction, while he led another group from the opposite side to lure the demon dragon horses. At the riverbank, the demon dragon horses formed a protective circle around their leader, growling warily. Sensing the dire situation, Wu Tianxing charged fearlessly into the herd of demon dragon horses. With agile movements and swift strikes, he knocked over more than a dozen of them in an instant. This act completely enraged the leader of the demon dragon horses, which let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire herd seemed to receive its command, swiftly turning and stampeding toward Wu Tianxing. At the same time, from another direction, Wang Tu rushed toward the demon dragon horses, landing punches and kicks before quickly retreating. The herd descended into chaos. About 300 pursued Wu Tianxing, while nearly 200 chased after Wang Tuesday. It was clear that the leader harbored a deeper grudge against Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing, accompanied by a few soldiers, ran while taunting the pursuing herd, provoking the demon dragon horses into a frenzy. When they reached the preset trap, Wu Tianxing shouted, "Jump!" In unison, they leapt 3 meters high and over 20 meters ahead. Caught off guard, the demon dragon horses charged straight into a massive pit, 3 meters deep and 20 meters wide. Dust filled the air as nearly half the herd fell into the trap. The leader of the demon dragon horses skidded to a halt just in time, its eyes wide with rage as it let out a furious roar. At the same moment, the trap set by Wang Tu's group also proved effective, ensnaring another large portion of the herd. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Tianxing gave the order, "Release." The sky darkened as projectiles rained down stones, ropes, wooden stakes, and powdered substances. The herd fell into disarray, panicking and scattering in all directions. After 3 waves of attacks, nearly all the demon dragon horses were incapacitated, leaving only the leader still standing. Noticing the sorrow in the leader's eyes, Wu Tianxing quickly explained that the herd had only been sedated, not fatally harmed. As expected, the leader's attitude softened slightly, casting a complex look at Wu Tianxing. Relieved, Wu Tianxing continued to persuade the leader to join forces with them. However, this only enraged the leader further. With a mighty leap, it launched a fierce attack on Wu Tianxing. The two engaged in an intense battle, shaking the ground and sending dust and debris flying. After half an hour of relentless fighting, the leader began to show signs of exhaustion. Wu Tianxing seized the moment, executing a mid-level martial technique called wave breaker, landing successive blows that finally subdued the leader. Though he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion himself, he had successfully tamed the formidable creature. In the aftermath, under Wang Tu's direction, the soldiers began taming the rest of the demon dragon horses one by one. They first administered sedatives, then demonstrated their strength through combat, ultimately forcing these proud creatures to submit to human dominance. Time passed slowly until dusk, when all 552 demon dragon horses were finally tamed. However, due to the effects of the drugs they had been given and injuries sustained by some, the horses were temporarily unable to walk properly. Everyone had no choice but to patiently wait for their recovery. By late night, when the demon dragon horses were barely able to move, the group began their return journey to Xingwu village. To accommodate the weakened horses, their progress was extremely slow, and it was already 5 a.m. by the time they arrived at the village. After quickly assigning Wang Sun to designate a resting area for the demon dragon horses, Wu Tianxing returned to his residence. Without lingering, he immediately re-entered the real world. It was 4 p.m. in reality, and the sun was shining brightly. As he stepped out of the house, Wu Tianxing saw Gu Yuqing playing with Xiao Fan in the village clearing. Surprised to see Wu Tianxing out so early, Gu Yuqing asked, "Brother Wu, why are you up so early today?" Wu Tianxing smiled and explained, "I was busy all night without any sleep. Since it was almost dawn, I figured I might as well stay awake and come out to check on things. Sister-in-law, is there anything special happening outside today?" At that moment, Xiao Fan spotted Wu Tianxing. His eyes lit up, and he cheerfully ran over, calling out, "Uncle." Wu Tianxing quickly picked him up and gently asked, "Have you been a good boy today, Xiao Fan? Did you listen to your mom?" Having grown familiar with everyone over the past few days, Xiao Fan was no longer shy. He immediately replied, "Xiao Fan has been very good, but there are so few people. It's just me and mom every day, so boring." Wu Tianxing could only smile awkwardly at this. There was little he could do about the lack of people. After all, even if there were more villagers, most of them would choose to enter the ancient desolate world, leaving few willing to stay in reality. Gu Yuqing's eyes turned red as she hurried over, taking Xiao Fan into her arms and softly scolding, "Didn't I tell you? More people will come after a while. You mustn't bother Uncle Wu anymore, understand?" "Oh, okay." Xiao Fan pursed his lips, clearly not believing his mother. Gu Yuqing's eyes reddened slightly. She took a deep breath and glanced apologetically at Wu Tianxing before saying, "There hasn't been much happening today, but I noticed the food in our warehouse is running low." "Got it." Wu Tianxing nodded. "We'll." Before he could finish speaking, the faint sound of wild beasts roaring and fighting echoed from outside the village. Wu Tianxing quickly ran toward the northern gate as the village's defense system atop the wooden walls activated, targeting the disturbance. "Warning! Warning! Stay away from the territory. Stay away from the territory." Warning, warning, proceed further, and you will face artillery attack. As Wu Tianxing emerged from the main gate, he saw a group of over 10 people fleeing desperately toward the village, pursued by more than 100 frenzied beasts. 2 men at the rear were barely holding off the beasts, ensuring the group wasn't immediately overtaken. Realizing they were humans, Wu Tianxing quickly disabled the defense system's attack mode. The system was programmed to warn before attacking humans, but it would immediately engage wild beasts without hesitation. If it hadn't recognized them as humans, the system would have already reduced them to ashes with a few blasts. In recent days, the defense system had been activated multiple times to fend off passing wild and demonic beasts, depleting nearly half of the territory's gold reserves, leaving only about 30,000 coins. After shutting down the system, Wu Tianxing reached out, and a silver-white spear materialized in his hand. At this moment, Gu Yuqing arrived with Xiao Fan in her arms, catching sight of Wu Tianxing's actions. Her eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. Sister-in-law, stay here. Don't come out. I'll go rescue them. Wu Tianxing instructed her before dashing toward the ongoing battle like a leopard. The group of 10, initially halted by the warning, now looked relieved as they saw an armored figure rushing out of the small village. Their expressions brightened further when they noticed the incredible speed at which this person moved, comparable to a car racing at 120 miles per hour. Among them, a woman wearing a baseball cap looked up at Wu Tianxing's figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wu Tianxing reached the group within seconds, sparing them only a brief glance before charging toward the 2 men struggling against the beasts. With a swift strike of his spear, Wu Tianxing began dispatching the beasts with deadly precision. His spear moved like a serpent, piercing the heads of one beast after another, leaving a path of fallen creatures in his wake. The 2 men fighting the beasts were stunned by the display, watching in awe as Wu Tianxing's combat skills seemed straight out of a martial arts film. Without sparing them a glance, Wu Tianxing continued his relentless assault. The spear in his hands created afterimages as he unleashed a series of devastating techniques. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from his body, and his spear's speed increased dramatically. In mere moments, beasts were falling in droves, their blood splattering everywhere. Yet Wu Tianxing's body twisted and turned with uncanny agility, avoiding the blood spray. The slaughter was swift and decisive. From the moment Wu Tianxing entered the battlefield to when he stopped, only 2 minutes had passed. His speed was nothing short of astonishing. After the battle, Wu Tianxing paused to check his status information. Name, Wu Tianxing. Race, human. Title, Intermediate Village Chief, Intermediate General. Reputation, 1280. Talent, S. Level, Star Disciple, 5th tier. Strength, 17,300. Spirit, 9. Techniques, Chaos God and Demon Technique. Skills, Basic Spearmanship, Basic Archery, Basic Swordsmanship, Basic Footwork, Berserk Mode, Intermediate Combat Skill Wave Breaker. Equipment, Ancient Infinite Ring Silver Grade, True Silver Serpent Spear Silver Grade, True Black Scale Armor Bronze Grade, Advanced Legion Command Token Silver Grade. Currency, 23,800. Luck, 10. Soul Power, 100. Free Attribute Points, 0. His eyes gleamed with delight at his noticeable improvement. Thank you, my friend, for saving our lives today. Could you tell us your name? We will repay this kindness in the future. One of the men approached Wu Tianxing with heartfelt gratitude. Wu Tianxing froze for a moment, then slowly turned to look at the man's unfamiliar yet oddly familiar face. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes before he glanced at the other man, his heart skipping a beat. He hadn't expected to run into acquaintances from his past life today. These two, like Gao Zhaojie and others, were among those he had been with in his previous life. Their names were Zhang Haiyang and Xiao Guofeng. Hello, thank you for saving us today. If you ever need anything from the two of us, don't hesitate to ask. Xiao Guofeng quickly expressed his gratitude when Wu Tianxing looked at him. Wu Tianxing felt a wave of happiness upon seeing them. Smiling, he said, "Hello, I'm Wu Tianxing. I just happened to be here and lend a hand. No need to make a big deal out of it." Zhang Haiyang, sensing Wu Tianxing's approachable demeanor, relaxed considerably. He quickly responded, "I'm Zhang Haiyang. No need for formalities. If you ever need us, just say the word." Exactly. This might have been a small thing for you, but to us, it's a life-saving act. We'll never forget it. If you ever need our help, we'll be there without hesitation. Xiao Guofeng added firmly. Wu Tianxing nodded with a smile, appreciating their upright nature, which remained unchanged from his past life. "What happened to you too?" Wu Tianxing asked casually, retracting his spear and looking at them. When Wu Tianxing asked about the reason, Zhang Haiyang and Xiao Guofeng's expressions darkened suddenly, as if he had touched upon some unpleasant memory they'd rather not revisit. Wu Tianxing frowned, observing their unusual reaction. Zhang Haiyang lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Wu, have you ever heard of Brother Xiong from the 2 cities and 1 street?" The name stirred something in Wu Tianxing's mind, but he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Never heard of him." "Why? What's your connection to him?" "It's all because of that beast." Xiao Guofeng spat through gritted teeth, his tone filled with hatred. Just as they were speaking, over a dozen unfamiliar people hurried over. Seeing this, Wu Tianxing immediately stopped his line of questioning. "Thank you, friend, for saving our lives." The group expressed their gratitude one after another. Wu Tianxing waved his hand indifferently and said, "No need for thanks. This is my territory. Just leave quickly." In the real Xingwu village, there were no guards yet, and everyone there was familiar to him. He had no intention of letting strangers in. The group exchanged uneasy glances. They had just escaped from the city, pursued by wild beasts along the way. If not for Zhang Haiyang and Xiao Guofeng's protection, they would have perished long ago. After such an ordeal, they were acutely aware of the dangers outside. Forcing them to leave now was no different from sending them to their deaths. A middle-aged man stepped forward from the group, his expression anxious. "Young man, could you let us take shelter here for a while? Going back out now would mean certain death. If you have any conditions, just name them." "No, I don't know any of you," Wu Tianxing replied firmly. "The village is full of people I trust. I have to prioritize their safety. We promise not to cause any trouble. Just give us a place to stay, and we won't wander around," the man pleaded desperately. He couldn't risk going back out and facing death. Zhang Haiyang and Xiao Guofeng exchanged puzzled looks. They had initially thought Wu Tianxing was easygoing, but his sudden resolute attitude caught them off guard. "That's still not an option. It's getting dark, and there will be even more wild beasts. You'd better leave while you can," Wu Tianxing said, unwavering. In his previous life, he had seen too many instances where kindness was repaid with betrayal. He wasn't willing to endanger his own people for the sake of strangers. Just when everyone was filled with despair, a clear, melodious female voice suddenly broke the tension. "I know Sister Gu Yuqing. Does that mean I can't go in either?" Wu Tianxing followed the voice and looked over, momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Among the disheveled crowd, a young woman, about 1.7 meters tall, stood out strikingly. Dressed in simple casual clothes and wearing a baseball cap, her long black hair tucked behind her ears, she had bright almond-shaped eyes complemented by subtle makeup. Even with fine beads of sweat on her cheeks, her radiance was undiminished. This was the first time Wu Tianxing had been this close to such a beautiful girl, and it left an impression. "How do you know Gu Yuqing is here?" Wu Tianxing snapped out of his daze and asked skeptically. Before he even finished speaking, he instinctively glanced toward the village entrance. Sure enough, he spotted Gu Yuqing holding Xiao Fan, standing and looking around. Though the distance was considerable, her familiar silhouette was unmistakable. "Of course I saw her," the young woman replied. "Sister Yuqing and I have been close since childhood. We even met not too long ago. I hope, for her sake, you'll let us into the village to take shelter." "It really is Xiao Qing," an older man exclaimed in surprise. "I was thinking of going to find them a couple of days ago, but it's been too dangerous outside, so I didn't dare." Wu Tianxing frowned and turned to the man. "What's your relationship with Gu Yuqing? And who are you?" The man's eyes lit up as he quickly introduced himself. "My name is Long Yiming. I'm from Modu and work in the food business. I came to Gongju City to survey the market. Gu Yuqing's father and I have been close friends since we were kids, and our families have always been on good terms. My daughter, Lung Yuxian, is practically Gu Yuqing's little sister." Wu Tianxing pointed at the others, his face expressionless. "And what about them?" "They're with Jinda Food Company. We were discussing a partnership when the apocalypse hit," Long Yiming explained, his face suddenly darkening. "It's all because of that beast Zhang Xiong. This morning, he and his men took 6 of our female employees by force. Then this afternoon, he specifically demanded my daughter." Clenching his fists tightly, Long Yiming continued, "When I refused, that monster ordered his men to start killing, one by one, to force me to hand over my daughter. My daughter and I were about to jump off the building when, luckily, the company's security team returned from the archaic world in time. They couldn't defeat Zhang Xiong's men, but they bought us enough time to escape." He shut his eyes in anguish. "We started with over 20 people. 8 were dragged away by wild beasts along the way. Now, only 16 of us remain." The mention of Zhang Xiong's name immediately darkened Wu Tianxing's expression. In his previous life, it was this very man who caused the death of his sister. If there was anyone Wu Tianxing hated most in this life, Zhang Xiong undoubtedly topped the list. Known by the nickname Brother Bear of 2 malls and 1 street, Zhang Xiong controlled 2 shopping malls and a pedestrian street in the northern district of Gongju City, wielding considerable influence in the area. Long Yiming, observing Wu Tianxing's contemplative demeanor, barely dared to breathe. He could only cautiously watch the changes in Wu Tianxing's expression, as their hope of entering the village now rested entirely on Gu Yuqing's connections. After a moment, Wu Tianxing took a deep breath, his expression calming. "I'll let you in, but you must keep them in check and make sure they don't wander around." "Yes, yes." We won't go anywhere. The group, overjoyed, scrambled to promise. Wherever you tell us to stay, that's where we'll be. Wu Tianxing's tone turned cold. Remember what you said? If I find out any of you are doing something you shouldn't, let me make it clear you won't survive, no matter what world you're in. The group followed Wu Tianxing as he led them toward the village. Before they entered, Long Yuxian suddenly dashed out of the crowd and threw her arms around Gu Yuqing. Sister Yuqing, I'm so glad you're okay. I was just about to ask my dad to look for you these past few days. Xiao Yuxian, how did you all end up here? Gu Yuqing exclaimed in surprise and delight, hugging her tightly in return. Auntie, you're squishing me. Little Fan, caught in the middle, pouted in protest. Wu Tianxing approached, and the icy demeanor on his face had somehow melted away. He spoke gently to Gu Yuqing, sister-in-law, since you know them, I'll leave them to you. Keep an eye on them, and make sure they don't wander off. Long Yuxian spun around abruptly, staring at Wu Tianxing in disbelief. The warm and approachable young man before her seemed like a completely different person from the cold and ruthless figure she had just seen. The others were equally shocked, exchanging puzzled glances. Zhang Haiyang and his companions shared a look, convinced that Wu Tianxing was unfathomable. Meanwhile, a flicker of thoughtfulness flashed through Long Yiming's eyes. Wu Tianxing returned to his room and immediately opened the system interface, transferring 100,000 gold coins into the territory's account. Watching the increasing number of wild animals beginning to evolve into demonic beasts, he knew he had to prepare in advance. To ensure the safety of the territory, he gritted his teeth and transferred another 100,000 gold coins. Seeing the remaining balance of just over 20,000 coins in his account, he was so heartbroken that it felt hard to breathe. These funds were painstakingly accumulated during recent expeditions, saved 1 copper coin at a time. Yet they disappeared in massive amounts when spent. Although the starstones brought back by Wang Ming had been invested into the territory's renovation plans, which had indeed brought in hundreds of thousands of gold coins in revenue over the past few days, Wu Tianxing had decided not to touch the territory's funds. This decision left his personal account in a tight financial situation once again. Once the village upgrades, I must find Gu Qingga to get more starstones, Wu Tianxing calculated silently. Without sufficient funds, he always felt a lack of confidence. Just then, a knock came at the door, and Gu Yuqing's voice sounded from outside. Brother Wu, there are 2 people who want to see you. Should I let them in? Wu Tianxing thought of Zhang Haiyang and Qiao Guofeng and asked them to come in. Sure enough, it was the 2 of them who entered. What's the matter? Don't have a place to stay? Wu Tianxing asked with a smile. Well, how about this? I'll head back to the wilderness world later to get 10 blueprints to build houses for you. Since you've joined us here, I can't let you sleep on the streets. The village currently only has 5 residential houses, and they're all occupied. And no, that's not it. Qiao Guofeng quickly waved his hands, his face slightly flushed. We're already very grateful that you allowed us to come in. We wouldn't dare ask for more. Then what is it? Wu Tianxing asked, puzzled, looking at them. Zhang Haiyang suddenly spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the #1 on the wilderness world leaderboard, Wu Tianxing, right? Wu Tianxing nodded in acknowledgement. There was no point in hiding it. They'd find out eventually if they stayed here long enough. Seeing him confirm it, the 2 became so excited their faces flushed red, nearly jumping with joy. So, what do you think of us? Qiao Guofeng stammered incoherently. What do I think of you? Wu Tianxing was stunned for a moment before jokingly replying, I don't swing that way, especially not with burly guys like you 2. Their faces turned dark instantly. Zhang Haiyang awkwardly explained, we don't swing that way either. What we meant was we want to follow you. Oh. Wu Tianxing rolled his eyes. You scared me for a second. Can't you just say things clearly? No problem, it's a small matter. Once the teleportation array is activated, you can just teleport over directly, Wu Tianxing said casually. Wait, the teleportation array can be activated? How do you even know that? Qiao Guofeng stared at Wu Tianxing with wide eyes, his face full of astonishment. Realizing he had let something slip, Wu Tianxing quickly changed the subject. Never mind how I know. Tell me, how are you 2 doing now? What's the progress you've made in there? Hearing this, Zhang Haiyang straightened his back, a hint of pride showing on his face. The 2 of us have built a village together. It's called Shuangwu Village. We've already upgraded it to an intermediate level village. We have 300 soldiers, half of them are tier 3, and the rest are tier 2. The name of your village, don't tell me you named it after my Xingwu village? Wu Tianxing's eye twitched slightly as he teased them. Ahem. The proud expressions on their faces froze instantly, and they looked a bit embarrassed. In truth, they had indeed chosen the name while looking up to Xingwu Village, the world's #1 village, which had long been their idol. Seeing their awkward expressions, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected that the name he had casually come up with back then would now be something others admired. Not bad, your progress is decent, he nodded. Keep developing. Once the teleportation array is activated, we can join forces. The three of them then delved into a detailed discussion about village development. Wu Tianxing mainly offered guidance, hoping to help them avoid unnecessary detours. As they were engrossed in their conversation, a crisp knock sounded from outside the door. "Uncle Wu, it's time to eat," came Xiao Fan's cheerful voice. "Let's go. We'll continue talking later," Wu Tianxing said as he got up, motioning for the two to follow him. When they stepped outside, they saw Xiao Fan standing at the door. Wu Tianxing smiled and lifted him up in his arms as they headed toward Gu Yuqing's house. Lately, everyone had been busy heading out early and returning late, so Gu Yuqing had taken it upon herself to prepare meals for everyone. They would all gather at her place to eat when they came back. As soon as Wu Tianxing stepped into Gu Yuqing's kitchen, he saw a group of people already seated around the dining table, waiting for quite some time. The table was nearly full, with more than 10 people squeezed together, creating a lively atmosphere. "Brother, you're the last one. Hurry up and eat. I'm starving," Wu Xiaojing complained, her face full of frustration as she shouted at Wu Tianxing. Since everyone was waiting for him, no one dared to start eating, which was driving the little foodie crazy. Wu Tianxing glanced at his sister with a smile and found an empty seat next to Zhang Haiyang and two others. Around the table sat Wu Haijun and his family of three, Gao Zhaojia, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Wu Xiaojing, and Leng Yiming and his daughter. Including himself, Zhang Haiyang, and the other two, there were a total of 11 people, almost too many for the table to accommodate. "What are the names of your villages?" Wu Tianxing casually asked Gao Zhaojia and Wu Haijun while picking up some food. The sudden question almost made the two choke on their food. They looked a bit flustered, stammering as they tried to dodge the topic. "The name is just a label anyway. Our village's name isn't very nice, so let's not mention it," Gao Zhaojia said awkwardly, taking a sip of water to cover up. Wu Haijun nodded repeatedly in agreement. Their evasive attitude caught everyone's attention, and suspicious glances were cast their way, making the two even more uncomfortable. "Fine, I'll say it." Gao Zhaojia finally gave in under the pressure. "Our village is called Gao Wu Village." Wu Tianxing raised an eyebrow. The name not only borrowed the Wu character from Xingwu Village, but also included Gao Zhaojia's surname. Everyone froze for a moment, except for Long Yiming and his daughter, who seemed puzzled. "And yours?" Wu Tianxing turned to Wu Haijun. "Pretty similar. It's called Junwu Village," Wu Haijun replied, this time much more composed. "We're from Shuangwu Village." Zhang Haiyang suddenly chimed in. Now everyone was genuinely surprised. All four village names had the character Wu in them. What a strange coincidence. "You didn't plan this together, did you?" Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. "Coincidence, pure coincidence," Zhang Haiyang explained with a laugh, and both Gao Zhaojia and Wu Haijun nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, when they named their villages, they hadn't coordinated at all. It was just an amusing happenstance. The number of attendees at this gathering had noticeably increased, and the atmosphere gradually shifted from initial awkwardness to warmth and liveliness. At the beginning, everyone seemed a bit reserved, but as conversations deepened, laughter and animated discussions began to fill the entire restaurant. The meal ended on a cheerful and harmonious note. After the meal, Wu Tianxing immediately set off for the Xingwu village in the ancient wilderness. He gathered all the blueprints that had been accumulated in the village over the past few days and followed a methodical plan to begin construction. Once the project was completed, he swiftly returned to the ancient wilderness. Today marked an important day for the upgrade of Xingwu village in the ancient wilderness world. Wu Tianxing convened a meeting with Wang Sun and others for an extended discussion, primarily focused on defensive strategies. After everyone dispersed to carry out their respective tasks, Gao Shun stayed behind alone. "My lord, there are two individuals I hope you can meet," Gao Shun said solemnly. Wu Tianxing understood immediately these must be the two people Wang Tu had mentioned yesterday. However, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Oh, who are they that require my personal attention?" "You'll understand once you meet them," Gao Shun replied with a mysterious smile. "If these two can stay in Xingwu village, they will undoubtedly be of great benefit to us." Wu Tianxing pondered silently. It seems they might be historical figures with significant identities, or Gao Shun wouldn't recommend them so highly. Outwardly, he smiled and said, "Very well, let them in. I'm curious to see who they are to warrant such mystery." A moment later, Gao Shun entered with two individuals dressed in long robes. "Greetings, my lord," the two said in unison, bowing respectfully. "Please, have a seat," Wu Tianxing gestured. Looking at the two before him, Wu Tianxing felt a surge of excitement. Although they were referred to as scholars, a more accurate description would be strategists. Such individuals often had the ability to turn the impossible into reality. Their mastery of scholarly techniques was extraordinary. Some of the most powerful could even alter landscapes or summon wind and rain. In this ancient wilderness world, success depended entirely on human effort, and strategists were critical to achieving great outcomes. Wu Tianxing silently considered the potential transformations these two strategists might bring to Xingwu village. After the two sat down, Wu Tianxing spoke with a calm expression. "Judging by your extraordinary demeanor, You two don't seem like ordinary people. May I know your esteemed names? The two across from him took a closer look at Wu Tianxing. Although they had met a few times before, seeing this unassuming, inconspicuous man, who nonetheless ranked first in the world, still made a flicker of surprise cross their eyes. This living embodiment of, don't judge a book by its cover, left them quietly impressed. The plain-looking man with a slightly pale complexion shook his head lightly and said with a faint smile, "The two of us are no renowned figures. We're just ordinary folk from Xingwu village now." Yeah, right? Wu Tianxing thought to himself. As someone who had once been a low-ranking individual, he knew all too well how strategists love to speak in riddles, and if you weren't careful, you'd fall into their verbal traps. He decided to cut to the chase. No need for pleasantries. While I may not be someone with a keen eye for talent, I can still tell that you two are far from ordinary. The two men exchanged a glance and looked helpless. Today, they had clearly run into someone who was the epitome of, a scholar meeting a soldier. Reasoning is futile. All the carefully crafted words they had prepared were blocked by Wu Tianxing's straightforward attitude. The plain-looking man let out a wry smile, shook his head, and stood up. With a solemn gesture, he cupped his hands and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself first. My surname is Guo, given name Jia, courtesy name Feng Xiao. I once served as a strategist under Cao Cao during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, holding the position of military advisor and libationer." Hearing this, Wu Tianxing's body visibly tensed, and his expression turned more serious. "Now it's my turn," said the other man, who was handsome and refined. He stood gracefully, cupped his hands with a smile, and said, "My surname is Zhang, given name Liang, courtesy name Zifang. I was once one of the three heroes of the early Han Dynasty alongside Han Xian and Xiao He." As Wu Tianxing stared at the two historical figures standing before him, his heart pounded wildly. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the people he met today would turn out to be these two legendary figures. Although historically, Guo Jia passed away at a young age, his extraordinary talent was undeniable, earning him the title of miraculous advisor from Cao Cao. Wu Tianxing looked at the two figures before him. Guo Jia and Zhang Liang, and could hardly contain his excitement. Zhang Liang, after all, was the brilliant strategist who had aided Liu Bang in founding the Han Dynasty. Now, these two legendary minds were standing together before him. It is an honor to have two such remarkable figures visit. Forgive me if I have been less than attentive, Wu Tianxing said hastily, rising to his feet and bowing respectfully. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three took their seats again. "May I ask what brings the two of you here today?" Wu Tianxing asked with a light-hearted tone. "While I may have achieved a bit of success, I doubt it's enough to attract talents of your caliber." Zhang Liang smiled and replied, "The Lord is too modest. This ancient and boundless world is far beyond ordinary comprehension. To rank first in such an immense realm is no small feat. Why, then, would we not consider pledging ourselves to you? Do you truly mean it?" Wu Tianxing's heart stirred, though he dared not believe it too easily. Guo Jia took over the conversation. "Though we garnered some fame in our past lives, that is now history. In this ancient world, we are confident in our abilities but have no intention of arrogance. Having been given another chance at life, we wish to make a new choice." A gleam of sharp insight flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes. Since these two were willing to pledge their allegiance, he certainly wouldn't refuse. But he was also eager to test what these renowned strategists were capable of. "I imagine the two of you have spent some time in Xingwu village by now. What are your thoughts on its development?" A glimmer of wisdom crossed Guo Jia's eyes. The Lord's policies are indeed innovative and forward-thinking, but the progress seems a bit slow. With a population nearing 5,000, the village has 1,400 soldiers in its core, fewer than 1,000 skilled workers, and the remainder are largely underutilized. While there are farms to cultivate and tasks to complete, most people work only for the wages, resulting in low efficiency. Wu Tianxing pondered this. "You're saying they lack motivation?" "Precisely," Guo Jia replied, offering a suggestion. "We could establish a task hall where rewards are based on output. Villagers could freely choose tasks they prefer, such as gathering wood or mining ore. By tying rewards to effort, we could ignite their enthusiasm." Wu Tianxing was inwardly amazed. Wasn't this essentially the modern piece-rate wage system combined with the concept of a mercenary guild? The forward-thinking mindset of this ancient strategist was astonishing. Seeing this, Zhang Liang also spoke up. "I have another observation. According to Commander Gao, only one person in the village currently has 100 loyalty. While others are willing to serve you, they can't seem to reach that level of unwavering devotion." Wu Tianxing's eyes lit up. "Is there a way to improve this?" Zhang Liang smiled mysteriously. "Loyalty, in the end, is a matter of the heart. Even between the closest of kin, betrayal is possible, how much more so for others? To increase loyalty, the key lies in creating a bond of interest. Make them feel that staying in Xingwu village is better than going anywhere else, and that the cost of betrayal far outweighs the benefits of loyalty. Only then can you truly win their hearts." After hearing their insights, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but be impressed. Their advanced perspectives made him wonder if they, too, had experienced modern society. Your profound wisdom has been an eye-opener for me. I now formally invite both of you to join Xingwu village. What do you say? Guo Jia and Zhang Liang immediately stood, bowing deeply. We greet our lord. Jia and Liang vow to serve you with utmost dedication. The system's notification sound suddenly echoed, followed by two important announcements. The first announcement declared that Guo Jia had pledged allegiance to Wu Tianxing. This exceptional strategist possessed an impressive aptitude of 280, reaching the Huang-level realm, with a combat power at the Star Disciple 3rd tier. He had 4 points of spirit value and mastery over 8 different techniques. In terms of skills, he excelled in the diamond-grade innate Qi observation technique, along with various scholar skills such as basic swordsmanship, Qi observation, intermediate earth collapse technique, advanced wind summoning technique, and the exceptional grade illusionary eye technique. Regarding equipment, he was clad in a high-grade bronze silk robe and wielded a high-grade bronze wunching sword. Additionally, he had 830 gold coins, 20 soul value, and 0 free attribute points. Immediately following this, the second announcement revealed that another exceptional strategist, Zhang Liang, had also pledged loyalty to Wu Tianxing. In just a brief moment, Wu Tianxing had gained the allegiance of 2 heavyweight advisors, significantly bolstering his strength. Wu Tianxing carefully examined the attributes of the 2 individuals and couldn't help but be astonished. Zhang Liang, a first-class scholar of the human race, and Guo Jia's extraordinary stats were beyond the realm of ordinary people, resembling the capabilities of gods. Although their current ranks and the power of their scholarly skills were not yet very high, Wu Tianxing could already foresee their incredible potential. Once they advanced to higher levels, they might truly be able to take on thousands single-handedly. Take Guo Jia's earth collapse technique, for example. At present, it might only be able to create a pit a few meters wide, but as his rank increases, it could potentially cover several kilometers in one go, burying entire armies with ease. Zhang Liang's swift command was no different. In the future, it might enhance the speed of an entire army several times over, a divine skill capable of altering the course of a battle. After the 3 of them discussed the future development plans for the village in detail, the time had reached 9 a.m. Wu Tianxing led Guo Jia and Zhang Liang to the square, where 3 well-organized troops stood in formation before them. A 700-strong elite Star Martial Legion, a 700-strong elite Solar Legion, and a 700-strong regular Silver Moon City Guard unit. These were the fruits of his efforts over just 20 days, giving him the confidence to crush any enemy during this era. Standing at the front of the troops, Wu Tianxing calmly and resolutely reflected on the arduous journey of building Star Martial Village from scratch. The soldiers listened intently, cheering with excitement at the mention of victories over foreign territories and falling silent with sorrow at news of fallen comrades. I'm not some great overlord or ambitious ruler, Wu Tianxing continued. I'm just someone like you, striving to live a good life in this ancient and desolate world. But to live well, we must fight and move forward. Only by becoming strong can we carve out a place of our own. He then made a promise. Every injured soldier in Star Martial Village would receive full medical treatment, the disabled would be supported for life, and the families of the fallen would be well cared for. This declaration immediately caused a stir, with the soldiers erupting in joy. System notifications began popping up one after another, showing a massive rise in loyalty among the troops, with over 600 reaching the level of unwavering devotion. Wu Tianxing then introduced Guo Jia and Zhang Liang to the soldiers, appointing them as the strategists of the Star Martial Legion and the Solar Legion, respectively. He proceeded to issue defensive orders. Wang Tu was tasked with leading half of the Star Martial Legion to guard the East Gate, while Gao Shun and Han Qinhu were assigned to defend the North and West Gates. Zhang Feihu and Zhang Feibao were instructed to divide the Silver Moon Guard into 4 teams to patrol the wooden walls. With a series of commands issued, Star Martial Village quickly sprang into action. Wu Tianxing then confirmed the upgrade of the village, spending 50,000 gold coins. A radiant light enveloped the entire village, and within seconds, Star Martial Village was transformed. A 5-meter-high wooden wall now surrounded the area. The central region was filled with neatly arranged buildings, and large open spaces were left around the perimeter. Various attributes of the village were significantly enhanced, including public morale, cultivation speed, and more. After the territory upgrade, the entire domain expanded to 5 square kilometers. Wu Tianxing led the remaining soldiers of the Star Martial Legion toward the southern gate, his eyes scanning the vast, empty land around. Apart from the central area of the territory, which housed a cluster of buildings, the rest of the land appeared particularly desolate. Zhang Liang followed closely behind Wu Tianxing, his brows furrowed. Mr. Zhang, don't you think our Star Martial Village looks a bit too disorganized? Wu Tianxing asked, turning his head slightly. That's exactly the case. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. When the territory was smaller, it wasn't as noticeable. But now that it has expanded, the chaotic arrangement of buildings has become quite apparent. However, we don't need to demolish and rebuild everything. Adjusting some parts should suffice. How exactly should we do that? Wu Tianxing rubbed his forehead. Zhang Liang explained confidently, we can divide the territory into functional zones, such as residential areas, commercial areas, and industrial areas. That way, even if we upgrade the territory in the future, we'll only need to expand within the corresponding zones. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Get Wang Sun to assist you, and make sure it's done quickly. The way it looks now, it really feels like a rundown village. Within 3 days, I guarantee you'll see a well-organized territory. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but marvel at the difference a strategist could make. Issues that required him to rack his brains were often resolved effortlessly by Zhang Liang. By the way, Wu Tianxing suddenly remembered something. When did you all arrive at Star Marshal Village? Zhang Liang's expression immediately turned solemn. Speaking of that, Guojia and I were originally lords ourselves. We had established an intermediate village with over 1,300 residents. But one day, our scouts discovered a territory belonging to the Ogre clan about 50 kilometers away. Cadino's Devourer's village, ranked 12th on the leaderboard. How far is it from here? Wu Tianxing's face grew serious. About 150 kilometers, so it doesn't pose an immediate threat, Zhang Liang explained. We lost over 200 people during our escape. Later, it was Guojia who used his ore divination skill to guide us through the western mountains and finally led us here. He said we weren't chosen by the dragon and needed to find a dragon-chosen land. Wu Tianxing smiled. So you decided on me? It seems Mr. Guo's aura divination skill is quite remarkable, finding the number 1 ranked territory. The two continued talking as they walked to the southern gate. Wu Tianxing ordered the soldiers to rest on the spot. He was confident in this territory upgrade, not only because they had cleared a 40-kilometer radius over the past 2 days, but also because of the 1,400 fully armed elite Legion soldiers. Each of them was equipped with advanced bronze armor and weapons, and most had reached 4th-tier strength. By 2 p.m., a few beasts and monsters appeared in the distance. At first, they kept their distance, but as their numbers grew, they became bolder, gradually approaching the territory. When they entered a 500-meter range, Wu Tianxing gave the order, fire. The 350 Legion soldiers, who had been ready, simultaneously released their crossbows. Arrows rained down like a storm. The beasts and monsters had no time to evade and were struck by the dense volley, collapsing in droves as blood soaked the ground. With just 1 round of shooting, over 200 wild beasts and demonic creatures fell into pools of blood. The surviving beasts and creatures, their eyes bloodshot, let out deafening roars and charged madly toward the territory. Wu Tianxing watched it all with a stoic expression and ordered in a deep voice, keep shooting. The sound of arrows whizzing through the air was unrelenting, and wave after wave of beasts and creatures fell to the ground. By the time they finally reached Wu Tianxing, their numbers had already been halved. Switch weapons, kill them. Wu Tianxing commanded. The well-trained soldiers of the Legion moved in perfect unison, quickly replacing their bows with spears and forming an impenetrable defensive line. As the two sides clashed, the beasts were met with brutal slaughter. The soldiers, their expressions cold and unyielding, wielded their spears with precision and coordination, mercilessly cutting down the enemies. Though the beasts were ferocious beyond measure, they were never able to breach the soldiers' defensive line. As the battle wore on, the ground became littered with corpses, and blood turned the earth a dark crimson. Eventually, the soldiers had to retreat a few steps to avoid the slippery, blood-soaked terrain beneath their feet. From the rear, Wu Tianxing and Zhang Liang observed the battle. Mr. Zhang, what do you think of these Legion soldiers? Wu Tianxing asked. In these times, they are truly unmatched, Zhang Liang praised sincerely. Wu Tianxing's lips curved into a slight smile as he thought to himself, this is far from their full potential. In just a few more days, they'll grow even stronger. The entire battle lasted barely over 10 minutes. More than 1,000 wild beasts and demonic creatures were annihilated, with only a few managing to escape. The village's upgrade went exceptionally smoothly, thanks to Wu Tianxing's efforts in leading the troops to eliminate threats in the surrounding area over the past 2 days. By 10 p.m., no further creatures dared to attack. Star Marshal Village officially advanced to a high-level village. The next morning, Wu Tianxing led 700 Legion soldiers eastward. After an entire day of marching, they finally reached their destination, Gu Qingga's immortal martial village. However, the sight before them made Wu Tianxing's face darken. A group of Asura clansmen was slaughtering the village's soldiers. Gu Qingga, drenched in blood and filled with grief and fury, was facing off against a towering Asura. His leather armor was in tatters, and he was severely injured. He had once hoped that, upon Wu Tianxing's arrival, they could ascend to new heights together. But now, it seemed he would fall here instead. His territory had only around 500 soldiers, and against the assault of over 1,000 Asura clansmen, they were struggling to hold on. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Just as Gu Qingsong was drowning in despair, a thunderous roar erupted from behind the Shura forces. He jerked in shock, lifting his head to look, and a wave of pure joy swept across his face. Was Wu Tianxing. The Shura leader spun around at the sound, his expression darkening before twisting into fury. Wu Tianxing moved like a storm, weaving swiftly through the Shura warriors, closing the distance to the leader in mere moments. His spear, sharp and unyielding, struck out like a dragon surging from the sea, aimed mercilessly at the Shura leader. Courting death, the Shura leader bellowed, swinging his blade in a flurry of strikes, the clash of metal ringing through the battlefield. But he had underestimated Wu Tianxing's strength. Within a few exchanges, his blade was sent flying by a precise thrust. Without hesitation, Wu Tianxing drove his spear through the leader's throat. The Shura leader opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Are you all right? Wu Tianxing asked, shaking his head in exasperation as he took in Gu Qingsong's bloodied figure. I delayed for 2 days upgrading the village, and look what happened. Gu Qingsong exhaled deeply, his gratitude evident as he looked at Wu Tianxing. Thank goodness you came. If not, Xinwu village would have been completely wiped out. Wu Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. We'll talk later. Rest for now. I'll deal with the rest of these Shura. With that, he charged back into the fray, his spear cutting down Shura warriors wherever he went. The remaining Shura soldiers recoiled in terror, retreating as far as they could. The leader is dead. Someone cried out upon discovering the Shura leader's body. Chaos erupted within the Shura army. The Star Martial Corps seized the opportunity to launch a relentless assault, surrounding the Shura forces entirely. The soldiers of Xinwu village, seeing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief and moved to assist. They watched in awe as Wu Tianxing's 700 warriors fought like divine soldiers, their admiration clear in their eyes. The battle quickly drew to a close. One by one, the Shura soldiers fell, with none managing to break through. The last Shura warrior standing shouted defiantly, "Who are you people? Our leader In Chi will never forgive you." With a swift slash, Wang Meng severed his head, scoffing, "Dead men don't get to talk so much nonsense." After the battle, the land was littered with corpses, rivers of blood staining the ground. The soldiers of the Star Martial Corps, their armor soaked in blood, radiated a chilling aura that made the villagers of Xinwu instinctively keep their distance. I'm sorry for the delay, Wu Tianxing said as he approached Gu Qingsong again. The territory upgrade took longer than expected. Gu Qingsong shook his head with a sigh. It's not your fault. I didn't expect them to find this place. Thankfully, you arrived in time, or we really wouldn't have made it. It's all because of him. He said he'd send reinforcements in 2 days, but instead, shut up. Silence. Gu Qingsong's furious shout interrupted Li Xiaofeng's words. She then looked apologetically at Wu Tianxing. Let's return to the village first and discuss this later. Wu Tianxing nodded, not taking Li Xiaofeng's earlier remarks to heart. He understood well that he had been in the wrong initially, and it was only natural for the other party to hold a grudge, especially given the heavy casualties their village had suffered. Back in Xinwu village, Wu Tianxing ordered his soldiers to set up camp outside the village, bringing only Zhang Liang along as he followed Gu Qingsong into the leader's residence. The 3 of them took their seats, and Wu Tianxing glanced around, noticing that Zhai Xinglin, whom he had met previously, was absent. Catching Wu Tianxing's gaze, Gu Qingsong's expression darkened, and her voice carried a trace of sorrow she couldn't conceal. Xinglin was killed by the Shura leader you just defeated. Wu Tianxing's eyelid twitched slightly as he realized why everyone had been so silent. Zhai Xingling's death meant that all their previous efforts had been in vain, and they would have to start over from scratch. In the face of such grief, any words of comfort would seem shallow and meaningless. Enough, let's not dwell on it. Gu Qingsong quickly composed herself. We'll just allocate more resources to Xinglin later. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng stood up. I'll go check on Xinglin. With that, he turned and left. Zhai Xinglin and Li Xiaofeng were childhood friends, so his emotions are running high today. I hope Brother Wu can understand, Gu Qingsong explained to Wu Tianxing. I'm not that petty, Wu Tianxing replied with a wave of his hand, signaling his understanding. Over the next half hour, the 2 of them discussed the details of starstone mining and ultimately reached an agreement. Wu Tianxing would station 300 men in the village to oversee the mining operations. The output would be calculated every 5 days, with Wu Tianxing receiving 80 and Gu Qingsong 20. The 2 territories would form a cooperative relationship, with Xinwu village taking the lead, while Wu Tianxing's forces would ensure the village's safety. Brother Wu, I want to ask, how far are you from my place right now? After finishing their discussion, Gu Qingsong suddenly threw out this seemingly random question. Do you mean in the real world? Wu Tianxing looked at her with a puzzled expression. Gu Qingsong nodded with a serious look. We're facing some trouble on our side. Originally, as long as Xinglin was fine, things here would still be manageable. But now that something has happened to him, I'm afraid it's going to be a lot harder to handle. Realizing this was a matter from the real world, Wu Tianxing immediately straightened up and said, Tell me about it. If I can help, I certainly will. Do you know a man named Zheng Xiong? She asked. The moment he heard the name, a trace of disdain flickered in Wu Tianxing's eyes. I know him. In fact, I was just planning to have a little chat with him about his so-called ideals these days. His tone was laced with obvious sarcasm. Oh, so he's caused you trouble too? Gu Qingsong noticed his expression and gave a bitter smile. That guy is nothing but a lecherous scoundrel. He heard that my cousin is beautiful and came to my place with his men 2 days ago, trying to abduct her. Luckily, 6 of us have used the Pasu orbs, so we were able to fight them to a draw. But they've been harassing us ever since. Now that Xinglin is out of commission, I'm worried they'll take advantage of the situation to attack us. A cold glint flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes. Erase the plan. They'll head over to your place right now and take care of this Zheng Xiong today. That way, he won't have the chance to stir up trouble anymore. Gu Qingsong felt a surge of relief and quickly provided him with the address. Without hesitation, Wu Tianxing sprang into action. He left Zhang Liang in charge of the soldiers and personally led Wang Meng and 30 elite warriors who had used the Peisu orbs and Wanjie stones back to the real world. As this unfolded, Gu Yuqing walked over with Xiao Fan in her arms. When she saw the ancient armor-clad soldiers emerging from the Lord's residence, she was so stunned she couldn't find words. Equally shocked were the 3 people brought by Long Yuxian and her father, who stood frozen in place. Wu Tianxing exchanged a brief greeting with Gu Yuqing before leading his team straight toward Gongju City. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building in Gongju City, 2 groups of people were locked in a tense standoff. The bald-headed Zhang Xiong stood arrogantly, pressuring Gu Qingsong. Hand over your cousin, or don't blame us for getting rough. You've only got 5 fighters now, 1 less than us. If you don't want to be wiped out, you'd better know your place. Gu Qingsong gritted her teeth. Dream on. Zhang Xiong, you've already crossed the line. Surviving today will be the least of your worries. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from behind Zheng Xiong and his men. Oh really? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're the one courting death. Zhang Xiong and his men spun around in shock, only to see a warrior clad in ancient general's armor striding towards them, flanked by an intimidating group of followers exuding a menacing aura. Move! Wang Meng barked sharply, his voice so fierce that Zhang Xiong's lackeys scrambled to make way. Just the sheer killing intent emanating from the group was enough to chill them to the bone. Zhang Xiong watched as Wu Tianxing approached him, an inexplicable sense of fear surging through his body in an instant. He tried to maintain a facade of composure, but his voice betrayed a slight tremor as he said, May I ask who this brother is? In this princess city, I do have some influence. If you're here to plead on Gu Qing's behalf, I'll give you some face. Who do you think you are? Who's your brother? Wang Meng's eyes widened with fury, his entire being exuding a terrifying aura. His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the air. Zhang Xiong, intimidated by the overwhelming presence, instinctively stumbled back several steps, cold sweat soaking his back. The subordinates he had brought along to flaunt their strength were now frozen in fear, not daring to make a move. Wu Tianxing stood silently, gazing at the man who had caused him so much hatred in his previous life. Yet, his heart remained calm and unshaken. With his steadily rising status, people like Zhang Xiong were no longer worth his attention. His eyes swept over Zhang Xiong's group of followers, and a faint smirk of disdain curled at the corner of his lips. These lowlifes? 2 of his own men could easily wipe them out entirely. Brother Wu. Gu Qingsong's tense nerves instantly relaxed upon seeing Wu Tianxing's figure appear. In this life-or-death moment, Wu Tianxing's arrival was nothing short of a lifeline. The subordinates around Gu Qingsong lit up with excitement at their leader's address of Wu Tianxing, and they all began to shout, Brother Wu. Though they had never seen Wu Tianxing in person before, his reputation as the #1 figure in the ancient wasteland world had long been deeply ingrained in their minds. Now, seeing him in the flesh, they couldn't conceal their admiration. Wu Tianxing first nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd, a gentle smile on his face. But when his gaze shifted to Zhang Xiong, his expression turned icy, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. I hear you have quite the fondness for women? Faced with Wu Tianxing's questioning, Zhang Xiong felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, rendering him immobile. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he struggled to utter a single word. Not speaking? I'll take that as a yes, Wu Tianxing said, a faint smirk tugging at his lips, though his eyes were chillingly cold. Bring it in. Since our dear brother Xiong is so fond of women, let's arrange a special live performance for him today. A low, guttural growl echoed through the air as 2 armored soldiers carried in a black bear. All eyes in the room darted between Zhang Xiong and the bear, the atmosphere thick with unease. Zhang Xiong's face turned ashen, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The soldiers dropped the bear heavily in front of Zhang Xiong before retreating behind Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing's expression turned into a sinister smile that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Go ahead. Let's see your performance. This scene reminded Gu Qingsong of how Wu Tianxing had once mentioned wanting to discuss ideals with Zhang Xiong. It was now apparent that this performance had been part of Wu Tianxing's plan all along. As Wu Tianxing eased the oppressive aura he had directed at Zhang Xiong, the latter finally regained his ability to speak. I perform. Wu Tianxing interrupted coldly. Zhang Xiong's eyes reddened as his hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Spare me. I'll agree to anything you want. Just perform. Wu Tianxing cut him off again. Zhang Xiong began. But before he could finish, Wu Tianxing struck him with a palm, slamming him into the ground. The impact fractured the ground around him, eliciting audible gasps from the onlookers, who now fully grasped the terrifying power and volatile temper of the ancient wasteland's #1 figure. Zhang Xiong lay sprawled on the shattered ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wu Tianxing looked down at him from above, his tone calm and indifferent. Now, are you ready to perform? Pant. Pant. Zhang Xiong knelt on the ground, gasping for breath as if his chest was about to explode. Being forced to perform such a humiliating act with a bear filled him with both anger and resentment. Suddenly, Gu Qingsong's earlier warning echoed in his ears. Just survive today, no matter what. I don't know how I offended you, but if I must die, at least let me know why. Zhang Xiong remained kneeling, his voice heavy with despair. Wu Tianxing silently stared at him, offering no response. Then, without warning, his right foot shot up and came crashing down with brutal force. Zhang Xiong didn't even have time to react before the sound of his neck snapping echoed in the room. Even in death, they'll make sure you die with regret. Wu Tianxing's cold voice reverberated throughout the room, causing everyone present to involuntarily flinch. Fear was etched across the faces of Zhang Xiong's men. Kill them all, Wu Tianxing declared as his gaze swept over the group. Anyone who sticks with a beast like Zhang Xiong can't be any better themselves. Before his words fully settled, 5 soldiers surged forward from behind Wu Tianxing. The sickening sound of blades piercing flesh filled the air, and within seconds, the more than 30 men Zhang Xiong had brought, including several martial arts experts, lay lifeless in pools of blood. The scene left Gu Qingsong's subordinates utterly stunned. Their eyes reflected a mix of fear and admiration. To them, those who had just been killed were considered elite fighters, yet Wu Tianxing's men had effortlessly dispatched the man. There were still more than 20 others standing behind him. After killing Zhang Xiong, Wu Tianxing felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as though a heavy burden he had carried for years had been lifted. In his previous life, Zhang Xiong had been a haunting presence, a shadow in his heart. Now, that chapter was finally closed, and an indescribable sense of ease washed over him. Thank you so much, Brother Wu. Gu Qingsong stepped forward, speaking earnestly. If you hadn't come, we might all have been killed by that beast Zhang Xiong today. Wu Tianxing's expression softened, and he smiled faintly. There's no need to thank me. I had my own grievances with him, but never found the time to settle them. This just happened to be a fortunate coincidence. Over the next few days, Wu Tianxing tirelessly shuttled back and forth, transporting starstones to various locations. Thanks to his efforts, 1,400 Legion soldiers were rapidly transitioning to diamond-level cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, the newly upgraded Xingwu village, now a higher-level settlement, was undergoing tremendous changes. Buildings in the village were being demolished and rebuilt daily, giving the place a completely new look. One afternoon, 5 days later, Wu Tianxing was sitting in Gu Qingsong's lord's residence, sipping tea. Wu, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask, Gu Qingsong said hesitantly, his expression uncertain. Why hesitate? Go ahead, Wu Tianxing replied with a smile, setting down his porcelain teacup. You helped me greatly back then, and I'm not one to hold back. He clearly remembered how, when he had sent Wang Ming to collect starstones, it was Gu Qingsong who, against everyone's objections, handed over all the starstones without keeping any for himself. Wu Tianxing had always held this gesture of loyalty in high regard. Then I'll be straightforward, Gu Qingsong said, leaning forward slightly and lowering his voice. I've been observing the soldiers you brought with you these past few days. Based on their cultivation state, they're clearly practicing techniques above the gold level. Gold-level techniques are so rare. Did you discover some kind of bug in the ancient wilderness world? Wu Tianxing couldn't help but laugh at his phrasing. Do you really think this is a game? How could the ancient wilderness have bugs? Seeing Gu Qingsong's puzzled expression, he explained. My territory has a library where, as long as you have the money, you can learn any technique you want. Ah, that explains it, Gu Qingsong exclaimed, his face lighting up with understanding. Then, with a hint of anticipation, he asked, would it be possible for us to learn there as well? As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Being entrusted with this secret was already a sign of trust. It was too much to ask for more. Wu Tianxing fell silent, lost in thought. Sensing this, Gu Qingsong quickly added, actually, it's fine if we can't. We have money now, and can slowly purchase techniques from the market. You don't need to feel pressured. It's not really a matter of pressure, Wu Tianxing said, looking up at him. I was planning to open the library to others after the Star Disciple stage anyway. But since you're one of my own, refusing you would make me look stingy. Here's the deal. Select your candidates. One person per Starstone, that's 10,000 gold coins each, and I'll take you there tomorrow. In truth, Wu Tianxing had an additional consideration he didn't voice. Thanks to the support of the Starstones, his Xinwu village was developing at an extraordinary pace. Given the proximity of the two territories, if Gu Qingsong's side ever harbored malicious intentions, it could pose a significant threat to his foundation. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious, but everything he had built stemmed from Xinwu village, and he had to take precautions for the future. Wu Tianxing carefully evaluated the situation before him. With the current strength of Gu Qing's territory, it posed no threat now or in the future. Moreover, he controlled 80 of the Starstone resources, ensuring his development would only accelerate. Seeing Wu Tianxing agree, a trace of joy flickered in Gu Qing's eyes. Although Wu Tianxing hadn't explicitly stated what level of skill 1,000 gold coins could purchase, judging by the strength of his soldiers, it was at least gold tier, possibly even diamond tier. For Gu Qingga, who currently only possessed silver tier skills, anything stronger than his current abilities would suffice. Besides, gold coins were no issue for him now. 10,000 was a trivial amount. As the two conversed, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Come in. Zhai Xinglin entered, greeted the two, and immediately said, Big brother, there's an issue at the mining area. You need to take a look. Wu Tianxing and Zhai Xingling's expressions changed simultaneously as they stood up abruptly. At this point, starstones were their lifeline. Don't panic, Gu Qingga quickly explained. It's just a wild beast that broke in and ate a few starstones. It's not a big deal. Hearing this, the two let out a sigh of relief, but still shot him a glare. Such incomplete explanations could scare someone to death. After all, there was a dragon near the mine. If it's just a wild beast, why not simply drive it away or kill it? Gu Qingga said, rolling his eyes. This wild beast is unusual, Zhai Xinglin replied with a peculiar expression. It can talk? What the? Wu Tianxing jumped up. Are you sure? He knew that a talking wild beast had to be at least at the Star Apprentice level. Encountering such a creature at this stage was as dangerous as facing that dragon. After Zhai Xinglin nodded in confirmation, Wu Tianxing immediately rushed toward the Starstone warehouse, with Gu Qingga close behind. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Liang, Song Tingyu, and others were gathered in a circle, seemingly observing something. Wu Tianxing nearly turned and ran, startled by their apparent lack of fear. Cautiously squeezing his way to the front, he glanced inside and almost fainted from Raji. A small, scruffy gray kitten, no larger than a palm, was sitting pitifully in the center. I only ate one. I was really hungry, the kitten stammered in a voice resembling that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Wu Tianxing was utterly dumbfounded. After probing the kitten's aura, he was even more shocked. Star Apprentice, first tier. A talking kitten, only at the first tier of Star Apprentice, completely upended everything he thought he knew about the ancient wilderness. At that moment, the group noticed Wu Tianxing approaching from behind and quickly made way for him. In the corner, the little kitten saw another person arriving and immediately began to tremble all over, its misty eyes filled with fear. Big brother. The kitten stammered in a soft, childlike voice. I only ate one. No, two. Please, let me go. I was just so hungry. I promise. I won't do it again. Hearing the frightened voice, Wu Tianxing's heart tightened. He reached out and gently stroked the dust-covered fur of the kitten, which froze in place, not daring to move. Where did you come from? Wu Tianxing squatted down and asked gently. I came from that hole outside, the kitten replied, still trembling. I was starving and smelled food, so I came here to find something to eat. Looking at the kitten, which should have been snow white but was now covered in dust, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but think of his past self. Back then, wasn't he also wandering and hiding like this, living like a mouse, constantly on edge? In the ancient wilderness, he could barely cling to life by relying on others, but in reality, his existence had been worse than a stray dog's, with every day consumed by the struggle for a single meal. Come with me. You won't go hungry again, Wu Tianxing said softly. I eat a lot. I can eat 2 energy stones at a time, the kitten said timidly. Wu Tianxing chuckled and picked it up. That's fine. You won't eat me out of house and home. At first, the kitten was still a bit nervous, but it quickly relaxed in his arms and soon fell asleep. Wu Tianxing looked down at it, a trace of tenderness flickering in his eyes. I want one too. Song Tingyu, who had been standing nearby, suddenly exclaimed. Sister Song, I'm afraid that's not possible, Wu Tianxing replied with a smile. This little one eats too much. You wouldn't be able to afford to keep it. Come on, cousin, Gu Qingsong chimed in to persuade her. If you really want one, we can find another later. But a little glutton like this? You can't possibly give up all your cultivation resources just to feed it. The kitten, seemingly reassured by the newfound sense of safety, slept soundly until the middle of the night before finally waking up. Upon waking up, the little kitten immediately saw Wu Tianxing meditating nearby. "Be big brother," it called out softly in its tender voice. Hearing the voice, Wu Tianxing ended his practice and turned his head to look at the tiny creature. He couldn't help but reach out to stroke its soft fur. "Are you hungry?" The kitten nodded eagerly. Wu Tianxing took out a piece of starstone from his pocket and placed it in front of the kitten. Although its mouth was small, it managed to bite into the hard starstone, leaving dents all over it. Within a few minutes, it had devoured 2 starstones completely. "Are you full now?" Wu Tianxing asked gently. "Ma'am." The kitten squinted its eyes in satisfaction, its round little head nodding lightly. "I'm going to fetch some water to clean you up," Wu Tianxing said as he glanced at its messy fur. While bathing the kitten, he realized it was a female. Sensing his gaze, the kitten quickly used its tail to cover itself, wriggling in embarrassment. "Don't look, no. Looking. Haha. All right, I won't look." Wu Tianxing laughed heartily at her reaction. After the bath, Wu Tianxing carefully dried her off. Now, the kitten's fur was pure white and shiny, a complete transformation. She was no bigger than the size of an adult's palm, making her look irresistibly adorable. "Do you have a name?" Wu Tianxing asked as he gently stroked her fluffy little ears. "Not yet," she replied. "Then let me give you one. Since you're all white, they'll call you Xiaoxue." Hearing her new name, Xiaoxue happily licked Wu Tianxing's fingers with her tiny tongue. "Xiaoxue, since you're going to stay with me, we need to form a pet contract. Do you know how to do that?" Xiaoxue tilted her head in thought, first shaking it and then nodding. "I think I can." Wu Tianxing let out a sigh of relief. At least this little one understood the basics of forming a contract. Xiaoxue then closed her eyes, and a cluster of mysterious, multicolored symbols appeared at the center of her forehead, slowly floating toward Wu Tianxing's own brow. A system notification sounded, announcing that Wu Tianxing had successfully bonded with a PETA Star Disciple, level 1, with a combat strength of 3. What surprised him even more was that this little creature had mastered a divine technique known as the 3000 Dream Art. That night, Wu Tianxing didn't practice as usual. Instead, he spent the time chatting with Xiaoxue until late into the night, when the little one grew sleepy. Only then did he hold her close and fall asleep. The next morning, Xiaoxue woke up early and began hopping around energetically inside the room. With no other choice, Wu Tianxing got out of bed as well. To his amusement and exasperation, the little kitten even knew to head to the women's restroom when nature called. After returning to the room, Wu Tianxing retrieved a world stone and a void-breaking pearl from his spatial ring and handed them to Xiaoxue to consume. In the Lord's house in the real world, Wu Tianxing suddenly appeared out of thin air, holding Xiaoxue in his arms. As he stepped out of the door, he saw Wang Ming leading 50 subordinates, dining in front of a civilian house. Upon seeing Wu Tianxing, everyone immediately stood up and saluted, shouting in unison, "My lord." Wu Tianxing waved his hand, signaling them to continue their meal. These subordinates, who had used the world stone and the void-breaking pearl, were now no different from ordinary people in the real world and required food like everyone else. Despite Wu Tianxing's suggestion to dine together, they insisted on coming out 2 hours earlier to prepare their meals independently. Over time, Wu Tianxing let them have their way. Since it was still early, the others had not yet returned. Wu Tianxing wandered through the village with Xiaoxue in his arms, patiently introducing every detail of the village to the little one. Meanwhile, in the distant cosmos, fragments of meteorites floated aimlessly. On a larger meteorite lay a massive, snow-white creature. It stood over 3 meters tall, resembling an enormous cat, but with a pair of antlers atop its head, adding an air of majesty. The creature's dreamy eyes were half closed as if in slumber. Suddenly, it opened its eyes. At first, there was confusion, followed by deep contemplation, as though sorting through the chaotic thoughts of a long slumber. Moments later, its eyes widened in shock, and a violent aura erupted from its body, shattering the surrounding meteorites into dust. Roar! Its bellow reverberated through the starry expanse, creating ripples in the void. "My child, it's my child." From a distance, another roar echoed in response. A black hole tore open beside the white creature, and another of its kind emerged, even larger and exuding an unfathomable presence. The newcomer anxiously looked at its mate. "Yuer, what's wrong?" "Our child. It's our child." Huan Yu cried out incoherently. A flash of sorrow crossed Huan Qin's eyes. "Yuer, why don't you return to the clan and rest for a while? I'll find someone else to guard this place." "No, that's not it." Huan Yu shook her head urgently. "Husband, try using your bloodline sense. It's truly our child." Seeing the flicker of killing intent in Huan Qin's eyes, Huan Yu quickly explained, "Husband, I felt it. Please, try to sense it too." She gazed at him nervously, fearing that she might have been mistaken. After all, their child had been dead for over 1 billion years, and the body was buried within their clan. But she was certain she had felt that familiar presence. It was unmistakably their child. Boom! At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Huan Chun, his fur standing on end, and his round, wide eyes opened even wider. He sensed it over and over again, unable to believe it but absolutely certain this was undeniably their child's presence. Husband, go now and bring our child back. I must see her right this instant. Huan Yu exclaimed, jumping up and down in excitement. I'm afraid that's not possible right now, Huan Chen said, his cat-like face scrunched up with helplessness. Why not? Huan Yu's voice rose sharply. Calm down, Yuer. Huan Chen quickly tried to soothe her. I sense that our child is currently in the lower universe, but we cannot reach there for the time being. We'll have to wait. Besides, he paused, his tone heavy, you need to prepare yourself. Our child is indeed already dead. Her body is still with the clan. I don't know what's happening now, but don't get your hopes up too high. No, that is my child. Huan Yu roared, instantly flying into a rage. She lunged at Huan Chun, clawing and biting him furiously. Just then, a black hole suddenly appeared beside them, and an elderly man with a white beard stepped out. Seeing him, Huan Yu immediately jumped off Huan Chun. In a flash of light, the two transformed into human forms, a beautiful woman in a white dress, and a refined man in white robes. Father! They greeted in unison. The old man got straight to the point. Are you certain you sensed the presence of your child? Though his expression was calm, the twitching corner of his eye betrayed his inner turmoil. After confirming their feelings, the old man explained, the lower universe is undergoing great changes. What was once impossible is now within the realm of possibility. Your child has not only come back to life, but also encountered a rare opportunity. Whether you can reunite depends on fate. With that, the old man punched open a spatial rift, stepped into the black hole, and disappeared, leaving the couple embracing each other in tears. The scene shifted to the kitchen of Gu Yuqing's house. Brother, where did you get this little kitten? Wu Xiaojing's eyes sparkled as she saw the small white cat in Wu Tianxing's arms, eager to hold it. I'm not a kitten. My name is Xiao Shui. The little cat protested indignantly. Wow, it can talk. That's so adorable. Wu Xiaojing exclaimed, not scared in the least but even more excited. Wu Tianxing gently patted his sister's head and introduced the cat to everyone. This is our new member, Xiao Shui. Please take good care of her from now on. When Wu Tianxing introduced Xiao Shui to everyone, an unexpected battle for favor immediately broke out. Wu Xiaojing, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and Leng Yuxian, the three beauties, swarmed in, taking turns hugging Xiao Shui as if she were a beloved doll. Watching Xiao Shui being passed around in the arms of the beauties, looking so content, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Although Xiao Shui seemed to be enjoying the attention, deep down, she was utterly miserable. Yet, she could only adopt a resigned mindset of, if you can't resist, just endure it. The entire meal turned into a Xiao Shui exclusive event. The three women vied to feed Xiao Shui, even bringing plates directly to her, leaving little for anyone else to eat. Witnessing this absurd scene, Wu Tianxing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. But knowing that reasoning with beauties was futile, and that reason itself lies with them, he wisely chose to remain silent. After the meal, Wu Tianxing quickly scooped up Xiao Shui and retreated in haste, under the piercing gazes of the three women, which seemed sharp enough to bore holes through him. Once they returned to the desolate ancient realm, both master and servant heaved a sigh of relief and exchanged a wry smile, sharing a sense of mutual understanding in their plight. Just then, a world announcement echoed. As the number of territories has reached 1 million, the ancient battlefield will open in 3 days. Those interested in participating should register as soon as possible. For details, please refer to the introduction. This announcement made Wu Tianxing's eyes glimmer with a hint of determination. Compared to his previous life, the ancient battlefield had opened half a month earlier this time. He vividly remembered that in his past life, the ancient battlefield had been a disaster for the human race, with over half of the participants killed or injured. Even worse, other races had obtained some mysterious items from the battlefield, which significantly widened the gap in power between them and humanity. It was precisely because of this that, in this life, Wu Tianxing had been preparing for this moment ever since establishing his territory. His determination to guard Zhai Xinglian was not without purpose. It was to ensure his soldiers mastered diamond grade techniques as quickly as possible. Now, all 1,400 elite legion soldiers under his command had not only mastered diamond grade techniques but had also reached the 4th tier of the Star Apprentice level, each boasting a combat power of 33 points. Even more encouraging was the fact that all 14 centurions had been equipped with general stones, further enhancing their strength. Wu Tianxing carefully read through the introduction. According to the rules, each territory was required to send at least 100 people into the ancient battlefield, where participants had to stay for a month before returning. On the battlefield, defeating opponents of various levels would earn corresponding points. These points could then be exchanged for various items at designated exchange points scattered throughout the battlefield. While the introduction didn't specify the exact locations of these exchange points, based on what he had heard in his previous life, these small marketplace-like areas were randomly distributed. Some people might encounter one immediately after entering, while others could search for days without finding any. As he was deep in thought, a rapid knock on the door interrupted him. Opening it, he found Gu Qingsong standing outside with a serious expression. "Come in," Wu Tianxing said, stepping aside to let him enter. The moment Gu Qingsong sat down, he asked eagerly, "Brother Wu, what's your take on this ancient battlefield? What is there to say? We don't know the specifics inside." "Well, just have to take it one step at a time," Wu Tianxing replied calmly. "Can we stick together in there?" Gu Qingsong asked anxiously. It was clear that he was apprehensive about the upcoming journey to the battlefield but didn't want to miss out on the potential opportunities. Wu Tianxing understood his concerns. After all, it wasn't just about individual combat. Large-scale battles involving tens or even hundreds of thousands of people could erupt. Sticking together isn't possible. "Whether we meet inside depends entirely on fate," he said. After discussing further for a while, Gu Qingsong left, still deep in thought. Wu Tianxing then returned to Xingwu village with the 100 individuals selected by Gu Qingsong and his soldiers. Over the next few days, Xingwu village underwent significant changes. Roads were paved using stone-laying machines, and neatly arranged buildings stood side by side. On the training platform, new soldiers either sparred or observed others. Though the platform could only accommodate 5 groups of sparring soldiers at a time, it was sufficient for the current scale and served well for honing combat skills. The following day, Wu Tianxing, accompanied by Zhang Feibao and 500 city guards, escorted the 100 selected individuals back and exchanged them for the Xingwu Legion soldiers. When Gu Qingsong learned that the people he had sent had already mastered diamond-level techniques, he was so thrilled that he brought another 20 people to Xingwu village for training. In the final 3 days before departure, Wu Tianxing busied himself with organizing various affairs. When the time came to leave, he decided to take only 2 elite Legion soldiers, totaling 1,600 people, including 200 newly recruited third-year soldiers. He chose to bring Zhang Liang with him and left Guo Jia in charge of guarding the territory. Given the dangers of the ancient battlefield, he sent Xiao Xue back to the real world to stay with Xiao Fan. Time passed slowly. Wu Tianxing, exuding an aura of heroism, sat tall on his magma dragon horse. His white armor gleamed brilliantly under the light, and the silver spear in his hand radiated an imposing presence. Behind him, Zhang Liang, Gao Shun, Wang Meng, Han Qinhu, and Wang Tu led 500 cavalrymen, all mounted on magma dragon horses, forming a disciplined and orderly formation. Further back, 1,100 fully armed elite Legion soldiers stood in tight ranks, ready for battle. Suddenly, the world announcement echoed. "The archaic battlefield has been activated. Registered territories, please prepare for teleportation." As soon as the announcement ended, a faintly translucent pillar of white light descended from the sky, enveloping Wu Tianxing and his group. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Sun and the others, the space within the pillar began to distort. In the blink of an eye, Wu Tianxing and his forces vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in a mid-level village, Zhang Haiyang and Xiao Guofeng stood solemnly in the central square, clad in armor. In front of them stood 500 fully armed soldiers. Nearby, Gao Zhaojia, Wu Haijun, and others led their troops, all standing at the ready. Over the past few days, they had asked Wu Tianxing whether he needed their assistance in the battle. His response was resolute. "Even if we all perish, we must go in." Wu Tianxing understood that the archaic battlefield was both an opportunity and a turning point. Seizing this chance could lead to a meteoric rise, just as nameless territories had done in the previous era. During the teleportation process, Wu Tianxing experienced a blinding white light enveloping his vision. His body hurtled forward as if on a roller coaster, yet he could still sense the magma dragon horse beneath him and the presence of his soldiers nearby. After several minutes, a sudden jolt brought him back to his senses, and his surroundings became clear. He found himself on a vast grassland, bordered by distant forests and towering mountains, resembling a picturesque tourist destination. As Wu Tianxing surveyed the area, a flash of light appeared not far away. When the light dissipated, a human force of about 1,000 soldiers emerged. This group appeared particularly tense, their weapons raised and aimed directly at Wu Tianxing's side. Such a posture caused Wu Tianxing to frown. While the two sides were locked in a tense standoff, another flash of light illuminated the area. This time, over 2,000 ogre warriors materialized. Although non-human forces typically outnumbered human ones, numbers alone did not determine strength. However, the other human group seemed visibly shaken by the arrival of the ogres, panicking and wavering between Wu Tianxing's side and the ogres. "What the hell is wrong with these people?" Wang Meng finally cursed, unable to hold back his frustration. "Don't worry, I have a rough idea of what's going on with them. Zhang Liang interrupted Wang Meng with a faint smile. Wu Tianxing had also noticed the unusual behavior of the humans, but he didn't pay it much attention. The newly arrived ogre clan, upon seeing the gathering of humans, immediately displayed an expression of excitement on their grotesque faces. They grinned, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and let out chilling laughter, as if already imagining how they would feast on the humans before them. Sure. Lights flashed continuously around the grassland as wave after wave of troops descended. In just a few minutes, 12 groups of various races had appeared on this land. Wu Tianxing observed everything with a calm expression. With the experience from his previous life, he was well prepared. He clearly remembered that the ancient world was divided into 4 directions: east, south, west, and north, each with 36 zones, totaling 144 zones. Activating the ancient battlefield required 1 million territories, with each zone averaging about 7,000 territories. Even if each territory only had 1,000 people, the total number would exceed 7 million. Currently, the 15 territories gathered on this grassland were only a small fraction of one zone. Wu Tianxing scanned the surroundings and noticed that the gazes of the other 14 groups were all focused on them, clearly drawn by the imposing sight of the 500 demonic dragon horses in their front lines. Wu Ge! Suddenly, an excited shout came from 500 meters away. Wu Tianxing's eyes lit up as he saw Gao Zhaojia, clad in black armor and wielding a long blade, leading 500 soldiers at the front of his group. Wu Tianxing didn't expect such a coincidence and immediately waved him over. Come here first. On the field, there were a total of 15 groups, 4 human clans, 4 ogre clans, and 7 Asura clans. Gao Zhaojia's group of 500 was the smallest in number, putting them at a disadvantage in any potential conflict. Another human group, led by a middle-aged man with a spear, had about 800 members and was cautiously eyeing the nearby Asura clans. As Gao Zhaojia prepared to move toward Wu Tianxing, a group of Asura warriors abruptly inserted themselves between them. The Asura leader, with a menacing aura, looked down at Wu Tianxing and demanded coldly, "Who are you?" Wu Tianxing's eyes turned icy in an instant, clearly not expecting someone to provoke him outright. Gao Zhaoji's heart tightened, but he quickly steadied himself, exuding a powerful presence. Behind him, his 500 soldiers raised their weapons in unison, standing ready against the over 1,500 Asura warriors brimming with murderous intent. "Do you want to die?" Wu Tianxing's voice was icy cold, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he stared at the Shura clan leader in front of him. "Who are you?" The Shura clan leader countered with a question, his entire being exuding a chilling, killing intent. At that moment, another group of Shura warriors approached from a distance. Before they got close, they sneered. "Do you think being rank number 1 is enough?" Upon hearing this, several other groups of Shura warriors turned their attention to the scene, their eyes brimming with murderous intent as they began to converge. Wu Tianxing first glanced sideways at the newly arrived Shura leader, then calmly swept his gaze over the encircling Shura forces. "Being number 1 doesn't matter much, but killing all of you is certainly within my ability," Wu Tianxing said with a steady voice, each word laced with deadly conviction. "So it really is you." The Shura leader standing in front of Gao Zhaojia confirmed Wu Tianxing's identity, his fury erupting instantly. "Judging by your anger, I must have killed someone close to you, didn't I?" Wu Tianxing's remark was like pouring oil on a raging fire. Enraged beyond reason, the Shura leader bellowed, "Kill him! I want him erased from this ancient land today." With a deafening roar, the sky seemed to darken as over 1,500 Shura warriors simultaneously unsheathed their weapons and charged toward Wu Tianxing's side with ferocious faces. The overwhelming momentum left Gao Zhaojia, standing in the rear, momentarily breathless, his face paling. Wu Tianxing's eyes glinted coldly, and a faint, chilling smile curved his lips. Standing half a step behind him, Zhang Liang maintained a calm smile and said, "It's time to test our strength." With a wave of his right hand, he cast a Kigathering technique. The aura of the demon dragon cavalry surged instantly, and every soldier felt a surge of power coursing through their veins. "Attack!" Wu Tianxing commanded. Wang Tu and Gao Shun led 500 cavalrymen, charging forward like arrows released from a bowstring, leaving afterimages in their wake. The close range between the two sides allowed the demon dragon cavalry to crash into the Shura formation in an instant. Shura warriors were sent flying, their formation in chaos, while the cavalry's spears harvested lives like a torrential rain. In mere seconds, the demon dragon cavalry had torn through the ranks of the 1,500 Shura warriors. The surrounding groups of Shura forces finally snapped out of their shock, collectively gasping in disbelief. The brutal slaughter left even the battle-hardened Shura warriors, who prided themselves on their fearlessness, with a glimmer of dread in their eyes. Corpses littered the ground, rivers of blood flowing freely. Fewer than 300 Shura warriors remained, standing in stunned silence, their leader wearing a look of utter shock. Yet Wu Tianxing's cavalry gave them no time to recover, swiftly turning their mounts around to launch another charge. Gao Shun decapitated the Shura leader with a single strike, and the 500 cavalrymen regrouped in perfect formation before Wu Tianxing. Behind them lay nothing but a field of corpses and scattered belongings, the once green grassland now soaked in blood. A deathly silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sound of labored breathing. Holy crap! Holy crap! Oh my god! Gao Zhaojia suddenly shouted in disbelief. Though he knew Wu Tianxing was ranked number 1, the sheer power of his subordinates still left him utterly stunned. His outburst startled everyone around him, who turned to glare at him with a mix of irritation and anger. Heh, heh, carry on, carry on. Gao Zhaojia quickly shrank back, nervously chuckling as all eyes suddenly turned to him. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Wu Tianxing's face as his gaze locked onto the Shura leader who had exposed his identity earlier. You mentioned the number 1 on the leaderboard earlier? Well, let me make it clear I am number 1. So, what can you do about it? With the overwhelming display of strength from his 500 cavalrymen, his confidence surged. He was determined to stir up trouble here and bury these outsiders, using their lives to further bolster his own power. The once proud Shura leader had now completely lost his earlier aura. Standing silently to the side, his face turned pale, and his body began to tremble involuntarily at Wu Tianxing's question. As a member of the Shura race, though killing was in his nature, he was no mindless machine. Facing that nearly invincible cavalry force, he knew all too well that without tens of thousands of troops, there was no way to withstand their charge. I admit that you are the number 1 on the leaderboard. Do I need your admission? Wu Tianxing sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with icy light. He glanced around the crowd, his tone dripping with mockery. How many of you are here? Over 10,000? Are you all my enemies? Did you all come running just because you heard I was number 1? The other 6 Shura leaders felt their hearts clench under Wu Tianxing's piercing gaze, unconsciously taking a few steps back. Wu Tianxing's mind was already filled with murderous intent. He was resolved to slaughter these Shura who had once instilled fear in him in his past life. Wu Tianxing, don't go too far. One of the Shura leaders on the right finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, you humans are nothing but a lowly race. If it weren't for the ancient world seal, do you think you'd have the right to flaunt yourself before us? This statement caught Wu Tianxing's attention, and he began to ponder the meaning of the seal. Though he couldn't figure it out immediately, he maintained his derisive facade. So what? I'm bullying you because you're sealed. What are you going to do about it? These words utterly enraged the Shura leader. Struggling to suppress his boiling bloodlust, he responded coldly, Wu Tianxing, don't be too arrogant. You're not untouchable. We've already mapped out the ancient world's layout. Since we can meet here, it means we're not far apart in the real world. Don't push us, or we can settle this for real in reality. Wu Tianxing's face suddenly darkened, and a wave of genuine shock surged through him. The discovery that the Asura clan were also visitors from the real world, rather than natives of the ancient Central Plains, was completely unexpected. He recalled the moment when he saved Gu Qingsong earlier, and that soldier mentioned the threat of the Inchi leader. Now it seemed that the Inchi he had killed must have been like them possessing 5 lives. This realization left him momentarily dazed. If the Asura were outsiders, then the Ogre clan probably were as well. He cast an inconspicuous glance at the Ogres on the outskirts, though his mind was in turmoil. Where exactly had these foreign races entered the ancient world from? And where were they in the real world? Could they truly be from an alien civilization? In his past life, during those 3 years, he had never heard of such secrets. Of course, given his position at the time, he had no access to information of this magnitude. Heh, did you really think we were natives of this ancient world? Such a laughable idea. The Asura leader, seeing Wu Tianxing remain silent, mistook it for fear. No longer trembling, the leader exuded confidence, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Wu Tianxing watched as the other party grew smug once more, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Though he harbored some apprehension about the Asura clan in the real world, here and now, he felt no fear. Seeing several Asura leaders standing tall with prideful expressions, he thought to himself, truly courting death, kill them all, leave no one alive. Wu Tianxing suddenly waved his hand and roared the command. Before the words had fully left his lips, 500 cavalrymen shot forward like arrows toward the nearest Asura forces, while another 1,100 soldiers from the 2 major corps launched themselves like lightning at another enemy group. The Asura leaders were instantly stunned, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated so abruptly. With the enemy upon them, they had no choice but to hastily respond. The battlefield erupted with deafening clashes and the sound of weapons colliding, blood splattering everywhere. Both the ogres and the humans who were watching were dumbfounded by the sudden outbreak of violence, completely unable to understand how negotiations had so quickly devolved into combat. Wu Tianxing's lips curved into a faint smile. Did they think he was afraid? Ridiculous. As long as he had time to grow stronger, Who could stop him? In his past life, Earth had remained unscathed for 3 years. Now, with electricity and networks destroyed, the Asura clan would find it even harder to locate Earth. He silently vowed that when the time came for him to rise, he would take down anyone who dared to challenge him. Standing nearby, Zhang Liang suddenly raised his right hand and cast a rain spell. Torrential rain instantly engulfed one of the Asura forces, the curtain of water obscuring their vision. Wu Tianxing's soldiers seized the opportunity, their spears forming a dense forest as they swiftly felled the enemy. Just as suddenly as it began, the rain stopped, as though it had never occurred, leaving the ogres and humans stunned. Such tactics were beyond anything they had ever seen. Only then did Gao Zhaojia and the others snap out of their shock, shouting loudly as they led their troops into the fray. Once the battle truly began, the Asura leaders finally understood the terrifying strength of Wu Tianxing's army. These soldiers' combat abilities were nearly on par with leader-level fighters. The leaders' faces paled in horror as they retreated in disarray. At that moment, a group of ogres attempted to quietly slip away. Wu Tianxing's cold voice rang out, "Don't move. Anyone who moves dies." The ogre leader's body trembled, his grotesque, hairy face scrunching up in fear as he froze in place, too terrified to make a move. Hearing Wu Tianxing's thunderous roar, even the surrounding ogre warriors couldn't help but tremble. The ogre leader gasped heavily, as if he had just escaped from the brink of death. The battlefield was a harrowing sight. 500 cavalrymen surged forward like a black torrent, leaving behind mangled corpses in their wake. Each charge tore through the Shura clan's ranks like a bloody path. The 1,100 legion soldiers, each possessing a combat power of over 33 points, wielded their spears with deadly precision, leaving waves of death in their path. Every heavy strike from their weapons carved deep grooves into the ground. Against this overwhelming force, the Shura soldiers stood no chance, falling in droves like wheat being harvested in a field. Several Shura leaders exchanged fearful glances, panic written all over their faces. Without hesitation, they fled in all directions, shouting orders to retreat. In an instant, the entire Shura army descended into chaos, with soldiers abandoning their armor and scattering in every direction. The crushing defeat completely shattered their will to fight. Wu Tianxing stood tall and firm, issuing a calm command, "Leave 500 men behind. The rest, pursue them for 3 kilometers." Meanwhile, fierce battles raged on across the desolate ancient battlefield. In a canyon, about 100,000 Shura warriors had surrounded tens of thousands of humans, while the ogre forces watched from the outskirts. Zhang Haiyang and Xiao Guofeng were among the crowd. The human side was led by a middle-aged general clad in bronze leather armor and wielding a long sword. His sharp gaze occasionally flashed with a red glow as he faced off against a 2.5 turtle Shura leader. "I've told you, we don't know Wu Tianxing. Stop pushing us, or we'll fight to the death," the human general said in a deep voice. The Shura leader's face twisted with malice. "If Wu Tianxing isn't among you, then you're useless to us. Kill them all." Elsewhere, along the banks of a mighty river, over 10,000 humans were surrounded by ogre forces. The ogre leader arrogantly shouted, "Who is Wu Tianxing? Step forward now." The human soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, shocked that the enemy was after Wu Tianxing. Suddenly, a battalion of 1,000 female soldiers stepped out from the crowd. Their leader, a resolute woman, responded sharply, "There is no Wu Tianxing here. If you want to fight, then fight." The ogre leader, hearing this, wasted no time and waved his hand to give the order. "Kill them all, leave no one alive." "Damn it! Wu Tianxing is from Huaxia. We don't know him." A group of short-statured humans shouted angrily at the Shura clan warriors who had surrounded them, cursing loudly. "Kill." This kind of scene was unfolding in several zones near the ancient battlefield. Both the Shura clan and the Ogre clan were searching for Wu Tianxing. "Kill. Leave no one alive." Wu Tianxing's demon dragon cavalry moved like the wind, slaughtering every Shura soldier who tried to flee within a kilometer radius. After finishing off the enemies in one direction, they turned and charged toward another. Time passed slowly, and the sounds of battle gradually diminished. Half an hour later, Wu Tianxing's subordinates began to return one after another. "Report to the Lord." Approximately 10,000 enemies, less than 1/10, managed to escape. Gao Shun stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and reported loudly. Wu Tianxing nodded. He knew that completely wiping out the enemy was nearly impossible, but he hadn't expected to annihilate 9/10 of them. Clearly, he had underestimated his own forces. "What about our casualties?" he asked, even though he hadn't noticed any losses on their side. "No casualties," Gao Shun replied with pride, his voice rising slightly. "Lord, please check the communication system." At that moment, Zhang Liang, standing nearby, suddenly looked grim and reminded him. Wu Tianxing gave him a puzzled glance before focusing on the communication system. The messages were flooding in, all related to him. Human clan, Ao Shirtianxia village, Qiaoyan, Wu Tianxing avenge us. We were killed by the Ogre clan's skeleton village, led by Jaya. Human clan, Winchime village, Fengling, Wu Tianxing avenge us. We were killed by the Shura clan's Godslaughter village, led by Akigu. Ogre clan, skeleton village, Jaya. Wu Tianxing, don't think you can hide. If I don't find you within a day, I'll slaughter one human for every day you're missing. Human clan, single stick village, Lai Hoqing, Wu Tianxing, look what you've done. We're being massacred by the Shura clan because of you. You've ruined everything for us, and you'll die a terrible death. Shura clan, Godslaughter village, Akigu, Wu Tianxing, where are you? I'm coming for you. You dare to slaughter my Shura people? Today, I'll show you how I'll massacre your humans. Ha ha ha. After reading a portion of the messages, Wu Tianxing's face darkened, and he immediately turned off the communication system. He hadn't expected these two clans to start slaughtering humans so recklessly. Many of his people had already been killed, although in his previous life, after the ancient battlefield closed, more than half of the human clan was wiped out. The deaths now were being blamed entirely on him. Courting death. Wu Tianxing's eyes glinted coldly. He had initially planned to seek opportunities in the ancient battlefield, but now it seemed he needed to change his plans. At that moment, 4 teams of ogres nearby also saw the messages in the communication system and were so terrified that their legs went weak. They had harbored a sliver of hope for survival, but now, survival seemed impossible. They might even die more miserably than the Shura clan. They cursed those who had massacred the humans. Couldn't they wait until they were far away from this calamity before starting their slaughter? Their greatest fear now was that their deaths might only be the beginning. Who knew how many more of their kind would be killed this time? Lord Wu Tianxing, we are also humans. Can we leave now? The leader of a peculiar group of humans suddenly asked, his voice trembling. Leave. Wu Tianxing, already in a foul mood, was further provoked. You say you're humans, but why do you look like ogres to me? Wu Tianxing mocked, staring at them coldly. I. The leader was paralyzed with fear under Wu Tianxing's emotionless gaze. His subordinates, numbering over 1,000, were trembling, their faces pale with terror. Some even collapsed to the ground, muttering incoherently, It's over. It's over. Kill them. Wu Tianxing declared their death sentence without hesitation. Not far away, a middle-aged human leader's face turned pale upon hearing Wu Tianxing's order. He couldn't understand why Wu Tianxing would slaughter his own kind so mercilessly, without any apparent reason. Would he be next? The thought sent chills down his spine. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the battlefield as 500 cavalrymen pierced into the strange ranks of the human army like a sharp blade. The leading lord didn't even have time to react before being effortlessly slain by an ordinary soldier. The battlefield instantly turned into a scene of hellish carnage. The cavalry's lances swung like the wind, leaving nothing but afterimages. Struck enemies were sent flying like ragdoll, some thrown by the impact of the demonic dragon horses, others skewered by the lances. The massive spiked balls at the tails of the dragon horses swept through the enemy ranks with devastating force, each strike leaving gory craters in the ground where blood pooled relentlessly. Gao Zhaojia walked over to the middle-aged man observing the scene from the side and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Wu Tianxing doesn't kill indiscriminately. The middle-aged man turned to him, puzzled. What's your connection to him? You don't seem like you're on the same side. We're on the same side in the real world, Gao Zhaojia replied. Then do you know why he's killing these people? They're humans, after all. Isn't this going too far? The middle-aged man's discontent with Wu Tianxing's slaughter was evident. Gao Zhaojia chuckled lightly. Who said they're human? Didn't Wu Tianxing already tell you? They're ogres. That's a pretty flimsy excuse. Do you think we're blind? The middle-aged man retorted indignantly. Even the 4 ogre squads glancing at Wu Tianxing were visibly disgruntled. The battle progressed with astonishing speed. 500 against 1,000, and on average, each cavalryman took down 2 enemies easier than fighting the Shura clan. The human soldier's strength was far inferior to that of the Shura clan. The disparity in their cultivation techniques far too significant. Keep killing. Wu Tianxing ordered decisively, unwilling to waste time. He wanted the ogres eliminated immediately. There were still more humans outside being massacred, and he needed to stop it as soon as possible. Wu Tianxing, you'll die a miserable death. One day, my ogre clan will descend upon your planet and wipe out every last human. The dying curses resounded across the battlefield. Wu Tianxing watched the slaughter with an impassive expression. 10 minutes later, the killing ceased, and the air hung heavy with the sickening stench of blood. Clean up the battlefield, Wu Tianxing commanded curtly before turning to walk toward the middle-aged man and Gao Zhaojia. The middle-aged man tensed as Wu Tianxing approached. Having witnessed him slaughter 20,000 lives in such a short time, the killing intent emanating from Wu Tianxing was even more oppressive than that of the Shura. May I know how to address you? Wu Tianxing asked gently, his gaze falling on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man composed himself, his expression solemn, and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. I am Yang Yi. Greetings to Lord Wu. Yang Yi from the early Northern Song dynasty? The father of Yang Yinzhao? Wu Tianxing's eyes widened in astonishment. That would be me. Yang Ye's response sent a ripple of shock through Wu Tianxing. He hadn't expected to encounter the legendary Yang family generals, a family renowned for producing 7 exceptional warrior sons, each a high-ranking military leader. Gao Zhaojia, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Who would have thought the man they had casually spoken to was one of the famed Yang family generals? Have your sons come as well? Wu Tianxing asked, inwardly eager to meet the illustrious family celebrated throughout history. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 tall and imposing young men stepped forward from behind Yang Yi, clasping their hands in unison. Greetings to Lord Wu. Wu Tianxing's sharp gaze swept over the 5 men. Each exuded a commanding presence, standing with pride and determination. Their piercing eyes revealed the makings of future leaders. You should have 2 more sons, right? Gao Zhaojia interjected curiously. Yang Yi explained, my 6th and 7th sons stayed behind to oversee our territory. Then, turning to Wu Tianxing with a serious expression, he continued, regarding the group of humans you killed earlier, while I believe you had your reasons, I would still like to hear them. Wu Tianxing's lips curved into a faint smile. They were Jie people. Is that reason enough? What? Yang Ye's expression shifted dramatically before realization dawned on him. No wonder you referred to them as the man-eating tribe. As a general of the imperial court, he was naturally familiar with this part of history. As their conversation continued, Wu Tianxing skillfully guided the discussion toward Yang Ye's sons, using the opportunity to build rapport. Just as the dialogue grew more engaging, Gao Shun hurried over to report, my lord, the battlefield has been cleared. Wu Tianxing nodded in acknowledgement. We move out in 10 minutes. After Gao Shun left, Gao Zhaojia lowered his voice and asked, Brother Wu, what's the deal with your soldiers? They all seem as strong as generals. Curious. Wu Tianxing asked with a smile. When Gao Zhaojia nodded eagerly, Wu Tianxing replied directly, because they all cultivate using diamond-grade techniques. This revelation left both Yang Yi and Gao Zhaojia utterly stunned. Yang Yi drew in a sharp breath, while Gao Zhaojia let out an expletive in disbelief. Moments later, Gao Zhaojia's eyes lit up with an idea, and he grinned mischievously. Brother Wu, since we've met by chance, and am still stuck with silver-grade techniques, how about gifting me a diamond-grade one? None available, Wu Tianxing replied with a roll of his eyes. You think diamond-grade techniques grow on trees? Even if I had one, I wouldn't waste it carelessly. Come on, Brother Wu, don't be so stingy. You've used over 1,000 already. What's one more for me? Gao Zhaojia protested with a pitiful expression. We'll talk about it when you visit my territory someday. For now, I really don't have any, Wu Tianxing said, unwilling to elaborate further. Noticing the time, Wu Tianxing turned to the 2 men. It's time to move. Are you coming with me? Or will you head off on your own to seek your fortunes? We should just go on our own, Gao Zhaojia said bluntly. Following you means all the benefits we encounter end up in your hands. Wouldn't that make our trip here pointless? A glint of greed flashed in his eyes, making it clear that he had come here for personal gain, not to be protected. Beside him, Yang Yi nodded in agreement, evidently sharing the same mindset. Wu Tianxing understood their reasoning. In this desolate ancient battlefield, danger and opportunity went hand in hand. If they followed him, any spoils they encountered would naturally fall to him. He nodded slightly, refraining from further argument. This battlefield was vast, with opportunities scattered everywhere. Their decision was not unreasonable. With that, they parted ways. Wu Tianxing led his subordinates westward, while Gao Zhaojia and Yang Yi headed south together. Wu Tianxing rode at the front atop his draconic steed, followed by an orderly force of 1,100 soldiers from 2 major legions. Meanwhile, 500 cavalry units had already fanned out in all directions to scout and advance swiftly. As soon as they left the grasslands and entered a forest, the sound of fierce combat erupted in the distance. A cavalryman galloped toward Wu Tianxing, reining in his horse to report, My lord, Commander Gao Shun reports that he is currently engaged in battle with a group of ogres. He asks you not to worry. Wu Tianxing nodded knowingly and instructed, Prioritize your lives above all else. Keep moving forward. Not long after, another battlefield emerged. One by one, cavalry messengers arrived to deliver reports. Commander Wang Tu was battling the Asura clan. Vice Commander Han Chihu had requested reinforcements. The reports came in rapid succession, and the entire forest was alive with the sounds of combat. 2 hours later, when Wu Tianxing's forces finally emerged from the forest, silence had fallen behind them. The air was thick with the stench of blood, the forest resembling a haunted domain. In the distance, numerous rescued humans quietly followed, their expressions a mix of awe and terror as they witnessed the might of this army. The cavalry moved with the swiftness of the wind, leaving nothing but carnage in their wake. like harbingers of death. My lord, Zhang Liang suddenly spoke up. Why haven't we seen any signs of the demon race along the way? Not even a single wild beast has appeared. It was true. In this ancient world inhabited by humans, demons, ogres, and the Asura clan, the demon race seemed to have vanished without a trace. As for the solitary wild beasts, they were known for their peaceful nature and aversion to conflict, and thus were never regarded as a distinct race. They have gathered together. Unlike the three of us who descended separately, Wu Tianxing remarked calmly, his expression subtly shifting. Hearing this, Zhang Liang's face changed dramatically. The sheer number of the beast race was staggering. If they were all concentrated in one area, there could easily be millions of them. Such a scale was truly terrifying. It's not as bad as you think. Wu Tianxing noticed Zhang Liang's concern and explained with a reassuring smile. This time, only beasts that have undergone transformation into demonic beasts are allowed to enter the ancient battlefield. Ordinary wild animals can't come in. Even so, their numbers shouldn't be insignificant, right? Zhang Liang pressed. True, but a conservative estimate would be in the hundreds of thousands. Wu Tianxing replied lightly. Zhang Liang's expression turned serious. My lord, if we encounter the beast race, we should avoid them at all costs. Even if they're just second-tier beasts, our group of over 1,000 people wouldn't stand a chance against an army of hundreds of thousands. Moreover, all the ones entering this time have undergone transformation, with the weakest being third tier. Most are fourth tier, and there are quite a few at the fifth and sixth tiers. He continued. The beast race has a natural advantage in cultivation compared to humans. Even without consuming other creatures, they can grow stronger through regular training, though at a slower pace. Their innate bloodlines determine their potential. For instance, a rabbit's low bloodline results in slow cultivation, while large beasts like tigers and lions, with their strong bloodlines, grow at an astonishing rate. That's why the leaders of their tribes are often large beasts. No need to worry, Wu Tianxing reassured him. While they may be leaders, they don't submit to one another and are bound to split due to their differences. From my experience in the previous life, the beast race is strong in the early stages but eventually scatters later on. Hearing this, Zhang Liang visibly relaxed. The group continued their conversation as they made their way toward the valley ahead. At this moment, Wu Tianxing wasn't focused on seeking opportunities. His sole goal was to ensure that those who posed a threat to him would pay the price in the days to come. My lord, everything has been sorted, Gao Shun reported as he quickly caught up, a rare smile appearing on his face. Judging by your expression, I assume the harvest was quite fruitful? Wu Tianxing immediately noticed the change in his usually stoic subordinate's demeanor. Gao Shun nodded excitedly and provided a detailed report. We collected 380 void-breaking pearls, 24 primary-grade general stones, 3 mid-grade general stones, 8 silver-grade martial arts manuals, 3 gold-grade manuals, and 1 diamond-grade manual. After deducting 2/10, we still have 3.8 million gold coins. Additionally, we have 280 sets of true-tier weapons and equipment, over 400 blueprints, and various other miscellaneous items that haven't been fully sorted yet. Wu Tianxing was equally astonished by the impressive haul. In just one day, their gains surpassed what he had managed to gather in over 20 days in the ancient world. This only solidified his belief that the ancient battlefield was a crucial turning point. Distribute the general stones among the group, and make sure the best weapons are equipped promptly. Everyone is growing stronger quickly, and we can't afford to fall behind, Wu Tianxing instructed. Understood. I'll take care of it shortly. But there's one more thing I haven't mentioned, Gao Shun said as he retrieved an apple-like fruit from his storage ring. However, unlike an ordinary apple, this fruit emitted a faint glow. Wu Tianxing was momentarily stunned when he saw the fruit emitting a strange, radiant glow. In his memories of the previous life, he had never heard of such a luminous fruit. Gao Shun offered no further explanation and directly handed the fruit to Wu Tianxing. Taking it, Wu Tianxing carefully examined its attributes. Body strengthening fruit, silver tier. Effect: increases strength limit by 1 point. Usage restriction: each person can consume up to 3, limited to those below the star vein stage. Special note: ineffective for those above the star vein stage. Please use cautiously to avoid disrupting bodily balance. Is this thing common? Wu Tianxing asked instinctively, then shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Such a precious item couldn't possibly be abundant. If it were, he wouldn't have been entirely unaware of it in his previous life. Not really, Gao Shun replied with a shake of his head. But this time, we've had a decent haul, 365 in total. That's not a lot. Wu Tianxing's eyes widened as he stared at Gao Shun in disbelief. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Ancient battlefield announcement. The battlefield points leaderboard has been activated. Rankings can now be viewed through the system. Wu Tianxing immediately opened the leaderboard. Points leaderboard. 1. Human race Xingwu village Wu Tianxing, 198,580. 2. Asura race Lucian village A Chigu, 62,881. 3. Ogre Race Skull Village Jaya, 61,808. And so on. Seeing the leaderboard dominated by Asura names, Wu Tianxing's expression darkened, his face as grim as a storm. While the points might not have all been earned through the slaughter of humans, he knew most of them undoubtedly were. It seems the Asura race is set to repeat the same bloodthirsty path as in the previous life, Wu Tianxing muttered, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. But this time, they'll have to face me. Pulling himself back to the moment, he instructed Gao Shun, keep these body-strengthening fruits safe for now. If any of the key leaders need them, they can use them. For the others, don't distribute them just yet. Oh, and one more thing, Wu Tianxing called out to Gao Shun, who was about to leave. How were these fruits discovered? Gao Shun explained that a cavalryman had stumbled upon a 5-meter fruit tree in a forest at the rear. He and his companions had then harvested all the fruits from the tree. Wu Tianxing nodded thoughtfully. We'll need to pay more attention to our surroundings from now on. As for the soldiers who found the fruit, reward each of them with 10,000 gold coins and 3 body-strengthening fruits. After issuing his orders, Wu Tianxing resumed leading his troops forward. The valley was filled with jagged rocks, and the uneven terrain forced Wu Tianxing and his group to slow their pace. Most of the human groups following them had already dispersed, leaving only 2 teams trailing behind. Wu Tianxing paid them no mind and continued forward steadily. Just as they crossed a small hill, a piercing cry for help suddenly echoed from below. Wu Tianxing and his companions looked down to see a flat expanse about a few hundred meters away, crowded with human sand, estimated 2,000 of them. The cry came from a middle-aged woman trapped in the center of the crowd. When she spotted Wu Tianxing, her expression grew even more desperate, and she shouted loudly, "Please help us. We're from Tianu village. They're going to violate us." Wu Tianxing frowned, reluctant to meddle in such matters. However, upon hearing the nature of the atrocity, a wave of disgust surged in his heart. In his past life, his sister had died in a similar manner, leaving him with a deep-seated hatred for such acts. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man with a face full of scars stepped out from the crowd, glaring fiercely at Wu Tianxing. "Kid, if you don't want trouble, stay out of this," he growled. They had been about to act when Wu Tianxing and his entourage, riding strange and unfamiliar beasts, had shown up unexpectedly. Though the man felt uneasy, he feigned confidence and issued his threat to save face. The 2 human teams observing from the rear couldn't help but marvel at the man's audacity. To speak to Wu Tianxing like that was practically a death wish. The scenes of carnage Wu Tianxing had left behind on their journey were still fresh in their minds. "Well, I insist on getting involved. What kind of trouble do you think you'll face?" Wu Tianxing replied calmly. The middle-aged man's anger flared at Wu Tianxing's nonchalant demeanor. "Kid, we're from Blade Tyrant Village, rank 98 on the leaderboard. Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you'll bring upon yourself by crossing us?" "Not really," Wu Tianxing said with a shake of his head. With the strength of his forces, he had never considered any so-called trouble worth worrying about. Seeing Wu Tianxing's continued composure, the man finally exploded in fury. "If you go against us, you won't just face trouble in the ancient world, you won't live to see tomorrow in the real world either." Wu Tianxing let out a derisive laugh. "Whether I die in the real world or not, I don't know. But I do know one thing, you won't survive today." The moment he said this, the people behind him couldn't suppress their mocking smiles. To threaten the top-ranked individual with a mere 98th place ranking, this was ignorance at its finest. While the middle-aged man was still reeling from Wu Tianxing's declaration of his death, Gao Shun leapt forward like a bolt of lightning, descending from above. The man's face twisted in terror as he tried to retreat into his ranks, but it was too late. Gao Shun's blade came down with the speed of a thunderclap, slicing through the air with a force that made the atmosphere tremble. "Ha!" the man shouted, frantically raising his blade to block. The clash of weapons sent sparks flying, but the sheer power of Gao Shun's strike left the man's hands trembling, his grip failing as his sword was sent flying. In the next instant, a cold glint flashed, and he felt his breath catch. The world spun, and then darkness. With a heavy thud, his lifeless body hit the ground. From the moment Gao Shun moved to the moment it ended, only 3 or 4 seconds had passed. Everyone present was stunned. The man who had been boasting moments earlier had been dispatched in an instant, as effortlessly as an adult swatting a child. The remaining members of his group stared at Gao Shun as though he were a monstrous beast. Fear gripped them, and they began to retreat instinctively. Wu Tianxing descended the small hill with his subordinates, his gaze landing on the young woman who had been calling for help. Her name was Lin Fei, and as she got a closer look at Wu Tianxing's face, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She tried to steady herself, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "My name is Lin Fei. Thank you for saving us." Wu Tianxing nodded silently, his expression calm as he looked at her. He had already surveyed the scene carefully and found no bodies or signs of a struggle. It was clear that Lin Fei's earlier claim of being threatened was likely just a ploy to use him as a shield. Noticing the cold indifference in Wu Tianxing's face, Lin Fei grew flustered, and the initial spark of excitement she had felt quickly faded. She hurriedly explained, "I wasn't lying. They really tried to capture us to entertain their lord. Many of my sisters have already been taken by them. That's why I said what I did earlier." Wu Tianxing frowned slightly, shifting his gaze to the subordinates from Badao village. Wang Meng immediately understood the unspoken command. In a flash, he moved, leaving only a faint blur in his original spot. Within moments, he returned, dragging a man and throwing him to the ground with a thud before retreating silently. The display left Lin Fei stunned. She hadn't expected Wu Tianxing's followers to be so skilled. The man who had been thrown to the ground was a short, sleazy-looking individual. He knelt there, trembling with fear, and stammered, "My lord, this has nothing to do with us. It's all under Lord Peng Yong's orders." Though Wu Tianxing hadn't asked anything yet, the man's expression told him that Lin Fei's words were true. In a deep voice, Wu Tianxing questioned, "Why does your lord need so many women? What happened to the ones who were taken before?" The man shuddered violently and kept his head down, remaining silent. Wu Tianxing immediately unleashed an overwhelming aura, pressing down on the man to the point where he could barely breathe. Ill talk, the man gasped, his face pale. Fearing for his life, he stammered, They're all dead." "What? That's impossible." Lin Fei cried out in disbelief. "You told us they were all alive and well." She thought of the young girls, some as young as 16, and couldn't bear to imagine such a tragic fate. The man remained silent, knowing full well that they had lied to Lin Fei and the others to make them submit without resistance. But in front of someone like Wu Tianxing, such lies were pointless. Any attempt at deception would be exposed with just a few probing questions. Wu Tianxing's expression turned cold, and the unease he had felt earlier was now confirmed. A lord capable of developing his territory to rank among the top 100, yet spending his days indulging in collecting women for debauchery, this was anything but normal. It reminded him of a chilling piece of news he had encountered in the communication system during his past life. "Has your lord been practicing some kind of cultivation technique?" Wu Tianxing narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto the man kneeling before him. Caught off guard by the abrupt question, the man, who had been carefully considering how to respond, blurted out instinctively, "How do you know?" The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his grave mistake, and his face turned ashen. As the cousin of the Lord, Peng Yong, he was one of the few who knew this dark secret. Now, he had admitted it outright. "Just as I thought." Wu Tianxing's heart grew resolute. In his previous life, there had been a lord who practiced a sinister cultivation technique, advancing his strength by absorbing the essence of women through intimacy. The entire territory had been complicit in gathering women for him, until the collective outrage of neighboring territories led to a joint assault that wiped him out. This must be the same territory. Kill them all. Wu Tianxing's eyes glinted with a cold light as he issued the order in a firm, chilling tone. At his command, his subordinates moved like shadows of death, charging into the enemy ranks. A territory that brought such harm to the world had no place to exist, and everyone here was an accomplice to the atrocities. Lin Fei, her face streaked with tears as she thought of the young women who had met tragic ends, was the first to raise her sword and rush into the enemy lines. The 300 female soldiers behind her followed closely, their killing intent palpable. "Who are you? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from our Blade village?" The man on his knees shouted, his tone a mix of bravado and fear as the situation spiraled out of control. Zhang Liang snorted coldly. "Blade village? What does that amount to? Committing such vile acts, and you still think you deserve to live?" With that, he stepped forward and thrust his sword directly at the man's face. The man scrambled to dodge, but he could not escape his fate. Zhang Liang pursued him for 20 steps, finally driving his sword through the man's heart. Watching this, Wu Tianxing's mouth twitched slightly. A strategist personally engaging in close combat made him question whether there was something amiss in his approach to fostering talent. The battle unfolded without suspense. The enemy scattered in all directions, but none could escape the cavalry's pursuit. Even those who knelt to beg for mercy were shown no leniency by Wu Tianxing. On this ancient battlefield, he had no intention of taking prisoners. Perhaps outside of this place, he might have considered recruiting some natives to bolster Xingwu village's population. But here, everything had to end in bloodshed. "Are you sure you're a scholar?" Wu Tianxing couldn't help but ask as he watched Zhang Liang's calm and composed demeanor after taking a life. To his surprise, a faint blush suddenly appeared on Zhang Liang's handsome face, a rare expression that almost made Wu Tianxing's eyes pop out. However, the blush quickly faded, and Zhang Liang soon returned to his usual gentle demeanor. In this ancient world, no one can truly avoid the need for strength. Zhang Liang sighed as he gazed into the distance. Even if one is unwilling, they must learn to protect themselves, or else they will be eliminated by this world. These words left Wu Tianxing deep in thought. It was true if a strategist also possessed hidden martial prowess, combined with their intellectual skills, they could become an unpredictable force against their enemies. He recalled the struggles he and Guo Jia faced while establishing their territory. Without a certain level of strength, it was indeed difficult to command respect. What Wu Tianxing didn't know was that during the Shura clan's attack on Xingwu village, Zhang Liang and Guo Jia had already participated in battle. Initially, they planned to use their strategist skills, but due to Guo Jia's premonition that Wu Tianxing would soon return, they opted for close combat to assist. Just then, Gao Shun and Wang Tu approached on their demon dragon horses. "My lord, the battle is over," Gao Shun reported. Following behind them was a tearful woman, Lin Fei. She stepped forward, bowing deeply to Wu Tianxing, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Lord, for avenging us. May I ask where you hail from? The women of Tiannu village will forever remember your kindness." Seeing her pitiful expression, Wu Tianxing softened his stern demeanor and replied gently, "No need for thanks. We have urgent matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Please, may I know your name, benefactor?" Lin Fei called out desperately. Wu Tianxing glanced back and softly said, "Xingwu village." Those 3 words struck like thunder, leaving Lin Fei and the 300 women warriors behind her in stunned silence. "My lord, please wait," they cried out in unison. Lin Fei rushed forward and blocked Wu Tianxing's path. "Please, my lord, save our leader," Lin Fei pleaded anxiously. "She is being hunted by Cassiopeia of Skeleton Village." At the mention of Cassiopeia's name, a cold glint flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes. This ogre chief, who had repeatedly taunted and slaughtered humans through the communication system, was someone he had long wanted to confront. Wu Tianxing's thoughts raced for just a moment before he turned to Lin Fei, his voice urgent. "Where are they? I'll go right now." Seeing Wu Tianxing agree, Lin Fei's eyes lit up with hope as she quickly said, "I'll lead the way for you." They shouldn't have gotten far. The situation was critical. Wu Tianxing immediately dispatched 500 cavalry, instructing the female warriors to each mount their demon dragon horses and charge in the direction Lin Fei pointed. The remaining 1,100 infantry, limited by their speed and stamina, could only follow the markers left on the ground at a slower pace. Wu Tianxing's heart was anxious. This was a rare opportunity to capture Jia, and he couldn't let him escape. Meanwhile, in the narrow canyon between 2 towering mountains, over 400 female warriors were surrounded by more than 3,000 ogres. At the center of their formation stood a woman in dark green armor, tall and commanding despite her labored breathing and disheveled appearance. She was none other than Hua Mulan, the leader of the Heavenly Maiden Village. "Leader, let us cover your retreat. As long as you make it out alive, you can avenge us in the future," her subordinates shouted desperately. Hua Mulan refused without hesitation. "Don't say another word. At worst, we die. It's not like we haven't died before." Her words left everyone momentarily breathless. In this ancient world where they had been reborn, death had become a subject they all wished to avoid. At that moment, a beautiful woman in white armor, Zhang Xiaoxiu, stepped forward, clutching Hua Mulan's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Sister, I can't bear to lose you." A flicker of sorrow crossed Hua Mulan's eyes. There was so much she had yet to accomplish. Leading her people to a better life, meeting the top-ranked individual on the leaderboard, and fully exploring this reborn world. But the siege of over 3,000 ogres had rendered all those dreams faint and distant. "When we die, you will be reborn," Hua Mulan said, suppressing the softness in her heart as she spoke to Zhang Xiaoxiao. "When you meet Wu Tianxing, tell him I admired him greatly, and ask him to remember that I was here in this world." Suddenly, the ogre horde parted, forming a path. A towering figure, 3 meters tall, strode forward. It was Jia, his gaze fixed venomously on Hua Mulan and her warriors. "Run. Why aren't you running now? After killing so many of my subordinates, did you think you'd escape? Today, even death will be a luxury for you." The surrounding female warriors' faces turned pale with fear, but Hua Mulan's expression remained as calm as ice. "Dying is easy for us. Spare us the threats. But if you think we'll die without taking a piece of you with us, you're sorely mistaken. If we don't knock out a tooth or two, our deaths will feel meaningless." Jaya's eyes gleamed with cold light. These women had indeed taken him by surprise. Their initial breakout had cost him over 1,000 of his men. Even in this narrow terrain, subduing these 4th-tier female warriors would come at a steep price. Glaring at Hua Mulan's calm face, Jaya's rage boiled over. He suddenly swung his arm forward and roared, "Kill them! Leave the gravely injured alive. I want to eat them while they're still breathing." On the other side, under Lin Fei's command, Wu Tianxing led the army charging forward at full speed. The thunderous sound of 500 demon dragon horses' hooves shook the ground, kicking up clouds of dust into the air. Along the way, all the various groups they encountered quickly stepped aside, fearing they might be mistaken as targets by this formidable cavalry force. Following closely behind were 1,100 infantry soldiers, their pace equally astonishing, covering hundreds of meters in mere moments. Those who witnessed the army couldn't help but look grave, and some had already speculated that this must be the force from Xingwu village, as no other human faction currently possessed such a powerful army. Wu Tianxing, with one arm wrapped around Lin Fei's waist, shouted against the howling wind. You said your leader was being pursued by Jia. Then why were the 300 of you in that canyon? Lin Fei raised her voice to reply, because our ranks are lower, we couldn't keep up with the Lord's speed and had to scatter and flee. Not long after we ran, we were intercepted by people from Badao village. Hearing this, Wu Tianxing's doubts were resolved. His experiences from his previous life had made him cautious and fully aware of the complexities of human nature. He was compelled to think carefully to avoid falling into traps or being deceived. It should be right here. Lin Fei anxiously pointed ahead at two towering mountains. When we split up, I saw the Lord and her group heading between those mountains. Since parting ways with Hua Mulan, a long time had passed, and she feared they might only find corpses when they arrived. Before her words had fully landed, the 500 cavalrymen charged forward at full speed. As they approached the two mountains, the distant sound of battle cries reached their ears. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Tianxing looked ahead and saw a dense crowd of ogres standing in the distance, with the cries of battle emanating from the narrow pass between the mountains. Due to the terrain, a large number of ogres were still bottlenecked outside the pass. Drop them off and follow me into the fight. Wu Tianxing made a decisive call. With his left hand, he grabbed the fabric of Lin Fei's waist and, with a precise motion, tossed her far away to safety. The other cavalrymen followed suit, throwing the female soldiers they carried to a secure area. The demonic dragon horse surged forward with a sudden burst of speed after losing a rider, charging after Wu Tianxing like an arrow released from a bow. Behind them, the ogres turned their heads at the sound of the ground trembling beneath them, their expressions changing drastically in an instant. It's the humans. The humans have come to rescue them, panicked voices echoed one after another. Quick, inform the leader. They're attacking from behind. In the narrow canyon, the ground tremors became increasingly pronounced, accompanied by a constant rumbling sound. Soldiers from both camps instinctively slowed their assaults, many looking up at the cliffs on either side, fearing falling rocks. After kicking Hua Mulan away, Jia did not pursue but instead stood watching the rear with a conflicted expression, a sense of unease rising within him. Hua Mulan crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her armor was riddled with cracks, and her face was as pale as paper. The gap between a 4th-tier and 5th-tier star disciple was starkly apparent at this moment. If not for her extraordinary willpower, she would have already fallen. Sister. Zhang Xiaoxiao rushed to Hua Mulan's side, supporting her. I can't hold on, Hua Mulan murmured weakly, leaning against Zhang Xiaoxiao. Tell the sisters, under no circumstances, must they be captured alive. If it comes to it, they must take their own lives. She pressed her sword against her neck, her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at the sky. In that moment, memories from her past life flooded her mind. Taking her father's place in the army, years of military campaigns, being honored as a consort, and ultimately taking her own life. In her previous life, she had fulfilled her duties to her family and country but lacked true love. In this life, she had hoped to experience a passionate romance, yet that wish remained unfulfilled. Wait, sister. Zhang Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly changed as she grabbed Hua Mulan's hand. Listen, someone's coming to save us. Initially, the dying Hua Mulan couldn't hear clearly. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaoxiao added, It's Wu Tianxing. Listen, it's the sound of galloping cavalry, that a glimmer of hope returned to Mulan's eyes. With great effort, she raised her head to look toward the rear of the ogres. The rumbling grew louder, and in the distance, ogres were being flung into the air like straw dolls. A powerful, tempestuous force swept across the battlefield like a sandstorm. At the forefront rode Wu Tianxing on the lead demonic dragon horse, followed by 500 cavalrymen in a long formation. Their faces were cold and determined, and their spears cut down ogres with every strike. Jaya's expression darkened further as he took in the scene. Wu Tianxing scanned the battlefield from afar, first spotting the three-turtle ogre, then unexpectedly noticing Zhang Xiaoxiao and the gravely injured Hua Mulan. Upon recognizing Wu Tianxing, Zhang Xiaoxiao burst into tears. Wu Tianxing, if you'd been a moment later, you'd be collecting our bodies. They bullied us women, you have to avenge us. Wu Tianxing's mouth twitched slightly, thinking how even this usually strong-willed woman could end up in tears. But the thought of someone daring to harm his people ignited a fury within him. His eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on Jia. Jia, bullying women, what kind of skill is that? Weren't you looking for me? Well, here I am. What will you do now? You are Wu Tianxing? Jaya's blood-red eyes filled with rage at his words. This was the man who had killed his younger brother, Jia Chu. destroyed his brother's territory and efforts, and disrupted the Jia clan's plans. The hatred he bore toward Wu Tianxing was enough to drive him to the brink of madness. "It's your grandpa, me." Wu Tianxing's face displayed a mocking smile, but his eyes carried a chilling coldness. He had remembered every taunting remark made against him in the communication system. Others assumed his silence in response to Jaya's provocations meant he didn't care, but little did they know he was simply waiting for the perfect moment. "If I don't kill you today, I'll write my name backward," Wu Tianxing roared. "I want the world to know the consequences of crossing Wu Tianxing. Charge!" With Wu Tianxing's command, the 500 cavalry behind him shouted in unison, their warhorses surging forward with an even greater burst of speed. In the midst of the thunderous momentum, Zhang Liang, securely protected in the center, refused to be outdone and unleashed his scholar's technique, Qi Gathering Spell. With a resounding boom, the aura of the 500 cavalry merged into an overwhelming force that shot skyward. The ogres around them were flung away like straw men, their blood and shattered remains splattering across the narrow gorge. In an instant, the entire area was dyed red. Zhang Liang's Qi Gathering Spell channeled its power into Wu Tianxing, filling him with an overwhelming surge of energy. "Come and fight," Wu Tianxing bellowed, spurring his demonic dragon steed forward as he charged directly at Jia. Jia, though enraged, could see the sheer strength of his opponent. He dared not be careless and slowly raised his massive blade, his gaze heavy and fixed on the approaching Wu Tianxing. Meanwhile, Hua Mulan's eyes never left Wu Tianxing's figure. Clad in white armor and astride his ferocious demonic dragon steed, flanked by his disciplined 500 cavalry, Wu Tianxing looked every bit the unparalleled warrior. His heroic presence captivated not only Hua Mulan, but also the 300 remaining members of her daughter army, who gazed at him with admiration. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between Wu Tianxing and Jia erupted, igniting an intense battle. Riding his demonic dragon steed, Wu Tianxing darted through the battlefield, his fierce attacks forcing Jia to retreat repeatedly. Though Jia was also a formidable star disciple at the 5th rank, his strength was no match for Wu Tianxing's. If not for his mastery of numerous martial techniques, he would have already met his end. Intermediate martial skill. Triple slash. Jia Yi moved with agility, his precise footwork closing the distance between him and Wu Tianxing in an instant. The long blade in his hand swung down, unleashing 3 sharp, deadly arcs of light. Oomph! Wu Tianxing's expression turned serious as he shouted deeply, intermediate martial skill. Heavy spear. As his spear moved, the air around it resonated with a heavy hum under the strain. With a series of thunderous clashes, Wu Tianxing's spear crushed through Jia Ye's triple slash like a mountain collapsing, shattering the strikes completely. The immense force sent Jia Yi flying backward, while the surrounding ogres were also swept off their feet, blood seeping from their ears. The power of this heavy spear technique far exceeded Wu Tianxing's expectations. It was a martial skill he had sought from Gao Shun before his journey, intending to store it in the village's library for later study. However, faced with a top-10-ranked lord, he had no choice but to use it prematurely. After all, relying solely on the intermediate skill, Wavebreaker, left him at a significant disadvantage against opponents like Jia Yi. Despite his high combat prowess, Wu Tianxing's limited martial skill repertoire was a glaring weakness, a common shortcoming among all humans. Unlike the other 2 races, who inherited martial skills naturally, humanity's path to cultivation was far more arduous. To break through to the 6th stage of Star Disciple, he needed to hunt opponents at least at the 4th stage of Star Disciple to make any progress. The number 1 on the rankings truly lives up to his reputation. Jia Yi steadied himself, his expression grave as he stared at his opponent. From his higher vantage point, Wu Tianxing pointed his spear directly at Jia Yi and sneered, "Ranked 4th? You're nothing but trash. You're courting death." Enraged, Jia Yi unleashed the intermediate martial skill, Flowing Light. Unfazed, Wu Tianxing retaliated with another heavy spear strike, sending Jia Yi flying like a ragdoll. After crashing to the ground, Jia Yi immediately activated the intermediate skill, Blood Burst. His face flushed red as he surged forward with lightning speed, nearing the demonic dragon horse. Amid the relentless clashes of heavy spear, Jia Yi finally coughed up blood. He glared at Wu Tianxing, who had only used 1 move, his frustration mounting until another mocking remark from his opponent made him spit out more blood. "Don't get too full of yourself. Using intermediate skills repeatedly, let's see how long you can last," Jia Yi growled, suppressing his fury. "I can last until you fall," Wu Tianxing replied, though fatigue was starting to weigh on him. He forced himself to endure. In the end, Jia Yi unleashed the advanced martial skill, Battle Blade, transforming into a blade of pure light. Refusing to back down, Wu Tianxing activated the basic general-level skill, Fury, and dismounted from the demonic dragon horse to face him heat. After using 2 skills in quick succession, Wu Tianxing coughed up blood, though his aura only grew more intense. The two attacks collided midair, erupting in a deafening explosion that shook the battlefield. The clash between the two was like a collision of planets, with an earth-shattering boom echoing endlessly in the narrow canyon. The shockwave from this cataclysmic impact sent both sides' subordinates reeling, stumbling like drunken men. All eyes instinctively turned toward the direction where Wu Tianxing and his opponent were fighting. Thick clouds of dust filled the battlefield's center, rapidly spreading outward. The surrounding soldiers retreated in terror, their faces pale with fear. Hua Mulan and Zhang Xiaoxiao anxiously widened their eyes, scanning the dusty haze in search of Wu Tianxing's figure. The sheer force of that blow was comparable to a missile explosion, leaving everyone shaken to the core. As the dust began to settle, the sight that greeted them drew collective gasps. A massive crater, 2 meters deep, marred the ground, the unforgiving rock having been blasted into such a horrifying state. The condition of the two combatants was even more alarming. Jia Yi lay collapsed at the crater's edge, blood gushing from his mouth, his face ashen as death. Wu Tianxing knelt on one knee, barely holding himself upright with his silver spear. His armor was battered and broken, and a streak of blood trailed from the corner of his mouth. Wu Tianxing knew his victory had been a stroke of luck. His martial skill was more explosive than offensive, a trait that allowed him to stack two techniques together. Without this advantage, he would have likely been defeated by Jia Yi, ranked 4th on the leaderboard, and his advanced martial skill. This also confirmed that Jia Yi's top-ranking score was exaggerated, likely due to his use of a chaos-level cultivation technique. Jia Yi struggled to rise, but failed repeatedly. Wu Tianxing looked up at his opponent, a mocking smile playing on his lips. In the end, I still won. You can go home now. Don't celebrate too soon. Jia Yi coughed weakly, blood spilling as he spoke haltingly. The Ogre clan will unite the world one day. When that happens, it'll come for you again. Heh, Wu Tianxing sneered, cutting him off. After this, you're nothing to worry about. As for the Ogre clan uniting the world, keep dreaming. Kill him. The demon dragon horse, already standing loyally by Wu Tianxing's side, obeyed the order instantly, hurling a massive iron ball. With a deafening crash, Jia Yi's body was smashed into the ground, leaving behind nothing but a mangled corpse. Chaos erupted among the Ogre clan soldiers. Cries of outrage filled the air. You killed leader Jia Yi. The Jia family will never forgive you. Avenge the leader. But Wu Tianxing, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, paying no heed to their threats. Charge! Gao Shun's expression turned grim as he saw the Ogre soldiers descend into chaos. With a loud shout, he rushed to Wu Tianxing's side, shielding him. Gao Shun knew all too well that Wu Tianxing's body would remain weak for the next 2 days after using his warrior's skill. He feared the Ogres, driven to desperation, might resort to a reckless fight to the death. The battle reignited. 500 cavalry charged back and forth through the narrow pass, slaughtering the Ogres like a relentless reaping machine. Just as Wu Tianxing was about to find a place to lie down and rest, a slightly hesitant voice called out to him. Hello, my name is Hua Mulan. Thank you for saving us. Wu Tianxing looked up and saw Zhang Xiaoxiao supporting a young woman. Although Hua Mulan's beauty was on par with Zhang Xiaoxiao's, what stood out most was her commanding aura, exuding the spirit of a hardened soldier. As Wu Tianxing silently admired this heroic woman, Zhang Xiaoxiao teased him with a playful grin. Hey, how long are you planning to stare? Wu Tianxing coughed awkwardly. Interestingly, Hua Mulan blushed, lowering her head in shyness. She even nudged Zhang Xiaoxiao lightly in protest, her demeanor suddenly shifting from a valiant warrior to a bashful young woman. The stark contrast caught Wu Tianxing by surprise. I'm also searching for Jia Yi, Wu Tianxing said in a calm tone, regaining his composure. I just happened to hear some news and arrived here by chance. There's no need to be overly thankful, especially since Zhang Xiaoxiao is from your village. There's no need for formalities. At least you still have some decency. Zhang Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath. When asked about the casualties, Hua Mulan's voice carried a note of sorrow. We came here with 1,000 people. Now there are just over 300 left. Another 300 or so. We don't even know if they managed to escape. Wu Tianxing quickly reassured her with good news. The other 300 are safe. They're outside. They're the ones who led us here. Meanwhile, in the narrow pass, the battle had completely turned in favor of the cavalry. The Ogres, who initially aimed to kill Wu Tianxing, were now focused solely on escaping. The cavalry, mounted on strange beasts with large, round tails, were too fierce, striking fear into the hearts of the Ogres. Run. Get out of here. Move aside, quick. Those monsters are coming again. The Ogre soldiers screamed in terror. But the narrow terrain worked against them. Packed tightly together, they became easy targets, slaughtered row by the relentless cavalry. At the same time, the 1,100 infantry soldiers pursuing Wu Tianxing finally arrived at the narrow pass known as Yixianshan. They quickly formed a tight formation at the exit, creating an impenetrable wall of men to block the fleeing ogres. Although the ogres numbered 3 to 4,000, the confined terrain nullified their numerical advantage, turning them into easy prey under the soldiers' blades. The cavalry, though restricted by the terrain and unable to fully unleash their power, fought with undiminished resolve. Amid the clashing of swords and flashing of blades, the anguished cries of the ogres echoed continuously. Half an hour later, the battle concluded. 500 cavalrymen silently regrouped in front of Wu Tianxing. Behind them, the battlefield was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely, and the piled bodies reaching half a meter high. The gruesome scene left the female warriors watching in awe, deeply admiring the strength of Wu Tianxing's forces. Master, Wang Tu called softly. Wu Tianxing slowly opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings before giving his orders. Clean up the battlefield. Well, set up camp here for the night and move out tomorrow. With that, he walked toward the exit of Yixianshan, supported by Gao Shun, clearly unwilling to linger any longer in the blood-soaked area. At this moment, Lin Fei arrived hurriedly with over 300 female warriors. Seeing Hua Mulan sitting on the ground, her face pale, Lin Fei grew anxious. Sister Hua, are you all right? Hua Mulan forced a smile. It's just a minor injury. I'll be fine after a couple of days' rest. Don't worry. Despite her significant injuries, she didn't want to alarm everyone. She then instructed, have the sisters take care of the wounded and escort them out first. Once outside Yixianshan, Wu Tianxing took a deep breath of fresh air. Since entering the ancient battlefield, he had been engaged in relentless battles and was now feeling a trace of fatigue. Ahead, soldiers were busy setting up a temporary camp on the open ground, while scouts occasionally peeked from a distance, evidently drawn by the earlier large-scale battle. Wu Tianxing ignored the prying eyes of the scouts and, supported by Gao Shun, entered his tent. Meanwhile, the communication system was in an uproar. Damn, I just saw Wu Tianxing and his men slaughter 3 to 4,000 ogres. That was insane, exclaimed Lin Jiejia from Haiteng village of the human clan. That's nothing. His 500 cavalry were the real deal. They almost scared me to death, agreed Zhao Mingyue from Qingfeng Mingyu village. Wu Tianxing, you dared to kill Jiaya. You're courting death, roared Yi Lu from the ogre clan's Shitian village. Well done. Those who offend our human clan will be punished, no matter how far they run. Lin Zhengtai from Yinhuang village responded loudly. Haha, if the ogres don't have the strength, they shouldn't provoke Wu Tianxing. Want revenge? Come find me if you dare, I guarantee they won't return alive, sneered a Kigu from the Asura clan's Shirshan village. Somewhere in a distant mountain far from where Wu Tianxing was, Lin Zhengtai withdrew his gaze from the system and let out a deep breath. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him, who was dressed like a scholar, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Mr. Zhuge, it seems I was right after all. The middle-aged scholar remained composed as ever, lightly shaking his head. No matter what he does, it's futile. If he could endure a little longer, perhaps he might have had a chance to struggle. But now, he left his sentence unfinished, but Lin Zhengdai already understood his point. Are you saying he's truly not the Dragon Lord's body as you claim? Then how has he managed to grow so powerful? Lin Zhengtai frowned, questioning. While he trusted Mr. Zhuge's abilities, this matter was undeniably puzzling. A flicker of confusion crossed Mr. Zhuge's eyes as he sighed. Under normal circumstances, those who can establish territories are people of great fortune, often chosen by the dragon. Yet he is an exception, and even I find it perplexing. But one thing is certain, is definitely not the Dragon Lord's body. Is there no way to change this situation? Lin Zhengtai asked, unwilling to give up. Unless someone can defy the heavens and rewrite his fate, there is no other way. Meanwhile, in his tent, Wu Tianxing had fallen into a deep sleep from sheer exhaustion. The aftereffects of using his martial general technique were particularly severe this time. Coupled with the strain of intermediate martial skills, his physical energy was completely drained. It would likely take 3 to 4 days for him to recover. The next morning, Wu Tianxing, his entire body aching, managed to struggle to his feet. He called in Wang Ming, who had been standing guard outside, instructing him to return to the real world and check in to reassure his sister so she wouldn't worry. However, half an hour later, Wang Ming returned, looking visibly anxious. What happened? Wu Tianxing immediately sensed something was wrong. My lord, Zhang Haiyang and Xiao Guofeng suffered heavy losses. Out of over 700 men, only about 100 remain, and they're currently trapped in a mountain by the Shura tribe. Wang Ming reported urgently. Wu Tianxing frowned slightly. Though such losses were anticipated, they were still regrettable. What about the others? The others suffered relatively minor losses, Wang Ming said with a bit of relief, then continued, and Miss Long had an unexpected discovery. As soon as they arrived, they found themselves in a valley with a starstone mine. Miss Long recognized the mineral and is now leading people to mine it. Hearing this, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but smile wryly. While chaos raged outside with life-and-death battles, Lung Yuxian was calmly mining. Her sheer luck was truly baffling. Some people just have different fates, it seems. Master, you might not know this, but Miss Long built her territory all by herself, Wang Ming said, his words making Wu Tianxing's eyes widen in shock. For a moment, he thought he had misheard. Are you sure? With her delicate and fragile appearance, she managed to build a territory on her own? Wu Tianxing asked in disbelief, staring at Wang Ming. Wang Ming nodded solemnly, with a hint of admiration on his face. It's truly surprising. That girl, who blushes every time she sees you, is actually the lord of a territory. If it weren't for today's discussion about the battlefield, we might still be completely in the dark. Never judge a book by its cover, Wu Tianxing remarked with a sigh. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Master, Gao Shun requests an audience. Come in, Wu Tianxing replied. Gao Shun entered with his usual stoic expression. Seeing his face as cold as ice, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but tease. Hey, can you try smiling for once? At this rate, you'll never find a wife. Wang Ming's mouth twitched at the comment, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Gao Shun. The master had a point, this guy always wore a stone-faced expression. But then Wang Ming imagined Gao Shun with a wife, and having a child who inherited the exact same poker face. He quickly shook off the thought. Gao Shun froze for a moment, seriously contemplating the issue. He couldn't afford to be the end of his family line. Even his ancestors wouldn't forgive him. Determined, he attempted to smile, but the result startled Wu Tianxing. Stop. Stop. Don't smile. Wu Tianxing hurriedly waved his hands. That wasn't a smile, it was more like you went from expressionless to mourning in an instant. Just stick to your cold demeanor. It suits you better. Feeling awkward himself, Gao Shun returned to his emotionless state. He then retrieved a general stone from his spatial ring and handed it to Wu Tianxing. This was discovered during yesterday's battlefield cleanup. It likely dropped after Josh's death. Since you're still a mid-level general, it's perfect for you to use. Wu Tianxing accepted the general stone, his heart brimming with joy. He had been in need of advanced general stones and superior combat skills, and this couldn't have come at a better time. Closing his eyes, he began channeling his energy. A few seconds later, he opened them, his face glowing with excitement. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Wu Tianxing, for comprehending the advanced general skill. Swift Spear effect. Transform into a spear, enabling instant strikes within a 10-meter radius. Afterward, the user will experience a weakened state. This was a rare skill in his previous life. Those who possessed it were either in hiding or held positions of great power. Against an opponent without strong defensive abilities, even someone with slightly higher combat power could be instantly defeated. Not even Joshua could have withstood a single strike from this technique. Congratulations, Master. Gao Shun and Wang Ming offered their heartfelt congratulations, seeing the elation on Wu Tianxing's face. Wu Tianxing nodded with a slight smile and began examining his own attributes. As a senior village chief and advanced military general, he possessed an aptitude of 8,548, reaching the S realm with 5th-tier star disciple combat strength. His stats were impressive: 17,350 mental value, 9 cultivation techniques including the Chaos God Demon Art and Chaos skills. His martial skills were equally well-rounded: intermediate level heavy lance and wave breaker, basic archery, swordsmanship, footwork, as well as 2 general techniques: basic berserk and advanced instant lance. His equipment was equally remarkable: the ancient infinite ring, true silver snake lance, and true refined iron armor, all of silver quality, along with a special legion command token. Additionally, he held 320,000 gold coins, 10 points of luck, and 100 soul value. This rapid growth in strength left Wu Tianxing in high spirits. He tested his body and discovered that half of his strength had already recovered, which surprised him. Apparently, the general stone could shorten the period of weakness. Considering his physical state, he decided to rest in place for a day. Wang Tu was tasked with leading 500 cavalry to patrol the area around Tianxing, eliminating any discovered foreign tribes. Hua Mulan and her group of over 700 had also set up camp nearby but departed the next day, as the battlefield's active period was limited. If it hadn't been for their initial encounter with Jia, they wouldn't have been in such dire straits given their capabilities. On the 3rd day, Wu Tianxing had fully recovered and led his team westward. Over the past 2 days, he had returned to the real world several times and found that, apart from the heavy casualties on the 1st day, as long as they carefully avoided other species, they remained relatively safe. He ordered the 500 cavalry to spread out and scout, hoping to find a starstone mine like Lung Yuxian had, but their efforts yielded nothing. Just then, Wang Tu rode up on his demon dragon horse at full speed, reporting that a large number of demonic beasts had surrounded a small structure suspected to be a points exchange center. The number of beasts was astonishing, estimated to be over 100,000. Zhang Liang suggested taking a detour, But Wang Tu quickly pointed out that the surrounding areas were steep mountain ranges, leaving the beast-occupied path as the only route. These beasts neither attacked nor allowed passage, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Wu Tianxing fell into deep thought, pondering what this horde of beasts might be scheming. Wu Tianxing ultimately decided to investigate the situation personally. When he led his troops to the scene, the sight before him was astonishing. 3 factions stood at a standoff, each occupying one side. To the north, the towering figures of 20 to 30,000 ogres dominated a vast area. In the center, the eerie presence of 40,000 Asuras filled the atmosphere. And to the south, over 10,000 humans were huddled together in a relatively smaller space. Beyond the 3 groups, a dense horde of beasts completely blocked a passageway between 2 mountains, a passage roughly 200 meters wide and nearly 100 meters deep. Wu Tianxing's arrival caused an immediate stir, drawing all eyes to his contingent of 500 elite cavalry. This cavalry unit was his signature force, turning heads wherever they went. Well, what's everyone gathered here for? Could it be there's some treasure hidden here? Wu Tianxing asked with a carefree smile, unfazed by the tens of thousands of intense gazes fixated on him. As soon as he finished speaking, deep growls echoed from within the beast horde. Apologies, but I don't speak beast, Wu Tianxing said, feigning a regretful expression. He glanced around and added, anyone here who can translate for me? I can, a timid voice called out from the human faction. Looking over, Wu Tianxing saw a frail little girl nervously raising her hand. This unexpected response made his brows furrow as his gaze shifted to the shadowy-faced young man standing beside her. The man glared at the girl with a menacing look. This young man, named Fang Yu, hadn't expected the little brat to speak up without permission. But when he felt Wu Tianxing's piercing gaze, he didn't even have the courage to meet his eyes and could only lower his head in silence. Well, who would have thought we'd see a child on the battlefield? Quite the rarity, Wu Tianxing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. His tone caused those around Fang Yu to quickly distance themselves, not wanting to be implicated. Seeing Fang Yu remain silent, a cold glint flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes. He turned to the little girl with a gentle smile and said, little sister, why don't you tell me what they're saying, okay? The girl was clearly frightened, her voice trembling as she replied. They said that anyone who wants to pass has to hand over a blood chi pill. Even if you're Wu Tianxing, it's no exception. What the hell? Wu Tianxing exclaimed in shock. He was well aware of the value of a blood chi pill. This silver-grade elixir not only allowed humans to rapidly restore their stamina, but was also a rare treasure for beasts, capable of refining their bloodlines. The audacity of this beast horde to demand such a price was staggering. This thing is ridiculously expensive, Wu Tianxing calculated in his mind. Just one blood chi pill costs 10,000 gold coins. For over 1,600 subordinates, I'd need more than 1,600 pills. This is practically going to bleed me dry. He shifted his focus to the little girl in front of him and asked gently, why did you come to the battlefield? The girl stole a glance at Fang Yu, who was standing beside her, biting her lips nervously and staying silent. Wu Tianxing narrowed his eyes slightly but maintained a warm smile. Don't worry. Just tell me, and your big brother here will stand up for you. That statement clearly sent a shiver through the young man. The little girl was just about to speak when Fang Yu suddenly stepped in front of her, smiling obsequiously as he cupped his fists toward Wu Tianxing. Lord Wu, this is my little sister. She's timid. Let me explain instead. Did I ask you to speak? Wu Tianxing's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a piercingly cold glare. Before Fang Yu could respond, a thunderous "get out" exploded through the air, causing the humans present to tremble in fear. The terrifyingly disciplined cavalry behind Wu Tianxing added an invisible weight to the already overwhelming pressure. Fang Yu's face darkened as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. I respect you as the #1 on the rankings, but am not someone you can push around. Wu Tianxing sneered at his words. Oh, I'm pushing you around. What of it? Then, his tone shifted sharply. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Explain why you brought a child here. The tension between them grew thicker. Fang Yu knew he had already offended Wu Tianxing, so he decided to drop the pleasantries. This is my personal business. What does it have to do with you, Wu Tianxing? Wu Tianxing understood Fang Yu wasn't entirely wrong, but the potential of a beast tamer was far too valuable for him to ignore. Among the 5,000 people in his Xingwu village, not a single one had the talent of a beast tamer. Someone like this little girl, how could he let her slip away? This little girl is under my protection now. From this moment on, she's no longer part of your territory, Wu Tianxing declared bluntly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 other races watching the spectacle unfold. Fang Yu gritted his teeth. She's my sister. I will never hand her over to anyone. A flicker of mockery flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes. In the next instant, his figure shot off his dragon mount like an arrow, crossing 100 meters in a blink and appearing right in front of Fang Yu. Bang! With a heavy thud, Fang Yu didn't even have time to react before Wu Tianxing's kick sent him flying. His chest armor caved in, and he crashed to the ground over 10 meters away, spitting a mouthful of blood. Fang Yu lifted his head, his cold, sinister gaze meeting Wu Tianxing's icy stare before quickly lowering it in panic to avoid confrontation. In that fleeting moment, a spear pierced through the air and struck straight through his neck. Fang Yu's eyes widened in shock, his face etched with disbelief. Wu Tianxing had not intended to take his life, but the venomous hatred in Fang Yu's eyes made him change his mind. The crowd watching from the sidelines shivered at the sight of Wu Tianxing's swift and decisive action. Without a trace of emotion, Wu Tianxing retrieved his spear. He had always acted as he pleased, neither seeing himself as a hero nor considering himself a villain. Turning toward the little girl, Wu Tianxing softened his tone and said, "Little one, come with me, all right? You can stay with me." The girl, though possessing large, beautiful eyes, appeared gaunt and pale from malnutrition. She timidly nodded, a flicker of fear flashing in her gaze. It was unclear whether this fear stemmed from Wu Tianxing's earlier lethal efficiency or her natural apprehension. Seeing her agreement, Wu Tianxing allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. After all, a beast tamer held immense value for Xingwu village. He entrusted the girl to Zhang Liang's care before shifting his focus to the group of beasts, particularly the leaders among them. "You're asking for too many blood essence pills. There are over 1,600 people here, and at most, I can trade you 50 pills." The moment he spoke, the beasts erupted in fury, their roars echoing in the air. Wu Tianxing turned to the little girl and asked, "What are they saying?" The girl shrank behind Zhang Liang, her voice trembling as she replied, "They said you're courting death. They want all 210,000 points converted into blood essence pills, or they'll devour all of us." Heh. Wu Tianxing let out a cold laugh. These creatures were far too arrogant. He had initially tried to negotiate for the safety of his people, but if they truly pushed him, his 500-strong demon dragon horse cavalry could wear them down in a war of attrition. 50 pills, take it or leave it," Wu Tianxing said calmly. The beasts erupted into a frenzy at his words, their collective roars signaling the start of an assault as they surged forward in waves. The three clans retreated in panic, their fear evident. These beasts, at least tier 3 in strength, were far beyond their ability to handle. "We're retreating too," Wu Tianxing ordered, suppressing the killing intent flickering in his eyes. Though his anger burned within, he prioritized the safety of his people. The group began an orderly retreat, though leaders like Gao Shun glared back at the pursuing beasts with frustration. Since the founding of their village, they had never experienced such humiliation retreating without a fight. But faced with the overwhelming numbers of the beast horde, they had no other choice. Sheer numbers alone could overwhelm them. A group of people had been pursued for 20 kilometers, yet the ferocious beasts behind them showed no signs of slowing down. Wu Tianxing remained silent throughout, occasionally glancing back to check on their pursuers. Suddenly, as he turned his head again, he was astonished to find that the number of beasts chasing them had dwindled to just over 10,000. The killing intent in his eyes became uncontrollable. He abruptly halted his demon dragon horse and roared, "Prepare the crossbows. Turn around and kill them." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 1,600 soldiers swiftly drew their crossbows from their waists, loaded their arrows, aimed, and fired all within a single second. The arrows shot forth like a torrential downpour, hurtling toward the oncoming beasts with astonishing speed. The pursuing beasts were struck with fear as they witnessed the attack. In a panic, they steadied themselves and veered to the side. Never had they imagined that Wu Tianxing would dare to retaliate. Moments ago, they had mocked his retreat, dismissing him as insignificant, but now they were caught completely off guard. Wu Tianxing's expression remained icy as he issued his next command. "These beasts chased us for over 20 kilometers. Do they really think Wu Tianxing has a good temper?" He had shown restraint earlier due to their overwhelming numbers, but now that their numbers had dwindled, there was no reason to hold back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 consecutive waves of arrow volleys rained down, reducing the beasts' numbers to less than 10,000 in mere moments. Many of the injured beasts writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Yet even as this happened, some of them had already closed the distance to the group. "Switch weapons. Kill them," Wu Tianxing shouted, leading the charge himself. Riding atop his demon dragon horse, he charged straight at 2 of the leading beasts. One was a lion standing over a meter tall, and the other was a 2.5 turtle gorilla. Boom! The moment they clashed, Wu Tianxing struck the gorilla with his spear, sending it flying over 30 meters. The scene was terrifying, though the gorilla was far from fatally injured. With a furious roar, it lunged at Wu Tianxing once more. Both beasts were formidable, at the 5th rank of a star disciple, with thick hides that even sharp weapons struggled to penetrate. However, Wu Tianxing's strength was extraordinary. Mounted on his demon dragon horse, his spear moved with unparalleled precision and power, while the large spiked ball on the horse's tail swung menacingly. The two beasts were driven into a frantic defense, dodging desperately. The area where the three of them fought was filled with deafening booms, scaring away the surrounding beasts. Wu Tianxing and his demon dragon horse moved with incredible speed, weaving between the two beasts and striking them repeatedly. Spotting an opening, Wu Tianxing's eyes sharpened, and he unleashed a heavy blow with his spear aimed at the gorilla. Boom! The impact was thunderous, and the gorilla was smashed to the ground like a crushed toad, its fur-covered head instantly soaked in blood. The lion, witnessing this, was so terrified it nearly turned tail to flee. It had never imagined being beaten so thoroughly. Roar! The gorilla, sprawled on the ground, shook its head and let out an ear-splitting roar, clearly disoriented by the powerful strike. In less than a minute, the battle between the three came to a decisive end as the gorilla collapsed, gravely wounded. Meanwhile, Wu Tianxing's soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the remaining beasts. These creatures were far more challenging than the ogres they had encountered before. Having chased the group relentlessly for 20 kilometers, the surviving beasts were all at the fourth rank, posing a significant challenge to Wu Tianxing's men. The beasts' thick hides made them resistant to damage, and even advanced bronze weapons could only injure them, not kill them outright unless a soldier managed to strike a vulnerable point like the eyes. However, the beasts were cunning and would never allow an enemy to exploit their weaknesses so easily. The soldiers adapted their tactics, switching from thrusting to smashing, turning the battlefield into a chaotic explosion of sound. The air was filled with constant booms and crashes. At the rear, Zhang Liang stood, his hands moving as he unleashed one scholar technique after another. Before long, his face grew pale, and his body weakened as he leaned heavily against his demon dragon horse for support. Meanwhile, members of the three allied forces who had fled alongside Wu Tianxing could not help but watch the battle in awe. They were utterly shocked. None of them had expected Wu Tianxing to be so resolute, daring to take on tens of thousands of fourth-rank beasts in direct combat. Suddenly, a cry of pain echoed through the air, sending a shiver through the soldiers' hearts. Yet, no one dared to look back. Every face was tense, their focus solely on fending off the beasts before them. They knew all too well that if their formation broke, they would be surrounded and torn apart by the creatures. At the edge of the battlefield, a soldier from the Radiant Legion was dragged into the beast horde by three ferocious monsters. Pinned to the ground, his body was savagely mauled. In his final moments, he summoned all his strength, dropped his weapon, and struck out with both hands, unleashing a rapid series of wave-breaking techniques. Bang! 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 3 deafening blasts sent the beasts flying, their bodies visibly dented. But the soldier's face had turned as pale as paper, and blood gushed endlessly from a massive wound on his neck. "Brothers, they'll go ahead, fight on," he roared with his last breath before his eyes slowly closed. From the corner of his eye, Gao Shun caught sight of this scene, and his eyes instantly turned blood-red with fury. The long blade in his hand erupted with unprecedented ferocity, cutting down beast after beast. The other soldiers, enraged by their comrades' sacrifice, unleashed an even more ferocious assault. Meanwhile, over 500 cavalrymen were locked in a desperate battle. They charged and clashed repeatedly with the beast horde, their movements slowing with each pass, as the threat of being completely surrounded loomed ever closer. On a distant hillside, a middle-aged man watched the battlefield in shock. Wu Tianxing's soldiers are unbelievably strong. They're only 4th-tier troops, yet their combat prowess is astounding. Not far away, the leader of a group of ogres spoke gravely. "This Wu Tianxing must be eliminated as soon as possible. His troops may be few, but each one fights like a general. It's truly terrifying." Nearby, the leader of the Asura clan observed coldly, weighing the situation. As expected of the man ranked number 1. But his weakness lies in his numbers. If the opportunity arises, he must be eradicated. At that moment, Wu Tianxing was locked in a fierce struggle with 2 beasts, frustration written all over his face. He knew time was running out, had to finish this quickly. If the beasts behind them caught up, they would be doomed. The earlier strike he had delivered to the giant gorilla had left these 2 beasts wary, forcing them to circle and probe cautiously. Seizing an opening, Wu Tianxing drove back the lion with a powerful strike, then immediately turned and unleashed a mid-level heavy spear technique at the wounded gorilla. The sight of the attack sent the gorilla retreating in fear, but the lion seized the opportunity, its blood-stained jaws wide open as it lunged at Wu Tianxing's back. Wu Tianxing suddenly changed his move, pushing off the ground and leaping 3 meters into the air like an arrow. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Midair, he swiftly twisted his body and thrust his spear backward with lightning speed. The spearhead pierced through the great lion's eye socket, penetrating straight into its skull. The lion didn't even have time to react before it was killed by this unexpected strike. As Wu Tianxing landed, He quickly picked up the fallen items without pausing and began chasing the giant gorilla. In his mind, no matter how clever these beasts were, they could never match human intelligence as long as they remained in their animal forms. The giant gorilla froze for a moment, witnessing its companion's gruesome death, but was soon overcome with terror and fled desperately. However, Wu Tianxing's speed far exceeded its expectations. His figure blurred into a series of afterimages as he pursued like an arrow shot from a bow. Hearing the rapidly approaching footsteps behind it, the gorilla let out a despairing roar. Wu Tianxing snorted coldly and instantly closed the distance, appearing right behind it. His spear shot forward like a dragon, aiming directly for its throat. Despite the gorilla's frantic attempt to dive forward and dodge, it was a fraction too slow. With a sickening tift, the spearhead pierced through its neck, and the massive body collapsed, stiff and lifeless. Wu Tianxing swiftly collected his spoils and leapt back onto the demon dragon horse. The surrounding beasts, seeing their two leaders dead, howled in terror. Weaving through the beast horde, his spear danced in arcs of icy light, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. With a combat power of over 70, he dispatched these beasts, whose strength barely reached 30, with single, lethal blows. Charging to the cavalry formation, Wu Tianxing shouted to Wang Tu, "Follow me." Then, leading 500 cavalrymen, he launched an assault. Wherever the iron cavalry charged, the beasts fell in droves. After several rounds of attacks, the horde of over 10,000 beasts dwindled to fewer than 3,000. Onlookers were left in awe, unable to believe that Wu Tianxing alone had turned the tide of the battle. Just as they were reveling in their slaughter, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Wu Tianxing looked up to see a massive black wolf dog, 3 meters tall, leading an endless swarm of beasts in a full-speed charge. Retreat! Wu Tianxing immediately commanded, leading the cavalry to break through toward Gao Shun's position. The remaining beasts, hearing reinforcements arrive, fought back with renewed frenzy, as if revitalized. But against Wu Tianxing and his cavalry, they were like eggs smashing against rocks, mercilessly crushed. Wu Tianxing, unstoppable, carved a bloody path through the chaos, leaving destruction in his wake. After regrouping with Gao Shun, Wu Tianxing made a swift decision to lead his subordinates away from the battlefield without sparing a glance at the scattered spoils of war. Moments later, a massive black wolf dog charged onto the battlefield. Witnessing the devastation around it, the beast roared in fury and swatted a nearby monster with a single paw. However, it did not order a pursuit of Wu Tianxing and his party. Instead, it let out a few angry howls before retreating from the battlefield with its remaining monster troops. As for the other factions that had been observing the fight from the sidelines, they had already slipped away before the black wolf dog's arrival. They lacked Wu Tianxing's strength and knew that being caught by the beasts would mean certain death. Wu Tianxing's group continued their retreat for more than 10 kilometers, only stopping to rest after confirming the monsters were no longer in pursuit. Gao Shun approached Wu Tianxing with a grim expression. "My lord, we lost 12 soldiers this time." Wu Tianxing had mentally prepared for losses, but his face still darkened upon hearing the report. Were their bodies recovered? They were, but they're in terrible condition. Wu Tianxing took a deep breath. "Cremate them here, and collect their ashes to be sent to the Hall of Heroes." 2 hours later, Wu Tianxing convened a meeting with his senior officers to discuss their next steps. Zhang Liang furrowed his brows. "My lord, based on my analysis, the beast that chased us earlier is likely the 7th-ranked howling celestial dog. I don't care what kind of dog it is. It killed so many of our brothers, it must pay for this." Han Qingtu, who had been brooding since returning to camp, could no longer contain his anger. His voice was filled with rage. Wang Tu immediately voiced his support as well. Gao Shun remained silent, but the cold aura emanating from him made his stance clear. Watching his bloodthirsty comrades, Zhang Liang couldn't help but marvel at their combative nature. Wu Tianxing, too, was simmering with frustration. He hadn't expected to be chased into such a humiliating retreat by a pack of beasts. "How many of our men have reached the 5th tier now?" Wu Tianxing turned to Gao Shun. "Currently, only 18 have reached the 5th tier. However, most of the others are close to maxing out their experience points. With 4 or 5 more days of training, the majority should be able to break through," Gao Shun replied. At this, a hint of pride appeared on the faces of those present. It was indeed rare at this stage to have so many soldiers on the verge of advancing to the 5th tier. Wu Tianxing nodded in acknowledgement, but still felt their strength was insufficient. If all 1,600 soldiers under his command could reach the 5th tier, he wouldn't hesitate to face the monsters hidden. While he could slowly deplete the enemy's forces with 500 cavalrymen, the process would be too time-consuming. At this critical moment, time was an opportunity. Instead of getting bogged down here, it might be better to lead his troops in search of other opportunities. After checking his own progress, Wu Tianxing realized that he, too, was close to breaking through. This discovery sparked a surge of ideas in his mind. "We're moving out now," heading north to investigate. Find an exchange point as soon as possible, Wu Tianxing ordered in a deep voice, his gaze resolute. This unexpected command left his subordinates momentarily stunned. They had assumed Wu Tianxing would lead them to take revenge on the beasts, but they quickly understood their leader's intentions and promptly began organizing and preparing. Although they were unclear about the specifics of the plan, they firmly believed they would one day return to this place. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed across the wilderness, the ground trembling faintly as the army of over 1,100 advanced. 2 hours after departing their original location, Wu Tianxing had already dispatched 500 cavalry to scout ahead, advancing cautiously. Sitting firmly atop the leader of the demon dragon horses, he intently studied the leather map obtained from the giant gorilla. The map, marked with Zone 36, had particularly caught his attention. At its center was a small, mysterious tower, standing out amidst a network of crisscrossing routes. After carefully comparing the map with the terrain, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but curse under his breath. They were only at the outskirts of the region. Even the beast hordes they had encountered earlier were merely occupying the outer edges. What was even more frustrating was that to reach the central tower, they would have to pass through areas occupied by beasts. The entire region was surrounded by 4 large mountains, with only one entry point in each direction. Unfortunately, the eastern entrance they were at was currently controlled by the beasts. Wu Tianxing decisively ordered the group to head northeast. The map indicated a plain suitable for cavalry charges in that direction. Though it didn't seem far away, it took them over an hour of galloping to reach it. Along the way, they encountered several groups of both foreign tribes and humans, but Wu Tianxing paid them little attention, his sole focus on finding an exchange point. He knew it was a place where they could obtain Bodhi pills, crucial for his subordinates' cultivation. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from up ahead. A beautiful female lord was fleeing with her subordinates, a burly, rugged man wielding a heavy longsword running beside her, urging, "My lord, let us cover you while you escape. They won't spare us. Even if we die, we must make them pay the price." The female lord resolutely retorted, continuing to flee. Her forces numbered only 300, while the pursuing enemy boasted a force of 600. The leader of the pursuers, Li Qi, shouted loudly, "Surrender, and we'll spare your lives. This is your final chance." It turned out that Li Qi, who had been evading the Shura clan's pursuit, had stumbled upon an important secret at the opposing side's mining site. Li Qi initially planned to execute all of them, but, considering that his forces, though numerous, lacked strength, he worried about heavy casualties. Thus, he decided to imprison them instead. However, when his gaze fell upon the breathtakingly beautiful face of the opposing lord, he momentarily lost himself in lust and attempted to harass her. This action, however, provoked fierce resistance. Taking advantage of Li Qi's momentary lapse, they broke through the encirclement. To protect the secrecy of this location, Li Qi had no choice but to lead his men in pursuit. "Boy, don't push us," shouted the burly man fleeing ahead. He turned to glance back, his eyes glinting coldly. "If we die, we'll take you down with us." Li Qi's heart skipped a beat. The man was indeed intimidating, especially wielding a nearly tumtor-long, heavy blade that could unleash devastating power with a single sweep. If not for his lower rank, Li Qi's men wouldn't dare to approach him. It was this very man who had enabled their group to break through and escape. But the fear was fleeting. Li Qi quickly composed himself and shouted, "Chase them! We must eliminate them all today. If they leak any information, it will spell our doom." The distance between the two groups gradually closed. The beautiful lord and the burly man wore expressions of bitter determination. They knew full well that their opponents were superior in both strength and speed, making escape nearly impossible. Their fears were confirmed when, 10 minutes later, a blood-curdling scream rang out from behind them. One of their soldiers had been caught. "Fight them to the death!" The beautiful lord gritted her teeth and abruptly stopped. The pursuers quickly encircled them. "Tell me, which territory do you belong to?" the beautiful lord demanded, glaring at the man before her, whose face bore a lewd grin. "Heh, planning to seek revenge someday?" Li Qi sneered and smirked. "Why not? My name is Li Qi, and my territory is Qitian village. You're welcome to visit any time, my lady." Ha ha ha. He exuded confidence, unafraid of retaliation, as he believed his domain was on the brink of greatness. "We'll give you all the starstones we've mined. Let us go." The beautiful lord, though knowing the odds were slim, clung to the faintest hope of survival. "Dream on. None of you will leave here alive. I won't let this secret leave with anyone." Li Qi backed away with a cold laugh and bellowed, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The burly man had been watching Li Qi's every move. Seeing him retreat, he immediately realized Li Qi was trying to distance himself from the fight. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes, and his body lunged toward the opponent like a raging beast. In that instant, both groups sprang into action, plunging the battlefield into chaos. At this critical moment, the ground began to tremble. the vibrations growing stronger as they approached, sending a wave of fear through everyone. Both sides instinctively halted their movements, turning warily toward the source of the sound. The burly man's eyes lit up as he quickly retreated to the side of the beautiful lady leader and whispered, "My lady, could this sound possibly belong to Wu Tianxing, the top-ranked warrior? In the entire archaic world, only he commands a cavalry." Before she could respond, he added, "Even if it's a horde of beasts, it might still work to our advantage in this situation." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the lady leader's eyes. The tremors grew closer and closer, and about a minute later, a cavalry unit finally appeared on the horizon. When she caught sight of the figure leading the charge, clad in white armor and exuding an aura of valor, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. It turned out that Wu Tianxing had been leading his men across the plains, searching for an exchange point for half an hour. He intended to approach the group in the distance to gather information, but to his surprise, a familiar figure suddenly broke away from the crowd and dashed straight toward him. Lung Yuxian, with tears streaming down her face, threw herself into Wu Tianxing's arms without hesitation. The unexpected gesture left Wu Tianxing momentarily stunned, unsure of where to place his hands. Li Qi, witnessing the scene, turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the burly man shot a murderous glare at Li Qi. "It's all right now. Tell me what happened, and I'll handle it for you," Wu Tianxing said gently, patting Lung Yuxian's back to comfort her. However, after venting her emotions, Lung Yuxian's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, in Wu Tianxing's embrace, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety. She closed her eyes and soon drifted off to sleep. This unexpected turn of events left Wu Tianxing feeling awkward, especially when he noticed the knowing looks exchanged among his subordinates. Unable to suppress his irritation, he twitched the corner of his mouth before scolding them with a stern expression. "What are you staring at? A bunch of old bachelors." A group of subordinates stood before Wu Tianxing. He swept his gaze over the crowd and asked in a deep voice, "Who can explain what's going on here?" "He'll do it." A burly man, standing over 2 meters tall, stepped forward immediately and reported in a booming voice, "A few days ago, we discovered a starstone vein on the battlefield." Wu Tianxing listened quietly to the man's account. The situation was straightforward. A young man named Li Qi had discovered their mining operation and, driven by greed, decided to kill them to cover it up. As the man spoke, Li Qi fidgeted uneasily, stealing glances at Wu Tianxing's expression. He knew he was in serious trouble this time. He had offended Wu Tianxing's ally. Judging by the beautiful lady leader's attitude toward Wu Tianxing, their relationship was clearly significant. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Wu Tianxing asked Li Qi coldly after hearing the report, his face devoid of emotion. Li Qi trembled all over, despair flashing in his eyes. He stammered in a shaky voice, "I didn't know they were connected to you. If I had known, I would never. We're all human. Can't you let it slide? If you knew this would happen, why did you act so recklessly in the first place? When you were bullying others, did you remember that we're all human?" Wu Tianxing interrupted him icily. Then, turning to his men, he waved his hand and commanded, "Kill him." In an instant, 500 cavalry soldiers raised their lances in unison. Their dragon horses surged forward, and the sound of weapons piercing flesh echoed through the air. The stench of blood quickly spread. Li Qi, impaled on Wang Tu's lance and suspended in midair, stared wide-eyed at Wu Tianxing with a venomous glare, dying with unresolved hatred. He hadn't expected Wu Tianxing to order his death so decisively, without even giving him a chance to react. The burly man standing nearby watched the cavalry's display of power with awe. As a seasoned veteran, he deeply appreciated such an elite force. Each of these soldiers surpassed him in combat ability, their strength utterly formidable. In just a few minutes, the battle was over. A single charge from these elite cavalry wiped out 90 of the enemies. "You don't seem like an ordinary person," Wu Tianxing remarked with interest as he sized up the rugged man, whose thick arms were as large as a child's thighs. The man exuded an aura of ferocity that was unforgettable. The man's eyes flickered slightly as he clasped his fists in salute. "I am Dianwei. Greetings, Lord Wu." "What?" Wu Tianxing's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined that the man before him was Dianwei, the legendary warrior from the Three Kingdoms era, second only to Lu Bu and Zhao Yun in might. Then, how did this happen? Wu Tianxing asked, snapping out of his astonishment and looking at Dianwei with curiosity. Wu Tianxing stood perplexed, staring at the scene before him. How could such a formidable warrior, a man of unparalleled bravery, be reduced to fleeing from these insignificant forces? Although he had only been resurrected for about 10 days and was merely at the 3rd stage of the Star Disciple realm, he wasn't afraid of unknown combat. However, faced with overwhelming numbers, he had no choice but to bide his time and avoid confrontation. Dianwei seemed to sense Wu Tianxing's confusion and explained gruffly. Wu Tianxing glanced down at Lung Yuxian who was cradled in his arms, feeling even more puzzled. Why would a warrior as mighty as Dianwei pledge allegiance to such a weak territory? In the primeval world, every historical figure, upon resurrection, inherently possesses techniques corresponding to their strength in their previous life. Someone like Dianwei would naturally awaken with diamond-grade techniques. As for legion tokens, that depended on luck. From the current situation, it seemed Dianwei didn't have a legion token. Otherwise, the soldiers under Long Yuxian wouldn't be so feeble. Wu Tianxing recalled how Gao Shun had resurrected with a high-level legion token in his possession. Although doubts lingered in his mind, the pressing matter was to locate a market. On your way here, did you come across any buildings resembling a market? Wu Tianxing asked. Dianwei looked momentarily surprised but then nodded and said, Indeed, we did see a market-like structure, but it was completely empty inside. I'm not sure if it's the kind you're looking for. Hearing this, Wu Tianxing was overjoyed and immediately asked Dianwei to lead the way. The group covered the 10-kilometer journey in just over 10 minutes. They arrived at a secluded valley. Following the narrow path downwards, they came upon a lone market building nestled at the valley's base. Wu Tianxing keenly noticed exposed starstones on the mountain walls, as well as traces of extensive excavation in the surrounding area. This is where you've been mining starstones, isn't it? Wu Tianxing inquired. Dianwei nodded in confirmation. Exactly. We descended here upon our arrival, and have been mining starstones ever since. Standing at the market's entrance, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. In his previous life, he knew all too well that finding a market was a matter of sheer luck. Some stumbled upon one effortlessly, while others searched for days to no avail. He belonged to the latter group. After much difficulty, he had finally found a market, only to have to battle fierce beasts, and then endure a half-day's journey to reach the location. Stop pretending to be asleep. Wu Tianxing lightly patted Long Yuxian on the back. She had actually been awake for some time, but, out of shyness and a desire to savor the warmth, had feigned sleep. Long Yuxian's delicate body trembled. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she leapt off the demon dragon horse. Wu Tianxing dismounted as well, instructing the others to wait outside while he entered the market alone. The market's interior was simple in design. Ahead stood a screen, with a side platform housing a small teleportation array designed solely for transferring items. As Wu Tianxing approached the screen, it automatically lit up, displaying his current points and the items available for exchange. Dianwei had mentioned the market was empty because he had no points, rendering everything invisible to him. The items available for exchange varied depending on the number of points one possessed. Wu Tianxing currently had 248,055 points, and the most expensive item was a town-level upgrade token worth 200,000 points. Without at least 200,000 points, this option wouldn't even appear. However, Wu Tianxing wasn't interested in the town-level upgrade token at the moment. His immediate priority was to strengthen his forces, break through the beast defenses, and reach the central region. He recalled the small tower marked on the map, which was likely the legendary great opportunity from his previous life. Wu Tianxing carefully examined the various items in the marketplace, his eyes filled with astonishment. The treasures available here far exceeded his knowledge from his past life. There were body-enhancing fruits that could directly boost physical attributes, spirit fruits worth tens of thousands of points, and rare items like village-building orders, general stones, and void-breaking beads. Hundreds of architectural blueprints were also on display, showcasing the vastness of this world. Although tempted by the many treasures, his limited points forced him to make choices. In the end, he spent 170,000 points to exchange for 1,700 Bodhi pills, and another 50,000 points for a vegetable-based blueprint. The effects of the Bodhi pills were astonishing after consuming one. The speed of practicing cultivation techniques would increase tenfold for 10 hours. As for the true vegetable-based blueprint, it solved a significant problem for him. The blueprint could be used to construct a 500 square meter basic vegetable base, with its size expanding as the territory level increased. The growth rate of vegetables planted inside depended on the number of starstones invested. For the impending crisis in the real world where farmers were becoming scarce, this was undoubtedly the best solution. After storing the items in his spatial ring, Wu Tianxing left the marketplace and distributed one Bodhi pill to each person to aid in their breakthroughs. He also consumed one himself and found a quiet spot to sit and cultivate. The entire valley immediately fell into silence. Even Long Yuxian's subordinates, seeing these harbingers of doom, so focused, dared not make a sound and instead joined in the cultivation. Meanwhile, in the real world, 5 kilometers north of Xingwu village, 3 figures suddenly appeared on a barren piece of land. They consisted of twin brothers around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in ancient attire, and a middle-aged man similarly dressed. All 3 were in tattered clothing, covered in blood, and looked utterly disheveled. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. The 2 young men hurriedly supported him, anxiously calling out, "Father, father, are you okay?" The middle-aged man coughed up another mouthful of blood. After barely steadying his breath, he said urgently, Pinger, Anur, you must leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Go find the commander of this era and tell him about the situation in the celestial realm. He needs to prepare immediately. No, we're leaving together. The brothers replied in unison. Pinger decisively hoisted their father onto his back and sprinted forward. Put me down. You go ahead. I'll hold off these beasts. Otherwise, none of us will make it out alive. The middle-aged man, Ling Tianfeng, shouted hoarsely, his face pale as a sheet. The two young men ignored their father's words and continued to support him, one on each side, sprinting forward with all their might. Their feet moved in a peculiar rhythm, their figures as swift as the wind. Suddenly, a large group of demonic beasts surged from behind them. Leading the pack was a towering golden-furred giant ape, over 4 meters tall. Its blood-red eyes burned with rage as it locked onto the trio's retreating figures. Roar! Ling Tianfeng, you won't escape. You humans have oppressed us demons for over 10,000 years. None of you will get away. The golden-furred giant ape's furious roar sent a shiver of despair through all three of them. You go ahead. I'll hold them off. Ling Tianfeng struck his eldest son, Ling Ping, on the shoulder with a powerful palm strike. The force was so immense that it sent Ling Ping tumbling to the ground. Without hesitation, Ling Tianfeng drew an ancient bronze sword and turned to face the pursuing beasts. Father! The two brothers cried out in panic, immediately reversing their course and rushing back to him. Father, we have nothing left but you. If we're going to die, we'll die together. The brothers, their eyes red with emotion, stood resolutely on either side of their father. You fools! Do you want the Ling family to end with us? Ling Tianfeng trembled with anger. Seeing his son's stubborn determination, he suddenly tossed aside the bronze sword, grabbed each of them by the arm, and unleashed his remaining strength, racing toward Xingwu village. It was noon, and the village square was filled with the laughter of Xiao Fan and Xiao Shui as they played. Their cheerful voices brought rare vitality to the otherwise quiet land. Suddenly, a blaring alarm echoed throughout the territory. Warning! Warning! Stay away from the territory. Stay away from the territory. Warning! Warning! Further advance will result in artillery fire. For laser cannons atop the northern wall activated automatically, aiming toward the intruders. Whoa! Something's happening. Let's go check it out. Xiao Shui perked up her ears, her round eyes darting with curiosity as she dashed toward the northern gate. Xiao Fan quickly followed behind her. When they arrived at the northern gate, the scene before them was shocking. 3 injured individuals were running for their lives, pursued by hundreds of ferocious demonic beasts. Ling Tianfeng, already at his limit, was startled to see an unfamiliar settlement ahead. He knew this era's people were different from those of the Tianxing realm. If these demonic beasts broke into the settlement, it would undoubtedly result in a massacre. As he hesitated, unsure whether to change direction, a mechanical warning voice echoed from the territory. The sound reminded Ling Tianfeng of reports brought back by scouts 5 years ago. The people of this era did not cultivate martial arts but wielded a power called technology. The warnings and the mention of artillery fire must be manifestations of this mysterious force. Ling Tianfeng, though unaware of the true power of this advanced artillery, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Instead of stopping, he quickened his pace, sprinting toward the territory. Warning! Warning! Stay away from the territory! Stay away from the territory! A mechanical voice blared. Warning! Warning! If you proceed further, artillery fire will commence. Despite the repeated warnings, Ling Tianfeng ignored them entirely and continued dashing forward. He firmly believed that as a fellow human, the artillery would only target the pursuing beasts and not harm them. Reality, however, struck him hard. After the third warning, the 4 laser cannons mounted on the wooden walls suddenly lit up with a blinding glow and fired directly at him. Though he couldn't discern what it was, every hair on his body stood on end as a wave of mortal danger swept over him. In the nick of time, his face turned pale, and with a loud cry, he pushed himself sideways with all his might. Boom! 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 4 deafening explosions erupted in succession. Lying flat on the ground, Ling Tianfeng's face turned crimson as he coughed up blood, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Looking back, he saw a massive crater, 10 meters wide and 3 meters deep, left in the ground behind him. A surge of fear gripped his heart. Had he not used a secret technique to evade in time, he and his family would have perished right there. He could hardly believe the sheer might of the artillery, let alone that it would target humans. In his understanding, wasn't this weapon supposed to be used exclusively against the demon beasts? As he stood there in shock, another series of thunderous explosions boom, 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 resounded behind him. Trembling, he turned to see the pursuing horde of demon beasts being torn apart, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. In an instant, 3 to 4 dozen beasts were annihilated. At this moment, not only were the two little ones standing at the northern gate, but Gu Yuqing had also arrived at the scene. She was all too familiar with the warning sounds and immediately realized that humans had entered the territory. Although she hadn't been able to stop the laser cannons from firing, she was astonished to see the three individuals manage to evade the attack. Even Wu Tianxing had mentioned before that at this stage, few could dodge the laser cannons. While Gu Yuqing recognized the potential threat posed by these three, she was unwilling to harm innocent lives. She quickly ordered the defense system to focus solely on the demon beasts and temporarily leave the humans alone. Then, she shouted toward Ling Tianfeng, "You three, stay where you are. The artillery won't target you." The laser cannons continued firing round after round, relentlessly bombarding the demon beast horde. Beasts fell one after another, and even the golden-furred ape could do nothing but roar furiously, dodging clumsily amidst the onslaught. The sheer destructive power left it utterly baffled, forcing it to evade frantically in fear. The golden ape stood motionless, its eyes gleaming with a menacing light. It was fully aware that the deadly laser attacks had come from the territory before it. Now, its gaze was locked firmly on the figure standing at the gate. Ling Tianfeng and his two sons looked around at the fallen corpses of the monstrous beasts, their shock evident on their faces. If not for his unhealed injuries, Ling Tianfeng might have been able to escape such an attack on his own. But now, he had to protect his two children. As he looked up at Gu Yuqing, standing at the gate, he silently thanked her for arriving just in time. Without her intervention, the three of them would likely have met the same fate as the beasts. Roar! The golden ape finally lost control. Seeing the dwindling number of its subordinates, its violent rage erupted. Its massive formidable frame, as imposing as a truck, suddenly leaped forward, leaving behind afterimages as it charged straight toward Gu Yuqing at the gate. "Watch out!" Ling Tianfeng shouted in alarm, his voice filled with urgency as he called out to Gu Yuqing. Gu Yuqing froze momentarily, startled by the sight. She hadn't expected that even the laser cannons couldn't subdue the beast, and had only managed to enrage it further. The big guy's coming. "Run!" cried Xiao Shui, the little creature perched on Xiao Fan's shoulder, its fur bristling as its tiny paws frantically patted Xiao Fan's head. Amid the booming sounds, the golden ape effortlessly dodged 2 rounds of laser fire. Just as Gu Yuqing grabbed Xiao Fan and Xiao Shui and began retreating into the territory, the heavy laser cannon mounted on the roof of the leader's quarters suddenly activated. The barrel emitted a glowing stream of energy as it locked onto the golden ape. With a hum, a massive blue beam shot out, moving so fast that the golden ape had no time to react. A trace of fear flickered in its eyes. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the ground. Gu Yuqing, mid-run, turned back in terror to see a massive 5-meter-deep crater where the ape once stood. Smoke billowed into the air, and the golden ape had been obliterated into pieces. Meanwhile, in the ancient secluded valley, Wu Tianxing had been meditating and cultivating for 5 hours. Suddenly, a flash of light emanated from his body, and he exhaled a stream of white energy as he opened his eyes. He took out 3 strengthening fruits and consumed them, carefully distributing the new attribute points to his stats. The attribute panel displays all values. Comparing himself to his previous life, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but marvel at how weak he had been back then. Even after reaching the astral vein stage, his combat strength was far inferior to his current state. Glancing around, he noticed that the patrolling soldiers had all reached the 5th stage of the astral disciple rank. By his estimation, they would likely break through by the next morning. The night passed peacefully. The following morning, Wu Tianxing returned to reality. It was 6 o'clock in the evening in reality, and the sky had not yet fully darkened. As Wu Tianxing stepped out of the Lord's residence, he immediately noticed the unusual silence that enveloped the territory. Normally, this would be the busiest time of day, but now the eerie stillness was unsettling. His ears twitched slightly, and his body instinctively bolted northward. Sure enough, as he arrived at the northern gate, he found a large crowd gathered, whispering among themselves. Gao Shun, Wang Tu, and a squad of soldiers were also present, unusually lingering instead of returning to their posts as they normally would. "My lord, Lord Wu." The crowd greeted him respectfully as they noticed his approach. "What's going on?" Wu Tianxing asked, his gaze sweeping over the group with confusion. Gao Shun quickly stepped forward. "My lord, you've come at just the right time. We're unsure how to handle this situation." He led Wu Tianxing closer and pointed into the distance. 3 people and a group of beasts arrived today. The beasts have already been eliminated by the territory's defense system, but according to Miss Gu Yuqing, one of them possesses exceptional abilities, even managing to evade the laser cannon's attacks. Now, we're debating whether to let them enter the territory. Moreover, one of them is gravely injured and is pleading for our help. Following Gao Shun's gesture, Wu Tianxing saw 3 figures in the distance. One of them was lying on the ground, their condition uncertain. "We'll take a look," Wu Tianxing said decisively, striding forward. As he approached, One of the figures, Ling Ping, immediately dropped to his knees, his voice choked with emotion. My lord, please save my father. He's dying. Wu Tianxing knelt to examine the man on the ground, Ling Tianfeng. His complexion was sallow, his breathing shallow and intermittent. His body was covered in claw marks left by the beasts. With multiple fractures, his condition was critical. My lord, please. The other brother, Ling'an, also knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he bowed repeatedly. Save our father, and we will serve you loyally for the rest of our lives. Your father's injuries are severe. I can't guarantee success, Wu Tianxing said honestly. Before he could finish speaking, the brothers burst into tears. I said I can't guarantee it, not that there's no hope. He's still alive, so stop crying. Wu Tianxing barked, silencing them. Without hesitation, he swiftly lifted Ling Tianfeng and dashed back toward the territory. Follow me. From a distance, he began shouting commands. Where's the messenger? Return to the wasteland territory immediately and have Wang Sun summon the alchemist Shuri. The messenger was an important contact left by Wu Tianxing when he first entered the battlefield, responsible for reporting the situation in the territory to him in a timely manner. Yes, my lord. An ordinary soldier standing beside Gao Shun responded and instantly disappeared into the crowd, leaving the two brothers behind. Wu Tianxing staring in astonishment, as if witnessing a divine feat. Wu Tianxing quickly entered the territory and chose an empty house, carefully placing Ling Tianfeng on the bed. The messenger worked efficiently and soon returned with an alchemist. Quickly, see if there's still hope. Wu Tianxing hurriedly stepped aside. The alchemist, a young girl, was one of the few in the territory with a loyalty rating of 100. Without a word, she began examining the condition. A few minutes later, her crisp voice rang out, it's a bit tricky, but he can be saved. However, we're short on some medicinal ingredients, so recovery will be slower. Hearing this, the two brothers, who had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their legs nearly gave out, but someone nearby caught them in time. As long as he can be saved, that's all that matters. Start the treatment right away and let me know anything you need, and I'll have it prepared. Wu Tianxing exhaled in relief. Although he had no prior connection with Ling Tianfeng, seeing the brothers' desperate pleas earlier had moved him. He knew that while he could be ruthless when necessary, he couldn't lose his sense of compassion. While the treatment was underway, Wu Tianxing decided not to wait idly. Instead, he headed to Gu Yuqing's house for a meal and to gather more details afterward. As he approached Gu Yuqing's home, the Sharpie Xiaoxue and Xiaofan spotted him immediately. Big brother, Uncle Wu. The two little ones ran toward him excitedly. Xiaoxue, already at star disciple level 3, moved swiftly and leaped into his arms, while Xiaofan clung to his leg. Wu Tianxing crouched down to pick up Xiaofan and asked indulgently, have you two been behaving? I've been good, really good, Xiaoxue said as she nuzzled against his face before tattling. But Xiaofan hasn't. He even peed on the floor. So embarrassing. Xiaofan's face turned bright red as he retorted stubbornly, I'm still little. I won't do it when I grow up. Wu Tianxing burst out laughing at the antics of the two little rascals. Just then, Gu Yuqing came out carrying dishes and said, thanks to Xiaoxue, I've had it much easier these past few days. Wu Xiaojing, seeing the food being served, cheered and ran to the table, deliberately ignoring Wu Tianxing. She was sulking because he had stolen the two little ones who had been playing with her earlier. After dinner, Wu Tianxing played with the two children for a while before receiving a report that Ling Tianfeng was out of danger. He went to the bedside and saw that Ling Tianfeng's complexion had improved, with a healthy flush and steady breathing. His condition had indeed stabilized significantly. You've worked hard, Xiao Ai. Once we're back in the main territory, go to Wang Sun to claim a reward. Wu Tianxing turned to the petite alchemist, who stood less than 1.6 meters tall, and spoke gently. It was no trouble at all. Serving the Lord is an honor for everyone in our territory. The alchemist, Xiao Ai, waved her hands excitedly, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Wu Tianxing. After sending the others away, Wu Tianxing's gaze settled on the twin brothers, who were still weeping quietly. The two brothers had calmed down considerably, though their eyes were still red and swollen. They had already realized that the man before them was the local lord, the ruler of this region. Ling Ping raised his head and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, thank you for saving our father. If you ever need anything in the future, we will never refuse to help. Let's not talk about that for now. Wu Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. Tell me about yourselves. I'm quite curious. Indeed, although their mannerisms and speech resembled those of ancient people, there was something about them that felt out of place in this desolate world. Have you ever heard of the Tianxing realm? Ling Ping asked after organizing his thoughts. When Wu Tianxing shook his head, Ling'an immediately interjected, his eyes full of hope, then can you help us get in touch with the commander? I can't. Wu Tianxing frowned. The world has changed drastically. All the cities have lost contact with each other. Don't you know this? The brothers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion. What do you mean by, the world has changed? You're not from Earth, are you? Wu Tianxing asked, probing. Yes and no, Ling Ping replied hesitantly. Seeing Wu Tianxing's puzzled expression, he explained. We are from the Tianxing realm, a small world that exists as an extension of Earth. Wait, Wu Tianxing interrupted him. The Tianxing realm you mentioned is at a space enclosed by a barrier? Ling Ping nodded in agreement. A sharp glint flickered in Wu Tianxing's eyes. In his previous life in the desolate world, he had heard of such small worlds. They often produced rare spatial stones, which could be used to craft space rings capable of holding living beings. However, he hadn't expected such small worlds to exist in the real world as well. Clearly, his understanding of this world was still quite limited. Does your Tianxing realm have something called spatial stones? Wu Tianxing asked. Ling Ping was surprised that Wu Tianxing knew about spatial stones, but he answered casually, we do, though they're not of much use to us. They're usually just used for decoration. Wu Tianxing inwardly chuckled at their extravagance. At this moment, Ling Ping remembered the earlier topic and asked urgently, by the way, what did you mean by, the world has changed? Hearing that makes me uneasy, especially since our Tianxing realm has also undergone some strange transformations. Although Wu Tianxing was highly intrigued by the spatial stones, he decided it was more important to first learn about the situation in the Tianxing realm. The great upheaval began last month. Wu Tianxing explained the sudden changes in detail to the two, covering everything from Earth's energy resurgence to the mutation of beasts. After hearing Wu Tianxing's account, both Ling Ping and Ling An's faces were filled with disbelief. Ling Ping abruptly stood up from his seat and paced back and forth in the small room, his anxiety evident. Ling An's expression was equally unsettled, and fear flickered in his eyes. What's wrong? Wu Tianxing asked, puzzled by their unusual reaction. Ling Ping took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, but his voice still betrayed a sense of despair. Our Tianxing realm is facing a life-and-death battle. We originally came here seeking the help of this era's military leader, but now it seems. His voice trailed off as he slumped heavily back into his chair. With Earth's current state, I'm afraid it can no longer assist us. If that's the case, our Tianxing realm may not be able to resist the demon clan's onslaught. The demon clan's war? Wu Tianxing frowned deeply. Leaning back in his chair, Ling Ping began recounting the history of the Tianxing realm. 5,000 years ago, as Earth's energy was depleted, the great cultivators of the world united to create the Tianxing realm. The demon clan was also involved in its creation, leading to the division of the realm into two parts: Tianhuang domain for humans and the demon domain for the demons. For the first few centuries, peace prevailed. However, as the older generation of powerful cultivators passed away and energy within the realm grew scarce, the demon clan began preying on humans to enhance their strength. This sparked a millennia-long war, which eventually led to humans confining the demon clan to a remote mountain range. But starting last month, Ling Ping continued, his voice heavy with worry, the energy in the Tianxing realm suddenly surged. At first, this seemed like good news, but half a month later, the suppressed demons erupted. Many of them ascended to the star vein stage. We humans have far too few star vein cultivators and cannot hold them back. Now, half of humanity has already been slaughtered. Wu Tianxing fell into deep thought. The upheaval in the Tianxing realm was clearly connected to Earth's changes, just like the sudden mutation of Earth's beasts. So, how did you come to Earth? Wu Tianxing asked cautiously, concerned that star vein stage demon beasts might use this opportunity to invade Earth. We used the Tianxing token to enter Earth, Ling Ping replied. Are there many of these Tianxing tokens? Wu Tianxing pressed further, growing wary. If demon beasts were to enter Earth on a large scale, it would spell disaster for the planet in its current state. Even he wasn't confident about fending off numerous star vein stage demon beasts. Ling Ping noticed the concern in Wu Tianxing's eyes and said in a deep voice, there are 36 Tianxing tokens in total, not too many. But as long as you possess one and have enough starstones, you can continuously summon beasts from the Tianxing realm. Wu Tianxing's expression turned grave upon hearing this. What about the exits? Are they all fixed? The exits are not fixed. However, the one we used before, tied to a specific Tianxing token, is likely now in the hands of the beasts. This revelation plunged Wu Tianxing into thought. Although the beasts might emerge from other exits and not directly threaten his territory, precautions were still necessary. It was manageable while he was present, but his greatest concern was an unexpected beast attack during his absence, as the defensive systems might not fully hold them off. Just then, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the north. Wu Tianxing reacted instantly, darting out the doorway like lightning and heading straight for the northern gate. The booming sounds grew more frequent. When he reached the northern gate, a shocking scene unfolded before him. A dense horde of beasts, numbering at least 1,000, was scattering under the intense firepower of laser cannons, roaring furiously as they attempted to evade the attacks. What kind of strange weapon is this? Could this be what killed Golden Mane? Roared one of the beasts. Chief, This attack is terrifying. We must retreat now. Another beast cried out in fear. Standing at the northern gate, Wu Tianxing observed the situation calmly. The sight brought back memories of his previous life. That was 2 months after the Archaic Era began, when Princess City faced a similarly large-scale beast attack. Most people, himself included, had taken refuge in the Archaic realm. He had hidden there for 3 days until hunger forced him out, only to find the beasts had vanished. But it wasn't long before more beasts flooded in, and he began a life of constant escape. From that point on, the beast clans rose rapidly in the Archaic realm, while the human population dwindled drastically. At that moment, Ling Ping and his brother arrived at the northern gate. Their faces turned pale at the sight, and they looked urgently to Wu Tianxing. "Don't worry," Wu Tianxing said, waving a hand lightly and speaking in a calm tone. "I've observed them. While there are some starving rank beasts, their strength isn't particularly high. They won't break through the territory's defenses for now." Hearing this, the brothers finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried that their presence might bring disaster upon Wu Tianxing. By now, the residents of the territory had also gathered, drawn by the commotion. After respectfully saluting their lord, they turned their gaze toward the distant battlefield. Hiss! Everyone gasped sharply, their faces instantly changing. The sudden appearance of a massive number of beasts caught everyone off guard. Wu Tianxing quickly made a decision and turned to a messenger, issuing an order. "Return to Huanggu immediately and have Gao Shun lead all soldiers capable of entering the real world here." "Yes, my lord." The messenger obeyed and left at once. Time ticked by, second by second, as the beast horde in the distance moved out of the range of the laser cannons. Suddenly, a ripple in space flashed, and Gao Shun appeared with approximately 500 soldiers, standing before the crowd in an instant. "Greetings, my lord." The soldiers knelt on one knee in unison, their voices loud and powerful. This scene left everyone around in a white. Was their first time witnessing so many soldiers from Huanggu manifest in the real world simultaneously. While it was no secret that people from Huanggu could be brought into reality, mobilizing such a large force at once was truly astonishing. "Rise," Wu Tianxing commanded, and then turned to Gao Shun. "Lead your troops to attack from a distance with bows and crossbows. Do not let the beasts get close for now. Stay within the range of the defense system and gradually eliminate them." "Understood, my lord." Wu Tianxing stood at the rear, watching as Gao Shun led his soldiers forward, advancing toward the beast horde. Although these beasts were at least at the 5th level of the Star Disciple stage and above, their combat power was not particularly high as they had not undergone the trials of the Huanggu world. For the soldiers, this presented an excellent opportunity to gain battle experience. "Attack!" Gao Shun commanded, and a dense rain of arrows shot into the sky, descending upon the beast horde. Initially, the beasts paid little mind. They had slaughtered countless humans in the celestial realm. But as the arrows, carrying deadly force, closed in, an unprecedented fear seized them. "Scatter! Quickly scatter!" Several beast leaders roared in fury, their faces twisted. After the first wave of arrows, over 100 beasts were seen writhing on the ground. Though the number of deaths was limited, many were severely injured. "Charge! Devour these humans!" The beast horde, enraged, surged toward Gao Shun's troops like a tidal wave. The intensity of their momentum caused the faces of those watching from the northern gate to pale, though Wu Tianxing remained calm and composed. "Keep shooting," Gao Shun ordered steadily. Wave after wave of arrows flew, bringing down more beasts. The beast leaders roared furiously, leading the charge themselves. Amid the chaos, the defense system's laser cannons activated, unleashing their superior firepower. A single volley inflicted heavy casualties among the beasts. "Retreat while maintaining fire," Gao Shun commanded as the beast leaders advanced dangerously close. The soldiers withdrew in an orderly manner, their crossbows firing without pause. "Despicable humans," the beast leaders bellowed in rage. "If you have the guts, stop running." Gao Shun's eyes flashed coldly, but he adhered to the tactical retreat. At that moment, Wu Tianxing, who had been standing by the northern gate, suddenly made his move. His figure shot forward like lightning, heading straight for the beast leaders. These Star Meridian level leaders were beyond Gao Shun's capability to handle, and the smaller laser cannons were ineffective against them. While the heavy laser cannon atop the Lord's residence could easily kill them, Wu Tianxing chose not to waste such a valuable opportunity to gain experience points. The leaders of the demonic beasts snarled ferociously as they saw Wu Tianxing charging toward them with reckless abandon. Before he even got close, Wu Tianxing reached out into the void with his right hand, and a silver spear materialized out of thin air. With a fierce stomp of his foot, his entire body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Holding the spear aloft, he launched a ferocious attack from above at the nearest beast leader. "You insolent brat! How dare you come here alone to court death?" roared the beast leader, rearing up on its hind legs. Its claws gleamed coldly as it lashed out wildly at Wu Tianxing in midair. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashes echoed continuously as Wu Tianxing twisted and turned nimbly in the air. His spear struck repeatedly against the beast's razor-sharp claws. The beast's body trembled slightly, clearly unprepared for the sheer strength of this seemingly frail human, whose power far exceeded its own. This realization tempered its rage with a flicker of caution. This human is strange. Help me now, the beast leader bellowed to the others. Pathetic, the other beast leaders sneered, seizing the chance to mock. Lion, you're just pathetic. Can't even handle a weak human. Though they were of different species and only united under orders from a higher authority, they didn't miss the chance to belittle one another. Shut up, you useless trash. Push me too far, and I'll devour you all once this is over. The lion roared back furiously. The other beasts flinched at the threat, knowing they were no match for the lion. Silently swallowing their retorts, they reluctantly joined the fray. Boom, crash, clang. Wu Tianxing remained calm and composed, his attacks steady and precise. Though his combat power of over 100 gave him a slight edge over the beasts, facing several star Vaintier creatures at once left him locked in a stalemate. The beasts occasionally emitted flashes of light, their strength and defenses surging momentarily, proving the vast gap between their tier and the lower star disciple tier. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes. Seizing an opening in the battle, he roared inwardly, "Heavy spear." The spear in his hand instantly became as heavy as a mountain, yet it struck with the speed of lightning, bearing down on one of the beasts. The goat-like creature felt the surrounding space freeze, rendering it immobile. It could only watch in terror as the silver spear descended. "Help me!" it screamed desperately. But the other four beasts were too late to intervene. With a thunderous crash, the ground quaked, and the goat-like beast's head burst like a watermelon, spraying blood and gore onto the others. The four remaining beasts shuddered, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at Wu Tianxing's cold, emotionless face. Taking advantage of their momentary shock, Wu Tianxing executed his zhuang step technique, darting and weaving through the battlefield to appear before another beast. Before it could react, another silent, heavy spear command exploded in his mind. Buzz. Boom. The beast didn't even have time to struggle before it met its end. Roar. Run quickly. The remaining three beasts finally broke down, letting out terrified howls as they turned to flee in a panic. Trying to escape? Leave your lives behind. A cold glint flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes. His figure moved like a phantom, instantly catching up to one of the beasts. A deafening explosion followed, leaving a 2-meter-deep crater in the ground. The beast's body was reduced to a mangled mess of flesh and blood. To him, the remaining two beasts were nothing more than moving targets. In mere moments, Wu Tianxing eliminated them one by one. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted only a few minutes. The crowd watching from the northern gate was stunned. It was their first glimpse of Wu Tianxing's true power. The series of massive craters he created sent chills down everyone's spine. Someone whispered, "He's too strong. Is this really a level a human can reach? Do you think Lord Wu could ascend to immortality or godhood?" This bold speculation caused everyone to hold their breath, shaken by the audacious thought. Seeing that the leader-level beast had been dealt with, Gao Shun seized the opportunity. Attack! With the support of laser cannons, the remaining beasts were no longer a threat. The leader is dead. Run for your lives. Whoever escapes, report back to the king and avenge us. The beast horde, now leaderless, descended into chaos and scattered in all directions. Since you've come, none of you are leaving. Gao Shun drew his long sword and led his men in pursuit. Wu Tianxing stood still, watching coldly. These terrified beasts were no longer a threat. He took the opportunity to check his attribute panel and found that his experience points had reached 80. 10 minutes later, Gao Shun and his team returned. "My lord, we have slain most of the beasts. Only a dozen or so managed to escape." Wu Tianxing nodded. "It's normal for a few to slip away." He then dismissed the crowd and returned to his territory, immediately focusing on constructing newly acquired buildings. Among them, he prioritized the vegetable farm, which had cost 50,000 points, placing it near the barracks. He handed seeds to Gu Yuqing and assigned personnel to begin farming. Through conversations with the Lingping brothers, Wu Tianxing gained insights into the cultivation system of the Tianxing realm. Cultivators there relied on inheritance stones for training. Their cultivation techniques were comparable to those of the archaic world, but the highest level reached only gold grade. Even the top techniques of the Lingping family were merely silver grade. After gathering this information, Wu Tianxing returned to the archaic world. The Lingping brothers, intrigued by the wonders of the archaic world, were eager to explore. However, with their father still unconscious, they had to restrain themselves for now. At that moment, 35 spatial anomalies suddenly appeared across Huaxia. Large numbers of humans and beasts were transported from unknown spaces, plunging the entire region into chaos. How is the promotion of the soldiers going? Wu Tianxing asked as soon as he returned to the ancient wilderness, gathering Gao Shun and the others to inquire about the military situation. Wang Tu immediately reported, "We currently have 1,600 soldiers. Among them, 1,400 have been promoted to the 5th tier, while the remaining 200, who joined more recently, are still at the 4th tier due to the short time they've had." Wu Tianxing nodded in satisfaction. This result was in line with his expectations. Pass down the order today. Well, confront those beasts. The army set out, over 1,000 soldiers marching in orderly formation, galloping across the wilderness. The thunderous sound of hoofbeats shook the earth, their momentum unstoppable, with the deafening noise carrying far into the distance. Along the way, various tribes scattered in panic to avoid them. No wonder he's the #1 figure of the human race. Just 1,000 men. Yet they carry the force of a 10th the sand-strong army, murmured members of the passing tribes. A 10th the sand-strong army? You're underestimating them. Another person whispered cautiously. I just sensed that these soldiers are mostly stronger than me, and I'm a 4th-tier star disciple. Do you realize what that means? Damn it. How can Wu Tianxing be this powerful? Our Asura clan is supposed to be the strongest. As they traveled, Wu Tianxing spotted several scattered groups from various tribes, but paid them no heed. The real-world crisis was becoming increasingly apparent, and he needed to quickly reach the central area to seek the greatest opportunities in the ancient battlefield. My lord. Zhang Liang hesitated, holding Xiao Qiao in his arms. Leaving Miss Long behind like that, are you sure it's the right decision? Xiao Qiao, the young beast tamer, had already adapted to the group over the past 2 days and was no longer afraid. At this moment, she curiously looked up at Wu Tianxing, puzzled as to why they had left behind the kind fairy-like sister who had given her snacks. There's nothing wrong with it, Wu Tianxing replied, shaking his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. They're too weak right now. Following us would only lead to losses. It's better for them to stay behind and mine starstones. He recalled the reluctance in Long Yuxian's eyes when they parted and sighed internally. He had noticed her feelings, but he couldn't reciprocate. In this perilous time, he couldn't afford to invest in emotions, nor was he someone who would be swayed by beauty. After 3 hours of relentless travel, the group finally reached the entrance where they had been previously blocked by the beasts. The area was now even more crowded than before, with various tribes standing in distinct zones, tensions running high. Upon seeing Wu Tianxing leading his army, the 3 major races immediately cleared a path, their faces wary, especially when they caught sight of his imposing subordinates. Wu Lord, Brother Wu. Voices called out from the human races camp as a few figures hurried over with their followers. Wu Tianxing turned his head and couldn't help but smile faintly. What brings all of you together? Heh. Gao Zhaojie approached quickly, his face brimming with excitement, and called out loudly from afar, we've scouted all the surrounding areas. We heard there's an entrance here, so we came to check it out. Wu Tianxing gracefully leapt off his demon dragon mount and walked up to Gao Zhaojie, giving him a heavy pat on the shoulder. He glanced at the well-prepared soldiers behind Gao Zhaojie, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Not bad. Looks like you've gained quite a bit these past few days. Ah, it's nothing compared to you. Gao Zhaojie waved his hands modestly, a sheepish grin on his face. At that moment, Yang Yi strolled over, unable to resist teasing Gao Zhaojie as he noticed his smug demeanor. All right, don't let a little success go to your head. With your level of combat strength, you think you can compare to Lord Wu? Over the past few days, the two groups had spent a lot of time together, and Gao Zhaojie's lively personality had made their conversations more casual. Wu Tianxing's gaze swept over the group behind Yang Yi, his eyes lingering on the aura emanating from Yang Ye's sons, who were clearly at the 5th stage of Star Disciple. It seems General Yang has had quite the harvest as well. Ah, don't call me General anymore. There's no such thing these days. At most, I'm just a minor lord now, Yang Yi replied, waving dismissively. At that moment, Hua Mulan and Zhang Xiaoxiao also approached. Lord Wu, Wu Tianxing, they greeted one after another. Hua Mulan, in particular, had a rare softness in her usually resolute expression. A faint blush tinged her cheeks, adding a touch of femininity to her otherwise valiant demeanor. Seeing her like this, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but feel his heart stir. Are you both? Have your injuries healed? Wu Tianxing asked gently, his gaze resting on Hua Mulan. Nothing serious anymore. Thank you for your concern, Lord Wu, Hua Mulan replied softly. That's good to hear. Be more careful in the future. Scars can be hard to avoid, but if you can, it's best not to get hurt at all, Wu Tianxing said, his tone warm. Hua Mulan's heart warmed at his words, and she responded tenderly, I will. I'll be more careful next time. And you should take care of yourself too. All right, that's enough. You too. There are other people here, you know? Zhang Xiaoxiao interjected, rolling her eyes at their oblivious behavior. Wu Tianxing cleared his throat awkwardly, silently chastising himself for his lapse in composure. To cover his embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject. In a moment, I'll lead my men to break through the beast horde's defenses. Follow closely behind us. No problem. Got it. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Gao Zhaojia, in particular, clenched his fists with indignation. Great, let's take them down. I've had enough of those beasts. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat them, I would have attacked them long ago. And those ogres over there, Reef, we can take them out too. Let's do it. They're nothing but monsters, no different from the beasts. When we first arrived, we saw them eating humans on the spot. If General Yang hadn't stopped me, I would have fought them to the death. Hearing this, Wu Tianxing's eyes turned cold, his gaze slicing like a blade toward the ogre camp. At that moment, the various factions around them were observing Wu Tianxing's group from the shadows. The Asura clan watched with malicious glee, the humans were filled with eager anticipation, and the ogres gripped their weapons tightly, their faces wary and tense. We'll deal with the ogres later, Wu Tianxing said in a low, steady voice. For now, we need to break through the beast clan's defenses. Once we're on the other side, we'll settle the score with them. Though reluctant, everyone understood the urgency of the situation. Meanwhile, at the other 4 entrances to the area, the 3 major factions had also gathered their forces, all preparing to break through the beast clan's blockade. Wu Tianxing stood at the forefront, with over 1,500 personally led subordinates arrayed neatly behind him. Following closely were Gao Zhaojia, Yang Yi, and Hua Mulan, leading a combined force of more than 2,000. On the flanks and rear, massive armies of over 100,000 humans, ogres, and Asuras stood ready. The formation was set, and the forces were well prepared. If they launched a coordinated assault on the beast army now, victory seemed within reach. However, none of the factions were willing to take the lead, resulting in a tense stalemate. In the opposing camp, the celestial hound Wu Tianxing had encountered before lay crouched on the ground. Its eyes narrowed as it warily observed the movements on this side. It had long noticed Wu Tianxing's arrival, but unlike their last encounter, it was in no hurry to attack. After all, the combined armies of these various races were overwhelming, and even the celestial hound felt immense pressure. Were it not for its critical mission, it would have withdrawn its forces long ago. As the opposing armies gradually assembled, the celestial hound understood that a battle was inevitable. With an earth-shaking roar, countless beasts instantly entered combat readiness, their fur bristling and backs arched in aggression. Wu Tianxing's expression was grave as he pointed his spear toward the enemy lines. His thunderous cry of, "Charge with me!" echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, the cavalry surged forward, followed closely by the infantry, their momentum unstoppable. The ogres and Asuras on either side had anticipated that Wu Tianxing would make the first move, but they hadn't expected him to act so decisively. Opposite them, the celestial hound let out another ferocious howl, driving the beasts into a frenzy. Before Wu Tianxing's forces could close the distance, the beasts launched an aggressive charge of their own. Good. Let them come. Wang Tu, riding his demon dragon steed beside Wu Tianxing, couldn't suppress a grin at the sight. Leaning slightly forward on his horse, he leveled his spear and fixed his gaze on the oncoming wave of beasts, shouting, "Hold your ground. No one is allowed to fall behind." Wu Tianxing's eyes burned with intensity as he kept his focus on the front. Even with his immense strength, he dared not be careless in such a large-scale cavalry charge. A single misstep could mean certain death. Behind them, Gao Zhaojia and the others were awestruck as they watched the 1,500 soldiers ahead charge in perfect unison, their momentum as fierce as a tidal wave. In this moment, they finally understood what it meant to be true soldiers facing such a formidable enemy. Not a single one faltered. Their speed was like lightning, yet their formation remained impeccably disciplined. Wu Tianxing's pupils contracted as the beast horde drew closer. With a roar of kill, the two armies collided with a deafening crash, the sheer force of impact leaving ears ringing. The thunderous clash stunned Gao Zhaojia and the others, momentarily deafening them. But as they saw the soldiers ahead maintaining their charge without breaking stride, their faces filled with astonishment. Further back, the more distant troops stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unimaginable scene unfolding before their eyes. In their minds, no matter how strong Wu Tianxing and his men were, it seemed unlikely they could be so unstoppable. Yet as the two armies clashed, they advanced like an unrelenting tide, cutting through the enemy as if the beasts were utterly defenseless. As Wu Tianxing led his troops in a ferocious charge, the other 4 entry points also commenced their attacks simultaneously. At the northern entry, a young man in plain linen clothing wielded a slender sword, staying close to a general in white armor. His jet-black eyes occasionally glanced toward the sky. The moment he sensed Wu Tianxing's strike, his pupils contracted sharply. The eastern front surges with momentum. Murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Wu Tianxing has made his move, the young man in linen remarked, turning to the white-armored general. It's time for us to act as well. The human race isn't his alone to defend. The white-armored general gazed at the beast horde ahead with a determined expression and issued a quiet command to advance. At the same time, on two other battlefields, the Ogre and Asura clans launched their own assaults. The battle on Wu Tianxing's front was even more intense. His speed only increased as he charged forward, his silver-white spear flashing like lightning, leaving a trail of beast corpses in his wake. The cavalry behind him advanced with unwavering focus, their faces emotionless, their spears thrusting like relentless pistons. The demonic dragon horses beneath them galloped forward with all their might, leaving the danger to their riders to handle. Infantry followed closely, swiftly finishing off any beasts that were still alive. Witnessing this overwhelming scene, the snarling celestial hound, Xiaoxianquan, could no longer restrain itself. Letting out a furious roar, it leapt directly at Wu Tianxing. Anticipating the attack, Wu Tianxing's lips curled into a faint smile. This was exactly what he wanted. His earlier retreat had been to protect his soldiers, not out of fear of this vicious hound. Xiaoxianquan lunged into the air, its massive jaws open wide. Wu Tianxing responded with his spear, its shadow striking repeatedly at the beast. Sparks flew as weapon clashed with claws. Suddenly, the leader of the demonic dragon horse's eyes glowed red, and the massive spherical weight it dragged behind it swung upward with incredible speed, smashing into Xiaoxianquan midair. With a thunderous crash, Xiaoxianquan's entire body caved in from the impact, hurtling over 100 meters away. Though the unexpected strike momentarily surprised Wu Tianxing, he seized the opportunity without hesitation, spurring his mount forward in pursuit. Terrified and gravely injured, Xiaoxianquan fled in panic, its tail tucked between its legs. However, its injuries slowed it significantly. It hadn't gotten far before Wu Tianxing's spear pierced through its skull, pinning it lifeless to the ground. The number of monstrous beasts was overwhelming, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Wu Tianxing looked ahead, and all he could see were beasts, their sheer numbers impossible to estimate. He thought to himself that there must be at least 300,000 of them. Ever since he had slain the howling celestial dog, he had taken the lead, charging forward mechanically, not daring to pause even for a moment. He knew all too well that if the cavalry slowed down, they could be surrounded and devoured by these creatures. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from behind, causing Wu Tianxing's expression to change. He realized one of his men had fallen, but in a battle of this scale, where the numbers were so lopsided, escaping unscathed was nearly impossible. Time ticked by, and the cavalry's speed began to wane, though their momentum remained fierce as they charged ahead. However, the sense of security in the rear had vanished, especially for those like Gao Zhaojia, whose flanks were being relentlessly assaulted by waves of crazed beasts. Gao Zhaoji's face was smeared with blood, his expression grim as he desperately slashed at the oncoming beasts, one after another. The usual playful smirk was nowhere to be seen. Beside him, Yang Yi and Hua Mulan were equally battered, their faces tense as they struggled to fend off the relentless attacks from both sides. Just then, a deep roar echoed through the battlefield, signaling the arrival of an unexpected threat. Thud! Wang Ming, who was beside Wu Tianxing, was caught off guard and sent flying by the trunk of a colossal elephant over 4 meters tall. Wu Tianxing caught sight of it from the corner of his eye, his face darkening instantly. He hadn't expected a beast leader to be hidden among them, let alone for it to ambush Wang Ming. He had been clearing the way, staying vigilant for any signs of a beast leader, but this sudden turn of events caught him off guard. As Wu Tianxing hesitated, Wang Ming, who had been flung through the air, shouted, "My lord, don't worry about me. Life and death, our fated wealth and glory are in the heavens. Serving the princess during this time has been worth it, no regrets." Hearing this, Wu Tianxing's eyes reddened. He knew Wang Ming, though seemingly simple-minded, was in fact sharp and perceptive, fully aware of Wu Tianxing's dilemma. If he chose to save Wang Ming, he might endanger the entire group. But if he didn't, it could make his subordinates see him as cold-hearted. Wang Ming's words were meant to relieve Wu Tianxing of this burden. However, how could Wu Tianxing bear not to save him? "Wang Tu, take over here. I'm going to rescue him." He calculated that if he moved quickly enough, he could save Wang Ming without delaying too much. If necessary, he could unleash his warrior skill to lead his men out, even if it meant being weakened for a couple of days. "My lord, hold on. Let me handle this." Just as Wu Tianxing was about to turn around, Zhang Liang, who had been protected among the cavalry, suddenly spoke up to stop him. Zhang Liang raised a hand toward Wang Ming's direction and uttered softly, "Transposition technique." A hum resonated through the air. The space around Wang Ming trembled, forcing the surrounding beasts to retreat uncontrollably. In an instant, Wang Ming's body shot upward, soaring toward Wu Tianxing and the others. Wang Ming froze midair, unable to move a muscle, terrified that any slight motion might cause him to plunge from the heights. Wu Tianxing watched the scene intently, his eyes gleaming with sharp focus. The strategist Zhang Liang's display of what seemed like near-divine abilities far exceeded his expectations. When Wang Ming finally landed safely on the back of the demon dragon horse, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done, sir. Once this is over, you'll be handsomely rewarded." Zhang Liang cast a complex look at Wu Tianxing and sighed softly. "Thank you for the praise, my lord. It's a mere trick, nothing compared to your noble spirit." However, Zhang Liang held some reservations about Wu Tianxing's earlier decision. Such a reckless move in a critical moment was undoubtedly unwise. Yet strangely, instead of feeling annoyed, he found himself faintly moved. This contradiction left him momentarily bewildered. The surrounding cavalrymen remained silent, but Zhang Liang's words stirred something deep within them. A series of system notifications echoed in Wu Tianxing's mind. Ding. Zhang Lei's loyalty 10. Ding. Zhang Lei has become a devoted follower. Ding. Li Erden's loyalty 10. Ding. Li Erden has become a devoted follower. In just a few moments, over 800 subordinates had become fiercely loyal, a number that even surprised Wu Tianxing. He hadn't anticipated that a single act of his would bring about such a dramatic change. What he didn't realize was that, in the eyes of his subordinates, a leader willing to risk his life for his men was the ultimate sign of trust and recognition. Wang Ming, newly rescued, gazed at Wu Tianxing with gratitude and excitement, only to be cut off by a sharp command. "Enough. Be more careful from now on." Wu Tianxing then resumed his charge, weapons in hand. The elephant leader that had ambushed them seemed intimidated by Wu Tianxing's strength and had already retreated into the distance. At that moment, the Ogre and Asuras clans, who had been holding back, suddenly sprang into action and charged toward the beast army. Seeing Wu Tianxing carving a path ahead, they weren't about to let this rare opportunity slip by. Meanwhile, the remaining tens of thousands of humans hesitated. With their numbers scattered across different territories and unfamiliar with one another, they deliberated and ultimately chose to stand by and observe. Zhang Liang, under the protection of the cavalry, kept a close watch on the surroundings and promptly reported to Wu Tianxing, "My lord, the Ogres and Asuras are advancing from behind." Heh. Wu Tianxing let out a cold chuckle without turning his head. "Do they think taking advantage of me is that easy? What about the humans? Have they joined in?" "No, they haven't. A bunch of cowards." Wang Tu scoffed disdainfully. Wu Tianxing merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. He understood all too well the complex predicament of the human clans. Gao Zhaojia, observing the actions of the other two clans from the rear, flashed a mocking smile. He knew full well that if they dared to follow, Wu Tianxing wouldn't let them off lightly. As time passed, the charging forces began to show signs of fatigue. Just then, Wang Tu shouted from the front, "Hold on! I can see the exit ahead." His rallying cry seemed to reinvigorate the weary warriors, their morale surging as they charged forward with renewed vigor. Wu Tianxing was the first to break through the beast formations, instantly feeling the pressure lighten. The demon dragon horse leader's steps became more agile, its hooves striking the barren ground with crisp sounds. Wu Tianxing quickly commanded the cavalry to split into two flanks, circling around for a pincer attack to cover the retreat of those passing through the canyon. He and Wang Tu each led a cavalry unit, carving wide arcs across the wasteland before charging back into the battlefield. They launched lateral assaults on the enemy lines, clearing a path for the infantry and Gao Zhaojia's 2,000+ troops. The battle grew increasingly intense, with the clamor of war cries and beastly roars filling the air as everyone fought with all their might to push forward. "Woo! The other two clans are catching up," Gao Zhaojia shouted from the rear after breaking through the encirclement. "Prepare yourself, sir." Wu Tianxing immediately turned to Zhang Liang. The ever-prepared strategist swiftly moved his hands, casting spell after spell. Teleportation technique. Rainfall technique. Boom. Crash. A torrential downpour suddenly erupted from the skies. The loose gravel on the ground was whipped into the air by the howling wind, pelting the pursuing Shura and Ogre clans like a relentless storm. Zhang Liang's face grew increasingly pale. The continuous use of his scholar techniques had left his energy in disarray, with faint traces of blood appearing at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Wu Tianxing immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Crossbows ready. Fire!" The soldiers moved in perfect unison. While running, they swiftly turned and released their crossbows, unleashing a rain of arrows that carved dense arcs through the air. Without missing a beat, they turned back and continued to sprint, pausing every few steps to fire another volley. Their seamless coordination left Gao Zhaojia and his group wide-eyed in astonishment. "Wu Tianxing, how dare you!" The ogre's roars of fury were intertwined with cries of pain. "The Shura clan will never forgive you. Do you want the human race to be wiped out?" Threats from both clans echoed one after another, but under the relentless storm of arrows, their formations crumbled. Soon, they were surrounded by the encroaching beasts. Wu Tianxing glanced coldly at the chaotic battle behind him before leading his men forward. This level of carnage meant little to him. After all, the two clans had slaughtered countless humans, with the Ogre clan even feeding on human flesh. His 3 years of surviving the apocalypse had numbed him to life and death. Though he hadn't lost his humanity, he showed no mercy to those outside his circle. Apart from his sister, Gao Zhaojia, a few trusted confidants, and his loyal soldiers, he seldom spoke to other seven, the father of Long Yuxian, who often shared meals with him. As Wu Tianxing and his group broke through the encirclement, the beasts behind them ceased their pursuit and turned their attention to attacking the two clans instead. The sounds of battle and slaughter echoed endlessly, as though separated from Wu Tianxing's group by an invisible boundary. Meanwhile, at the northern exit, "My lord, we can't hold out much longer." A young man in coarse clothing, his face pale, shouted anxiously as he looked at the surrounded soldiers. Ahead of him, a white-robed young man stood bathed in blood, his long sword slicing through the air as he fought fiercely against a 2-meter-tall giant rat. Hearing his subordinates cry, his expression darkened. Ed finally realized he had been too optimistic. These beasts, all at least third tier, had plunged them into an unprecedented crisis. But he wasn't about to give up so easily. The humiliation of his past life burned in his heart, and in this life, he swore to rise to power and dominance. The white-robed general's eyes suddenly sharpened. With a swift motion of his left hand, he commanded, "Assemble the troops. The more, the better." Golden light rained down from the sky, pouring into the bodies of the 7,000 or 8,000 human warriors behind him. In a flash of brilliance, the figures of the soldiers began to blur, splitting into 2, then 3. In mere moments, their numbers swelled to over 200,000. The white-robed general moved with serpent-like agility. After forcing back a massive rat with a single strike, he swiftly returned to the human ranks. His hands didn't pause as he cast one divine spell after another. Haste! Instantly, all the warriors felt as light as feathers, their speed increasing significantly. Gale force! With a push of his hands, a howling wind swept across the battlefield, sending smaller beasts spiraling into the air. "Charge with me!" Though his face was pale, his gaze was resolute as he led the charge. Over 200,000 human warriors followed closely behind, advancing with unstoppable momentum. The beast horde, upon witnessing the sudden explosion in the human army's size, showed a flicker of fear and confusion. They couldn't fathom how the humans had multiplied so rapidly. Of course, the truth behind the phantoms wasn't something the white-robed general intended to share. The human army pushed forward relentlessly, treading over corpses and wading through rivers of blood to break through the encirclement. The other two races stood frozen, watching in shock. They had considered joining the fight but hesitated out of fear and missed their chance. Now, they could only stand in place, filled with regret. By the time the warriors of the two other races had been slaughtered down to less than half their numbers, they finally fled in disarray, cursing Wu Tianxing loudly as they retreated. Perhaps if the three races had united, the outcome might have been different. But their mutual distrust led to fighting separately, and they were ultimately defeated piecemeal by the beasts. As the battle subsided, a massive land turtle emerged from the side of the mountain. Its long neck stretched out as it gazed into the distance where Wu Tianxing had departed. Then, it let out a thunderous roar that shook the earth, forcing countless beasts nearby to bow and tremble in submission. Only after the roar ceased did the beasts return to their defensive positions. A system prompt echoed in the land turtle's mind. Ding! First stage of the defensive task completed. Kill count, 110,000. Points earned, 460,000. Special reward, 10 ancestral bloodline pills. Several kilometers away, Wu Tianxing shuddered at the sound of the earth-shaking roar. The chilling cry reminded him of the towering Xuanwu turtle from his previous life, a creature as tall as a multi-story building. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Beside him, Zhang Liang and Wang Tu exchanged uneasy glances, about to speak, when Wu Tianxing waved them off. "This isn't something we can deal with right now." Though unease lingered in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. If it truly was the Xuanwu turtle, he knew he was currently powerless against it. After traveling a few more kilometers, Wu Tianxing dismounted from his dragon steed and turned to the group around him. "All right, let's rest here for the night." Thousands of people quickly sprang into action, efficiently setting up temporary resting areas in an orderly manner. Patrol teams moved back and forth around the perimeter of the camp, while thin plumes of smoke rose from makeshift stoves. The entire camp was bustling with activity, yet everything remained well organized. Wu Tianxing gathered Gao Zhaojia and the others around him and got straight to the point, asking, "Are you planning to act on your own, or will you follow us?" "We'll go on our own," Hua Mulan blurted out almost instinctively. A hint of determination flickered in her eyes, making it clear that this decision had been on her mind for a while. Looking at the formidable soldiers under Wu Tianxing's command, she felt a surge of defiance. She was unwilling to be seen as a mere ornament, and was determined to earn Wu Tianxing's genuine respect for her abilities. We'll stick with Brother Gao. Yang Yi quickly added. This decision had actually been agreed upon when they first arrived. They were well aware of the gap in strength between themselves and Wu Tianxing's group. They neither wanted to become a burden nor to be underestimated. Seeing their resolve, Wu Tianxing simply gave a brief reminder. Try to go deeper in. He pulled out a map and pointed. The small tower is located in the central area. The deeper you go, the greater the opportunities should be. After the group departed, Wu Tianxing turned to Zhang Liang, his brows slightly furrowed. How many did we lose? 46, Zhang Liang replied in a low voice. Take care of them properly. They are heroes of our territory, Wu Tianxing said solemnly. Zhang Liang nodded firmly. Yes, they are all heroes. As night fell, Wu Tianxing took a Bodhi pill and entered a state of focused cultivation. The next morning, upon waking, he checked his attribute panel and found that his cultivation experience had surpassed the halfway point. Combined with the full amount of experience gained from defeating enemies earlier, he estimated that he would be able to ascend to the next level within a day. The tenfold cultivation speed granted by the Bodhi pill had proven incredibly effective. At this rate, he might reach the pinnacle of the Star Disciple stage by the time he left the battlefield. After briefly returning to reality, he spent some time playing with Xiao Xue and Xiao Fan, who had grown increasingly attached to him. Only after comforting Xiao Xue's teary-eyed expression did he return to the battlefield. Leading his troops, he advanced according to the map toward the central region, unaware that a conspiracy targeting him was already underway. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, 60 to 70,000 ogres had gathered. Inside the central tent, dozens of ogre leaders were engaged in a heated argument. Wu Tianxing must be eliminated, roared an ogre seated at the far end, his eyes blazing with fury. Otherwise, we, the sealed ogres, will forever live under his threat. I support Zabu's plan. How can our noble ogre race tolerate such humiliation from the humans? First, he slaughtered our people with impunity. Now, he has schemed to kill tens of thousands of us. The tent was filled with waves of anger as the ogre leaders unanimously denounced Wu Tianxing, calling for immediate action against him. Sitting at the head of the table was an ogre over 3 meters tall, looming like a small mountain. This chieftain, named Catino, had remained silent since the discussion began, as if indifferent to everything around him. Catino, say something. Do you think we should get rid of Wu Tianxing? An ogre seated further down suddenly broke the silence. His words immediately plunged the tent into a tense stillness, with everyone turning expectantly toward the head seat. A flicker of cold light flashed in Catino's eyes. He hadn't intended to get involved in this matter but had been dragged into this so-called campaign to eliminate Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing had even managed to kill Jaya, who ranked fourth on the leaderboard, someone Catino knew he couldn't match in strength. However, for the sake of the ogre clan's future, he had to take a stand. Wu Tianxing does need to be dealt with, he said carefully, but I believe completing the seer's mission should be our top priority. Chieftain Catino, that's not right, Jay Fink. The ogre seated further down immediately retorted. The seer's mission is important, but if we don't eliminate Wu Tianxing, it could jeopardize all subsequent tasks. Catino abruptly turned to Jay Fink, his gaze icy. Jay Fink, don't think I won't touch you just because you're from the Jia family. Your family provoked Wu Tianxing. Should we take the fall for you? Jay Fink's face twisted in fury at those words. Catino, watch your tone. You may have some status in the archaic lands, but in reality, you're nothing compared to the Jia family. You'd better remember your place. Catino trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly. He wanted nothing more than to crush this arrogant fool, but he knew the Jia family's power was not something he could contend with. Just wait until I make the right connection, so you'll all regret this, he seethed inwardly. Suppressing his anger, Catino scanned the group and said stiffly, if you're all so determined to take down Wu Tianxing, then come up with a plan. I'll cooperate. But don't involve me in this kind of thing again. With that, he stood and left, leaving the others exchanging uneasy glances. What a coward, Jay Fink sneered at Catino's departing figure. So what if he's strong in the archaic lands? He still has to obey orders. The other ogres remained silent, too afraid to comment. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley, a white-robed commander and his subordinates had recovered significantly after a night's rest. My lord, a young man in rough cloth clothing descended from a large boulder, his expression grave. We might be in trouble. Su, the white-robed commander said, puzzled. We just broke through the demon tribe's defenses. What greater danger could we face? Su frowned and replied, I used my heavenly eye to observe this area. The air here is thick with malevolent energy and reeks of death. Danger lurks everywhere. Hearing this, the white-robed commander grew serious. He had always trusted Su's judgment. Are you saying this place is too dangerous and we shouldn't have come? On the contrary, Su said, looking up at the sky and speaking softly. The sky is dotted with golden light, signifying the emergence of great treasure. There's also the presence of a soaring dragon, indicating that some force will use this opportunity to rise to power. This place is destined to be the battleground for our ascent. Boom. A troop of over 1,000 riders thundered across the boundless wilderness, kicking up a cloud of dust that seemed to engulf the horizon. Master, something feels off about this place. We should proceed with caution, Zhang Liang said, riding on his demon dragon mount, staying close to Wu Tianxing's side. His brows furrowed deeply as his vigilant eyes scanned the eerie surroundings. Yes, I feel it too. This place is definitely strange, Wu Tianxing replied with a nod, his sharp gaze sweeping across the desolate terrain. The barren land was unnervingly silent. Not even the faintest whisper of wind could be heard, and the sky was painted an ominous shade of red. Slow down the pace. Everyone, stay alert and keep your guard up, Wu Tianxing commanded. As time passed, the unease in his heart grew stronger. The entire troop began to slow their advance, and an oppressive sensation, as if being watched by an unseen force, crept over them all. Master, this won't do. The soldiers' morale has dropped to rock bottom, Wang Tu said, sweat streaming down his face, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear as he anxiously looked to Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing's eyes were sharp, but he was at a loss. In his past life, there had been very few rumors about the ancient battlefield, and this kind of bizarre scenario was unheard of. At that moment, Wang Ming could no longer suppress the tension building inside him and burst out, "Damn it! What the hell is this? Watch out!" Wu Tianxing suddenly shouted as he caught sight of a dark shadow darting like lightning from Wang Ming's side, aiming straight for his face. Wang Ming reacted swiftly, raising his blade to strike. Clang! Sparks flew as the dark figure was knocked back over 10 meters, but the force of the impact threw Wang Ming off his horse. The sight made Wu Tianxing's heart tighten. Wang Ming, with a martial strength of over 50, couldn't even keep his footing. When Wu Tianxing finally got a clear look at the shadowy figure, his pupils constricted sharply. It was a grotesque creature standing less than half a meter tall, its body covered in pitch-black scales resembling armor. Its limbs were unnaturally long, and it had a tail nearly half a meter in length that swayed menacingly. The most horrifying feature was its head. 3 ashen-white eyes were irregularly embedded in its face, and a massive maw, filled with jagged, saw-like teeth, took up nearly half of its skull. The creature rose onto its hind legs, its pale eyes fixed intently on Wang Ming, who had just gotten back to his feet. That unsettling gaze stirred an uncontrollable fear deep within Wang Ming, and the surrounding soldiers, upon seeing the monstrosity, gasped in shock. As Wang Ming stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror under the creature's piercing stare, a loud voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Don't look into its eyes." The shout jolted Wang Ming out of his fear-induced stupor like a lifeline, pulling him back from the abyss. "Breathe! Breathe!" Wang Ming collapsed heavily onto the ground, gasping for air. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as the lingering fear from moments ago gripped his heart. If not for someone interrupting in time, that paralyzing terror might have truly claimed his life. The interrupted creature was visibly enraged, its 3 grayish-white eyes flashing with a menacing glow. It instantly shifted its focus and charged ferociously toward Zhang Liang. "Oomph! Wicked demon, playing tricks." Wu Tianxing snorted coldly, his figure moving like lightning as he leapt off the back of the demonic dragon horse. With a long spear in his hand, he struck out like a dragon emerging from a deep abyss, aiming straight for the creature. Scree! The creature let out a piercing screech, its speed suddenly surging as its razor-sharp claws tore through the air, clashing violently with Wu Tianxing's spear. The sharp, metallic sounds of their collision rang out continuously, a testament to the terrifying hardness of the creature's claws. However, the creature's strength ultimately fell short. Under Wu Tianxing's relentless and precise attacks, it soon exposed a fatal opening. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced cleanly through the creature's neck, pinning it to the ground. Even with such a mortal wound, the creature struggled fiercely for over a minute before finally succumbing. But what Wu Tianxing hadn't anticipated was that the creature's corpse began to dissolve, melting away until all that remained was a small orb radiating a faint gray light. Wu Tianxing carefully picked up the orb, immediately receiving information about it. It was the source of the Void Demon, capable of increasing the user's combat strength by 50 and boosting their defense to half of their combat power. The astonishing effects left Wu Tianxing involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath. Such an incredible artifact was almost beyond belief. "My lord, what is this thing?" Zhang Liang approached, curious. Wu Tianxing handed the source of the Void Demon to Zhang Liang, hesitating slightly as he said, "Take a look. This strange object dropped from that creature. I'm not sure I dare to use it." After some discussion, the group agreed they should quickly test the artifact's effects. At that moment, Wang Ming stepped forward and volunteered to try it. Though Wu Tianxing worried about the potential risk of turning into a monster, he reasoned that someone had to test it. Better for Wang Ming, who volunteered, than to risk an ordinary soldier. Zhang Liang glanced at the seemingly simple yet deeply loyal man before him, recalling how Wang Ming had once persuaded Wu Tianxing to save him during a previous crisis. Silently, Zhang Liang handed the source of the void demon to Wang Ming, his mind racing with thoughts about the possible consequences of this decision. Wang Ming held the source of void demons in his hand, trying to maintain a calm facade, but his uneasy heart betrayed him. Despite his righteous demeanor, the slight trembling of his lips revealed his fear. Are you even capable of doing this? If not, let me handle it. Wang Tu scoffed, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Who says I can't? A man never backs down. Wang Ming roared angrily, clearly provoked, as if trying to bolster his own courage. He immediately activated his cultivation technique, and the source of void demons in his hand visibly began to shrink. Wu Tianxing and the others watched intently, their expressions grave, holding their breath as they observed Wang Ming's state. For the first minute, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the moment the source of void demons completely disappeared, chaos erupted. Wang Ming's face contorted, his eyes widened in shock, veins bulged on his forehead, and his body began to swell in a bizarre manner. A blood-curdling scream tore from the depths of his throat. At that moment, a cacophony of screeches echoed from all directions. The disturbance seemed to have drawn the attention of other void demons. Wu Tianxing's expression darkened as he swiftly leaped onto his demon dragon steed, scanning the surroundings. His face turned grim. Hundreds upon hundreds of void demons were emerging from the ground, their piercing screeches forming a deafening chorus as they surged toward them like a black, tidal wave. The sight sent chills down Wu Tianxing's spine. Wang Tu, quickly, lead the cavalry into an assault. Gao Shun, set up a defensive formation and surround Wang Ming. Wu Tianxing barked orders without hesitation, then leaped forward to personally shield Wang Ming. By now, Wang Ming had collapsed in agony on the ground, his face turning a sinister shade of black. Wu Tianxing's worst fears were coming true as he looked on with growing dread. The battle erupted in an instant. The clash of metal and the shrieks of void demons intertwined violently. The void demons charged relentlessly, forcing the soldiers to retreat step by step. Even in unknown combat, the soldiers were no match for the void demons, relying solely on their teamwork to barely hold the line. Zhang Liang continuously cast energy gathering technique, due guidance technique, and Godspeed technique to bolster the soldiers, but it still wasn't enough to stem the onslaught of the void demons. In mere minutes, over 100 soldiers had fallen, leaving Wu Tianxing's eyes burning with fury. Suddenly, Wang Ming let out an earth-shaking roar, and his armor shattered into pieces. Wu Tianxing and the others stared in shock, their pupils contracting sharply. Wang Ming's entire body was now emitting a dark, ominous glow, and layers of black fish-scale armor were slowly growing beneath his skin. As his agonized screams grew louder, the scales spread faster, soon covering his entire body. Even his face became completely encased in the eerie, jet-black scales. Although his hands and feet still retained a humanoid form, they were covered in small, scale-like shells, and his fingers bore half-centimeter-long, gleaming claws. This appearance was both oppressive and strikingly intimidating, with a certain dark allure. At this moment, Wang Ming's height had reached an imposing 2.5 meters, his massive build making Wu Tianxing feel insignificant standing beside him. As Wu Tianxing silently regretted allowing Wang Ming to use the source of the void demon, Wang Ming suddenly opened his pitch-black, ink-like eyes completely devoid of whites, startling Zhang Liang and Xiao Ai, who instinctively stepped back. Master! Wang Ming's voice boomed like thunder, making Wu Tianxing flinch. Do you still remember who I am? He glanced down, running his hand over the scale armor on his body, entirely unbothered by his fearsome appearance and even showing a hint of delight. Wu Tianxing scrutinized him carefully and realized that Wang Ming hadn't lost his sanity, prompting a small sigh of relief. Although still worried, now is not the time to dwell on it. Good, as long as you're fine. Stay here and protect them. I need to assist elsewhere, Wu Tianxing said, his heart seething with rage. The soldiers had suffered heavy casualties, and he needed an outlet for his fury. Don't worry, master. Leave them to me, Wang Ming said confidently, pounding his chest. Without further words, Wu Tianxing leapt forward, using the soldiers' shoulders as stepping stones, and dashed toward the outer battlefield like a flash of lightning. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Wu Tianxing entered the combat zone, his spear pierced through a void demon's body. Without pausing, his legs moved like phantoms, delivering rapid kicks that cleared the area around him in an instant. With every strike, his spear's reach and power increased, exuding a murderous aura that seemed to pierce the heavens. He was furious his elite troops, trained to be as formidable as dragons, had never suffered such devastating losses, and now they had fallen into this dire situation. Slash, slash. His spear danced, its cold gleam cutting through the air as void demon corpses piled up, their black blood forming rivers. Their shrieks echoed across the battlefield. In mere moments, the area was strewn with bodies, glowing faintly gray and white. Nearby soldiers, witnessing Wu Tianxing's godlike ferocity, felt their morale soar, their previous despair replaced with fervent determination. Wu Tianxing's expression remained icy as he surveyed the now cleared battlefield. Without hesitation, he turned his gaze to the cavalry trapped in the distance. He sprinted forward, swift as the wind, leaving a blur in his wake as he raced to aid Wang Tu and his riders. Dragon Steed! Wu Tianxing roared, stomping the ground and propelling himself into the air. Twisting mid-flight, he swung his spear like a staff, sending several void demons surrounding the dragon steed's leader flying. Roar! The dragon steed leader responded to Wu Tianxing's call with a powerful cry. Its muscular body leapt upward, catching Wu Tianxing as he descended. Charge with me! Wu Tianxing commanded, seamlessly merging with the dragon steed. Their combined momentum was unstoppable, his spear flashing with deadly light as void demons were continuously sent hurtling away. Boom! 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 The cavalry followed closely behind, gaining speed until they broke through the encirclement of void demons. The riders felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as though emerging from darkness into light. Follow me and fight! Wu Tianxing shouted coldly, leading the charge toward the besieged Gao Shun and his men. At that moment, the dragon steed leader let out a sudden, resonant roar. It seemed both a response to Wu Tianxing's command and a rallying cry to the 500 dragon steeds that followed. They were enraged their comrades, with whom they had shared countless battles, had fallen in such numbers. How could they not feel fury? Though they were wild beasts, they possessed intelligence and could sense the emotions of humans. SSS. SS. The screeching cries of the void demons pierced the air as their pale, grayish eyes swirled eerily. Their elongated arms thrust forward like spears, aiming directly at Wu Tianxing and his group. Charge! Wu Tianxing shouted, his command echoing across the battlefield. The cavalry swiftly formed a razor-sharp triangular formation, resembling a blade cutting through the ranks of the void demons. The thunderous pounding of hooves filled the air as they surged forward with unstoppable momentum, crushing the void demons in their path. In mere seconds, the cavalry had torn through the horde of void demons. Behind them, shattered demon corpses glimmered with a pale gray light, the harbinger of the void demon cores beginning to coalesce. Without pausing, Wu Tianxing led the cavalry in a sweeping turn, charging back into the fray. Wave after wave of relentless assault ensued, leaving countless void demons collapsing in their wake. Finally, after 10 grueling minutes, the battlefield fell silent. Exhausted, the warriors panted heavily, their bodies pushed to the brink by the relentless slaughter. Such scenes were common in the central regions of the ancient battleground. Compared to others, Wu Tianxing and his group were fortunate. Many human warriors, hunted by the void demons, had no chance to escape and were mercilessly slaughtered. After all, warriors as powerful as Wu Tianxing were few and far between. Meanwhile, on another plane, Qiao Guofeng and Zhang Haiyang were fleeing alongside a young general clad in white armor, wielding a long sword Bai Qi. Behind them, thousands of void demons pursued relentlessly. General Bai Qi, let's fight these monsters to the death. Zhang Haiyang shouted in despair, his voice filled with grief and fury. Bai Qi paused for a moment, his expression conflicted. Though they still had tens of thousands of soldiers, their numbers were insignificant compared to the overwhelming strength of the void demons. A brief skirmish earlier had already cost them thousands of warriors, and fewer than 10 among them could truly match the void demons in battle. General, make a decision quickly. If we delay any longer, we won't even have a chance to fight back. Zhang Haiyang urged anxiously, watching more soldiers fall behind them. Arg! Kill them! Bai Qi finally turned around, his bloodshot eyes burning with fury as he let out an earth-shaking roar. He charged headfirst into the void demon horde, and the remaining soldiers followed suit, launching a desperate, suicidal counterattack. Splat! Splat! Bang! 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 The battlefield was a scene of relentless carnage, with severed limbs flying and blood pooling into rivers on the ground. The brutality of the battle was far beyond imagination. Even 5 warriors fighting together struggled to take down a single void demon, leading many to resort to desperate tactics of mutual destruction. Zhang Haiyang and Gao Zhaojia had descended into madness, their eyes bloodshot as they fought fiercely against their respective void demons, each strike merciless. The piercing screeches of the void demons echoed across the battlefield, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. The warriors' fear grew uncontrollably in the oppressive atmosphere. As time passed, the number of human warriors dwindled rapidly, though the 3,000 to 4,000 void demons had also been reduced by more than half. At this moment, terror completely broke the resolve of one warrior. Run. We're all going to die. I don't want to die, he screamed hysterically, stumbling as he fled into the distance. However, he didn't get far before his body froze and collapsed, lifeless, into the sea of blood. Panic spread like a plague. Thousands began to flee in madness, only to fall eerily and silently not far away. Even those who continued to fight felt the fear within them growing stronger. Bai Qi, his body soaked in blood, scanned the surroundings with a grim expression, knowing the battle was lost. Run if you can. Save whoever can be saved. We've failed, he said in a defeated tone. The remaining 5,000 to 6,000 warriors heard his words, their faces filled with sorrow and despair. Zhang Haiyang and Xiao Guofeng were especially grief-stricken. From their original force of over 800, only a dozen now remained. Suddenly, a sharp claw pierced through Zhang Haiyang's chest. Haiyang, Xiao Guofeng cried out in shock. I'll go ahead of you. But going back like this, I can't face Brother Wu, Zhang Haiyang said, his face showing no pain, only deep regret. Before he could finish his words, his eyes closed forever. Haiyang, Xiao Guofeng roared in anguish, his attacks becoming even more ferocious. In this frenzied state, he managed to decapitate the void demon in just a few strikes. Follow me, he shouted to the dozen remaining subordinates, suppressing his grief. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Zhang Xiaoxiao was struggling against the void demons, retreating step by step. Sister Lan, we can't hold them off. These monsters are too strong. Hua Mulan, though terrified by the creatures that had suddenly emerged from the ground, forced herself to stay calm and commanded, we break through. Elsewhere, Wu Tianxing and his group, after a brief rest, pressed on, only to encounter 3 consecutive waves of void demons. Each wave consisted of over 100 demons, and though they were quickly defeated, the constant fighting left everyone exhausted. My lord, we can't keep running like this. We'll collapse from exhaustion, Zhang Liang warned, suspecting they might have stumbled into a void demon nest. Wu Tianxing's face darkened as he fell into deep thought. While he feared that stopping might attract more void demons, he was unaware that void demons rarely roamed aimlessly. The earlier encounters with such large numbers had been pure misfortune. Take a break for now, Wu Tianxing said softly, glancing at his utterly exhausted soldiers. He let out a sigh before continuing. Send out a portion of the cavalry, 5 men per group, to stand guard at a distance. At that moment, Wang Ming approached with heavy steps. His towering, imposing figure loomed like a small mountain, casting a shadow that blocked most of the sunlight around Wu Tianxing. The soldiers nearby couldn't help but gasp in amazement. My lord, Wang Ming's deep, resonant voice carried strength. The real issue here is that we're just too weak. If every one of us were stronger than the void demons, we wouldn't have to keep running and hiding like this. Wu Tianxing shook his head slowly. He understood this truth all too well, but reality was harsh. In the short term, it was nearly impossible for the soldiers to achieve a significant leap in strength. To improve quickly, they would need a large supply of Bodhi pills to aid in their cultivation and advancement. However, with only 180,000 points at his disposal, it was far from sufficient. Even if each soldier required only 2 pills, finding a suitable market to acquire them under their current circumstances was simply unrealistic. Wu Tianxing looked up at Wang Ming. By the way, I haven't checked on your current condition yet. Wang Ming bent his massive frame slightly, an eager expression on his face. My lord, see for yourself. Once you do, you'll understand what I meant earlier. Wu Tianxing's curiosity was piqued. Without hesitation, he placed his fingertip on Wang Ming's forehead. In an instant, a stream of attribute data rushed into his mind. Human title, intermediate general reputation, aptitude, 1280, realm, yellow rank void demon physique, star disciple 5th level, strength, 16,350-72, defense, 36. Skills, diamond level, savage soldiers skyslaying technique, various lower and intermediate level martial arts, intermediate general technique, dominating blade, equipment, fearful eye, iron ring blade, resources, 28,050 silver coins, soul power, 20. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but gasp sharply. Wang Ming's attributes had undergone a dramatic transformation. His strength multiplier had skyrocketed to 350, his aptitude had broken past strength to reach the yellow rank, and he now possessed the void demon physique along with 36 defense points. This meant any attack with less than 36 strength would be utterly ineffective against him, akin to scratching an itch. Furthermore, as his power continued to grow, his defense would only increase, turning him into a near-invincible fortress in human form. At that moment, Wu Tianxing finally understood why everyone along the journey had been inexplicably gripped by fear. It was the unique abilities emanating from Wang Ming that were influencing them. The defining characteristic of the Eye of Fear is its ability to instill terror in those with weaker mental fortitude when making direct eye contact, with this fear intensifying over time. Although they had avoided direct confrontation with the void demons along the way, the area was teeming with countless such creatures, and the entire space was suffused with an unsettling aura of dread. My lord, what are you hesitating for? Wang Ming exclaimed excitedly as he watched Wu Tianxing withdraw his hand. If we let a large number of soldiers use the void demon source, we won't have to fear these void demons anymore. They'll be nothing but prey for us to hunt down. Wu Tianxing listened, his brows furrowed, his expression wavering with indecision. My lord, what is there to think about? Wang Ming pressed further, confused by Wu Tianxing's hesitation. Look how strong I've become now. Zhang Liang shot Wang Ming a glare and spoke sternly. Wang Ming, I don't care how strong you've gotten, but look at yourself. Do you want everyone to end up looking like you? Wang Ming's face scrunched up in discomfort. Enough. Don't bring this up again, Wu Tianxing said with a wave of his hand. He continued, I already regret letting you use the void demon source. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have agreed, no matter how much power it promised. We are human, after all. If we turn into these monstrous forms, neither human nor ghost, how are we supposed to marry and have children? Are we meant to live out our days alone and in misery? Wang Ming tried to argue, but Wu Tianxing cut him off sharply. Enough. This matter ends here. All the void demon sources we've collected will be handed over to me for safekeeping. No one is allowed to use them without permission. As the group prepared to leave, Wang Ming suddenly blurted out, I don't have any clothes. With that fish scale armor you've got on, what more do you need? Wang Tu teased, unable to resist. My lord, I need clothes. Wang Ming insisted, looking at Wu Tianxing with a tone of grievance. Wu Tianxing glanced at him, his mouth twitching slightly, though he thought to himself, does it really matter at this point? He realized that denying his subordinate clothing might come across as too stingy. He retrieved a set of silver-grade armor from his spatial ring and handed it to Wang Ming. What happened next took everyone by surprise. Once Wang Ming was fully dressed, his body suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking back to normal human proportions. Without a word, he turned and started walking away as if nothing had happened. Get back here. Wu Tianxing barked sharply. Faced with Wu Tianxing's questioning gaze, Wang Ming finally explained. He could now freely switch between his normal form and the void demon form, staying human most of the time and transforming only during combat. Then why didn't you say so earlier? If you can change back, why stay in that form all the time? Wu Tianxing asked irritably. Wang Ming looked aggrieved. You didn't let me explain. And besides, I didn't have any clothes if I'd changed back. I'd have been naked. Wang Tu couldn't hold back his laughter. Wu Tianxing was torn between frustration and amusement. So, it had all been a misunderstanding. All right, from now on, just say what you need to say. Don't act so timid like some delicate maiden. Look at you, a grown man. With that, he decided Head had enough of dealing with his occasionally sharp but often baffling subordinate. Wu Tianxing, in a gentle tone, sought everyone's opinion, wanting to hear their thoughts on the void demon source. Since Wang Ming could seamlessly switch between the two states, the use of these void demon sources was indeed worth considering. I agree we should use them. Wang Tu eagerly voiced his stance almost as soon as Wu Tianxing finished speaking. Use them, Gao Shun said in his usual concise manner, his 3 words making his position clear. Zhang Liang pondered for a moment before lifting his head to look at Wu Tianxing. Using them is inevitable, but I suggest we avoid using them all. Oh, what are your thoughts, sir? Wu Tianxing asked with interest evident on his face. Zhang Liang surveyed the group, his expression turning serious. These items are indeed powerful, but they only exist on the ancient battlefield. Once we leave here, it may be nearly impossible to acquire more. If we can't get more, so be it. Why hold on to them just because they're rare? Wang Tu countered with confusion. Shaking his head, Zhang Liang explained, the current supply of void demon sources is enough for us, but don't forget, our legion will expand in the future. If we end up with a mix of cavalry, void demon bodies, and regular infantry, such a composition would severely impact operational efficiency. Hearing this, the group suddenly realized the implications. Just like now, cavalry often had to slow down to wait for infantry, already affecting the legion's overall mobility. Adding void demon bodies into the mix would undoubtedly further hinder mission efficiency. After a moment of thought, Wu Tianxing proposed, how about this? Gao Shun will lead a moderately sized guard unit, with all members using the void demon sources. Wang Tu will focus on leading the Star Martial Cavalry Corps. Once we leave the battlefield, Xiao Qiao can work on breeding more demon dragon horses to expand the cavalry. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. This arrangement seems reasonable, though it does leave us without an infantry corps. Don't worry about that, sir, Wu Tianxing said confidently. We can redeem legion orders through the point system. If we save up enough points, we'll be able to address that issue. With Zhang Liang's approval, Wu Tianxing immediately gathered Gao Shun's Sunlight Legion to distribute the void demon sources. Each soldier received one. Even Han Qingtu was included, only Gao Shun was skipped. Master, give me one as well, Gao Shun stepped forward to request. You should sit this one out, Wu Tianxing replied with a troubled expression. Although the void demon sources had been confirmed to be harmless, their inhuman, ghostly transformation made him feel uneasy. He didn't want to see Gao Shun in such a state. Please, give me one, Gao Shun insisted firmly. As the captain, I shouldn't be the only one who isn't a void demon body. Why don't you consider forming another legion and putting Han Chihu in charge? Wu Tianxing suggested tentatively, still reluctant to let Gao Shun use the void demon source. No, I've already formed a bond with them, Gao Shun replied firmly, insisting on using the void demon source. Wu Tianxing sighed and shook his head helplessly. He reached into his robe and handed a void demon source to Gao Shun. Everyone has the right to make their own choices, and he neither could nor should take that away from Gao Shun. 600 soldiers began removing their heavy armor. Wu Tianxing and Zhang Liang stood side by side, silently watching the scene. Zhang Liang turned to Wu Tianxing and asked softly, "My lord, are you really not planning to let the cavalry use the void demon source?" "No need. The cavalry already has their mounts, which is sufficient. From now on, all void demon sources will be used to strengthen the guard corps." "My lord, do you have some specific plan in mind?" Zhang Liang's face showed a hint of confusion. In his view, the void demon source should logically be used on the cavalry after all. The strong only grow stronger. Surely Wu Tianxing understood this principle. Wu Tianxing let out a sigh. No particular plan, just some practical challenges. The cavalry's development is too slow, and their mounts can't yet be brought into the real world. After careful consideration, using it on Gao Shun's Solar Legion seems the most worthwhile. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out as 600 soldiers cried out in excruciating agony simultaneously. Even the nearby cavalry shuddered involuntarily at the sound. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper in the capital city of the real world, knock, 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 the sound of knocking on the door caused Commander Huang Yinzhong's hand to tremble as he reviewed documents. Lately, he had grown to dread the sound of knocking, as it often heralded yet another troublesome issue. His haggard appearance, bloodshot eyes, and deep dark circles under them were a testament to his exhaustion. "Come in," Huang Yinzhong said, straightening his posture and taking a deep breath. His secretary, Xiao Wan, entered, her expression troubled. "Commander, there's someone named Ji Tianming here to see you. He says there's been an incident in the celestial realm." "What?" Huang Yinzhong shot to his feet, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. For days, he had been racking his brain trying to find someone from the celestial realm, and now they had come to him. Hastily adjusting his uniform, he rushed out of the office. In this era when mechanical weapons were failing, the individuals from the celestial realm were more critical than ever. In the lounge, 5 people were already waiting. An elderly man with white hair, 2 middle-aged men, and 2 younger individuals, all dressed in traditional attire with their long hair tied up. One of the younger men was lounging lazily on the sofa, eating a banana. "Life outside is so much better. These furniture and gadgets are just too comfortable. Sholv left the celestial realm ages ago," he mumbled indistinctly. The white-haired elder chastised him. "Shaoshan, watch your words. These are merely mundane objects, far inferior to the great path we seek." Despite his reproach, his eyes were filled with affection. One of the middle-aged men, unable to tolerate his son's indolence, rebuked him sharply. "Get up immediately. The commander will be here any moment." "TCH, just a mere mortal. What can he do to me?" Shaoshan replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man's anger flared instantly. "You don't understand. Though they are mortals, they possess technological weapons capable of killing even the greatest masters of the celestial realm with a single strike." "All right, stop yelling at him. He's still young. What does he understand?" The elder, Ji Tianming, said with a doting expression, raising his hand to stop the middle-aged man who was about to continue speaking. "Father, you shouldn't spoil him like this. If he keeps this up, he'll suffer sooner or later." Ji Pengfei, the middle-aged man, replied with a darkened expression, his tone filled with disapproval. Ji Tianming waved his hand dismissively. Suffering is a blessing in disguise. It might help him avoid taking more detours in life. "Father," Ji Pengfei started to respond, but his words were interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. He sighed helplessly and closed his mouth. "Haha, welcome, esteemed guests from the Tianxing realm." The military leader, Huang Yinzhong, entered the room with a warm smile. "I've already ordered meals to be prepared to welcome you all. Having the military leader himself greet us is truly an honor." Ji Tianming quickly rose from the sofa and bowed respectfully. The 2 middle-aged men and the young man beside him also stood up and bowed to Huang Yinzhong. In this world, they could show arrogance to anyone, but never dared to be disrespectful to this military leader. Only Ji Shan remained lazily sprawled on the sofa, looking completely indifferent. Huang Yinzhong noticed this and appeared slightly surprised, but soon regained his composure. Although the young man's behavior was disrespectful, Huang Yinzhong's dignity prevented him from showing any annoyance. Ji Pengfei, however, was visibly angered by the scene but suppressed his fury due to the setting. "Please, take your seats." Huang Yinzhong said kindly, gesturing for everyone to sit down. After brief introductions, he asked, "So, what brings you all here this time?" Ji Tianming's expression grew somber as he spoke frankly. "Military leader Huang, to be honest, we're here to request your help." "Help?" Huang Yinzhong raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Ji Tianming sighed deeply, his face filled with sorrow. "I'll get straight to the point. Our Tianxing realm has completely fallen. It has been overtaken by the demon clan, and the human clan has temporarily retreated. We've come here to seek assistance specifically. Your advanced technological weapon stow help us reclaim our homeland." Huang Yinzhong was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting their visit to be for such a dire purpose. "Rest assured, military leader Huang, if you assist us this time, the Huaxia people will spare no effort to support you should you face any challenges in the future," Ji Tianming added quickly, sensing Huang Yinzhong's hesitation. Huang Yinzhong's expression turned bitter. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Elder Ji. Our technological weapons are no longer operational. If you're not willing to lend them, just say so. Who are you trying to fool with this no longer operational excuse?" Ji Shan, who had been lounging idly, suddenly let out a mocking laugh. "Grandfather, I think they simply don't want to help. If you ask me, relying on others is pointless. Isn't he the military leader of this era? Just capture him and force them to hand over their weapons." I refuse to believe they'd hold out. "Enough." Ji Pengfei could no longer hold back. His veins bulged as he shouted angrily at Ji Shan. Ji Tianming's face darkened, not because of Ji Shan's rude remarks, but because he believed Huang Yinzhong was using absurd excuses to shirk responsibility. Huang Yinzhong frowned at Ji Shan's insolence, but what truly caught his attention was Ji Tianming's reaction. The young man from the Tianxing realm not only refrained from reprimanding his companion, but instead fixed him with an angry, piercing gaze. This deepened the dissatisfaction in Huang Yinzhong's heart. Initially, he had planned to leverage the power of the Tianxing realm to gather intelligence on various regions. Now, it seemed that would no longer be necessary. "Commander Huang, our Tianxing realm is home to millions of people. How can you be so heartless as to watch them become displaced?" Ji Tianming suppressed his anger, his eyes blazing as he stared at Huang Yinzhong. Faced with such an aggressive attitude, Huang Yinzhong sighed inwardly and began to explain in detail the recent catastrophic changes on Earth. When he finished, Ji Tianming and his companions were left in shock. They had encountered beasts upon their arrival but had assumed this was the norm for Earth. "So you're saying that Earth has already fallen as well?" Ji Tianming asked. Huang Yinzhong merely nodded silently, having already decided to rid himself of these rude individuals as soon as possible. He failed to notice the peculiar glint that flashed in Ji Tianming's eyes as he lowered his head in thought. Meanwhile, at another camp, Wu Tianxing was inspecting his newly formed elite unit. 600 towering guards, each over 2 meters tall, stood in neat rows, exuding an eerie and intimidating aura. Their massive builds and fearsome appearances made them seem like warriors from the depths of hell. Terrifying. Wang Tu, standing behind Wu Tianxing, couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Indeed, it's as if we've created a group of demons," even the usually composed Zhang Liang admitted, his expression betraying rare astonishment. Wu Tianxing, on the other hand, grew more and more exhilarated as he observed his troops. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. This formidable force, rivaling the strength of a top-tier elite corps, finally gave him a solid trump card. During the subsequent military meeting, Zhang Liang proposed hunting more void demons to obtain void demon cores, which could significantly enhance the soldiers' power. Gao Shun likewise praised the value of these treasures. Wu Tianxing fully agreed, seeing this as an excellent opportunity for their rise to power. Just as they were preparing to set out, a scout cavalryman galloped in at full speed, shouting from afar, "Report! Humans spotted in the rear, being pursued by void demons." "How many?" Wu Tianxing asked urgently. "Around 500. Hearing there were only 500, Wu Tianxing's tense expression immediately eased. Zhang Liang, standing beside him, casually said, "Follow me." Wu Tianxing leaped onto his demonic dragon horse in one swift motion, and with a loud shout, he charged forward. The sound of pounding hooves echoed as clouds of dust rose behind him. On the other side of the battlefield, cries filled the air. "Xiao Shui is dead, and so is Xiao Yu." Tears shimmered in Hua Mulan's eyes, her heart aching as if being torn apart. Since arriving on this battlefield, they had already lost too many sisters, their numbers dwindling from an initial 1,000 to just over 300. "Stop crying." Zhang Xiaoxiao, her eyes red, could no longer hold back and shouted, "Do you think crying will bring them back?" Though the sobs quieted, they still continued intermittently. Behind them, the screeches of the void demons grew louder, and the occasional screams of the dying sent chills down the spines of those fleeing. Just as Hua Mulan and her group were about to lose hope, a cavalry unit suddenly appeared in the distance, charging toward them. Seeing the reinforcements, the women warriors' faces lit up with hope, and their desperate steps quickened instinctively. Hua Mulan gazed at the figure leading the cavalry, momentarily overlapping him in her mind with the prince of her dreams. At first, Wu Tianxing didn't pay much attention to who was being pursued, but when he recognized it was Hua Mulan and her group, his expression changed drastically, and he spurred his steed to move faster. Make way! Wu Tianxing shouted from afar. Quick, clear the center. In the critical moment, Wu Tianxing didn't detour, but charged straight through the middle of the women's formation. When he saw the dense swarm of void demons behind them, his gaze turned icy cold, filled with killing intent. Leading his cavalry, he launched a ferocious assault. As blades swung, blood rained, and severed limbs scattered across the ground. Following closely behind was Gao Shun leading his elite guard. At Gao Shun's command, his soldiers grew to over 2 meters tall, resembling enraged giants as they charged at the void demons. They threw all caution to the wind, focusing solely on a swift and decisive victory. In just a few moments, over 100 void demons fell under the blades of this fearless unit. By the time Wu Tianxing and his cavalry circled back, the battle was already over. The strength of this elite guard far exceeded Wu Tianxing's expectations. With their formidable resilience, they annihilated the void demons in the most direct and brutal manner, relying on sheer power rather than elaborate techniques. The strength of these guards had already surpassed that of Wang Ming before. The battle began and ended swiftly, wrapping up cleanly in less than 3 minutes. Hua Mulan and her companions stared in shock at this group of soldiers who resembled demons. If it weren't for Wu Tianxing and the other normal-looking individuals present, they might have already fled in terror. This unit's appearance and combat prowess were nothing short of astonishing. Damn, these guys are insane. Wang Tu stood beside Wu Tianxing, staring at the guards in disbelief. The fight was over in the blink of an eye, shaking his confidence as someone who had always prided himself on cavalry combat. Master, there are still plenty of void demon sources left. Why not let our cavalry use them too? Wang Tu eagerly suggested. Wu Tianxing smiled faintly and shook his head. No way. Didn't you dismiss it earlier? Regretting it now, are you? Yes, master. I regret it. Wang Tu admitted with a face full of remorse, casting a jealous glance at the guards ahead. How could I have known they'd be this powerful? I thought it was just a 50% boost in strength, but they've turned into these monster-like beings. If I'd known they were this strong, I'd have agreed even if it meant turning into a pig so long as I could turn back. Forget it. I'm taking the guards into the real world. You should focus on managing your cavalry, Wu Tianxing replied decisively, shifting his attention to Hua Mulan and her group as they approached. Are you all right? Wu Tianxing asked, noticing Hua Mulan's tear-streaked face, which caught him by surprise. Thank you for saving us again, Hua Mulan said. Her voice choked with emotion and her expression weary. From leading her troops into battle with high spirits to twice narrowly escaping total annihilation, if it weren't for Wu Tianxing's timely intervention, they would have perished long ago. Wu Tianxing glanced at the remaining 300 soldiers, understanding Hua Mulan's current state of mind, but unsure how to console her. Can we join you? Hua Mulan asked softly, her head lowered, her voice barely audible. Wu Tianxing furrowed his brow, reluctant to bring along a group that would slow down their march. Sensing his hesitation, Hua Mulan forced a bitter smile and said, It's fine if we can't. Well, just be more careful on our own. She turned to leave, her companions Zhang Xiaoxiao and others following close behind, though not without Zhang Xiaoxiao shooting Wu Tianxing a glare. Fine, you can come with us. Wu Tianxing finally relented, seeing the hopeful expressions of his subordinates. After all, these men needed something to anchor them. A life without family or attachments was incomplete. Wasn't all this effort and sacrifice for a better life in the end? With a home and something to hold on to, life would feel more meaningful. When the towering, demon-like soldiers over 2 meters tall came into view, the female soldiers instinctively took a step back. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but feel awkward. You lot, change back already. Look at how scared you've made them, he scolded, annoyed. These fools, they have no idea how to treat a lady, Wu Tianxing muttered to himself, unaware that Hua Mulan was eyeing him with a peculiar expression. At that moment, Hua Mulan felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. She wanted to ask this Lord Wu what exactly he thought of her subordinates. Was he assembling some kind of future wives reserve camp? However, considering their current situation, she ultimately chose to remain silent. After the battle ended, something during the cleanup process left Hua Mulan utterly astonished. The bodies of the slain void demons had all transformed into pale, glowing orbs. Having suffered heavy losses in previous skirmishes with the void demons, her group had been constantly on the run, and this was the first time she had witnessed such a phenomenon. What surprised her even more was that Wu Tianxing's soldiers were meticulously collecting these orbs one by one, eventually handing them all over to Wu Tianxing himself. Lord Wu, what are these things? Unable to suppress her curiosity any longer, Hua Mulan finally asked. A subtle look flickered in Wu Tianxing's eyes, but he didn't hide the truth. Instead, He handed her one of the orbs for her to examine herself. The moment Hua Mulan took the orb, her expression changed dramatically. Her gaze immediately shifted to the soldiers who had previously transformed during the battle. They used this void demon core, didn't they? She asked sharply. Correct, Wu Tianxing admitted with a nod. After all, this kind of thing was bound to be exposed sooner or later. Hua Mulan's expression shifted unpredictably, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said firmly, "Can you lend me some? We'll return them to you, after we've hunted our own void demons." Are you sure you want to use this? Wu Tianxing asked, his tone laden with meaning. Images of these women transforming into hulking figures flashed through his mind, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Absolutely. Your soldiers were able to return to normal, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about, Hua Mulan replied. Then, as if seizing the moment, she suddenly added, "Or do you not want me to use it?" Wu Tianxing was caught off guard by her intense gaze, feeling a bit flustered. He quickly changed the subject, asking, "How many do you want to borrow? But I should warn you, I can't guarantee what effect it might have on women." 10 no, 50. Hua Mulan declared boldly. With only just over 300 troops remaining, she knew they had to strengthen themselves quickly, or they'd face total annihilation. Wu Tianxing readily handed over a handful of void demon cores. He had plenty in reserve, and if Hua Mulan and her team could fend for themselves, it would save him some trouble. What happened next left Wu Tianxing's men completely stunned. 50 female soldiers stood in the center of a crowd of over 200 comrades, and blood-curdling screams began echoing one after another. The male soldiers standing on the perimeter exchanged awkward glances, their expressions a mix of discomfort and curiosity. "Lord, I need to step away for a moment," Wang Tu said. His face flushed red as he bent down to speak quietly to Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing, in the middle of drinking water, promptly spat it out in response. Damn, could this kid still be a virgin? Wu Tianxing muttered to himself as he glanced at Wang Tu's shy expression. Although he himself felt his cheeks flush from the suggestive scene, he simply took a sip of water to calm himself. Ancient people had never witnessed such brazen behavior before. It wasn't just Wang Tu, many of the men around them were also struggling to maintain their composure, their expressions conflicted. "If you need to pee, just go. Why are you asking me? What, do you want me to hold it for you?" Wu Tianxing nearly spat out his water, snapping impatiently. "But I can't go," Wang Tu replied, his face contorted as if he were constipated. As they spoke, Wu Tianxing suddenly noticed Hua Mulan glancing in their direction. Panicking, he shoved Wang Tu 3 meters away. "Get lost, kid. Stop sticking around here like a fool." Wu Tianxing knew that with Hua Mulan and her group's level of martial prowess, their conversation was probably audible even from 100 meters away. The embarrassment was unbearable. The screaming only lasted a few minutes before it stopped. Just as Wu Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief, another, even more piercing scream erupted half a minute later. Wang Tu flinched, his whole body shaking, but strangely enough, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Wu Tianxing stared at him in disbelief, stepping back a few paces, thinking to himself, is this kid going to be okay in the future? This time, the screams were clearly from shock, not pain. Soon after, Hua Mulan's calming voice could be heard. All right, stop screaming and get your armor back on." As the female soldiers dispersed, 50 terrified-looking male soldiers emerged, restored to their original forms. Wu Tianxing was disappointed that the scene he had hoped to witness never came to pass. What surprised him even more was that Hua Mulan hadn't used a single void demon core on herself. Instead, she had given them all to her subordinates, not even sparing one for Zhang Xiaoxiao. It seemed there was still some tension among them. The subsequent march unfolded as Wu Tianxing had predicted, at a much slower pace. Along the way, they frequently encountered groups of void demons, ranging from dozens to thousands in number. Each time they encountered enemies, Wu Tianxing led the charge without hesitation, unwilling to let any opportunity to collect void demon cores slip by. Hua Mulan and her group provided support from the flanks, focusing on picking off isolated void demons. Wu Tianxing insisted that Hua Mulan and her soldiers keep the void demon cores they earned, despite her protest that having their protection was enough. He reasoned that these women might one day become the wives of his own soldiers, so it was a way of paving the road for his men. Sure enough, the female soldiers were delighted every time they received the cores. Through combat, Wu Tianxing and his group finally saw the transformed appearance of the female soldiers. They weren't all that different from the male soldiers, just shorter, slimmer, and with slightly more pronounced chests. After fending off 2 waves of void demons, Hua Mulan returned all the borrowed void demon cores. During this time, they had lost 2 more comrades. Despite exercising extreme caution in every battle, the gap in strength was ultimately insurmountable. Even the 50 female soldiers who had used void demon cores could only manage to fight void demons to a standstill. In contrast, Wu Tianxing's men could slaughter void demons with ease, highlighting the stark difference in power. The group fought their way through 6 waves of void demons, totaling 4 to 5,000 enemies. After the final battle, Wu Tianxing ordered the group to set up camp and rest. After dinner, he returned to his tent without delay, consumed a Bodhi pill, and began cultivating. He knew that if he could just make it through the night, he would ascend to the 7th stage of Star Disciple. The night passed uneventfully. At 6 in the morning, Wu Tianxing, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flickered in them as his aura surged dramatically. He exhaled a long breath, a look of delight appearing on his face as he carefully examined his attributes. As a high-ranking village chief and advanced general of the human race, his attribute panel was astonishing. 9,200 aptitude points, rank, and a 7th-tier Star Disciple level in combat power. His mental attributes had reached an impressive 121.5 points, 27,350. In terms of skills, he had mastered the Chaos God and Demon Techniques Chaos ability, along with a range of martial arts. Intermediate Heavy Spear, Intermediate Wave Splitting, Beginner Archery, Beginner Blade Technique, Beginner Footwork, as well as Beginner Berserk and Advanced Instant Spear Techniques. His equipment was equally extraordinary: an Ancient Limitless Ring Silver Grade, True Silver Serpent Spear Silver Initial Grade, True Refined Iron Armor Silver Initial Grade, and a Special Legion Command Token Silver Grade. Additionally, he possessed 880,000 in gold, 10 points of luck, and 100 soul compatibility. At his current level, each rank advancement granted him a staggering 20-point increase in combat power. The immense boost thrilled him, yet he remained composed. Collecting his thoughts, he promptly returned to the real world. As he stepped out of the Lord's residence, Wu Tianxing's expression darkened. On the main street of his territory, several squads of soldiers were patrolling back and forth, all of them from the ancient territory forces. A soldier stationed at the entrance immediately saluted loudly upon seeing him. "My lord, why are there so many people here?" Wu Tianxing asked with a frown. Before the question could linger, Zhang Feibao approached from the distance, leading a group of men. He knelt on one knee and called out loudly, "Greetings, my lord." Wu Tianxing's brows furrowed deeply. He knew Zhang Feibao wouldn't come in person without a reason. Has something happened? Zhang Feibao nodded. It's not a major issue yet, but it requires your decision. There's been a riot in Princess City. A large number of civilians have fled to our territory, seeking entry. Misku Yuqing decided not to activate the defense system to attack them since they are humans. However, to prevent them from storming the territory, she sent us here to reinforce security. A riot? How could that happen? Wu Tianxing's face changed dramatically. He knew Princess City had a population of over 100,000. A riot there would have catastrophic consequences. Take me to see it. By this time, over 10,000 people had gathered outside the southern gate of the territory, creating a cacophony of noise. 300 fully armed soldiers stood in formation, ready for action. Nearby, Gao Shun's 400-man guard unit and Wang Tu's 400-strong cavalry squad were also on high alert. They had been stationed there for 2 hours, and Gao Shun had initially intended to send someone to inform Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing did not rush to address the commotion before him. He was at a critical point in his cultivation, and such trivial matters could wait. At this moment, his brows furrowed as he focused on the well-dressed middle-aged man standing among the crowd ahead. The man was pointing at a gate guard, spittle flying as he roared, "Do you even know who I am? How dare you block my way? Call your leader here, and let him see who Zhang Bin is. I want to ask him just how bold he thinks he is to offend me." The guard being berated had a grim expression, but swallowed his anger without saying a word. They were unfamiliar with the true distribution of power in the area and feared causing unnecessary trouble for their lord. Who in Princess City doesn't know me? Zhang Bin? You'd better let me in. If anything happens to me, it won't be something you can bear responsibility for. Zhang Bin grew even more brazen as the guard remained silent. Enough. Gao Shun finally had enough and strode forward, glaring coldly at Zhang Bin. "We don't care who you are, but this is our territory. It's not a place for you to throw your weight around." If Wu Tianxing weren't about to arrive, Gao Shun would have been tempted to cut down this arrogant man on the spot. Only then did Zhang Bin notice Gao Shun's sudden appearance. His face instantly changed, and he instinctively stepped back a few paces, his heart racing. He had assumed Gao Shun was just a bystander, but now realized he had misjudged. Still, to save face, he stubbornly shouted, "And who are you? Just because you say this is your territory doesn't make it so. Where's the proof? If you can't show it, they'll report you for illegal occupation. You want proof? They'll give you proof." Wu Tianxing's voice rang out as he appeared at just the right moment. Accompanied by Zhang Feibao and others, he walked through the crowd, the soldiers parting to clear a path. Smack! Without a word, Wu Tianxing delivered a resounding slap that sent Zhang Bin flying 5 meters away. "Is this proof enough for you?" he asked coldly. Zhang Bin crashed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, most of his teeth shattered. Dazed and disoriented, he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. His over 100 subordinates, enraged by the sight, surged forward in retaliation. Heh. Wu Tianxing sneered dismissively. Loyalty is commendable, but unfortunately, strength is lacking. Kill them. Before his words had fully settled, dozens of Xingyue Legion city guards charged out. Although only third-tier warriors, they were more than a match for this ragtag group. The onlookers quickly backed away, fearing they might get caught in the chaos. Amid the sounds of flesh being pierced, Zhang Bin's subordinates fell one after another. Only a handful managed to hold on, utterly shocked that their force of over 100 third-tier fighters could be so easily massacred by just a few dozen opponents. Stop. Stop. Well, leave right away, just don't kill anymore. Zhang Bin finally snapped out of his stupor. Seeing his men being slaughtered, he desperately begged for mercy. But the city guards paid him no heed, venting their earlier frustrations with relentless precision. Wu Tianxing watched the wretched Zhang Bin with an expressionless face and repeated, "Is this proof enough for you? Enough. Enough. Please, I beg you. Make them stop. Stop the killing." Zhang Bin knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse and desperate. Gone was the arrogant and domineering demeanor he once displayed. Now, he trembled uncontrollably, his face pale as a sheet. In this perilous world, fear consumed him entirely. If those protecting him perished here, he couldn't even be sure he'd survive to see another day. Wu Tianxing gazed coldly at the broken man before him, his eyes devoid of the slightest trace of sympathy. To him, such a pathetic figure wasn't worth the effort to understand, let alone consider why so many had chosen to follow him. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender." A sudden terrified shout rang out from the crowd. A soldier dropped his weapon and fell to his knees with a loud thud. The unexpected scene caused the advancing city guards to momentarily halt in their tracks. "Kill." Wu Tianxing's command was icy and resolute. Before his words fully settled, a soft, chilling sound echoed thud. The kneeling soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as his body slowly collapsed to the ground. Even in his final moments, he couldn't fathom such merciless cruelty, that even surrender could not save him. Witnessing this, the last glimmer of hope in Zhang Bin's heart was extinguished. He now understood with grim clarity that his fate was sealed. The fleeting power and luxury he'd enjoyed made him unwilling to accept his end, and a surge of venomous hatred welled up within him. "If you kill us, you won't have a good ending either." Zhang Bin glared at Wu Tianxing with pure malice in his voice. "My brother won't let you get away with this. Finish it." Wu Tianxing didn't spare him a glance, dismissing the futile threat as nothing more than meaningless noise. Zhang Feibao stepped forward to carry out the order. His movements were swift and ghost-like, the heavy blade in his hand slicing cleanly across Zhang Bin's neck. Blood sprayed forth as Zhang Feibao's figure blurred and reappeared by Wu Tianxing's side. Not bad." Wu Tianxing's eyes lit up as he noticed Zhang Feibao's agility. "Hee, thank you for the praise, my lord." Zhang Feibao replied with a sheepish grin. "This is a silverdeer footwork technique I found in the library while clearing the surrounding territory yesterday." "Oh, already? That's faster than I expected." Wu Tianxing was slightly surprised at the progress. "Yes," Zhang Feibao nodded, explaining, "after you left, we began preparing immediately. Yesterday, we reached 3,000 soldiers, so Vice Lord Wang and strategist Guojia ordered a cleanup of the surrounding area to pave the way for upgrading the territory upon your return." 3,000? In such a short time? Wu Tianxing looked at Zhang Feibao, puzzled. How did the territory grow so quickly? "Master, have you ever heard of what's Yubing?" Zhang Feibao did not answer Wu Tianxing's question directly, but instead responded with a question of his own, a trace of evident admiration flashing in his eyes. Wu Tianxing's expression shifted upon hearing the name. Of course, he had heard of Hua Kabinga, famous young general of the Western Han dynasty and the nephew of Wei Qing. Known for his invincibility in battles against the Xiongnu, his life was tragically cut short at a young age. "Naturally, I've heard of him," Wu Tianxing said in a deep voice. "Does this population increase have something to do with him?" "Exactly." Zhang Feibao nodded solemnly. "Master, you might not realize just how formidable his military talents are." Seeing Wu Tianxing's inquisitive gaze, he continued explaining, 3 days before the system announced the battlefield would open, General Hua didn't prepare to enter the battlefield. Instead, he sent all his men to scout the surrounding areas, particularly the gathering points of the ogre tribes that were capturing humans. Could it be that he seized the opportunity to attack the ogre territories while their defenses were weakened because others had entered the battlefield? Wu Tianxing speculated thoughtfully. Zhang Feibao confirmed with a nod. Exactly. With 800 elite soldiers, he launched lightning raids on 5 ogre territories in a single day. Within 2 days, he had destroyed 10 ogre strongholds and rescued over 5,000 humans. What's even more remarkable is that he didn't hesitate to abandon the territory he had painstakingly established. Instead, he led all the rescued people on a retreat spanning hundreds of kilometers. Upon learning this was your territory, he decided to settle here. Wu Tianxing couldn't help but silently praise him. Truly, a distinguished general from history, both courageous and strategic. To save lives, he willingly gave up battlefield opportunities and, in just 2 days, managed to conquer 10 ogre territories. Such a feat was beyond ordinary capability. Considering that ogres were known for their militaristic society, achieving such results must have required extraordinary tactics. Just as Wu Tianxing was about to inquire further, Gao Shun suddenly spoke up, "Master, the battle over there has ended." Wu Tianxing nodded at Zhang Feibao, signaling that they would continue the discussion later. He then turned to the crowd of over 10,000 people and called out loudly, "Can anyone explain what happened in Gongju City?" The crowd fell silent, fear flickering in their eyes. After all, they had just witnessed him execute over 100 people. Who would dare speak rashly? "You speak." Wu Tianxing pointed at a young man in the crowd. "Explain everything clearly, and I'll allow you to enter the territory for protection." The young man trembled all over, but dared not hide anything. "Since yesterday, terrifying beasts suddenly appeared and began hunting us humans everywhere. We had no choice but to flee. Why didn't you hide in the ancient wilderness?" Wu Tianxing asked, puzzled. The young man's face showed bitter despair. "We didn't dare to. Those beasts would wait at the entrances for us to come out. Eventually, we'd have to leave, so we could only flee from Gongju City." Wu Tianxing observed a moment of silence for these people after hearing their accounts. This tactic was something he had seen in his previous life, a method used by the beasts to inflict devastating losses on the human race. What surprised him was how quickly these beasts, newly emerged from the sky realm, had mastered such a strategy. "How many beasts are in Princess City now?" Wu Tianxing looked directly at the young man, pressing for the most critical intelligence. The young man shook his head, his face filled with terror. "I don't know the exact number, but when I escaped, the streets were swarming with beasts hunting humans." This response caused Wu Tianxing to furrow his brows. If what the young man said was true, there were likely at least 40 to 50,000 beasts. Even with a defense system in place, such a number would create an overwhelming burden on the defenses if he left the territory. He carefully questioned the young man and a few other survivors, but their information was limited. After pondering for a moment, Wu Tianxing found himself in a dilemma. Should he allow these people into his territory? From a long-term perspective, the development of the territory indeed required manpower. Tasks such as building roads, farming, exploring mineral veins, and other chores all depended on ordinary people. The number of soldiers he brought from the Myriad Realm Stone was limited, and he couldn't afford to waste their elite capabilities on such tasks. These soldiers' primary responsibilities should be defending the territory and conquering the primordial world, while real-world construction work needed real-world workers. Suddenly, a thought struck Wu Tianxing. With the defense system in place, what was there to worry about? Anyone who disobeyed wouldn't stand a chance against the firepower of the defense system. With this realization, he raised his head and addressed the crowd of over 10,000 people waiting anxiously. "You can enter the territory, but you must follow the rules. I will designate specific areas for you to operate within, and you are not allowed to leave without permission. If you can accept this, you may stay. If not, you can leave now." As he spoke, with a single thought, the 4 laser cannons on the wooden walls activated simultaneously. For blinding beams of light shot out, and with deafening explosions, the distant ground was blasted into 4 massive craters. The sight left everyone present gasping in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Although they had seen similar scenes in apocalyptic movies before, witnessing the power of such advanced weaponry firsthand left them utterly speechless. The onlookers gazed at Wu Tianxing with fear in their eyes. In their minds, no matter how powerful martial arts might be, they were no match for a laser cannon. Seeing that his intimidation had worked, Wu Tianxing continued, "The area I've marked out for you is off-limits without my permission. Anyone who steps out of it will face automatic attacks from the laser cannon. This is your final warning. If you ignore it and end up dead, don't blame me." He then designated a section near the western gate as their living area. Though the space was cramped, it at least ensured their safety. Housing was not an immediate concern, as most of these people had spent the majority of their time in the wild ancient realm. For now, shelter wasn't a pressing issue. As for food, Wu Tianxing had no intention of providing for them. Those capable could venture beyond the western gate to forage for themselves, as his own supplies were running dangerously low. After setting up the protective system, Wu Tianxing handed over management authority to Gu Yuqing. Just as he was about to leave, she called out to him, "Brother Wu, there's trouble with Zhang Haiyang. If you have time, you'd better go check on him." "What happened?" Wu Tianxing stopped in his tracks, frowning in concern. He was killed in the wild ancient realm, and now he's in a very unstable state, Gu Yuqing sighed. She had just returned from visiting Zhang Haiyang, where Xiao Xue and Xiao Fan were still keeping him company. "He'll go right away." Wu Tianxing's expression shifted, and he quickly headed toward Zhang Haiyang's quarters. Although death in the wild ancient realm was not uncommon, The 2 days of agony that followed could push anyone to their limit. Within his territory, it was manageable, but being killed outside in an unsafe area and forced back to reality could have dire consequences. This was precisely why everyone sought a secure base before venturing into the wild ancient realm, and it was also why Wu Tianxing was adamant about establishing a safe haven in the real world. As soon as he entered, Xiao Xue was the first to notice him. "Big brother!" she exclaimed, running joyfully into his arms. "Hey, Xiao Xue, have you gotten taller?" Wu Tianxing picked her up, noticing a slight change in her build. "Yes, I advanced to Star Disciple level 4 today." Xiao Xue blinked her big, round eyes, her face full of innocent pride. Xiaofan also ran over, wrapping his arms around Wu Tianxing's leg and sweetly calling out, "Uncle Wu." After comforting the two children, Wu Tianxing turned his attention to Zhang Haiyang, who lay on the bed. His face was pale, his brows furrowed, and his eyes vacant, as though he were oblivious to everything around him. Seeing him like this reminded Wu Tianxing of his own state after his first death in his previous life, when all his abilities had been reset to zero, and he had fallen from being a strong warrior to an ordinary person, consumed by helplessness and despair. After painstakingly cultivating for such a long time, only to see it all vanish in an instant, Wu Tianxing couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Zhang Haiyang, who stood before him, dejected and crestfallen. "All right, don't be too upset. Honestly, with your level of strength, it's not a big deal if you lose it. Once I upgrade my territory to a town level and activate the teleportation array, you can come to me and train with diamond level techniques. You'll be much stronger than you are now," Wu Tianxing said, his tone carrying a hint of consolation. Zhang Haiyang's chubby face twitched slightly, and a faint glimmer of light returned to his eyes. Turning to Wu Tianxing, he rasped, "I'm sorry, brother Wu. I've let you down." Wu Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, let's not dwell on it. Take the next couple of days to rest properly, consider it a break for yourself. Stop wearing that sorrowful expression. You're just worrying everyone else." Seeing Zhang Haiyang's furrowed brows and clear signs of exhaustion, Wu Tianxing didn't say more. After offering these brief words of comfort, he quickly left. He soon regrouped with Gao Shun and Wang Tu, leading nearly 800 people in a swift march toward Princess City. By this time, Princess City had descended into utter chaos, drenched in bloodshed. Swarms of demonic beasts roamed between the towering buildings, their movements punctuated by the echoes of agonized screams. Inside the building where Gu Qingsong was located, the battle raged fiercely. Clutching a long sword, he fought desperately against a monkey-like demonic beast, his face etched with grief and rage. Despite his unyielding resistance, the gap in strength was undeniable. His armor was already riddled with cracks. Around him, others were locked in combat with 5 additional monkey beasts. Even though many had reached Tier 3 after long-term training, and over a dozen had advanced to the 4th level of Star Disciple, they still lagged far behind the beasts in power. Warriors continued to fall, and the monkey beasts toyed with their prey as if they were playing a cruel game. The ground was littered with mangled bodies, and the once 100-strong team had already been halved. "Boss, we have to retreat," someone finally shouted to Gu Qingsong, unable to bear the pressure any longer. Gu Qingsong knew the situation was hopeless. If they didn't retreat soon, the entire force would be annihilated. Taking a deep breath, he shouted with all his might, "Scatter and retreat north. Regroup outside Xingwu village." With that, he charged forward to distract the strongest beast. As they fled, Gu Qingsong repeatedly turned back to fend off attacks, but his speed was no match for the beasts. Before long, his back armor was torn apart, revealing deep, bone-deep gashes that oozed blood. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, unwilling to fall when his territory was just beginning to thrive. Just as his vision began to blur from blood loss, he suddenly saw a large group of figures rushing in their direction at full speed. "Master, it's Gu Qingga." Wang Tu's voice carried urgency as he recognized the staggering figure fleeing in the distance. Upon hearing this, Wu Tianxing immediately identified the person and transformed into a streaking blade, shooting toward the target at lightning speed. The several hundred-meter distance vanished in an instant given his current strength. His spear struck out with precision, piercing through the pursuing monkey-like beast with a sickening squelch, pinning it lifelessly to the ground before it could even let out a cry. The moment Gu Qingga recognized his savior, his taut nerves gave way, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Wu Tianxing quickly approached, noting the gruesome, bloodied wounds on Gu Qingga's back. A fleeting look of concern crossed his eyes. Had he arrived even a moment later, this life might have been lost. When Wang Tu reached them and lifted Gu Qingga, he found that the latter had already fallen unconscious. "Patch him up quickly. We press forward and aim to wipe out these beasts today," Wu Tianxing ordered in a low tone, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The heavy scent of blood hung in the air, a testament to the carnage. A glint of cold determination flashed in his gaze. These beasts seemed to think they could act as recklessly as they did in the Chaos Realm. Groups of 10, search the area. Kill every beast you encounter, leave none alive. Wu Tianxing commanded after Wang Tu hastily bandaged Gu Qingga's wounds. Nearly 800 warriors fanned out like arrows, each possessing a combat strength no less than 45. To these pre-ancient evolution beasts, they were harbingers of nightmares. Particularly devastating was the guard unit led by Gao Shun, whose transformed state unleashed unparalleled lethality. In no time, the area echoed with the anguished cries of the slaughtered beasts. Wu Tianxing and Gao Shun, along with their core team, advanced methodically along the central streets, responding to calls for aid. Whenever they heard cries of, "Help over here," they knew it signaled an encounter with a formidable stellar Vaintier beast. As they progressed, they rescued more and more trapped humans, including Gu Qingga's cousin, Song Tingyu. Leaving the unconscious Gu Qingga in her care, they pressed on with their mission to exterminate the beasts. A growing number of survivors trailed behind the advancing forces at a distance, whispering in awe about this mysterious and overwhelming power. They're unbelievably strong. Who are these people? Those warriors, over 2 meters tall, don't even look fully human. The more I watch, the more terrifying they seem. There's something indescribably fearsome about them. The murmurs rippled through the crowd, every survivor struck speechless by the sheer might of this formidable force. Whispers began to ripple through the surrounding crowd. Do their identities even matter? Someone murmured quietly. As long as their leader is human, that's enough. They're hunting these beasts, it's helping us, isn't it? These soldiers are unbelievably powerful, another voice remarked in awe. Even the strongest warriors in our territory can't compare to any of their ordinary soldiers. Could their commander be Wu Tianxing? Honestly, I can't think of anyone else capable of training subordinates this formidable. Wu Tianxing overheard the conversations, but paid no attention. Though he had always preferred to avoid unnecessary interactions with strangers, he wasn't one to stir up trouble without cause. The troop continued to advance, cutting through everything in their path. As time passed, the number of beasts increased, converging into an ever-growing horde. 3 hours later, they finally reached the central square of the city, where the amassed army of beasts awaited them. Roar! A lizard-like beast slammed its long tail heavily against the ground and glared at Wu Tianxing with fury. Who are you people? There's no way someone like you exists in the celestial realm. Wu Tianxing smirked disdainfully, scanning the countless beasts before him, numbering in the tens of thousands. Who am I? Beasts like you don't deserve to know. You've run rampant in the celestial realm. I couldn't care less. But daring to wreak havoc on Earth? That's sheer ignorance. The giant lizard roared in rage. Roar! Whoever you are, how dare you slaughter the beasts of our clan? Do you really think we're easy to deal with? Heh. Wu Tianxing chuckled coldly, then shifted his tone abruptly. Tell me, have you ever experienced fear? Roar! You'll soon learn what fear truly means, the lizard snarled, clearly taking his words as a provocation. Is that so? Wu Tianxing's lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, he shouted with commanding force, "Show them what real fear looks like." In an instant, the 400-plus guards behind him unleashed a secret technique. Eyes of terror. Their eyes widened, pupils turning an eerie grayish-white as they stared directly at the beast horde. Chaos erupted among the beasts as fear spread like a tidal wave. Even the humans watching from a distance felt an overwhelming dread, their legs trembling and rendering them incapable of movement. As time went on, weaker beasts began collapsing en masse, succumbing to pure terror. Observing the scene, the giant lizard felt a chill creep into its heart. Wu Tianxing, impressed by the power of the eyes of terror, kept his thoughts to himself. Seeing more and more of its subordinates perish, the giant lizard finally suppressed its fear and roared a furious command. Attack! Kill them all! Wu Tianxing's eyes gleamed coldly upon hearing the command from the other side. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Attack!" At his order, nearly 800 soldiers charged forward like arrows shot from a bow. Their expressions were icy, their momentum unstoppable, as they plunged headlong into the encirclement of tens of thousands of monstrous beasts. The battle erupted instantly. The sound of weapons piercing flesh and the anguished roars of the beasts filled the air. The front lines of the beasts fell like harvested wheat. This sudden and dramatic turn of events left the human crowd behind Wu Tianxing utterly stunned. Moments ago, they had been paralyzed with fear, unable to predict such a swift reversal of the situation. Whoa, this is insane. Now that's what we young people should look up to, living with passion and settling scores. Hedon. Someone in the crowd exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, right, someone nearby retorted. You just be cannon fodder up there. These guys have real skills. Another person, drenched in cold sweat and pale-faced, stammered, skills or not. That creepy moment earlier almost scared me to death. No kidding. If things had dragged on any longer, We might have ended up like those beasts dropping dead for no apparent reason. At the forefront of the battle, Wu Tianxing charged directly at the leading giant lizard beast. Close behind him were Gao Shun and several dozen team captains, who had all used the warrior stones, focusing their attacks on the powerful star vein-level beasts. Wu Tianxing's spear thrust forward like a dragon, aiming ferociously at the giant lizard. The lizard roared furiously, clearly not expecting such a bold offensive. Its massive body twisted with surprising agility, and its tail lashed out toward Wu Tianxing like a bolt of lightning. His expression shifted slightly as he abruptly shifted his footing to sidestep the attack. With a resounding crash, the lizard's tail struck the ground, fracturing the earth within a 20-meter radius. Wu Tianxing was startled. This beast's strength far exceeded expectations, clearly a high-level star vein beast. But he was no ordinary warrior. His battle power of over 120 was nothing to scoff at. Swiftly stepping forward, his movements ghostly and unpredictable, Wu Tianxing maneuvered to the lizard's side. Changing his spear's thrust to a swing, he struck the beast's head with a resounding blow. The massive creature collapsed with a thunderous thud, its head visibly dented. Letting out a pained roar, the lizard went berserk. Its limbs clawed at the ground, and its colossal body charged at Wu Tianxing like a whirlwind. The two clashed fiercely, the lizard relying on its tough hide and brute strength to hold its ground against Wu Tianxing in an evenly matched fight. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, only Gao Shun managed to hold his own against a star vein beast. The other captains could barely manage to stall their opponents. However, the 800-strong unit operated like a relentless meat grinder, mercilessly slaughtering beasts without the interference of star vein-level opponents. The transformed guards, in particular, were unstoppable, cutting through the enemy ranks like a hot knife through butter. Perhaps still shaken by the lingering effects of the Eye of Terror, the beasts' morale crumbled within minutes. Their corpses piled up like mountains, and the remaining beasts began avoiding this terrifying unit, shifting their attacks to other human soldiers. These monsters were genuinely terrified of the warriors who fought like demons unleashed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.